attack for this. Just the past pennies there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that GM
Close
power.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? She did. Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Ultra.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Get the leg down. Can you look down the Wizcast where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers and fans from around the world. We're thrilled to have you join us for the Utrecht Special Championship event, where the best of the best come together to battle it out for glory and prestige. My name is Lee Provost, and I have the pleasure to be joined, as always, by my lovely casters. We've got Marcus Haman, we've got David Partington, and the boys at Actos Chromie. Nearly forgot your name, Lou.
It's been a while since we worked together, to be fair.
I know, you're back on the VG side of things. It's great to have you here. How is everyone feeling? Our first EU event in Regulation I. It's very exciting. Marcus, how are you feeling about it?
Absolutely, we're here for Regulation I, and I'm really looking forward to it. The first major, as you said, and it's going to be awesome. An action-packed weekend ahead of us.
Yeah, we've had already some action in Regulation I. Of course, this is the first action we'll see in Europe, of course. David, is there anything that's really going to stick out that you're hoping to see this weekend?
I'd really like to see some variety of the restricted Pokemon that having a dual restricted format really allows us to see. We've already seen Lunala shine so much, and personally I'm hoping to see Groudon really shine this weekend too.
Me too.
Let's go.
Let's hope we do see Groudon. But before we get into the meat and bones of things, we do need to have a little look at the EU calendar and where we're going for the rest of this season.
Yeah, it's amazing to see. Every time we're looking at the graphic, of course, one more event being grayed out, and now there's only just a couple of chances left for our trainers to claim their glory and take home one of these events. After Utrecht, we will have Bologna, another special championships, and then, of course, NEIC, and the big one, Worlds in Anaheim in August is coming up.
Yeah, it seems like we're getting closer to the end of the season, but still lots to look forward to and lots to play for, of course. We need to have a look at the championship points that are available, David, and there are a lot on the line this weekend.
We certainly do. If you are chasing that World's invite, there's plenty to have this weekend. There's that first place 350 seed people. Of course, if you get that first, you also get that automatic World's invite as well. But of course, if you're not getting first, you're still getting a lot of championship points. And every point really counts now to be able to get into that top 75. For instance, if you're in the EU region, which we are here for Utrecht.
Yeah, of course, and the championship points are the most crucial thing coming into this special championship event. Of course, we do have a lot of prizes on the line, those prestigious medals that you can get, and a lot of booster packs alongside those championship points. You can see here that golden ticket for first place, and then the prizes increment down, right down to 64th place, Lou.
I think that's the thing. Everybody comes to these tournaments, you know, with different agendas, whether they want to try and go for the glory or whether they want to try and make some memories with friends or just enjoy some Pokemon for the weekend. But if you do well, you can easily take home some of these booster packs as well as those championship points we were just talking about. But the #1 player will also lock that invite to Worlds, which I think is an incredible achievement.
Yeah, I love the fact that you get that golden ticket and you lock in that place for Worlds, because it does mean that our champions from these big events throughout the season will be in attendance at the World Championships and showing off their talents, and hopefully maybe to them pushing on and becoming a world champion this season. Of course, we are going to be getting into a double restricted event this weekend with 2 big Pokemon on every team. But we need to have a quick look at the structure of the tournament, the Swiss rounds as well, that we will be going through. this weekend. So have a look at this video. It'll break down everything for how the event is going to run.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of Pokémon Scarlet and Pokémon Violet to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. The journey to the top is a true test of skill and strategy. This two-day event kicks off with Swiss rounds, where trainers face off in best-of-3 matches using an open team list format. In this format, each Pokemon's Terra type, ability, held item, and moves are fully visible to the opponent, making every decision crucial. To advance to Day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On Day 2, the competition ramps up as trainers continue through more Swiss rounds until the top cut is determined. Then the battle reaches its peak in a single elimination bracket, where only one trainer will emerge as the regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend, and who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokémon events, visit pokemon.com/play.
Thank you so much, Mr. Charlie Merriman. What a great breakdown with what our players are going to have to achieve to get through this weekend to get to that final place on Sunday. But of course, this is not, like I've said, the first Regulation I event of this season. Recently, we've had the Milwaukee Regional Championships over in the US. We had some very interesting teams start to form the championships. Of course, Andrew Ding being a champion with that Lunala and that Miraidon team. David, how did you kind of take the outcome of Milwaukee?
It was such an amazing tournament to see. It's always a favorite when you've got the first regional of a restricted format coming in, because no one has much idea of what is going to be good. So it was really interesting to see what actually came out of this. I think a lot of people expected Calyrex Shadow Riders Amazenta to be really popular, because on paper it seemed really strong. They covered each other well, that fighting in Ghost. But actually what came out on top was so much Miraidon throughout top cut, and actually we saw it compared with Lunala to actually take the win. And very similar teams were throughout top cut and that Day 2 as well.
Well, talking about the top cut, we can actually have a look at the top 8 teams from Milwaukee as well, where we have quite a bit of variety, but there are some similarities as well. Marcus, is there anything that really stood out to you from this event?
Yeah, of course, it did win the tournament, but not only did it win the tournament, also finishing in 3rd and 4th place. This Lunala and Miraidon team seems like the team to beat also coming into this weekend. And besides that, I guess, yeah, the big story was the fact that Miraidon was on 7 out of 8 teams. That's not something that a lot of players have expected. And only one Calyrex Shadow Rider there. There's as many Calyrex Shadow Rider as there's Ho-Oh in this top 8 cut.
Yeah, it's incredible to see. And Utrecht being the home of the biggest bike shed in the entire world, I feel is a great place for somewhere like Miraidon to come and have a playground to stamp its authority again on an event like this. Lou, anything jumping out from this event for yourself?
I'm only just recovering from that bike shed joke because I didn't know where you were going with it at first, and then I got it and it was genius. I think the thing that really stands out for me is this kind of hybriding between fast mode and slow mode on a lot of teams. You have your very stereotypical fast Pokemon like Miraidon out there, but then you've also got some Trick Room utility in there. We've got Ursaluna, we've seen Iron Hands that can be utilized quite well. So it seems like a lot of trainers are trying to be flexible in their speed control, and I think that's going to be a core thing throughout a double restricted format.
Yeah, definitely. I love that you've identified that, and I think that is going to be the flexibility with a lot of the teams and the success that they have this weekend. Joey Poké AIM's team as well is just one of those runs I just enjoyed so much, and the Ho-Oh in particular, one of those Pokemon I hope to see this weekend. But of course, if you want to catch all the action from across VG, the GO, TCG as well, you can check out the Pokemon broadcast. So it's pokemon.com/broadcast. It's kind of like your splash page where you'll be able to go in and get all of the action happening this weekend. Of course, you keep up to date with all of the action as well on our socials. Let us know at home if you're watching the broadcast, who you're rooting for, what Pokemon you'd like to see, or just favorite moments from the broadcast this weekend, and hopefully might be able to share some of your feedback as well. You can catch up with all of the action across that at Play Pokemon or /Pokemon across Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and then X as well. And make sure if you do send us anything, you do use that hashtag Play Pokemon. And before we get into the action today, I've got a bit of a special announcement to make for a very special person. Our broadcast producer, Jake, it was their birthday yesterday. So
and my mother's-in-law.
Oh,
as well.
So we can join it up as well. It's my daughter's birthday as well yesterday, so a good day for birthdays. But a big happy birthday to Jake from all of us.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Right, well, we will be starting round 2 very shortly. So go get a quick beverage, go get yourself a quick break, and then hunker down because we've got all the action to come from this special championship event coming up very soon.
The sun blazed over southern Spain as the 2025 Sevilla Special Championships delivered a scorching send-off to Regulation G. The final chapter, written by some of Europe's finest, all fighting for one last chance at glory.
It will be Alberto's first time making it to the top 4 at a major tournament.
Iker looking as cool and calm as a cucumber. With time ticking down on the format and only a few events left before Worlds, players came ready to shake up the meta or defend what had already stood the test of time. Day 1 showcased just how diverse this closing format had become. From tried and tested cores to creative wildcards, no two teams looked quite the same. Koraidon remained a fiery staple, but Pokemon like Eternatus, Galarian Weezing, and yes, even Giratina turned heads. At the start of day 2, 2 players stood above the rest. Jorge Tabuyo and Javier Corrales Martinez, both undefeated after a flawless day 1. But as the bracket tightened, it was Iker Rodrigo and Alberto Cañuelo who kept their momentum rolling. The top 4 told a striking story. 2 Calyrex Shadow Rider teams, 1 Zamazenta, and a rare showing from Eternatus, marking one of its best ever finishes at a major event. After carving through a stacked bracket, it was Iker and Alberto who met under the finals lights, each ready to write their name into Regulation G's closing chapter. Leading the charge with Rillaboom, Chien-Pao, and Dragonite, Iker played every turn like a sculptor, baiting out terrors, walling astral barrages with Wide Guard, and striking back with outrageous offensive pressure that dismantled Alberto's setup before it could even take hold. In a masterclass of patience and board state pin tactics, Iker found the lines, dodged the traps, and struck with stellar precision. His win didn't just crown him Sevilla champion, it cemented his all-physical team as one of the boldest and cleanest executions of the format. Just like that, Iker Rodrigo became the final champion of Regulation G, going out not with a whisper, but with a roar. Ready to follow in his footsteps and make your own mark on the circuit? Then pack your playbook and head to Pokemon.com/compete. Your journey to the top starts now.
Hello trainers, we have winged our way over to the desk to get us started at this Utrecht Special Championship event. My name is Lee Provost and I'm not going to mess it up this time. I'm not going to get starstruck. I am joined by the lovely Lou Akdos-Chromi. How are you doing, Lou? It's great to be behind the desk with you once again.
Honestly, it's great to be back behind the VG desk, being able to kick off some more double restricted action. It's always one of my favorite throwbacks to one of my favorite formats in 2022 when we were able to see double restricted as well do so well and have so much cool, I want to say variety, even though there were a few teams that were standard out there at the moment. I'm sure the current metagame will also go that way.
Yeah.
But the fact that you have these restricteds that everyone is so willing to try and shine a spotlight on, I think is one of the beautiful things at the beginning of a format.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think we're going to have a lot to kind of look forward to this weekend with a lot of surprises and what players have kind of innovated at home to bring to hopefully take them to success. But of course, before we get into the event this weekend, we have to take a quick look back at Seville and the special championship that happened over there. And Ika becoming our champion and doing it so well with those 6 physical type Pokemon.
I think this is the interesting thing, because having the physical Pokemon on your team, yes, you're able to hit really hard on that, you know, side of the damage, but in previous formats we've seen so much Incineroar, we've seen so much Intimidate running around, but it hasn't been as dominant in these double restricted formats because the power is so much higher that Incineroar can be dealt with much easier.
Yeah, and especially the kind of the rise of things like that Rapid Strike Urshifu as well. They give it such a hard time, and not only that, but the Zamazenta with that body press, it just puts so much pressure on that Pokemon in particular to kind of alleviate the effects that it can have, and Ika did incredibly well. Interestingly about Ika as well, the last Utrecht event that we had last year, they were top 8, so you know, coming into this event in hot streak fashion, so maybe we'll see a repeat performance this weekend. It would be great to see, but of course that event was great. That was the Regulation G format. We're coming into this double restricted like we've already talked about, and it is very exciting because we have had a little bit of a taste of that from Milwaukee regionals recently, where we had all of our players bringing those innovations and doing so well with them, and I think it gives the European players that basis now to say, okay, well, this is, we've seen what you can do, this is what we can do, and you know, with not many events leading up to the World Championships as well, I think it's a good time to start testing those ideas out.
I agree, and also, you know, with every event that happens, it gives players an opportunity to start climbing up those leaderboards as well and trying to cement themselves into positions to maybe get a travel award to the World Championships, or, you know, at the end of the day, qualify. You have to be able to get into that top bracket of trainer to be able to get that World's invitation. So the leaderboards are very important, particularly at this late stage of the season.
Yeah, there is still a lot of points up for grabs, of course, but this is the leaderboard currently, the top 16 at the moment. You can see a few of the players on here have achieved that golden ticket, so they already have that automatic invite to the World Championships from previous accomplishments. But there are 75 players from EU that will be progressing to the World Championships this year, and you know, it's a small number really when you consider how many players there are. 600 in attendance here just at this event, and you kind of multiply that throughout the season with how many competitors there are, is a very small sample size of our player base, and it will be the best of the best that will be competing at Worlds, as you would expect. But there is still the opportunity for those players on the cusp of qualification being able to solidify either here, maybe Bologna, and also NAIC that we have coming up later this year.
And you can see even in our top 16, the amount of championship points that are being accrued by our trainers here. We're in the 4 figures here, you know. This is a lot of championship points, a lot of consistency, and I think that is testament to the fact that in a season like this, where there is a cutoff point for qualification, you have to be consistent the whole way through the season. Yes, you can maybe obviously win a tournament and get that golden ticket, automatic qualification, but otherwise, you know, you need to make sure that you're consistently getting those championship points so you don't get pushed off towards the end of that 75 number.
Yeah, exactly that, and you know, you can't really take too much of a break because you need to go to your locals, you need to go to these sort of major, minor events, and then the internationals as well, and make sure that you are kind of playing that consistency card every single time to get those points, to accrue them so you can stay on the leaderboard and lock in at those places. Of course, this weekend is what we're concentrating on, and we do have some players for us to watch over the weekend for you at home to keep an eye out for, because these are players that are extremely talented and ones that I feel could perform very well this weekend. Not me personally, but I think as a collective, ones that we see performing well, and obviously starting off with Luca Ceribelli, our current reigning world champion.
Exactly. All three of these trainers as well are so well known within the competitive regional circuit, but also the international circuit. We've been able to see them all in relative finalist positions, or obviously in Luca Ceribelli's case, winning the World Championships, but Robbie has been a world runner-up, and Aurelien, they have also been an international runner-up as well. So they know what it takes to go all the way to the finals of these competitions, and they want to be able to try and get that #1 spot today at this special championship.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think the interesting thing about Aurelien to watch out for is the last 2 events here in Utrecht, Aurelien has been in the final both years. So this will be the 3rd time coming in. Can they make it 3 times running? Can they this time become the Utrecht Special Event Champion? Because that is the question. You know, Aurelien is one of those really consistent players, but never quite got it across the line. Maybe this is the event where they do it. The 3rd time is the charm, they say. So maybe that is obviously not able to get over the line last year because we had Nickel already with that Articuno and the Alolan Ninetales. So we had some real innovation last year come to the floor at this event, which is exciting coming into the weekend now, because I feel like, okay, we're at the start of the new regulation. Everyone's going to be able to kind of show off those new tools, toys that they've got to play with.
I think sometimes, you know, there's a little bit of rivalry across the pond with our NA counterparts. And a lot of the time, NA trainers will say that the EU metagame is very, you know, slow and steady. They use the kind of standard Pokemon. They're, you know, not necessarily diversifying too much. But then some of the Pokemon choices that we see coming to the forefront do make names for themselves. Like you said, we've had previous events where weather has really come to the forefront. We've had sand, we've had snow, being in our grand finals before. And I think that's something that we're well known for maybe springing a surprise in. So I'm really hoping we're going to get it this weekend.
Well, I hope so, and I hope we do, because there is a lot of weather and terrain control amongst some of our restricted options that we've got, of course, this weekend. So I'm hoping we see a little bit of that. Maybe we see a bit of Kyogre, maybe a bit of Groudon or Koraidon. I'd expect we'll see a lot of Miraidon. So there's probably going to be an electrifying terrain across the field here in Utrecht. But of course, we can have a look at the top 4 restricted pairings coming into this event. And this is the day 1 statistics. So it'll be good to see how this adapts going into day 2.
Well, apparently the color scheme was purple. That is the theme for a lot of these restricted. Yep, they definitely did. Lunala, Miraidon, and Calyrex Shadow Rider really rocking that form. But I also think showing their consistency. Now, interestingly, these are 3 traditionally, obviously, special attacking Pokemon as well. Considering that at our last event here, we had a all-physical team, it's good to see these special attackers still having some dominance in here. But we cannot forget about the Zamazenta and the Calyrex Ice Rider and the Koraidon as well. Koraidon's been one of these Pokemon that I think really since Wolf won EUIC, it's really popped off where people have maybe tapped out where it is, you know, how they're able to use this Pokemon well, and I'm seeing it all over the place.
Yeah, it is a very popular combination, that Lunala in particular with the Koraidon there. You've got that flexibility between that slower mode sometimes with the Lunala that can offer maybe a Trick Room element to the team, or even a Tailwind in certain situations to support that Koraidon. The Tailwind in particular, not so much the Trick Room, but the fact that it brings the sun in. I think you're exactly right. After Wolf's success at EUIC with it, I think a lot of people kind of sat up and said, okay, this is a Pokemon we really need to pay a little bit more attention to and play around with. And you can see coming into this event, a lot of players believe that combination is the one that can take them to the championship title this weekend. The one that I would say, it's funny you talk about EU being kind of labelled a little bit boring at times. I spoke to Jamie Boyd this morning. I said, Jamie, what do you expect coming in?
A player who's anything but boring.
Yeah, exactly. What do you expect to see coming in restricted pairs? I want to know your opinion.
Yeah.
And he said, probably, he said exactly what you said about EU and Calyrex Ice Rider and Zamazenta, but it's tried and tested though. This is the thing.
That's true.
And I think for a reason why it's a solid pairing coming into this event, and I think the innovation around that pair is the key to making it successful. And then you can see the restricted Pokemon usage for day 1 just by themselves, not in pairing up. I love to see the Ho-Oh down there just squeaking in, because I have a lot of faith in this Pokemon to do well at this event.
And you see a little bit of variety here when you're able to extend it into, you know, just looking at the individual Pokemon. You've got Kyogre in there as well, another very well-known weather setter, bringing that rain and being able to do devastating damage with a water spout. And I think really it's actually Pokemon like Kyogre, like the Calyrexes as well, that have really forced the utility of Y-Guard to come into the meta. And Zamazenta there as well, a really well-known Y-Guard user, but we're also seeing it on Lunala and on some other supportive Pokemon as well, just to stop that devastating spread type attack damage.
Yeah, it's so prevalent throughout the format and you look at Calyrex Ice Rider, Calyrex Shadow Rider with their 2 signature attacks, so devastating, so strong, and they don't have any kind of downsides to them with accuracy being lowered or anything. And the one way to stop them, prevent them, really shut them down is with that Wide Guard. And it goes the same for a lot of the other restricteds like Kyogre. Relies on maybe that Water Spout or the Origin Pulse. It can be so detrimental in the rain. The Wide Guard's just there. You say, well, it's fine. I'm just going to protect my side of the field for this turn and execute my strategy, make it difficult for you to get set up. So whether or not we'll see any kind of comeback from that and maybe feint users start to appear in the format. I want to see some feint users. Flamigo is the only feint user with Scrappy, so you can hit those ghost types with that normal type feint attack, break that.
Go to Lunala, break the
Shadow
shield.
Yes, and then go from there. There's some ideas for you. Whether we'll see that this weekend or not, I don't know if you've got room for it though. That's the problem. So
well, that's the issue with a lot of the non-restricted Pokemon as well, because you want to include them with some supportive capabilities, but also with some defensive and offensive potential as well. So sometimes it's not just about the restricted, but these supportive Pokemon as well that really get to round out a team. Now, the 2 Pokemon I want to focus on straight away is the Chi-Yu and the Chi-Pao. Chi-Pao in particular, particularly coming off a win at Seville as well, it's there because of that Sword of Ruin ability, lowering the defense of Pokemon on the field, allowing the physical attackers to deal even more damage. And I think that's so important in a meta right now where the power creep is already sky high. Let's turn it up another notch by bringing that ability onto the field. And Chi-Yu can do the exact same thing with the special attack thanks to its Beads of Ruin. So I really like seeing both these Pokemon rising back up in the usage because of their ability alone.
I love that you identify these 2 as well, not only for their abilities, but for that dark typing that they've got. We're seeing so many ghost types have success in the format at the minute with things like Lunala, things like Calyrex Shadow Rider, and Terra Ghost is one of those really optimal Terra types at the moment for a lot of Pokemon. So you can really take advantage of that with these dark types and really punish those decisions to be, if your opponent decides to bring them. Grimmsnarl's another dark type as well that's picked up a lot of popularity, but interestingly enough, it is the Incineroar, the Urshifu, and that Iron Hands. I believe the same 3 Pokemon that top the top 12 usage stats for day 1 in Milwaukee. So people and trainers coming into this event have a lot of belief in those Pokemon, and for a good reason, because of what they can offer teams in their support roles. And
speaking of support roles, you can see so much utility of that here on these top 12. Incineroar, obviously the king of support Pokemon. You've got that Fake Out, you've got that Parting Shot, and you have utility with other moves as well. Taunt, Will-O-Wisp, Helping Hand. You know, the options are endless for what you might need on your team. Iron Hands as well with that Fake Out support. Rillaboom, another Pokemon well known for Fake Out, but also the U-turn, being able to set that up. But also those more maybe slower Pokemon that can provide more Trick Room support. Amoonguss, fantastic in Trick Room, being able to Spore, use that Rage Powder for redirection. The Farigiraf actually setting up the Trick Room, providing Helping Hand support. And then on the faster side, you've got that Tornadus. Getting that Tailwind up really nice and quickly can give you such an advantage in a match, as well as being able to manipulate the weather if you need it.
Yeah, because in Regulation G, we kind of just see the predominant Tailwind setup being that Whimsicott, and Tornadus got a little bit forgotten about for a while, but nice to see that players are kind of going back to it and saying, okay, well, it's still got a lot of, it's got a place in this format, and it can give us a valuable role with that Tailwind support, with that Prankster Taunt, and then it's got that you know, the spread damage as well in Bleak Wind Storm, which is very good. Like Flying Stab, I think, is always a really optimal attacking option, and it's there on a support Pokemon anyway. It's pretty speedy. It can be trained to be very good defensively as well, especially with the chosen Terra type. The one that we didn't mention, you talked about Trick Room Pokemon, and I think the one that we have to talk about is Ursaluna. I mean, it was the star of the show over in Milwaukee, and I think one of those Pokemon that every player coming into this event really needs to have 1 or 2 or 3 answers for when they're going into this event, because if you let it get set up in a Trick Room, that Flame Orb activates, activating the Guts ability on it, and it starts just throwing Facades, Earthquakes, Headlong Rushes. It's a very dangerous Pokemon. It is one of those Pokemon that you want in Trick Room as soon as you get the Trick Room up. We talk about it all the time. Can you get the Trick Room up? Can you take advantage of the Trick Room turns? If you can do that with Ursaluna, it is one of those Pokemon that can just close games out and really make it difficult to kind of claw back any sort of momentum.
And with the burn as well, it's not like you can put it to sleep or poison it or anything. It kind of then gives itself a safety blanket from other status afflictions as well that can make it even harder to stop or slow down.
Yeah, definitely that. And we do have the matches getting set up ready. So we're going to be into the action very soon. But before we do, we'll have a look at some of the notable matches from round 2 here at the Utrecht Special Championship event. And you can see we've got an absolute amazing match that we'll be featuring to kick off the show between Nick and Luca. Then we go down the list and you've got some really noticeable names as well. We've got Nils versus Robbie, one of our players to watch, of course, and Nikolai versus Hippolyte. And Hippolyte is one of those players I love watching. Really interesting that they've got the Electabuzz on their team.
Yeah, for that support as well, and Vital Spirit, meaning you can't be put to sleep by an Amoonguss. We've seen it in previous formats have some dominance, so it's nice to see it here, trying its skills against the restricted format. Angelo as well, running that Zacian, a Pokemon that, unfortunately, since its ability has been changed a little bit, hasn't been such a hot favorite, but definitely still has credibility out there on the field, as well as Aurelion running that beautiful team of Ho-Oh and the Miraidon as well. Love to see that.
I love that. I love that combination. The fact that the Ho-Oh is there and it's got that regenerator ability, it can come in and sponge so many attacks so well with that really high special defense stat that it does have access to, and then just get out of there and say, okay, well, I've done my bit, I've taken the damage, I'm going to regenerate all that damage off and let something else come in to kind of start paving the way for victory.
And you mentioned Whimsicott earlier, and we can see that Luca is running Whimsicott on his team. Now, it wasn't in the top 12 usage, but it's definitely a Pokemon I'm expecting to see, because you mentioned Prankster being really good for that. You know, Tailwind and speed control option. Whimsicott can do that, as well as all the dark types that are running around. Having access to a same type attack boosted Moonblast can deal so much damage. The issue Whimsicott has is that Prankster ability is negated by dark type Pokemon.
Yeah.
So if you're trying to go for, I don't know, an Encore, for example, that's just not going to be able to connect onto these dark type Pokemon.
No, and that's the problem, I think, and maybe why we might see a lot of players tending to go down a dark terror type in some situations where you say, okay, this is my Trick Room setter, let's go for a dark type here so I can get around that maybe Prankster threat, like you said. But I think the Encore is such a good way to punish those Trick Room setups, or any setup in that regard, because you can kind of pressure with one Pokemon next to the Whimsicott, and if your opponent gets a little bit complacent, a bit defensive, then you can really capitalize in those moments and use that Encore to full effect.
And Nick as well, they actually were at a local I just played at, and I believe they were victorious in that local. They are someone who's very consistent with their team building.
Yes.
And one thing that Nick is able to do really well is create a team that has some beautiful synergy within it and has options. There's not like a flow chart where you kind of have a team that only does one thing. There's a lot of flexibility and adaptability within the way Nick plays. So I'm really looking forward to seeing if they're able to capitalize on their local victory and bring it to a special championship.
Well, it's always one of those things as well. You go to your local events and you hope that you get a little bit of experience, or that little bit of, I think confidence is the word really that you want coming into a bigger event, and that's exactly as you've described. Nick winning that local is going to give them the confidence to come into this event and really feel good with the team in particular, feel comfortable with what they've chosen against a lot of different variety of combinations that they might see this weekend, and hopefully have some success. But I mean, if you're coming into this event here in Utrecht and you see the parents and Luca Cherubelli pops up as your first round opponent,
it's not who I'd want to face, put it that way.
No, definitely not. And I think, you know, that you can see the achievements from both our players, very decorated, both of them. We've had recently Nick with that 2024 regional finalist placement. And then we go over to Luca. We've talked about being the current world champion, but it's not only that. Luca has a lot of accomplishments to their name. Turin Special Event Champion in 2018 and 2024. We've got that top 8 EUIC. We've got more recently this season Stuttgart Regional top 16 finish, which is incredible to see, and going to set us up perfectly to go into the rest of the weekend.
Exactly. So much consistency on Luca's side, and it was fantastic to see them win the World Championships in 2024. They are going to be wanting to try and go obviously all the way to Anaheim to reclaim that title, but right now let's just focus on the Special Championships, get one more victory under your belt here. Nick as well, like you mentioned, Dortmund finalist here, wants to be able to try and take that #1 spot, and this is how the tournament starts out. You know, they've both been successful in their Swiss round 1, now they're in Swiss round 2, being able to showcase to you beautiful viewers at home some of that amazing competitive Pokemon action.
Yeah, and we'll get into the teams in a moment, but I think it's a really good matchup between both sides of the field. I know we've talked about Luca having the Whimsicott, but I think the restricted options that both players have chose are going to make a really good duel going into this first game. Of course, we are, just a reminder going in, this is round 2. Our players are both 1-0 at the moment, so we're starting the event coverage in round 2, but we can take a look at Nick's team here a bit more in deep depth. We've got that Kyogre and the Zacian. or the restricted pairing. We've seen that combination have multiple successes in the past, in previous formats where double restricted has been allowed. The supporting cast, we've got the Incineroar, Landorus, the Amoonguss, and interestingly, another Dark type opting here with that Roaring Moon.
Yes, Roaring Moon does have the terror of the flying as well that we've seen quite a few times to give an extra boost to something like acrobatics and to be able to remove that 4 times weak to fairy type attacks that you might need to avoid if you're facing down against a Whimsicott or a Lunala with a Moonblast. One Pokemon I think is going to be really key for Nick here is going to be that Incineroar. You have the Intimidate that's going to be nice into the physical attackers of kind of Urshifu and Ursaluna, as well as having that Taunt. That could be a really nice way to shut down Whimsicott.
Yeah, exactly that. And they're big things that Luca's going to have to identify and make sure they've got ways to get around. Of course, we've got that Miraidon, a Pokemon close to Luca's heart, winning the World Championships earlier in last season, sorry. And then paired up now with that Lunala that we see commonly paired there with that Wide Guard, the Trick Room, Moonblast, Moongeist Beam. Trick Room there going to be there to support that Ursaluna in particular, help out the Incineroar in certain situations, and then the rest of the cast, we've got the Whimsicott, we do have that Encore, we do have that Light Screen and the Tailwind to support the rest of the team nicely as well. We do have the Covert Cloak to get around any of that kind of fake out disruption turn 1 to allow the Whimsicott to function to support the rest of the team. The Electric Seed is a great item on that Lunala. It gets around any of those knockoff threats from things like Incineroar. We do see that on Nick's side of the field. Then you've got the Urshifu as well that's going to really benefit from that Kyogre on Nick's side. So it's going to be a little bit detrimental for Nick to bring the Kyogre in some situations where the Urshifu is almost benefiting with the Surging Strikes boosted under the rain.
I really like the Miraidon on Luca's side as well. It's a little bit different. It's dropped that Dazzling Gleam because you do have Moonblast on both Lunala and Whimsicott, so you do have fairy type coverage, and instead it's brought that Discharge back. This is a really nice move that's able to obviously hit all 3 Pokemon, including your partner, but if you've got Ursaluna on the field, you don't have to worry about that being a ground type. And interestingly enough, because you don't need to get that additional fairy type boost, you can go for the Terra Ghost so that you can not be hit by Fake Out and things like that as well. So this Miraidon's a very highly offensive one and going to be one that's a little bit unique to the meta at the moment.
Yeah, the Terra Ghost is really interesting, the choices of it over on Luca's side, because you've got the Miraidon with it, you've got the Urshifu with it, and then you've got that Ursaluna with it. Ursaluna commonly does have that. Urshifu is one of those Pokemon, it is holding the Choice Band as well, so it will be hitting extra hard, especially with the Surging Strikes that have that guaranteed critical hit chance. If that's boosted by the rain, it could be a real detriment to things like the Incineroar, the Landorus. Even Zacian has to be careful around that Pokemon, especially if there is speed control intact with that Tailwind from the Whimsicott, or maybe even a Trick Room to counterplay the Tailwind on Nick's side of the field. I think you've got options there with the Kyogre to come in and cause some disruption, but you have to be careful around that Wide Guard. The Assault Vest is going to really help you out a lot, and especially that Terra type of the grass. It's going to mean that you take away that big electric weakness that you have immediately from that Miraidon.
I want to talk about Terra Bug as well on both of these Incineroars, because the last time I think I saw Terra Bug was on Flavio Del Pidio's Gastrodon 2 EUICs ago. Why have trainers opted for Terra Bug on Incineroar?
It's one of those options where you can go. The Terra Ghost was commonly seen. It gets around that weakness to predominantly the fighting type attacks that we see coming out from things like Zamazenta, so it allowed you the room to go for those Will-O-Wisps. But the Terra Bug, one of those where it gives you a resistance to ground type attacks, which is great when you're facing down against Ursaluna, and also fighting type attacks as well. It does give you a weakness to flying type attacks, though, that you have to be kind of wary of, with a lot more flying attacks coming into the format.
Well, speaking of potential ground type attacks, Landorus is on the field with the Amoonguss for Nick, and on the opposing side for Luca, Incineroar and Lunala is the combination.
Yeah, you've got the nice Incineroar support here. You can go for the fake out into the Landorus or the Amoonguss here. There isn't any Covert Cloak on either of these Pokemon, and you've got the ability to kind of prevent at least one of these from getting any sort of disruption off here. I think that the Landorus plays a big role in throwing out some big offensive damage, especially into that Incineroar if it is left unchecked. Earth Power will be enough to pick up a knockout when it's boosted by that Life Orb, so you've got to be careful if you are Luca. Maybe you want to go for the fake out into that slot, or maybe switch out your Incineroar into something more optimal in the back. But we are seeing Luca just wanting to preserve that Lunala early on in this match.
Yep, Lunala's staying in the back and to keep its Shadow Shield nice and intact, and can maybe use its Electric Shield later in the game now that the Electric Terrain is set up on the field. Miraidon joining the match, using its Hadron Engine to set that terrain and get a boost to its moves as well. Looks like the Landorus is going to have to take that fake out. It will not be moving this turn, leaving the Amoonguss to try and go for a Spore, but to no avail thanks to that Electric Terrain.
Yeah, it's a really nice switch here from Luca, identifying that the Miraidon is the optimal choice to bring and get that electric train up, because yes, I can stop one of these Pokemon. Which one do I stop? The big offensive threat in that Landorus. And it now is going to be threatened by a Draco Meteor from this Miraidon. It doesn't have an optimal Terra type to go into either, so it might force Nick to potentially protect or switch out that Landorus in this situation.
Yes, and Incineroar going to leave the field here, and Lunala is going to rejoin. Now that Electric Seed is going to be activated and give it a defense boost as well. So in this position against both the Amoonguss and the Landorus, not going to be the strongest thing, but good to keep in mind for later in the match. Landorus just going to go for a little defensive play here for that protect, as the Amoonguss also goes for this as well. Nick maybe scouting out what they want to do in the next couple of turns.
Yeah, it's a nice play here from Nick, and we do see that Draco Meteor, particularly for this, the scouting out option to see what that Miraidon locks into. It is holding that Choice Specs item, so it will inevitably go in for the Draco Meteor this next turn. Now, the question is, if you're Nick, do you leave that Landorus out on the field, maybe hoping that Luca predicts a switch into that slot and maybe targets down to the Amoonguss, because it's an easy switch. If you've got something like Zacian in the back for Nick, you can bring it in now in that Landorus position. You'll be able to have that immunity to the Draco Meteor with that fairy type that you've got.
Yes, Landorus in a great position here to be supported by the Amoonguss, as you said. That redirection coming through thanks to Rage Powder is going to draw in this Draco Meteor. It does connect onto the Amoonguss, and it will take it down in one shot there. The special attack, of course, going to drop on the Miraidon, but you've got rid of that pesky Amoonguss. It is out of the way. You do no longer have that support for the Landorus that can retaliate with this Earth Power. That's another one-hit KO going into the Miraidon.
The great play here from Nicky is able to draw in that offensive threat from the Miraidon, in return losing the Amoonguss, but actually getting a really good return, taking down one of the restricteds on Lucas' side of the field, with the Landorus being pretty brave there, knowing that I've got that redirection to kind of support my Landorus, and I can get a big hit off in return, and that's exactly what happened. Now, we do see the Trick Room be set up from that Lunala, though, so now it paves the way for this Ursaluna to come onto the field. Hasn't got that the Flame Orb activated yet, so we'll need to take a turn to potentially protect here. It does free up the Lunala, though. It's still got that Shadow Shield intact, and it could get some nice damage off into something like the Landorus on the opposite side of the field. The Kyogre has that Assault Vest, so not going to take too much from these special attacks that the Lunala has access to.
You need to start playing the game of where the speed interactions are going to be between the Kyogre and the Ursaluna, because it could be a very easy protect to read into for the Ursaluna, so it can get that Flame or Burn activated. But then you need to make sure on the following turn, Kyogre's not just going to be able to wash it away from the field. Kyogre actually going to go for a Terrestrialization here into that Grass Terra type as well to give it some defensive coverage.
Yeah, and that's a nice Terra type to get around the potential big ground type attacks that could be coming out and doing that damage to the Kyogre here. We are seeing the protect from the Ursaluna, and to get some damage onto the field, we're seeing that Lunala now go on the offensive, and it will be into the Landorus to do some significant damage to that Pokemon and put it in rage for the next turn. We are going to see a Water Spout though, Lou.
Yeah, Water Spout coming through because there was no Wide Guard on the Lunala. This is going to connect down with that Shadow Shield, giving it such great preservation. Don't think on the next turn, though, it's going to be as lucky, particularly with the follow-up, taking down to Lunala into that red zone.
Yeah, that Electric Seed not really helping out against these special attackers on Nick's side of the field, and now in a really dangerous position to get knocked out. But that Ursaluna, that Flame Orb has activated the Guts ability here, and it will be putting a lot of pressure on to that Kyogre in particular. Now, the Kyogre doesn't have Protect. It's got the Assault Vest. That's information that Luca knows, so it's a pretty easy slot to go into. But can a Facade be enough to pick up the knockout into it? That's the question. Do you need to double up into that slot? Maybe you do with the Lunala. We know it's got the speed advantage against the Landorus, and maybe you say, okay, well, for deal with this Kyogre, it's one of those big restricteds. It's a Terra type dealt with. I can get rid of that, and then even if you are Nick, you've got to maybe think, do I preserve this, switch something else in to take that damage in place? If you do all of these things, if you're Luca, you're leaving that Landorus alone to get some big damage off in return. We've seen how much this Earth Power does, especially with that Life Orb boost.
And while the Trick Room is up as well, this is incredibly dangerous for that Ursaluna being able to steamroll through opposing teams. Zacian is going to join the field. The Intrepid Sword ability will activate on this first turn, and it will get a cheeky attack boost that is going to want to hold on to try and utilize against the opposing side. Terrestrialization comes through on that Ursaluna, however, so this will be the Terra Ghost.
Yeah, and it's a really nice Terra type. It gets rid of that water type weakness, although you do have the Wide Guard, so that's something else that Nick needs to think about. Are you committed to going for that Origin Pulse? But we see a big Facade, and it is enough to pick up that Kyogre.
Kyogre isn't even able to move here. That's so much damage into such a bulky Pokemon. Kyogre absolutely removed from the field.
Yeah, great play here, and now you're going to get a free Moongeist Gleam into this Zacian that's just switched in. It's going to do some big damage, nearly down to 50%, and this Zacian cannot Terrestrialize. It is going to have that weakness weakness to the ground type attack that the Ursaluna has, and there's still plenty of these Trick Room turns for this Pokemon to take advantage of alongside that Lunala, that looks in a great position to just be able to pick off this Landorus that's now entered the field.
This is exactly what you were talking about earlier, Lee, where you're playing with Ursaluna on the field. As the opponent, you need to not allow it to get set up, and right now it's in Trick Room, it's burned, it's able to start getting some big damage out on the board. Zacian is just another prime target for a ground type attack. We're going to see the Landorus just go for the defensive option here because Lunala's going to have its sights down on that Pokemon slot, and Zacian also going for the same here.
Yeah, double protect. Just want to see what Luca decides to go for. Headlong Rush is the more optimal play here. You don't want to go for that Earthquake and damage your Lunala and potentially risk your end game here, where you've got a pretty easy one kind of set up as we get through these Trick Room turns. Still to go in this game, and the Ursaluna in that position now where another Headlong Rush be enough to pick up the Zacian, and the Moongeist Beam will be more than enough to get the Landorus here. And you think even after losing that Miraidon early on, Luca might be in an awkward spot, but I think the whole end game is get that Trick Room up. Miraidon gets a little bit of a return, which was so key into that Amoonguss, and then the Ursaluna onto the field, like you mentioned, Lou, in that perfect position to start closing things up.
That trade-off was perfect, because yes, you lose that Miraidon, but you get rid of the Trick Room Pokemon on Nick's side of the field. You don't have to contend with that Amoonguss. Incineroar, almost forgot it was hiding in the back there. It's able to rejoin the field, throw an Intimidate down, I think critically against the Zacian to bring it back down to neutral, and then it has the potential to go for a Fake Out in the following turn. Zacian does go for another Protect here, just really trying to stall out these Trick Room turns. That's what Nick needs to do.
Yeah, and it's a really nice play here to identify that the Protect is the most optimal option here from Nick to switch in that Incineroar. Might seem a little bit risky here, but now you've got that active Fake Out. You can go for that into the Zacian this next turn, prevent it from going for any attack as the Trick Room turns do end. And now you've got the Fake Out, you've got the Headlong Rush into that Pokemon, and you're going to be able to close this one up and Luca taking an early lead in this game 2 set.
Yep, Luca and Ursaluna, a great duo there to be able to steamroll through this game 1. But Nick had some fantastic options as well. I did like the pressure that could be applied with the Kyogre if Trick Room hadn't gone up. Because the interesting thing about this Kyogre is we often see Kyogre with its water moves running Water Spout and Origin Pulse, both of those being double target attacks that can be completely negated by Wide Guard. But Nick's running a risky move here in the form of Hydro Pump. Now, Hydro Pump not always the most accurate move, but it can be devastating, particularly when boosted up by the rain.
Yeah, definitely. I think, and it's one of those that gets around that Wide Guard perfectly to put the pressure on that you're going to need, because I think coming into this game 2, you've got to look and say, how can I stop this Trick Room getting set up? I can't be in a position like I was in game 1 where that Ursaluna is in that great spot next to the Lunala. It's got that Flame Orb activated, and there's plenty of Trick Room turns for me to take, for Luca to take advantage of, because my team's just going to start to fall apart. The Kyogre needs to get a little bit more return than it did in that game. It came onto the field, it terastallized, didn't get a single knockout, didn't really do anything, and I think to get the most out of this next game, you're going to have to really utilize the Zacian and the Kyogre that were just really impeded by that Trick Room in that game 1. Options to try and shut down that Trick Room. You've got Taunt on the Incineroar. Can you weave that in? It's going to be difficult because the Miraidon kind of splits your attention when that's on the field with the Electric Terrain active.
You can't ignore it.
Really makes it hard for the Incineroar to get an attack off. I think you're kind of most of the time forced to go for the Fake Out into that slot to kind of give yourself a little bit of room pressure with something like the Landorus here. But the whole time you're concentrating on that side of the field, you've got maybe the Lunala next to it, and that's when the Trick Room gets set up. So you've got to try and utilize maybe something like a Amoonguss next to the Incineroar, draw in those attacks like we saw before, say, okay, I'm willing to sacrifice the Amoonguss here, take the attack from the Miraidon, and get that all-important Taunt onto the Lunala to prevent the Trick Room.
And Nick doesn't have a way to override the terrain here either, so Electric Terrain is generally going to be set up and it's going to stay for those remainder turns, meaning that Amoonguss isn't going to be in a great position to start sporing things and putting them to sleep. So you might have to rely on something like the Incineroar. I also look a little bit at the Roaring Moon because the speed control is a little bit difficult for Nick. They don't have the same way of matching the pace of the Miraidon, for example, or even the Whimsicott. Then when Trick Room gets set up, they're at even more of a deficit. But if Roaring Moon in some way can use that knockoff to try and get rid of the Lunala, or even force it to go for its terrestrialization so it can't be utilized elsewhere, or match with a Tailwind if maybe the speed option is what it looks like Luca's going to go for, then there could be options there. However, Amoonguss is back to play again for game 2, paired up with the Kyogre. On the opposing side, though, it's all full speed ahead with Miraidon and Whimsicott.
Yeah, it's full steam ahead indeed. The Whimsicott going to be in a nice position here where it can just set up that light screen. There's no threat from a Spore because because of the electric terrain on the field. So you can kind of ignore it a little bit and maybe throw out a big Draco Meteor if you want into that slot to remove it quickly. If you are Luca, of course, if you're Nick, you're in a bit more of a comfortable position right now because you do have that redirection from the Amoonguss to protect the Kyogre and get a big, powerful water spout off. Both Pokemon on Luca's side of the field came in perfectly timed. They're going to resist this water type attack, but because of the nature of water spout, how its base power is really reliant on its HP, it's going to hit very hard still.
You could also even try and go for something like the Ice Beam here and just try and get damage that way down onto the Whimsicott. Obviously, that's going to be dealing some good damage into its grass typing, and Miraidon being a dragon typing, not going to appreciate that either. So Kyogre does have a lot of options to utilize here, and it's going to go straight for its Terrestrialization as well, turning into that grass type once again. Really nice defensive capabilities in the face of an electric type Pokemon like the Miraidon.
Yeah, and you might even see the Amoonguss protect here and the Kyogre just go for an attack. Ooh. We are going to see that light screen set up though from Luca's side of the field. Yes, boosting up the special defense on Luca's side. That's great in the face of this Kyogre as the Electro Drift will come through, actually targeting straight down into that Amoonguss. Going to be doing over 50% despite not being super effective, as Kyogre can now follow up with this Water Spout. Oh, again, the light screen, the resists. That really isn't the damage that Kyogre wants to deal, but the cheeky little Pollen Puff coming in as well, not being able to do anything. But if it had taken damage, Amoonguss would have been able to help out its partner there. Yeah, it's a nice, you can see what Nick's trying to do. Just say, okay, well, I'm going to take away that electric weakness. I'm going to get this Water Spout off and make sure that Kyogre is still pretty healthy. I think Luca's kind of mitigated that quite well with that light screen. You can see the resist coming into play with that screen support in front of these Pokemon. The Amoonguss now in danger of getting knocked out. It has to either switch out, activate that regenerator ability to something in the back, but doing so puts you in a little bit of vulnerable position against that Electro Drift that we now know the Miraidon's locked into. Maybe Landorus is the perfect Pokemon to bring in this situation. Miraidon getting out of here. Obviously, if Nick has decided to go for another Water Spout, it looks like the Whimsicott is going to be able to hang on. Urshifu coming in as well, also being a Water type, isn't going to mind too much taking this Water Spout, particularly with that light screen up. But Nick is now able to make an adjustment. As you mentioned, Regenerator going to give a little bit of HP back to that Amoonguss while the Landorus comes to play. Whimsicott goes for the Moonblast into the Kyogre, a little bit of chip damage that's going to weaken this Water Spout just slightly as it connects down. But both Pokemon hanging on. That is a huge critical hit into the Urshifu there. They're really unfortunate for Luca bringing in a Pokemon that has that resistance pot water typing and is going to be able to take advantage of the rain, unfortunately taking huge damage in the process. The Landorus switch in was really nice from Nick, but Luke seeing straight through that, saying, okay, I'm going to keep my Miraidon for later on. Now, the Amoonguss is one of those Pokemon that can come back onto the field pretty safely here. It's going to be able to take those surging strikes. Unfortunately for Nick, commonly seeing that rocky helmet that we see sometimes on the Amoonguss isn't present on Nick, so it's not going to have the impact that you would normally see. So Luca's a bit freer to go for that surging strikes into maybe that Landorus slot here, or choose to go down the route of a close combat into that Kyogre to start damaging it, weakening that Water Spout that we're seeing constantly fired out every turn. Well, that's my question. How does Luca damage the Kyogre right now? The Whimsicott's doing nothing with that Moonblast. Like you said, you have to go into the close combat. Maybe you can then throw an Encore into the Kyogre, so it's forced to keep going for what will then be weaker Water Spouts. But Kyogre, I think, maybe reading into this a little bit, Nick, wanting to be able to bring it back in later on as Amoonguss comes back in, showing off the HP that it has regenerated as Whimsicott goes for the fast mode and clicks that Tailwind button. Yeah, going to be the fastest things on the side of the field, and that is the close combat into the Amoonguss, and a great switch from Nick to preserve that Kyogre for later. The Amoonguss resisting that, and in return, that Urshifu taking a defense drop on both its special and its physical side. So the Incineroar in a nice position now where it can go for that fake out into the Urshifu, and because of that critical hit damage, is probably in range to go down to a fake out. So maybe Luca wants to reposition that Urshifu now. It has got the Choice Band, it's locked in to close combat. It's going to be good against the Incineroar, but in this situation where you could get picked off by a fake out and even a Pollen Puff into that slot, you probably want to preserve it for later on in this match. Maybe utilize that Whimsicott, just try and get some damage off onto the Incineroar while you've got it on the field. Yeah, well, all the restricteds were a little bit scattered at the beginning of this game, and we're actually going to see the Incineroar come in here for Luca, showing that the restricted of that Lunala has been benched for this game too. So only one restricted to contend with. That's good information for Nick, who also, actually, they have done the exact same thing, benched their restricted of the Zacian. So very interesting to see this come into play. Miraidon going to rejoin the field here as well for Luca. Yeah, this is not a Reg I. This was like a bit of a Reg G tournament. A little bit, yeah. A little bit with the one restricted here, leaving the other Pokemon's bench. But you've got the Incineroar. The Amoonguss going to be well utilized here from Nick, going out, activating that Regenerator, and also that part, the U-turn as well from the Incineroar. Going to be able to pivot out and bring that Kyogre back onto the field now, which is going to be, again, in a good position. Obviously now, we're not seeing the Kyogre come out because of the Miraidon. Amoonguss going to be the more optimal choice here because it has got that redirection. You have got the active fake out from Luca's side of the field now from that Incineroar, so it is going to put a bit of pressure onto that Landorus as well. But you can go for the easy protect, I think, with both of these Pokemon if you're Nick, just to scout out to see what this Miraidon does. But by doing so, it does open the door for maybe Luca to switch that Pokemon out, bring that Urshifu onto the field, which could be detrimental that next turn.
Miraidon's in a bit of a difficult spot here because it can't really go for its electric type attacks to great damage. You know, Amoonguss isn't going to take too much. The grass type Kyogre in the back, obviously Landorus isn't going to do any damage. So you're really relying on that Draco Meteor. And yes, if it connects, it does a huge amount of damage, but you drop your special attack. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Luca having to switch that Miraidon in and out to try and get the damage on the board. Draco Meteor will connect down onto the Landorus here. That's going to be a solid one-hit KO. So one target down, one opponent removed from the field.
Yeah, that's a big play here from Luca, going for that huge knockout onto what is that threat of the Landorus. Now that's removed from the field. The rain has been removed as well. It will be able to come back onto the field. But the big important thing as that electric terrain fades is if the Amoonguss comes back onto the field now, it has got... The Amoonguss is on the field, sorry. It is going to be able to start putting things to sleep with that Spore. And because of the Draco Meteor drop from the Miraidon, has it got enough in the tank now to be able to take down this Amoonguss? The Incineroar on Luca's side of the field really isn't in the best of position, sitting in front of a Kyogre with that active Water Spout or even the Hydro Pump to opt for.
It's not like it can even go for the Flare Blitz really into the Amoonguss because that rain setup going to be dampening the fire capabilities as well. So that makes things really difficult for Incineroar. It also is running that Assault Vest, so we know it can't protect. It's going to be a prime target for a potential Spore coming through from Amoonguss.
Yeah, and that's the big worry here is that light screen has faded off as well, so these Kyogre Water Spouts will be hitting even harder than they were previously. We've seen Miraidon kept for a little bit later on, the Rage Powder coming out from the Amoonguss, and the Incineroar, because of that Tailwind, does get the jump on the Kyogre. It is going to be able to get out of there, off the field, and preserved for a little bit later on in this game.
But this is the beauty of this Amoonguss, right? You're able to draw in the attacks, and I like the way Luca has pivoted the Miraidon in and out here because that electric terrain is set, so if there had been a Spore, Amoonguss wouldn't be able to get it off here, but Nick has used that Amoonguss to pull in the attack to allow the Kyogre to shine. That Water Spout is going to connect on the field, get the knockout on the Whimsicott, but Miraidon's still sticking around. Yeah,
it is, but it's back onto the field now. It's got rid of those special attack drops that it's taken from getting rid of the Landorus earlier. Now it's in a position to go for the Draco Meteor into the Amoonguss now and remove that threat from the field, because once that's removed, then it frees up the Urshifu in the back for Luca to utilize that close combat a little bit freer into the Kyogre. And with the Choice Band, you think, is it going to be close to picking up a knockout? We saw the damage from the Facade in Game 1 from the Ursaluna. Wonder if the damage is quite similar here from that Urshifu that could potentially be the key to taking down this behemoth in Kyogre on Nick's side of the field, because I think that's the big problem right now.
Yes, the Kyogre is definitely a difficult Pokemon to deal with. Urshifu rejoining the field. It doesn't have a lot of HP remaining though, so it needs to be able to utilize the damage as quickly as possible so it can be of use on this team. Having a little look as well, I don't believe Luca has used their terrestrialization yet so far in this game too, so there could be an option to go for it on one of the Pokemon towards the end. Urshifu doesn't have an offensive one, it's more defensive with that Ghost typing, so I doubt it's going to be on that choice, but the close combat could come through so powerfully into this Kyogre.
Yeah, you've got the play here from Luca where you can just go for the Draco Meteor into the Amoonguss, remove that, and then follow it up with a close combat from that Urshifu, and like that's the key. I think if you see that play out, is it going to be enough to get that Kyogre? Because the Kyogre, if you're Nick here, I don't think you click in with a Water Spout expecting these attacks to come out. I think you go for maybe an Ice Beam, which could go into that Miraidon, but not opting to keep it on the field, preferring to save it for a little bit later on.
This is interesting though as well. You do get the Intimidate down onto the opposing Urshifu, and close combat's not one of those guaranteed crit moves that Urshifu has, that Surging Strikes. So if it does go for the close combat, I mean, first of all, it's going to be redirected into the Amoonguss, but I was going to say you could maybe even try and get some Rocky Helmet Chip if it did go into that Incineroar. But Amoonguss is the best pal that you need to draw in these attacks. Electrodress, however, will actually be able to get the KO. We saw how much damage it did previously, so we knew it was going to be a 2 here. So actually, close combat or Surging Strikes, whatever the Urshifu has gone for, will be redirected into this Incineroar.
Yeah, it's a really nice play, opting for that Electro Drift, identifying the damage from earlier, and the close combat is enough to pick up the Incineroar, leaving the Kyogre as the only Pokemon on the field for Nick.
Yeah, and Incineroar is going to be able to go down here. The Rocky Helmet damage coming through, but Urshifu is also going back into that Pokeball. So much damage coming through from one move. Pokemon down on either side. But for Nick, they only have access to this Kyogre left. Whereas on Luca's side, it is going to be a duo here of Incineroar and Miraidon.
Yeah, and this is a tricky thing. The Kyogre we've already talked about has that Assault Vest. It's not got access to protect to get around this fake-out threat from the Incineroar this turn. So there is a pretty free turn here from the Miraidon to just click the Electro Drift, which is locked into. It's going to be able to still take advantage of the Electric Terrain, that boost that it's got, and the Incineroar going to be able to stop this Kyogre for at least one turn. Is it going to be enough, though, to get the damage that you require through this Assault Vest?
And of course, the Electro Drift is going to be able to come through here, but it is a Grass type on this Kyogre. Oh, it still does a significant chunk of damage, but I think it's going to take 2 to be able to get the knockout here. So Incineroar's going to have to maybe put some offensive tickers on here as well on Kyogre's side to be able to get the knockout.
Yeah, and it's got access to that U-turn, which we don't generally see on Incineroar. More often we see that parting shot, but the U-turn is a bug-type attack, which is going to be able to do super effective damage to Kyogre. So if you double up with that Electro Drift, maybe a U-turn, especially if you commit to that Terrestrialization so late on in this game, that bug Terra typing that you talked about at the top of this game, Lou, it might be enough to see this Incineroar survive a big attack from this Kyogre.
I don't think we expect to ever see it come out in the offensive capability, though, even though Incineroar is super cute with the little bug hat on its head. Miraidon not able to get the knockout. Kyogre is going to be able to connect the Hydro Pump, though, into the Incineroar. It's not enough to get the KO, so the Bug Terra type coming into defensive capabilities as well. What a fantastic utility by Luca here, being able to get the KO. That is going to be a 2-0 victory. Swiss round 2 for Luca, thanks to that Bug Terra type Incineroar.
What a great way to finish this first game here at the Utrecht Special Championships. And how well done by Luca, you know, with that bug Terra typing Incineroar. I love that you really identified that on both of the Incineroar before coming into this match, and it really paid off in dividends to finish the game and was the clinching moment. I think how well Luca piloted the Miraidon, weaving it in and out of those dangerous situations where it could have been quite easily kept on the field, and then not locking in to the Draco Meteor, acknowledging the damage that was done earlier to the Amoonguss with the Electro Drift and saying, okay, it's in range now if it does the same sort of damage as earlier. And that experience of the team just shone through, making it very difficult for Nick to get any sort of foothold or momentum swing in the game.
Well, I don't think I was ever expecting to see Terra Bug utilized in that particular way. You know, I was kind of curious as to why we're seeing it on both Incineroars. It's clearly a trend that the metagame is carving out. But being able to see that Luca had preserved the terrestrialization so well in that game too, that he was then able to utilize the Terra Bug at the end was really, really lovely. I feel like if you didn't have the Terra Bug there, obviously Incineroar goes down to the Hydro Pump.
Yeah.
But then Miraidon, I think, would have been able to close it up in the next turn as well. But the fact that Incineroar was just able to get that KO is just a really nice little flex on this new Terra type on the rise, you know?
Yeah, exactly that. I think it's testament to Luca as a player how well they close that end game up, where no matter what really situation happened there, even if it was a critical hit onto the Incineroar after it terrestrialized, the Miraidon still would have been able to close it up with the Electro Drift. And again, testament to Luca's option to choose that move over something like the Draco Meteor that would get weaker every turn that you use it because of those special attack drops. And maybe if that had been opted for onto the Amoonguss, if it hadn't been as low health as it was, maybe Nick would have been able to find a way back into the game, but it was very tough, I think. And interestingly enough, both players, and I wonder if it'll be a trend we'll see throughout this event, where we'll get into those game 2s and game 3s where players start to identify the best 4 to bring into these matches, and maybe bench some of those restricted Pokemon and just bring that 1 into the game, where it's saying, okay, supporting Pokemon are a little bit more optimal in these situations. I'm going to just leave my Zacian or leave my Lunala because it's more optimal to bring something like the Incineroar here that can provide that little bit of offense that I need and that huge supporting role.
Well, the Incineroar was definitely a great choice there for Luca, and I think dropping the Lunala was a great play because Lunala, yes, it was able to go for those Moongeist beams, but they weren't able to deal so much damage that they were getting the knockouts. And then obviously we saw on Nick's side, the Zacian just not able to do a huge amount. I was skeptical about the Amoonguss coming in for game 2, but I really like the way Nick played with the Amoonguss here, being able to use it for that supportive capability with the Rage Powders, knowing that you couldn't put Pokemon to sleep with Spore because the Electric Terrain was always in play. So I really like the way the Amoonguss was played, but just unfortunately there were too many options on, you know, Luca's side to deal with the Kyogre in the end.
Yeah, and even when that Electric Terrain dissipated from the field, Luca is so familiar with that scenario where, okay, it's fine. The Amoonguss becomes a bit of a status condition threat going into this next next one, but I'm just going to pivot out and I'm going to just switch my Pokemon around and bring that electric train right back intact, so it's not a threat anymore. But like you say, I think Nick not really committing to any of those status conditions and using the Amoonguss to really good effect to support the rest of the team, be that sponge to soak up those big threatening attacks and open the door for things like that Earth Power that was able to take down the Miraidon in Game 1 that we're seeing here. Really key pivotal turn, but at the same time, I think splitting attention is what Luca did there, allowing that Lunala to get the Trick Room up and then the Ursaluna onto the field, and wow, the damage into that Kyogre was just phenomenal and really pinning in the Zacian, and then the Landorus had already taken a little bit too much damage in the end game.
Yeah, the Ursaluna was on a roll in that Game 1. You also had as well the Miraidon being able to come through and be able to do so much damage in this Game 2 with those Draco Meteors being able to find its mark. And although we were seeing Water Spouts coming through and connecting thanks to the light screen that little Whimsicott had set up earlier, they were able to deal less and less damage.
Yeah, and just really, I think the critical hit on the Urshifu is really detrimental to Luca in that game, but I think he managed the situation very well. A really good example for a lot of players to, you know, you might get flustered in that situation, think, oh, this is a really key, important Pokemon. I need this to be able to help deal with that Kyogre effectively and put that pressure on him. There was no immediate damage from the Urshifu, but it kept, every time the Urshifu come onto the field, it forced Nick into having to readjust, bring something else in, and there was a situation in the end where the Amoonguss was out next to the Kyogre, and now you don't have that free switch to soak up that close combat. You have to almost sacrifice the Incineroar that Nick did to preserve the Kyogre in the end game, and I think identifying those things throughout is why Luca is our current world champion.
I really liked seeing the Whimsicott as well, because it was a Pokemon we spoke about a little bit before we kind of got into the match, and it was good to see its utility with that Tailwind, but also Light Screen. I'm so used to seeing Whimsicott obviously running Encore, sometimes Fake Tears and things like that as well, to be able to really mess with your opponent's stats a little bit, but having the utility of that Light Screen was a really nice play. I often see it on Grimmsnarl, for example, and other Prankster Pokemon, but not so much on Whimsicott.
Yeah, I'm pleased you mentioned Grimmsnarl, because in the usage stats for Day 1, of course, it is on that top row, and it is one of those Pokemon that has access, commonly sees those screens and reflect setup. So the Whimsicott, we know how good it is for being able to support that. So to see it being piloted by Luca and doing such effective support in that match in particular was really great to see, and hopefully we see more from Whimsicott over this weekend. But of course, if you're wanting to get involved in the competitive circuit, you can do so by, first off, checking out your local scene.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye.
See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Yes, do check out your local scene, and you know, it's the best place. I always say this, a bit of a broken record here, but it is the best place to get your first experience of the competitive scene in Pokemon, whether it is something like the video game, which I'd always encourage is the best game to get involved in. But you've got TCG, you've got Pokemon GO as well, and you can use this QR code that will be appearing on your screen right now to scan that to find events in and around your local area. And Lou, you are an expert on locals.
I mean, local events is definitely where I started my competitive Pokemon journey a very, very long time ago. And as I mentioned,
me up at locals, I might add as well.
That happened maybe 1 or 2 times,
yeah,
you know.
Very modest.
It's the only time I ever get to beat Lee in competitive Pokemon is at our local events.
You beat me every time.
But definitely when we, you know, play other matches, I think.
From Porygon Z.
Porygon Z was definitely very strong. But, you know, there are other strong competitors as well. As I was saying earlier when we introduced our players for that last game, Nick is a trainer who I've seen at my local events as well. And it's a really nice way to be able to get to know other trainers in your area. You can not only make new friends and, you know, speak with people who also have this love for Pokemon, but it's a great way to get ideas on teams and to discuss things, particularly after your matches. I know everybody likes to win, but sometimes when you lose those matches, it's like, that team was really, really cool, and I wasn't prepared for that. How can I now adapt my team to be able to accommodate that? And for example, at the local I was at recently, Chi-Pao had gone under my radar a little bit, and Chi-Pao was just absolutely destroying me left, right, and center. You know, not only for bringing that Sword of Ruin onto the field, but the ice typing as well. I wasn't prepared for it, so then I had to think a little bit as well.
Yeah, it's really good for ironing out those like little kinks in your team to get them perfect to come into these bigger events, of course. And you can check out this link that'll be on your screen as well, Arcanine Labs, and that'll give you all the information about how you can register for events or even come along and spectate at events as well, because maybe you don't want to jump in too early to compete. Maybe you just want to come and hang out and meet people at these events, because there is a lot going on outside of just the competition, of course, at these regional and special championship events. So it's a lot of fun to have, and I would definitely recommend checking it out, seeing what's close to you or what you can attend, and definitely coming out and joining us on these great events that we have.
And there's not many left either for the 2025 season. Obviously, we'll be in 2026 in the future as well, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of great events then as well. But you want to make sure that you're coming to as many events as you're able to and would like to. I mean, the local events have their own beautiful, unique charm, but these special championships and regionals also have their own individuality, and it's great to be able to come and test your skills at them, or as you said, just come and hang out and watch and play some Pokemon. Yeah,
and don't feel like if you're just starting out, you don't stand a chance. I mean, it's been a current theme throughout the last few seasons where we've seen players come out of the blue, you know, it might be their first regional event or special championship event, and they win the whole thing just out of nowhere. So have some belief in your abilities, your skills, if you fancy yourself as a Pokemon trainer, and get involved, because it is great to see, and bring your innovations, your team innovations, your ideas, because it's great to see when trainers come together and they bring what they believe will win the event to the floor.
But I like how you've mentioned as well, sometimes the newer trainers do break out at these higher level events. We've seen that at international championships as well, where trainers maybe get their first big break on the international stage. Dill Yeomans, you know, recently at EUIC, facing down against a notable veteran of the competition in the face of Wolfie Glick. The fact that we had this kind of story of the veteran versus a newcomer, I think, was really beautiful on an international stage. And it's not the first time that's happened either. Other internationals have had newcomers rise to the forefront as well and carve their names out in the competitive history book. So it could be you. Just come along and see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. And talking about Dill as well, they are here in attendance this weekend.
Really?
So
awesome.
Maybe we get Dill on the broadcast at some point this weekend. It'd be great to see. I know they've got a very interesting team that they're piloting this weekend. So yeah, but what a story that was, wasn't it? And you know, you can repeat that story for yourself. You know, write your own fairy tale, and it is a fairy tale because you come into these events and you know you have expectations, but you might think it's going to be tough to win. But of course it is, with the sheer talent that we have at these events. But you never know. If you don't buy a ticket, you can't win the raffle. As our good friend
Adam Doricott or Lee Provost.
There you go, Adam. Yeah, my tagline. I'm stealing it. Stealing it, Adam.
Yeah, another, you know, legendary element of competitive Pokemon, you know, these catchphrases we have along the way as well.
Yes.
But I mean, diving...
At least I got that one in.
Yeah, I'm glad. The amount of puns that this man is going to come up with this weekend already have me set off. I'm the one on the couch about the bike shed, because I was about to say we're in this beautiful place in Utrecht as well.
It's such a gorgeous city.
And our set, can we just talk about the aesthetic that we've got going on? I think our lounge is one of the most beautiful. We've got tulips, one of my favorite flower. Gastrodon has a new, you know, holiday home. He's moving into the village.
I love it.
It looks like he's kind of taking it over, but he's not a monster. He's a good boy.
Gastrodon was on your caster predictions this weekend.
He was.
I was all prepared, lined up to give Lou a lot of backup with that prediction, and we haven't been able to cover it yet. We'll get to it at some point in the broadcast today, so make sure you do stick around to see, because there's some interesting picks.
I was about to say no time like the present. I'm ready to dive into my Gastrodon facts, but apparently our interview is ready, and I would say that is probably a little bit more important than Gastrodon right now. So let's kick it over to the area to have our interview.
And I'm here with our reigning world champion, Luca Cheribelli. Of course, the first question I have to ask you, it's been a while since we last talked. How does it feel being a world champion now, a couple of months later?
Well, I think it hasn't changed really much. Like, the point is, I think it's just more, you have more to prove to others, but also to yourself. But in the end, like, what happens is that you're just going to tournaments, and you have the tools. You have proved everyone and yourself you can do great thing. So it's just maybe a bit more confidence, even if it takes a little more pressure. But in the end, it just makes it so that you know you're able to achieve great things. So maybe it's difficult to say, even because I can do it properly. But like, if you keep your head calm and you're able to like play as well as you can, like you can still achieve great things.
Yeah, and you definitely played very well in that previous game against Nick, who's also a strong player, reached the finals of a regionals a couple of seasons ago. So going into that matchup, Assault Vest, Kyogre, and Zacian, not the most common team. What did you think about going into it?
Okay, obviously, like the first reaction when you like pull up the Zacian and like the Rangers and all that, like you always say, oh dang, I just got matchup rouletted. But the point is, this team is very strong. So in the end, like I just was able to make up a plan on the spot. Like in game one, I abused the fact that my opponent wanted like to bring all the strong Pokemons and Among Us for support. And after that, like, yeah, didn't really have a good answer to Ursaluna and Trick Room. In game two, like, I guess he will try something different, maybe with Incineroar, and I tried to switch up the approach with Urshifu as well, because he didn't have Rocky Helmet on Among Us, so it made it a little bit easier. Obviously, the crit on the Urshifu made things a lot more difficult, because I couldn't withstand the Kyogre really well. But after that, like I think I was able to overcome the difficulties, even like with some risky reads.
Yeah, I thought your decision was quite interesting to switch it up so much after how game one went. But yeah, I think game one you were, as you said, you could knock out the Amoonguss early, and then Ursaluna and Trick Room kind of had a great day. But then in the second game, you were going to just one restricted. And you didn't bring the Ursaluna, you didn't bring the Lunala, and instead focusing more on the choice band Urshifu. Is this something that you would say in Regulation I is a common theme, like leaving one of the restricted Pokemon behind, or was this something that you just thought of as a mix-up?
No, I think it's as of now, like it's just it's a trend I've noticed as well. Like the point is that the power creep has made a lot of non-restricted Pokemon so good that you can win even like if you can bench are restricted. Like at the end of the day, like you just need a strong restricted and like something to help with like just punch down opponents as well. Like my opponent tried to not bring the Zacian because like it allowed them to like juggle in and out with Insane and Amoonguss. So there's probably like a merit of that. Like in general, I think the Regai with the double restricted as of now like feels a lot like single restricted meta, but you're able like to switch restricted from a game to another. So like it's kind of interesting because it's different from like the other double restricted formats we've played so far. But I don't know if it's gonna stay that way or it's gonna update. So I guess we'll see.
Yeah, so many different options really in this format, and we're just still learning more and more about it. But thank you so much for your insights, and best of luck in the upcoming rounds. Finally,
thank you very much.
any shout-outs, anything?
Oh yeah, definitely. Obviously, shoutouts to Il Server, my group of friends, especially Fede Campo, who helped me prep for this tournament. Yeah, that's all. Yeah,
winning the GC obviously with a very, very similar team. But yeah, now there's a Whimsicott in there, so I'm curious to seeing what you can do with that. But best of luck in the future round.
Thanks.
And we'll have a quick look at some of our previous tournaments before we'll continue with the action here from Utrecht.
Absolutely phenomenal here from Luca. He had it all planned out from the start.
My favorite Pokemon type, it's Ghost. I don't know. It just feels right. It's a great type.
We jump into the very first game of the Masters Finals.
I don't think I changed my strategy throughout the tournament. In general, I think it's just a hunch of how you should play. It really just comes down to the plays you're gonna make and how you're gonna adapt to your opponents. My strategy was using Miraidons and Ogre Upon Fire and Urshifu Rapid Strikes to run through my opponents.
Fantastic play by Luca, the one-hit KO.
While having Iron Hands and Fairy Giraffe to slow down the pace. Miraidon has been the best Pokemon in the tournament.
That is a massive turn here from Luca.
All the players I faced at this tournament had been a challenge on their own. In general, I was worried about some supporter Pokemons, such as Landorus or Rock Ogerpon, when coupled together with other strong Pokemons like Calyrex Ice, Calyrex Shadow, or Terapagos were really difficult to deal with. I think my strategy to beat this Pokemon was pretty straightforward. I just hoped that I was able to hit them harder than they could withstand.
And that is going to be Luca one step closer to becoming the world champion.
This was my 5th World Championships. I've never gotten this far. I was happy enough with just making it to top cut, but I started to realize there was an opportunity to do something even bigger, something that I never even dreamed of. The moment I knew that I was going to win was when I was able to knock out the Calyrex Shadow with Fairy Giraffe.
And he's done it. This is his first major win, and what a one to have.
It was unexpected, but I'm extremely lucky and happy to be where I'm at right now. I want to shout out my family for always supporting me ever since I started playing when I was just 14. My group of friends, they've been phenomenal, and I thank all of them for being there with me.
Trato de anticiparme al meta, tratando de buscar las mejores soluciones o el mejor mazo en base a una estadística de los mazos más utilizados y trato de responder a ese meta.
I play test with my friends, play against other decks. Look for certain matchups. Guardy, I need to look for that one. That's probably the hardest matchup for me.
Leading up to event, I like to practice with my dad, play TCG live all the time, and spent 8 hours a day just trying and trying. Make something work.
Eu escolhi o Miraidon X para usar como deck, porque eu achei ele mais consistente, até para a questão de ataques.
First I look at the meta, identify the most common threats, and then start testing the decks that are more comfortable to my gameplay. I usually try to look and ask my friends from the country which the tournament is being held, what they are playing in their locals all the time, so you can be prepared for that.
Geralmente eu treino todas as semanas com os meus amigos, aí a gente vai testando todos os decks do meta e a gente vai jogando entre si para ver qual deck fica melhor com as configurações atuais.
I've made many friends during all these years. I've been in the community since 2016. I rely on the community, so many of the players have been helping me out of Latin America.
Me and my dad will just sit on like our dining room table, practice, and then we go up to an event, then we practice at the tournament, and then we just get ready for the event.
My favorite Pokemon is Xerneas. I just really enjoyed clicking Geomancy back in 2019. I really like its design, and being a setup Pokemon with so much power and pressure, I just really enjoyed using it. My favorite generation of Pokemon, I think it's both Gen 4 and 5. I started playing Gen 4. I love the Sinnoh region, I love the Pokemon of Sinnoh, and Unova also have great games with Pokemon Black and White and Black and White 2. I learned VGC pretty much by watching better players than me on YouTube. Back in the day, we didn't have official tournaments in Brazil, so my role models were pretty much players playing Worlds. There are a lot of people that I look up to in the competitive scene of Pokemon. I think mostly it has to be Wolf and Edu. They are two of the best players, and I really like their approach of the game. And also, there's a lot of videos of them playing on the internet, so when I was younger, I was able to watch a lot of their play style and their team building, and yeah, they're just so good. My favorite city was definitely Yokohama. I had a great time in Japan. Food is great there, people are nice, and the country is just really beautiful. I think the favorite thing I did in Japan was going to Nara when I saw all the deers, and it was really, really cool. They were so cute, and yeah, of course, playing Worlds there was also amazing.
Well, welcome back to the desk, trainers, here at the Utrecht Special Championship event. For you tuning in, my name is Lee Provost. I have the pleasure now to be joined by Marcus Hamad. How are you doing, Marcus? Great to be behind the desk with you.
Yeah, I'm great. Obviously, always great to be back behind the desk. Almost as great as being right there with our reigning world champion.
Oh, I know, mate. What a great interview that was.
Yeah.
And, yeah, just to do it on the stage, in front of the stage as well, I think in the atmosphere, kind of soaking everything up was really great. And always a pleasure to hear from Luca and the insights and how they're feeling coming into this event.
Absolutely, and yeah, you heard it there from the world champion as well. Everyone's just learning, right? So now is a great time, of course, to get started with this new format. Everyone's excited to figure out what all of our shiny tools that we've had in the previous format, but not in the same combination, right? Having 2 restricted Pokemon, that can really change up the dynamic quite a bit. Or you just do it like Luca and Nick in that second game and just like, oh, you know what, like Rec I, like that's all fun and good, but we want to go back to kind of a Rec G scenario with just each bringing 1 restricted Pokemon to that battle.
Yeah, I said to Lou, I was saying, I wonder how frequently throughout these game 2s and 3s in the event this weekend we'll see that style adopted, where players kind of figure out and say, well, maybe this other restricted isn't the most optimal play here, and maybe the supporting cast are going to be a better option for me to kind of close this matchup and take me to victory. Because I think a lot of the time the supporting members, I think we often see in these double restricted formats how impactful they are. They play such a pivotal role in being able to allow those powerful restrictors to kind of function in the way that you want them to.
Yeah, and looking at Luca's team, I think one thing that he might have done, I didn't actually get to ask him that, but maybe in the next interview, but it looked to have some similarities to the team that he used to become world champion, of course, using that Whimsicott and Miraidon core with a choice specs on Miraidon. A little bit of a different take on the same team that did so well in Milwaukee. But instead of the Assault Vest Miraidon, prioritizing the damage here, and then also having this Tailwind and Trick Room mode, and we got to see just that in the first game, really using the Ursaluna, that I think is also a Pokemon that you had your eyes out on for this tournament, right, Lee?
Yeah, it was on my caster picks as well as yours, I believe. I think you had the Lunala though on yours, which is so rightly, you know, because you've got the ability to just flip the dimensions whenever you want. It's one of those Pokemon with the Shadow Steel ability. Some very few Pokemon that can take it down, and once you get that into position, well, we saw the effects of that. Nick was not able to handle that Ursaluna one little bit. The Kyogre it really went down very quickly, and the impact that Pokemon and Zacian had was minimal. So a huge testament to Luca, and we can have a look. Player profile, what a better way to do it. But recently, Stuttgart Regional Top 16. It's nice to see Luca kind of still playing this year, because obviously have that guaranteed Worlds invite. This World Championship's been the current World Champion, but not wanting to take a rest, wants to get in amongst it, and I think it shows the drive and the determination for Luca as a player has got preparing for the World Championships later this year.
Yeah, absolutely, and something that a lot of players might forget, or a lot of viewers at home as well, because it's just so long ago, but yeah, he knows what it feels to win one of these special championships all the way back in 2018, becoming the Turin champion, and yeah, he's out here to prove himself again. He's done so a couple of times already, right, being a world champion and all, but yeah, you want to just accumulate more and more titles, you want to just improve, get even better and better, and yeah, that's why Luca's here to try and do just that.
Yeah, and you know, I think if you come in, we talked about confidence coming in with Nick to this event, winning a local, but I think for Luca as well, you've got to be looking at how well you perform at these events heading into the World Championships, and depending on how well you do, obviously a top 16 finish is amazing, but if you can lock up maybe a better finish at this one, it's going to boost that confidence even more, and you're going to feel like, okay, yeah, I feel in a really good place going into the World Championships. We've only once ever seen one player have back-to-back World Championship title wins. It hasn't been repeated just yet. You never know, this year might be the year to do it. But again, the competition each and every year gets tougher and tougher. And before we look too far ahead, we've got to concentrate on the event here this weekend. And it is the opportunity for our players to kind of pull out all of these new shiny toys and show off what their strategies are, what they think will be able to get them over the finish line at the end of the weekend.
Absolutely, and that's what I like so much about these special championships as well, because of course they're the most accessible major event that we have really in the circuit, leading to a lot of local players trying out what does it feel like to play in the same room as a world champion, right? Like anyone at home, you could just come out, or you could have come out here. Well, now it's a little bit too late, right? But you could have come out here, sign up for this tournament, come with your favorite Pokemon, and maybe you could have played against Luca in the first round, and that's just, yeah, amazing. And of course, as we will go deeper and deeper into the tournament, it's going to be tougher and tougher, of course, for our top players as they will continue to fight against each other, kind of in the Swiss rounds. But yeah, it's just great to see how things will progress today, and then going into Top Cut later on tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly that. And I don't think there's any better experience as well to grow as a player than having those opponents that are such a high level that you maybe have seen on past broadcasts, and going up against them or facing similar level players to that, because it kind of is an eye-opener to say, well, you might be at that level, or you might want to be striving to get to that level, and it sets the bar to say, okay, well, these are my targets, this is where I need to get to, this is the work that I need to put into my skills as a trainer, what I need to hone to be able to get to that level and strive to become the best, you know?
Absolutely, and well, Luca was already the best, but we'll have more trainers who
prove all again this year.
We're trying to accomplish that. As the tournament, yeah, round 3 has been paired already, so we will get to set up the next game momentarily. And yeah, I've had a quick look through the rankings already, and there's a couple of very, very strong players. Like just in the featured matches we saw earlier, we have Frederick Nielsen play against Hippolyte Bernard.
Yeah, what a great
in round 2 already.
I know, yeah.
Two very, very strong players as well. And yeah, it's always, for me personally, it's always so interesting to seeing like how do players approach it if we're going into a new regulation like this. Are they kind of sticking to what has worked for them in previous formats? Like, for example, we see Luca, maybe it was the exact same ride-on that he's used to win the World Championships now again in another tournament a couple of months later. Or are some players saying like, okay, it was fun to use, I don't know, Calyrex Shadow Rider for a long time, but now I've got the opportunity to come up with a completely new team, maybe try out something new, because whenever we've played a format for a while, it kind of feels bad to pivot away from something that you've practiced on so much and that you've perfected, but now it's a great chance to kind of go into a different direction, and yeah, you gotta make some choices, right?
Well, that's it, and I think that's the beauty of it. You've got the start of the format. It gives you the opportunity to try something different, and it might be the difference between having great success or just a little bit of success, you know? So it's those choices that you make, but I think a choice that everyone at home needs to make next is the community choice match. These are your options. Get voting over on our Twitch channel for which match you would like to see featured next. We've got some absolutely corkers lined up, and any one of these is going to be a great one to feature, but it is down to you.
Wow, and we got a great mixture there of veterans of the game, like Christoph Agostini. Some of you might remember him with his previous birth last name. But yeah, that's formerly Christoph Kugler. I mean, I know how it feels, right? Like getting married and all, changing your last name. But yeah, he's been around for such a long time. He's the second place of the 2009 German nationals. Can you believe that? And
that
going up against Oliver from Switzerland, a player who's really, really known for playing a lot of online tournaments and really getting good results there. So yeah, that's a matchup that I already have my eyes out on. But what else do we have here?
We've got Aurelian, one of our players to watch this weekend, previous 2-time finalist here in Utrecht, going up against a colleague, Jamie Boyd.
What's that, Pokemon? It's a Chestnut. Yeah, wow, absolutely.
It is, yes.
Jamie doesn't disappoint here, right?
No, definitely not. And I think the innovation on the team and the choices of moves adopted on certain Pokemon are typical of Jamie Boy. We've also got some really good matches in Carlos versus Sebastian there. We've got the Zamazenta and that Shadow Rider Calyrex that we talked about at the top of the show. You know, that combination is so tried and tested. Going up against the Lunala and the Miraidon, and a very similar team to what we saw with Luca. So that kind of combination, how is that going to fare against the Shadow Rider and the Zamazenta? And then we've got Ivar up on the top against Mikael, and again, and more Zamazenta, more Calyrex, but this time the Sinistcha, one of your other picks, Marcus, making an appearance.
Yeah, definitely. Sinistcha, a Pokemon that I think might do pretty well into the metagame right now, especially against those Ursaluna-based team. But Zamazenta and Miraidon, that's another combination that I haven't really seen that much of, but looking at it, this team combination, like, it feels really stable. You have the Qianpao, Dragonite, and Zamazenta to do a lot of physical damage. And then you also have a supporting cast with the Sinistcha, with the Volcarona, and Miraidon, because, yeah, why not? So, yeah, I hope you're making a good choice here. I mean, you can't really go wrong with all these amazing games, but in the Twitch chat, you will be able to vote on which game you want to see, and yeah, then we will cover that one for you.
Have you seen any restricted pairings so far? We're very early on in the tournament. Yep. They've really stuck out to you. I mean, you just mentioned that Zamazenta and the Miraidon there. Do you think we're going to get deeper into the tournament and see some really unique combinations that haven't really had the limelight yet, and start to kind of make and put their stamp on this format?
Yeah, so I actually saw a combination that I hadn't seen before, but that I'm really interested in seeing, which is Terrapagos and Calyrex Ice Rider. This is something that a player is using. I'm not gonna reveal too much about that, but maybe we'll see them later on the stream as well.
That does sound interesting, yeah. I like that combination.
Players are still figuring out how to approach this format, and we're talking about the basic decisions, like which restricted pairings are good. Like that's the level of where we're starting, right? Like, of course we know, like, individually we kind of judge them, but yeah, like, I mean, I don't know. Terrapagos is good individually. Calyrex Ice Rider is kind of good individually, but what happens if you match them together? But yeah, that's not what rules have up for you in this round. But yeah, maybe something to get excited for later on.
Definitely, and I think there'll be other combinations that we might see as well throughout the field that will be able to feature on the broadcast. Some more reasons to stick around and keep an eye out for what games we'll be featuring. But the results are in. Everyone at home has decided which match is it going to be from our community choice. Well, let's see. It is going to be Aurelian Sula versus Jamie Boyd, and what a match this is going to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider, the team that Jamie is using, another one of those combinations where, like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Like, both of them are really strong, but do they work together? We haven't really seen that much of it, but yeah, Jamie's here to prove us, and maybe Jamie is saying that, yeah, you know what? Chestnut. That's what making this combination work. You know, like, you all approached this wrong. Like, you need a chestnut if you want to make this work. And yeah, I'm really excited to see how that's going to go. And then Aurelien on the other side, Ho-Oh Miraidon, something that we have seen at the Milwaukee Regional Championships in the top 8 by Joel S.
Yeah.
He was aiming for a high finish and he got it. So let's see if Aurelien can kind of repeat that here with a Trick Room option as well with Farigiraf or Ursaluna, Iron Hands, and also Grimmsnarl, just to beef everything up a little bit more.
Yeah, it's something that we've seen Aurelien have success with before, that screen support, and utilized two very good results in the past. Obviously, coming into this tournament, I think you've definitely got something probably personal to prove. I think getting to the finals 2 years at this event in a row, I think the hunger there to get over the line, and third time lucky, hopefully coming in with such a strong pairing. And I love the adaptation. We talk about Joy Pokegame's run in Milwaukee and how well they did with the same restricted pairing. But there is some adaptations here with that Ursaluna, and I think coming into this event in particular, it does give a different element to the team where you've got that Trick Room set up, and then you can unleash the Ursaluna in those maybe awkward matches where the restrictors are struggling slightly.
Absolutely, yeah, and having the option to go both for like a very, very slow, like Trick Roomy approach, and dish out a lot of damage with Miraidon and the fast mode, and then Ursaluna in the slow mode, but then also having another dimension, going for like Ho-Oh endgames, because that Pokemon is so bulky, especially combined with screens from Grimmsnarl. You have Regenerator to heal, and yeah, it can be really, really tough. I'm talking, like, I'm speaking from experience here. It can be so tough to knock Ho-Oh out. And yeah, on the other side, depending on what Terra type Ho-Oh is, but having two special attackers, I mean, Miraidon is great into Ho-Oh, don't get me wrong, but if Ho-Oh has a Terra type that maybe can mitigate that a little bit, I mean, Chestnut is not going to be the Pokemon that stalls out the Ho-Oh, right?
Well, in most situations, you would say
think
yes.
so.
But this is Jamie Boyd we're talking about, and I think when we get into the teams, you'll maybe understand why the potential is there for it to work a little bit against everything that Aurelien has brought, and it could be quite difficult, of course. But of course, having the Pokemon, having the ability to utilize strategies is another thing. You've got to be able to execute it in game, and that is another thing, because Aurelien, one of those more, very established player, isn't going to make it easy for Jamie to get set up, and we can take a little bit of a look at the player profile of Aurelian, one of the most consistent players we do have here in Europe.
Yeah, one of the most consistent players for sure, but you mentioned it, the one flaw in his career so far, has not won a major tournament, and they are really looking to do that, and they've always said, I'm saving my big win for when it matters the most. And then they were in NAIC finals last season, and they were so close to finally taking home a trophy, but yeah, just barely falling short there against Patrick Cons in the finals. And now they've got another chance here in Utrecht. They've proven already that they can reach the finals here, now wanting to go that extra step. And yeah, coming into this tournament with Ho-Oh, Rustaluna, and Aurelian, they're a player that I think is kind of known for always using what they think are the most consistent teams. And I'm really intrigued by the fact that they've decided Ho-Oh is the most consistent, because in my mind, Ho-Oh is a Pokemon that we haven't seen a lot of in Regulation G at all. Like, I can't remember even a single time where I've seen like a Ho-Oh team.
No, not at all.
But now in this dual restricted format, it seems like Aurelian has analyzed things and is saying, well, this is the most consistent team at the moment. That's what I'm going to use. And yeah, I'm really excited to see how they will approach it.
Yeah, and having a really good start to this tournament as well, just testament to Aurelian as a player, and those decisions to bring those specific Pokemon as well. I think, yeah, really great to see. Ho-Oh, one of my picks coming into this weekend, and I really hope to see its success continue. But another player that we can take a quick overview of is, you know, fellow caster Jamie Boyd, competitor this weekend here in Utrecht. And, you know, Jamie having some really great results. Obviously, a 3-time regional champion is nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, obviously there with the Cottony, I mean the trademark, Cottony not quite making it out here this time around, but of course, yeah, Jamie in 2016 when we had also a dual restricted kind of format, he won a regional championships with Cottony. Can he repeat history this time with another grass type that has below, I don't know, 1% usage? I don't know how many. I haven't seen a chestnut in forever, but I'm really excited for it.
The only chestnut here this weekend, maybe.
Maybe,
might be the only one.
We might want to
have a look and see.
Let's double check that. But yeah, it's once again a really cool just combination of Pokemon. I mean, if this was, let's say this Shadow Rider was a Calyrex Ice Rider maybe, and then the chestnut was maybe, I don't know, like an Incineroar, we would look at this, or maybe an Iron Hands, we would look at this like, okay, you know. But just from the Pokemon alone, it becomes clear that Jamie has a plan, and yeah, already kind of securing their Worlds invite this season.
Yes.
That's something that we haven't talked about yet, but Aurelian, they still need a couple more championship points to make it. We saw it in our graphic in the very beginning. They're just outside of the top 75 in Europe, and Jamie definitely doesn't want to hand those points to Aurelian so easily though, right?
No, because I think if you're looking at it from that perspective, going a little bit deeper, you can say, well, if I can win this and prevent Aurelian from gaining points here, I can maybe stop one of the top competitors attending Worlds, which is a huge advantage for you if you already have that place locked up, and you can reduce down the amount of top players that are there, going to make your chances a little bit better. So you can even go a little bit deeper here with those decisions, and of course, Aurelian will be coming in not only to try and get over the line, win the championship, get that first big title win, but of course, more importantly, like you've mentioned, secure that Worlds invite, because that is the most important thing with so few events left this season. But this one is going to be a great match. And the interesting thing about Jamie's team is we tend to see a nice split a lot of the times. I know we've had like predominantly like with Lunala and Miraidon, both special attackers, but a lot of players tend to have one physical restricted and then one special restricted. So you've got a really nice balance on both sides depending on what you're facing. You've got the option there. But Jamie again going with the Miraidon and that Calyrex Shadow Rider, a combination we don't see too often. Two big powerhouses when it comes to throwing out special attack and damage.
Absolutely, and our players are getting ready. They're just seated there on the stage, so grab yourself some snacks, make yourself comfortable, because this is going to be a wild ride for sure. And yeah, Aurelian, they're on the left-hand side. They've been in this situation a lot of times, but yeah, recently they've maybe taken a little bit time away from the game, but just ready to strike back here in Utrecht.
And yeah, they look determined. They want to get that Worlds invite here, for sure. But why not do it with a win, potentially?
Yeah, the golden ticket.
Absolutely, that would secure it. And then having the opportunity here to play against someone as strong as Jamie Boyd, who has won so many tournaments over the course of their career, who are now also sharing their knowledge a lot with us here behind the desk, but now they're in full competitor mode. And even though they have kind of secured their Worlds invite already, I think Jamie, he will want to do even more, right? He will want to, secure it guaranteed.
Yes, he will indeed. But we can take a look at the teams a bit closer now. We've got the whole Miraidon. Ursaluna is going to be part of that Trick Room mode through the Farigiraf, the supporting elements through the Grimmsnarl with those screens, the parting shot, an interesting option there, and then the Iron Hands, the solid Iron Hands with that Assault Vest, going to be able to come in, help out with the Fake Out, and soak up a lot of threatening damage from Jamie's side.
Yeah, a lot of interesting points that you pointed out there. Terra Grass on Ho-Oh is kind of establishing as maybe the main Terra type on Ho-Oh, as with all other Pokemon we kind of have an idea how we want to run them, but for Ho-Oh it still feels like, well, do you want Leftovers, do you want Clear Amulet, do you want Protect, do you maybe want to Recover even, but Protect, Leftovers and Terra Grass is what Aurelien has decided. And that Trick Room mode might be kind of interesting, looking at Jamie's team, which is a little bit more fast-paced and more offensive, potentially. And having this Calyrex, Shadow Rider, and Miraidon combination, Trick Room seems like a formidable strategy to combat that.
Yeah, especially if that Ursaluna can get set up under that Trick Room. It feels like it's going to be quite threatening. Of course, Jimmy has their own Ursaluna, but it is the Blood Moon form. And we can take an overview of this. Do you want to walk us through it, Marcus?
Okay, well, with Jamie Boyd, you have to pay close attention to everything. So in the top left, Calyrex, Shadow Rider, Terra Ground, Terra Blast, Hex, Life Orb. Like, all of these things are not standard at all. And looks like Jamie wants to combine this Calyrex Shadow Rider with his Grimmsnarl, which also has the Terra Ground. This could be really huge against Miraidon, but Grimmsnarl with the option of Thunder Wave, paralyzing Pokemon, or Fake Tears, both of those would double the power of Hex from Calyrex, so that is one synergy that we have here. The Ursaluna Blood Moon, an Assault Vest Pokemon with Snarl, that should match up really nicely into Calyrex Shadow Rider, but yeah, it's not there, of course, over on the team of Aurelien. And how do you deal with Ho-Oh? Maybe it could be with Electric Seed, Terra Fire, Chestnut with Leech Seed. There's so many options here in this team for Jamie, but it's gonna be tough because Ho-Oh matches up well against, I would argue it matches up really well against 4 of the 6 Pokemon. Against Grimmsnarl, yeah, it's also kind of good to have. And then the only thing that Jamie really has as an answer is Miraidon. So that's going to be a key Pokemon for Jamie in this matchup.
Well, we are getting started in this game 1. Jimmy Boy leading out with that Miraidon and the Calyrex Shadow Rider, and Aurelien opting for the Grimmsnarl and their own Miraidon. The electric train has been set. The Hadron engine is active on both of these Pokemon, opposite sides of the field, and we are looking to get into the action here.
Yeah, and let's not get confused here, Grimmsnarl over on Aurelien's side. That's the Grimmsnarl with a more standard set, what we would kind of expect. Reflect, Light Screen. Light Screen actually looking really great into the spot. And yeah, it does not have the same Terra Ground, which it might have wanted to go for. But that is another one of those techs that Jamie Boyd has brought. But yeah, a lot of damage coming out from Jamie's side potentially, and Aurelien might want to approach this a little bit defensively. Yeah,
reacting to the threat from the opposite side. Want to bring in something a little bit more suitable up against these opposing threats. There is the Light Screen from the Grimmsnarl, so going to weaken or strengthen the defensive side from these Astro Barrages that are coming out. And into that Ursaluna, not going to be effective. The normal type immunity there. Really great switch from Aurelien.
But what is Miraidon going to do? There was a potential for a Terra Fairy, so no Draco Meteor, but Volt Switch still doing so much damage to Grimmsnarl, allowing Jamie to reposition.
Yeah, really nice position here from Jamie, because he's, you know, just wanted to scout out, get some valuable damage onto that Grimmsnarl as well, and put it in range for something like the Calyrex to use that Astro Barrage this next turn, potentially pick up a knockout there. The Ursaluna switch from Aurelien, great, because now you get it in, you get that Flame Orb activated, but again, with that pivot out from the Volt Switch into the Chestnut.
Chestnut is here. Jamie Boyd, he's not playing around. He's saying, well, I'm having a Chestnut on my team, so might as well bring it, right? Electric Seed boosting the defense, and well, I would be shocked if Aurelien knew their calcs into a Chestnut with +1 defense. So yeah, already, I mean, Aurelien, they could set up another screen here, but Reflect might not actually help them so much against what Jamie has brought. But yeah, Chestnut with, I mean, you have the Electric Seed. You could go for Body Press into this Ursaluna. That would be a ton of damage right away.
And just wanted to scout out what Jim is opting for here. Protect coming out from the Ursaluna as that Reflect, all importantly, gets set up from that Grimmsnarl. The Prankster ability here coming in to play huge as the Leech Seed is the opted move from this Chestnut. One to go on the offensive just yet. Maybe catch a switch here, expecting the Ursaluna to switch out, or maybe even terrestrialize into that Ghost type, and it will give the immunity from the Body Press. So you're going to get some return there. Jamie switching out the Calyrex now, keeping that for later, bringing the Grimmsnarl onto the field. Now going to be able to utilize that Pokemon from their end and support.
Yeah, and you can kind of expect Ho-Oh to be the last Pokemon for Aurelien if you're Jamie, so definitely want to try and get Leech Seed off, because Ho-Oh, I mean, that matches up so well into Chestnut, but if Chestnut goes for the Terra Fire, it might not be that easy actually for Aurelien to break through, especially if Grimmsnarl is here to support it. Double up with a Body Press. Yeah, almost doing half damage to this Miraidon.
Yeah, and followed up with a Spirit Break from Aurelien's Grimmsnarl into the opposing Grimmsnarl on Jamie's side, doing over 50% damage. And now the double up, a really good switch in from Aurelien here. Be able to soak up the double up from the Chestnut and the Grimmsnarl. Now in a position where it can pivot out itself, maybe get that Grimmsnarl at solo health, or just get some really crucial damage onto that Chestnut.
Yeah, having Spirit Break would be great for Jamie, but Foul Play is the move of choice on Grimmsnarl. So Miraidon makes it on the field kind of okay and could start going for powerful moves like Draco Meteor or even that Dazzling Gleam. But let's not forget, Chestnut has Wide Guard available. So big decision to make here for Aurelien. Which move do you want to go for with that Miraidon?
Yeah, and you are seeing the Spiky Shield come out from the Chestnut. Just again, wanting to scout out what Aurelien is locking into, because it has got that choice specs. It is into the Grimmsnarl, is able to get the knockout onto Jamie's Pokemon before it is able to really get any effect into this game at all.
Yeah, nice play there, getting rid of Grimmsnarl, and now you could go into the Ho-Oh and you're kind of safe, at least for this turn. There's no Leech Seed coming out, and Ho-Oh makes it on the field just fine. We still have the screens up for Aurelien, and now the question is, well, how does Jamie break through Ho-Oh?
Yeah, you've got an option where you can bring in the Miraidon again, and then you can go for those big, powerful electric type attacks. The problem is there that Aurelien could spend that terrestrialization on the Ho-Oh and just take away that weakness. It's going to be able to deal with that Pokemon a lot better in that scenario. Chestnut, on the other hand, is in that same awkward position. It doesn't really want to contend with any Brave Birds. 4 times super effective, that move into the Chestnut, because of its base typing. So maybe a terrestrialization there would help out, would allow Jamie to get that all-important Leech Seed off into the Ho-Oh, or maybe utilize this Calyrex as well to potentially get the Astral Barrage onto that opposite side of the field and take down that Grimmsnarl once and for all.
Yeah, now we will see one of the really nice synergies over on Aurelien's team. They have the option to go for a Prankster Parting Shot, lowering your opponent's attack capabilities and then also repositioning at the same time. So Jamie kind of is forced into that Terra Fire to make Chestnut feel safe against Ho-Oh, but I feel like Aurelien, they have other plans this turn.
Yeah, we do see that Parting Shot you mentioned, Marcus, into the Calyrex. It is going to reduce the special attacking damage on that Pokemon, meaning that Astral Barrage, if it is chosen here, is not going to be that effective, especially into the Ursaluna that has the immunity, and the Ho-Oh that's already very good defensively, and we do see that as the option. Astral Barrage boosted by that Life Orb. Let's see the damage. Nothing at all. The Ho-Oh able to shrug that straight off. Now the Ho-Oh has an option to go for some supporting moves, and it is the Tailwind, a crucial move here for Aurelien. Everything on their side of the field going to be sped up for the next 3 turns.
Yeah, and while it might not allow Ursaluna on Aurelien's side to outspeed Calyrex Shadow Rider, potentially Ursaluna can outpace Chestnut, and since Chestnut was forced into this Terra Fire, now all of a sudden Ursaluna would have super effective damage into Chestnut, and setting up Tailwind, I think Aurelien, they're fine taking Leech Seed this turn. Ho-Oh will still have a lot of HP remaining, and yeah, I feel like now is the time for Aurelien to go for damage. They have this position that they've played for, I feel like, the entire game. and now you could go for like Earthquake and Sacred Fire. You could go for Headlong Rush to ensure that it's not blocked by a White Guard. And yeah, this feels really tough for Jamie.
Yeah, he is in a pinned position here where you think, okay, I can't really... Do I go for the Wide Guard here? It's risky, because if I do, the Headlong Rush comes out, potentially is enough to pick up the knockout onto the Chestnut here. And then you've got the pressure of the Ho-Oh on top of that. The Ho-Oh in that position as well, where it could even switch out at any point, activate that Regenerator ability to get that health back, undo the Leech Seed as well, which Aurelian has set himself up top perfectly in this game. But Double Protect coming out from Jamie's side of the field, just wants to see what options Aurelian has chosen and to tick down the turns of this remaining Tailwind in effect.
Yeah, of course, this is something that really benefits Jamie here, but just for this turn, we'll take a little bit of a recoil from hitting into Spiky Shield. We'll take a little bit of burn damage, some Leech Seed passive damage. So definitely all in Jamie's favor, but Tailwind is still up. Ursaluna is still there, and I feel like dealing with one of Aurelian's Pokemon would be tough at this point, but having both of them next to each other, like, I feel like just Ursaluna or just Ho-Oh could already be enough to take this game one. But yeah, positioning both of them so masterfully makes it really, really difficult for Jamie for sure.
Yeah, and completely pinned in because you don't have a safe switch as we see the Miraidon on the back. Brave Bird coming out, but wow, the defensive capabilities of this Chestnut really showing through here as it's followed up by an Astral Barrage from the Calyrex Shadow Rider. It will be hitting the Ho-Oh only because of the immunity on the Ursaluna. Doing some nice, considerable damage as that stacks up with the Leech Seed chip. The Headlong Rush though, this is a move and it is enough to pick up that Chestnut on Jamie's side of the field.
Yeah, forcing the terrestrialization earlier now comes into play big time with a double up. Maybe Aurelia, maybe they know their Chestnut Calcs better than I do, and they were saying, yeah, you know what, like, it's gonna live Headlong Rush, but if I double up there with a Brave Bird as well, there's no way that it can make it through the turn. And I mean, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Calyrex with a reduced stage of special attack, it's not really threatening that much, but having Ursaluna now against this combination of Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider, that's a huge Pokemon to have. You have immunities against both their strongest moves. And yeah, Calyrex couldn't really afford to terrestrialize into fighting. That might be a way that Jamie usually likes to deal with Ursaluna, with the Terra fighting Terra Blast. But because Chestnut was brought to the battle and was forced to terrestrialize, of course, yeah, Calyrex couldn't afford to. And maybe this is something that Jamie might be thinking about going into Game 2 potentially.
Yeah, and you can see the value of the light screens in particular for Aurelian's side. There's one of those turns remaining here to give a little bit more security against the onslaught that will be coming out. The Brave Bird is going to be the choice of option. Oh? So close to picking up the knockout onto the Calyrex. Barely hangs on, but will be in range now if a Life Orb recall takes effect.
Yes. Yeah, good point. I was like, wait, if you knock out the Ho-Oh here and get the boosts, you're back to neutral, but yeah, you're right. Life Orb is coming into play, and yeah, even if Miraidon was able to knock out Ursaluna potentially with a Draco Meteor, then there's still Grimmsnarl waiting in the back, so you cannot really afford to go for that move. Yeah, Jamie goes for it anyway, maybe just to see the damage rolls, but with a Fairy-type Pokemon in the back, this should be sealed for Aurelian here in Game 1.
Yeah, really, really well executed game plan here from Aurelian. Just make it extremely difficult for Jamie to get any sort of momentum swing here. You can see what Jamie was trying to do, but almost pinned in a lot of situations. I think it was detriment of the Grimmsnarl going down, which then started to limit the number of switching options that Jamie had, and that's when Aurelian kind of was able to put that pin in action and then make it impossible for Jamie to get away or around that Ho-Oh and the Ursaluna. And now, like you say, with the Grimmsnarl on the field, has the immunity to the Draco Meteor. It can just take its time casually to take down this Miraidon on Jamie's side of the field.
Yeah, and then Aurelian also still has Terra available, so they can just, yeah, terrestrialize, and all of a sudden there's two Fairy-type Pokemon on the field. And yeah, with two immunities to Draco Meteor, this battle is over. Jamie taking his time though, thinking about what strategy to go for in the second game.
Yeah, and I think this is the thing. I think you take every moment that you've got available to you, if things don't go well in that first game, to kind of evaluate and say, okay, what did I do wrong? What did I do well here? What could I do differently to tie this match up to potentially take it to a Game 3? But we all, before we close things up, going to get a bit of a crystal show with this Fairy terrestrialization onto the Miraidon. Going to give it that 100% immunity to the oncoming Draco Meteor from Jamie's side of the field. And interestingly enough, we do maybe get to see a speed tiering between the Miraidons. This could could be good information going into the game 2, as the Dazzling Gleam opted for. Probably will be enough single target to take this down, and sealing the deal here for Aurelian to take this match 1-0.
Yeah, nicely done by Aurelia, taking first game. And I think one thing that was really important here was Aurelia managed to really, really limit the impact Grimmsnarl had over on Jamie's side. So choosing their targets wisely, going for the really powerful Volt Switch there, not falling for any of the protect and repositioning attempts from Jamie, I think was really key there for Aurelia. So yeah, Jamie has got to think about a way how to use Grimmsnarl to a little bit more effect. And is Grimmsnarl even the right Pokemon to bring in this scenario?
That's what I was going to ask. I think you look at the Aurelian's got the screen support, the parting shot support, whereas on Jamie's side, you don't really have any of that. You've got Fake Out, you've got Fake Tears, you've got Foul Play, and then you've got Thunder Wave. So really different kind of build for Grimmsnarl, specific to this team, but had no impact in that match. And like I said, during that first game, I feel like once it was on the field, it was a bit more of a detriment to Jamie overall, and it made it easier for Aurelian to kind of cultivate that end board position where they were able to activate the pin, make it difficult for Jamie to have any sort of comeback with that terrestrialization having to be committed on the chest node. Looking through the team, though, on Jamie's side, what adaptations do you think he could make, Marcus, to maybe make things a little bit more difficult for Aurelian going into game 2?
Yeah, I kind of hate to say it, but maybe not bring the Chestnut. I think it was a little bit of a liability just because you had to go for terrestrialization, or else Brave Bird 4 times super effective is just going to knock it out regardless of whether there's a defense boost or not. So yeah, Chestnut kind of acquiring the Terra in that game made it difficult, and I think Jamie might want to force or might want to go for another Terra. It's the Terra Ground Terra Blast actually on Kyrex. Yeah, for a second earlier I thought that was fighting, but yeah, then that also is not a great way to go after Ursaluna. And yeah, Ursaluna matching up so nicely into Miraidon and Calyrex. I mean, in the previous game, Aurelia, they were saying, well, I don't even need Trick Room, right? I'll just bring Grimmsnarl and Ursaluna, and that's just going to be super tough for you already. And I failed to see a good way for Jamie to break through that. So maybe Chestnut is the right bring after all, actually.
Well, we are getting into this game 2. Jamie opting for a lead of Miraidon, and that Grimmsnarl has come back, making a return alongside the tried and tested lead from game 1 for Aurelian in the Grimmsnarl and that Miraidon here.
Yeah, and that is always a little bit awkward here in this Miraidon mirror match. Do you want to go for the terrestrialization right away? Is there going to be a Draco Meteor? For Aurelia, it feels kind of safe to go for Dazzling Gleam, as both Grimmsnarl and Miraidon are weak to it, and Miraidon, well, it could terrestrialize, but there's not going to be a light screen or anything to mitigate the damage right away. However, Fake Out is an option. Now, that's something that Jamie's Grimmsnarl has, and bringing it out right away might help Jamie to maybe get out on top in this turn.
Yeah, well, we are starting off with that terrestrialization. It will be on an Aurelian side of the field now. We'll be into that Fairy Terra type to give the immunity to those big, powerful Draco Meteors. And just like you said, Marcus, the Fake Out is the option from Jamie's Grimmsnarl into the Miraidon. Going to prevent it from attacking this turn, as it's followed up by a light screen from the Grimmsnarl and then followed up with a Volt Switch. Jamie just wants to preserve this Miraidon, position something else in to stop putting pressure onto these 2 Pokemon on Aurelian's side.
Absolutely, yeah. Big turn for Jamie, getting a lot of early damage, and I think he absolutely needs this in this matchup in particular. And yeah, now terrestrialization already used on Aurelia, that allows Jamie to plan the game a little bit better, as they know, okay, Miraidon is now a Fairy type, Ho-Oh is not going to terrestrialize later on, for example. So yeah, now Jamie wants to play towards a situation where he can put Miraidon on the opposite side of Ho-Oh to kind of force damage that way, because besides Ursaluna, now all of a sudden Aurelia probably doesn't have that great ways to switch into those powerful electric type attacks. And yeah, that's definitely something that Jamie could try to exploit.
Yeah, going into this next turn, you've got to worry about your own Grimmsnarl being kind of the target of one of those Dazzling Gleams coming out in preparation for maybe a parting shot that we're seeing from Aurelian side of the field. Yep. We are seeing that protect on the Calyrex, and then followed up by a Thunder Wave that now can paralyze this Miraidon. It's going to really slow it down and have the chance of not being able to attack as well in this game. So that parting shot going into the Calyrex there blocked this turn, and that Dazzling Gleam going to be coming out. It is boosted by that Terra type. Is it going to be enough to pick up the Grimmsnarl? You would imagine probably so.
Yeah, it should, but I think Jamie is totally okay with that trade because, well, you got Thunder Wave off, boosting Hex's power on Calyrex, but also you can now probably bring out Miraidon and set up a situation where you can go for a double knockout potential. Or maybe just one knockout would be good. But one thing that I want to point out is the fact that we have some sort of like Discharge and Terra Ground option available here for Jamie. This is one of the hidden synergies in Jamie's team that we didn't talk about yet. But Discharge and a couple of ground-type Terras, not something we've seen so much with Miraidon in the previous regulation. But if Miraidon joins the field now, you could go for a Terra Ground, actually, on Calyrex. Maybe you take Parting Shot, but then whatever comes in would have to take powerful Discharge. However, and we've talked about this before, Aurelien has Ursaluna potentially waiting in the back, and that is the perfect Pokemon for this specific situation, staring down a Calyrex Shadow Rider and a Choice Specs Miraidon. Yeah, and I think that's what Jamie's got to be very careful of, that Ursaluna coming onto the field for free and getting that Flame Orb activation once again like we saw in Game 1. It could happen here. It's, like you say, the perfect time for it to come out. But at the same time, if you leave Miraidon on the field, is there potential there for that Hex to pick up the knockout, followed up by that Discharge? And the nice thing about the Discharge is it has that 30% additional effect. Yep. Paralyze the target, which pairs up so well with that Hex, making that double damage, making it a very strong threat, even if that Parting Shot has played its part in slightly weakening the Calyrex on Jamie's side. And even though there is Ursaluna on Aurelia's side, the one thing that Jamie has going for him is the fact there's only one Ursaluna, so it can only be on either slot. And if you can target down the other slot, Jamie should be able to claim one, if not two KOs this turn, but going for the Terra Electric really shows us that he has different plans. There's the Parting Shot, though, and it isn't into the Calyrex this turn. It is into the Miraidon. Wanting to weaken that Pokemon, and right choice, really, when you see the Terastallization committed to that Pokemon from Jamie's side of the field. It doesn't appear as though we'll see maybe the Discharge come out, but anything else would be very, very strong into that Miraidon on Aurelian's side of the field. There's the Astral Barrage. Of course, that Ursaluna, a perfect switching, going to have the immunity to that move and do some alright damage, but protected by that light screen, going to weaken that a little bit further, followed up by that Electro Drift, and it will be the double into the Miraidon here. Great choice, because if you go into that Ursaluna, it's a wasted attack, but it survived! Wait a second, Miraidon hangs on, and this Dazzling Gleam will do a ton of damage, as, yeah, Jamie's Pokemon are pretty frail here. Wow, over half to the Calyrex, and also Miraidon. Yeah, didn't expect to take a move this turn. Wow, yeah, that is a huge survival. That light screen paying dividends here and allowing the Miraidon to get that very valuable Dazzling Gleam off onto the Calyrex and the Miraidon. So really good Terastallization from Jamie to take away that Fairy type weakness, but now you've committed to that. You're locked into Electro Drift. You can only go for one target here. And it is an easy slot to go for, but because of that, you want to preserve it for later on, switching it out and bringing something a little bit more optimal in that Chestnut. But the imperative thing here is to get rid of that Miraidon before it can fire off another Dazzling Gleam, because that Chestnut will not enjoy dealing with that attack. Absolutely, but Aurelien is saying, well, you know what, I don't want to give Miraidon up just yet, because Calyrex Shadow Rider, of course, would get a boost to their special attack if they got a KO here, and that is what Jamie tried to do, just going for a regular Terra Blast. Also not something we see too often, but Ho-Oh takes that like a champion. Ursaluna goes for Earthquake, perfectly identifying that, well, something's going down. You can switch in Chestnut, but it won't be able to go for Wide Guard until the next turn. And now, once again, Aurelien has established this position. Ursaluna next to Ho-Oh, that is so tough to break for Jamie. Yeah, the one thing that you'd say that Jamie's got going for them here is the fact that they have the Miraidon. It has Terastallized, it has got the Electric Train set up, and it is going to threaten that Ho-Oh very, very strongly this next turn, potentially picking up a knockout with something like the Electro Drift. If you can do that, you can then protect your Chestnut in turn, but, you know, there is 4 Pokemon still active on Aurelian's side of the field, so preserving that Pokemon is key, and why we're seeing it switch out in this situation. And the Ursaluna in that spot as well, it does have to be careful because Body Press could be quite detrimental here. Yeah, now I don't know the exact calculations on Body Press, but if Ursaluna is in KO range of Body Press, then I mean, the play is clear for Jamie. You Electro Drift into the one Pokemon, and then you Body Press Ursaluna. And that is something that is not that easy to stop for Aurelien here. Throwing in Miraidon, saying, well, it's at 11 HP. I don't need Miraidon anymore. There's no more like boosts I need to deny or anything. But taking out Miraidon now, Jamie, slowly but steadily, maybe crawling back into this game. Aurelien has already terrestrialized, so there's no Terra Ghost threat on Ursaluna in this game. And yeah, I don't know. Do you think Ursaluna can take a body press from this range?
Well, I think that the timing of the Miraidon switch was really well done, because it removes that electric terrain, which is in turn kind of weakening that electric drift. And then if you pair that with maybe a light screen or reflect from this Grimmsnarl, if it's got enough to be able to get which one do you choose though? Because I think you've only going to be able to get one, and it's key here, and it is that reflect. It is going to be helping against that body press. Now we see the electric drift. It will be into the Grimmsnarl. This will be enough, and it opens the door for that Ho-Oh to come back onto the field.
Yeah, really, really nice play by Aurelien. If Ursaluna can take body press, Ursaluna will be able to knock out Miraidon, and then Ho-Oh just takes the game. So this is what it comes down to. How much will body press do behind the reflect?
Oh! Huge survival here. The reflect coming in massive, and the facade coming out, picking up the knockout on the Miraidon. The one way that Jimmy had a clear view to victory against the Ho-Oh that's lurking in the back for Aurelien. Now going to be able to come onto the field and really put the pressure on that Chestnut that does not have access to that terrestrialization.
And now I'm going to say a sentence that I didn't think I was going into this tournament, but of course with Jamie Boyd involved, you never know. Ho-Oh in a perfect position to take down this Chestnut. And Aurelien will come out as the victor of this game, but not before Jamie throws in just another round of Spiky Shield this turn.
Yeah, and that's just trying to prolong things out. I think it'll be interesting to see the Brave Bird damage. You think it 4 times super effective, even with that defense boost from the Electric Seed. It will be enough to take that Pokemon down, close this up. Probably see the Ursaluna go down to the burn damage now, and obviously the residual from the Spiky Shield, but that's fine, because I think the only Pokemon that you need in this position is that Ho-Oh, and it's testament to Aurelien to be able to preserve that Pokemon till the very end, till it really mattered, and be against the big threat on Jamie's side, which could be the one thing that he relies on to close games up in that Chestnut. Having the terrestrialization committed elsewhere really puts it in a very vulnerable position. Aurelien looks like is going to seal it up with that Brave Bird, more than enough to take this game and lock up match 3. Absolutely incredible here from Aurelien to win against what is such a tough opponent in Jimmy Boyd, but so well controlled throughout. You know, there was situations in that game 1 and game 2 where it looked like Jamie was trying to maybe get a foothold, but Aurelien just putting blocks in place and pins in place every single step of the way, and having the game plan, the end game in mind, and being able to execute so perfectly.
Yeah, and I think one thing that we could learn from this is just, I mean, we knew already how important it is to terrestrialize the right Pokemon in the right moment. But once again, in this battle, I thought that Aurelien always had was like one step ahead with that. In game 1, we saw how forcing out a terrestrialization on Chestnut meant that later on, yeah, you couldn't really terrestrialize anything else, right, or your attackers. And then in game 2, things went a little bit differently. Jamie this time going for an offensive terrestrialization, using Miraidon, which did so much damage over the course of this battle. But yeah, with the screen support, Aurelien really shrugging off that damage more than once. Had a couple of key Pokemon surviving moves, and yeah, taking home the series.
Yeah, and you saw how valuable that screen support was, especially the Miraidon. I think the Dazzling Gleam damage in game 2, where it hung on with 11 HP after the double up into that slot, was so pivotal, and you can see how well Aurelien kind of utilized that terrestrialization, identifying that the Fairy Terra typing would be valuable in this game, and then locking in with those Dazzling Gleams, and not really phased by the paralysis that came out onto it, or anything that was in front of it danger-wise, because that Grimmsnarl was there positioned with those screens and allowed it to just sit and just get that constant damage, which was just enough to get that end game cultivated.
Yeah, and Ho-Oh does it again. It had a really good performance in Milwaukee already. And maybe at this point, slowly but steadily, I mean, Ho-Oh will rise up in the ranks on everyone's tier lists, as people are still trying to figure out how strong is each of the individual restricted Pokemon. And Ho-Oh, once again, proving that, players are onto something with it, I think.
Yeah,
and,
definitely.
Aurelien moving on to 3-0.
Yeah, especially against when you think, oh, it's terrible against Miraidon, it's a Terra Hog, well, I think that was a great example to say, but it doesn't need to be.
Yep.
You don't need to. You can utilize these support Pokemon around it and take it off the field when it is in those dangerous positions and activate that regenerability, kind of come in, soak up. That's one of the reasons why I love it so much. It wastes your opponent's damage almost by undoing it. A bit like what Amoonguss does, but just doing it like 10 times better. We can have a look at Ho-Oh here on the overlay, and you can see how its stats kind of allow it to be that strong, and its typing as well. It's just such a... I love it. I love it. I can't speak highly enough about it, and it's great to see it doing well in this format.
Yeah, and having this super high special defense, that of course means that it can take on a lot of threats in Regulation I, like for example Calyrex Shadow Rider, also like potentially Terrapagos, and also sometimes Miraidon. Of course, that is the one Pokemon that you really want to watch out for if you're using Ho-Oh. But other than that, I mean, yeah, this might force players to look into moves like Stealth Rocks. Of course, that is something that has really, in other formats, has really caused a lot of problems for a Pokemon like Ho-Oh.
Especially with the Regenerator, where you're wanting to switch it in and out all the time. You're getting punished really heavily if you're wanting to do that with that Pokemon, and then you are forcing it to almost be that Terra Hog and Terrasilize to get around that residual damage that would be set up from an opponent. So it's, like you say, it's really good because you've got all these different elements that you can start thinking about if something like Ho-Oh does become popular in the format.
Yeah. And I think if I were to prepare for a tournament right now, I would definitely consider Ho-Oh as well, as this format is shaping out more and more, and we get more and more of an idea of what you will have to expect when going into one of these tournaments.
It seems daunting, though, doesn't it?
It's got to be on your list, right?
It has to be. It feels daunting because of the fact, I think, of the Miraidon so popular.
Yeah, the number one restricted Pokemon in the usage, and you're weak to that, but yeah, you can still make it work somehow.
Yeah, and I think that the options like the Grimmsnarl there really help out. I love the Parting Shot. I think Parting Shot, one of those options that we see commonly used on Incineroar, because it allows it to go after everything, and you get almost a free switch into whatever you want that's in the back without taking any damage. But that priority, the Parting Shot, it has a lot of different elements to it, which I think really help punish opposing threats even more, because, you could get it off into a Miraidon if you've got Ho-Oh next to you, where you can weaken the Miraidon slightly, which might be enough between, surviving and then not. It worked so well into that Calyrex and put so much pressure onto that Pokemon as well to weaken those Astral Barrages, and then you've got the Ursaluna as well on top of that, which is... it's a really good construction, and we've only seen, I think, a little bit of it.
Yeah.
So hopefully we get to see a little bit more from Aurelion as the broadcast goes on this weekend.
Yeah, and we didn't really get to see this like perfect synergy between priority Parting Shot and Regenerator on Ho-Oh.
Yeah,
something you can do is like you switch out, you regenerate, heal up the Ho-Oh, you go for Parting Shot,
get it back in,
get Ho-Oh back in, take very little damage, and then you can like repeat the process. Of course, that's not advancing your board state like that much, but it allows you sometimes to reposition maybe into that really dangerous combination, Ho-Oh and Ursaluna. Looking at Aurelion's team, usually you would think, okay, Ursaluna, like that is a Trick Room mode, a dedicated Trick Room mode there that you have on the team with Farigiraf, maybe against Calyrex Shadow Rider teams, but no. Aurelion had other plans there and showed how you don't have to bring Ursaluna in Trick Room. If you have the screens as a support, then Ursaluna can also do a lot of work even without being the fastest Pokemon in the field.
Yeah, exactly that. And that kind of diversity with the team and how it's been intricately built is one of the great things to see. And like I say, hopefully we get to see more of Aurelion this weekend. I'm sure we will. But what better way to find out a bit more about the player, about the team, than going over to an interview with themselves. Aurelion is ready for that interview after their win in round Swiss 3.
Thanks, Lee. Yes, of course, Aurelion, congratulations on that incredible win versus a very strong player in such a convincing fashion as well.
Thanks.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good. Honestly, I wasn't feeling too confident going into this tournament. Obviously, it's too early to say I've done well, but this definitely gives me a bit of confidence back.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you've maybe not been to some of the more recent regional level events, but you've been to the European International Championships, I believe. How did you do there?
Yeah, I've been at EOIC. I didn't do so well. I went 5-3. I didn't make it to day 2. And I was out before the last one as well, so it didn't go so well.
But I think your talents seem to really shine in a restricted format as well, where you've got obviously the finalists at NAIC last year with Terapagos and Grimmsnarl, a very bulky sort of team. And this team seems to be a little bit similar as well in its way it functions as well. Can you tell me a little bit about the team that you brought today?
Yeah, I didn't build it. I took the original version from Adi, so shout out to him. But so yeah, I picked this team like specifically because I feel like it plays to my strength. Like playing Grimmsnarl and Miraidon, I have some experience with as well. I brought it to UIC, even though, as I said, it didn't go so well. So yeah, that's why I picked the team mostly, because it was like comfortable for me. Yeah,
it seems really strong. I think Adi got 9th at Milwaukee, I think a couple of weeks ago. So sounds like a really good option. So going into the matchup with Jamie though, where it was against Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider, is that a matchup that you had maybe practiced or had to kind of think up on the fly?
I think I've played against some like Miraidon, Calyrex Shadow on the ladder, but none looked remotely close to that.
Yeah.
Honestly, when I saw the 6, I was like, I think my matchup's pretty good. But then when I saw the detailed team list, I was like, oh, it's Terraground Calyrex, maybe that could be bad. And oh, it's Covercloak Grimmsnarl. So when I saw the list, I was a bit less confident, but I was like, I can just play what I was going to do like before seeing the list, like what I thought of just seeing the 6 and see how it goes, and it went pretty well. I do think the matchup is good for me.
What do you think of the Chestnut?
I mean, I guess it makes sense. It caught me, sorry, don't quote me on that, but I think Jamie might have used it before. Also, I think it might have been the Belgium set, or was that someone else? That might have been someone else. But I think it makes sense. Honestly, with like how good like Ursaluna is and OR like just not beats it, I think just not like makes sense. And also like Wild Guard is obviously like generally good in restricted formats, and like here it could be annoying to block Gleam, even though that didn't come up in the game. So
yeah, of course. And it was really well played as well, where you seem to have the same game plan each game to kind of set the Tailwind mode rather than go kind of the Trick Room sort of mode. What was your decision behind that?
I don't know. I don't think that like Trick Room mode is like that good into that team. I mean, I guess maybe it could have been tried, but I don't know. I feel like first off I need to get the Trick Room up, which isn't like that easy to do, and then I need to have it like not get like stalled out. So but just not mostly. So yeah, I felt like that mode was better, and yeah, like it, and I feel like the like practice confirms that. So
yeah, sure, okay. Now, obviously, last year at Utrecht, you were the finalist. You kind of almost got that win. So, as if I need to ask, what's your goal for this weekend?
I mean, obviously, I'd love to win, but I mean, mostly it's like I'd like a finish that gives me enough points to like still be in the race for invites, because I'm not too well off currently. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. I mean, as always, I just do my best, and so far it'll go.
Excellent, a really good attitude to have. And Aurelion, do you have any shout-outs you'd like to give?
Yeah, I have lots. So as always, shout outs to my parents for always like coming to events with me and supporting me, and like everyone who's supporting me. Also, like as I said, like Adi for building the original team and posting it on YouTube. And finally, big shout outs to my friends at school who I think are watching. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Amazing, Aurelion. Well, we'll let you get ready for round 4 here at the Utrecht Special Championships. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Kevin has shown us just why he is one of the most awarded junior champions in Pokemon video game history.
Let's hear it for our video game junior champion, Kevin Hart!
My strategy was to stay calm and relaxed and overall play well, and also be completely fine with losing, but only take one game at a time. I was worried a lot about Miraidon and Calyrex Shadow Rider, because when you're using a Calyrex Ice Rider team, those are always your 2 toughest matchups. My team is very balance-like, so you can't just like lead the same Pokemon every single time and win every single game. You actually have to think through the leads and think through the Pokemon, but if you do that, you get a big reward, and it's really just nice. And my MVP would be Calyrex Ice Rider, as it's my restricted and it did the most heavy work.
There's no wide guard! Zamazetsu didn't click the wide guard, and Rillaboom takes the whole brunt of that hit! That's gonna be a one-hit KO and an attack boost for Calyrex!
My strategy didn't really change, because it got me through day 1, and I thought that if I just kept doing it, it might work.
Kevin Hahn, the reigning EUIC and NAIC champion this season. So that would be quite the trifecta if he could cap the season with the Worlds win.
My finals was the most difficult match through the entire tournament because being on stage is already stressful enough, but to be down a game right after is even more stressful.
And this is not the first time Kevin Hahn has had his back against the wall. Tatsuomi one game away from becoming the Juniors Division World Champion here in Honolulu, but Kevin Hahn, of course, might have something to say about that.
My most memorable moment on the stage was taking deep breaths after I lost game 1 and then pulling it back.
Take that high horsepower, resisting it, but the critical hit Thunderbolt means Iron Treads can't survive the turn.
As soon as one of the last turns in game 3, my Draco Meteor hit the Iron Treads, I knew I had won because it always knocks out, and I have Calyrex Ice Rider to beat the Rillaboom in the back.
But with a Calyrex Ice Rider waiting in the wings, will it have enough in the tank to take all 3 of these KOs?
That's the forfeit, and Kevin Hahn throughout the season has proved he's the best junior in the world, EUIC champion, NAIC champion, and now world champion in the Juniors Division for the Pokemon video game.
What's up, Pokemon trainers, and welcome to the Pop-Up Pokemon Center here at the European International Championships at the XL London. Hey, Amandine, how's it going?
I'm just in the living room today.
Yeah, I mean, check out all these amazing plushies. Which one's your favorite?
Probably the sleeping Flareon is the hero. It's just so cute.
Oh, so cute. No way. All the Jumbo plush? You've got to be kidding me. We've got the Psyduck, the Slowpoke. Okay, that's my favorite. The Piplup and the Lucario. I mean, what more is there to want here? Oh.
Oh, hey, Rosemary. Didn't see you there. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you, Spraggles?
I'm doing amazing. I'm just enjoying Arcanine's beautiful hair and its volume.
I mean, you definitely know.
One day, I'll get there.
Oh, hey, Boo, how's it going?
Going pretty well. I'm looking at all these beautiful play mats.
They are pretty amazing.
Yep, all these super exclusive, just for EUIC international play mats.
I love that. The play mats are really cool. There's notebooks. There's kind of a lot here. How amazing is this? This is the Pokemon Center at EUIC. I'm gonna see you guys later because I'm about to go shopping.
My name is Simon van der Borgt, also known as Schmon, and I am a VGC player, organizer, judge, anything you want really, because I love VGC that much. But next to VGC, I also play TCG, I play a little bit of Pokemon GO as well, I dabbled in Pokken as well, but ultimately I do prefer VGC. When people are talking to me about judging, I always try to tell them about how happy it does make you to be able to provide something for other people, because in the end that makes me a very happy person. And you get great experiences at regionals where judges make jokes with you, you're happy to see them again, and it's fun to be able to see judges, players, and even staff again, time and time again, and say hi as if you're honestly one big Pokemon family. Typically, for judges at locals, it is a bit more fun where players come to you and tell you about their games, what went well, what went wrong, did they make a mistake, and then you can actually try and think with them and you can try and help them improve, which is a really great feeling. And even at regional level, that can also happen where a lot of players are just do want to talk to you and want to talk about their last game, and where you're just able to provide input without having a competitive mindset, so you're just the ultimate backup to them. The reason I think I spend a lot of time on Pokemon is because I, at its core, just really love playing Pokemon. I love playing the TCG, I love playing Pokemon GO, I love playing VGC, I love all of these games, and Pokemon has been by my side since I was young, and it's still by my side. And I love absolutely being able to introduce people time and time again to Pokemon and seeing their face lit up as well with the amount of enjoyment that they have. So I just love Pokemon.
Hey Pokemon trainers, we are back at the Utrecht Special Championships where we're shortly getting into round 4. My name is David Partington. I have the absolute pleasure of being joined by Lou Actros-Chromie on the desk with me here this weekend. How are you feeling, Lou?
Honestly, I'm feeling great. So far, this tournament has been incredible to watch. I just was able to spend the last round keeping an eye on the broadcast, but also just walking around the venue and soaking up some of that incredible atmosphere.
Yeah, it's been really nice, hasn't it? And I was actually able to chat to Simon, who we've just featured on that judge highlight there as well, who's not doing so hot at the moment. He was 0-2 when I last chatted to him, but does mean he could absolutely still win it all and get into that day 2.
I think I've got a little bit of a theme going on right now. Every single time I come on the broadcast as a trainer from my recent local, we had Nick from the first round we showed, and now we've just had Simon, who I actually played in that local and was victorious over. I'm just going to drop that in there, my one little victory in a long time. It was a very good game, very good game.
Well, do you want to share what you were using?
I was using Groudon, which I know you'll be excited to hear.
Yes.
I was running a really interesting team with Lunala, Groudon, and some Gravity shenanigans with a Sableye, because I do not trust those Precipice Blades to connect without it.
Wow, that sounds pretty scary, actually, to me. Because, yeah, you're right, because I think it puts a lot of players off those slightly more inaccurate moves, which something like Calyrex doesn't really have. But if you can suddenly turn that against your opponents and make it even hit the flying types as well, like Ho-Oh, I guess.
It was great. And
be very
Lunala
powerful.
was also running Hypnosis. So when there wasn't a Miraidon running around with that electric terrain, that was also a nice little strategy. But if, you know, you speak to Simon again later on, he will tell you that Groudon was terrible in that game, and he had a lot of fun getting that off the field throughout our set.
So I need to take some notes, Lou. That sounds pretty good to me, because I was running Groudon in the GC, and that was also really fun. Slightly
What
different
set were you running?
Assault Vest.
Oh, okay.
Because of the coverage moves it gets crunch for all those Lunala, so that was really fun to use. And I also ran Stone Edge for all the Ho-Oh as well.
Yeah, that's true. That's a really nice big damage you can get through as well. What Terra type were you running on it?
Fire.
Oh, okay, so then you can deal extra damage there. I was running Terra Ground with a Choice Band. You can see where this is going. I was only ever clicking Precipice Blades. There were 3 other moves on there, but they were obsolete.
A nice, easy team to just click the buttons and go.
Yeah, it was my first local in a long time, and I wanted to check out some of the, you know, double restricted meta we've got going on ahead at this tournament. And it was great to see so many different types of restricted pairs being used out there. There was a lot of Zamazenta at this local, a lot of Miraidon and Lunala, obviously, but it was great to be able to see how the team synergized together.
Amazing, and also good to see how other players are kind of adapting to your local scene as well.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, you can have so much fun at those locals, can't you, really? Like,
Yeah.
I've got a local at Southampton in the UK as well, which I have a lot of fun at too, with a lot of good players there who turn up, and it's a really good opportunity to kind of try out those little bit more unusual picks, like yourself, Lou, which I'm actually kind of happy to dodge there, I think.
Yeah, little Sableye can get up to a few tricks. It's very good over in Pokemon GO, so I'm trying to make it a thing over here in, you know, the Pokemon video game.
Okay, yeah, well, we'll see if our top players have also been able to put those on too as we get into the rest of our day here. I think it was a really good match in that round 3 there, where we saw Jamie Boyd and Aurelion Sula, 2 really highly accomplished players, absolutely play it out with their 2 Miraidon teams, but both putting a little bit of a unique spin on it with that Ho-Oh for Aurelion, like we've already mentioned, and Jamie Boyd having that Calyrex Shadow Rider.
Well, I think in Milwaukee as well, you know, day 1, the broadcast actually showed quite a lot of Ho-Oh, but everyone who was kind of using it was saying, nah, I just kind of wanted to use Ho-Oh, it was an idea, I don't know how strong it's going to be. There was doubt, put it that way. There was doubt around Ho-Oh. And then day 2 rolled around, and Ho-Oh was still doing incredibly well, and then we've seen it going from strength to strength throughout this regulation so far, that I think Ho-Oh wasn't so much of a rogue pick, it actually is here to stay.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense, really. That massive special defense stat allows it to take on so many of those big attacks. Like the Lunala Miraidon teams, both special attackers. Suddenly, if you can tear out of that electric weakness, you're taking those hits so comfortably and then healing it all off again. And so you can team gonna really get that rotating door of Pokemon.
Oh, yeah.
With the parting shot and the regenerator, getting that all back up, which I think Marcus was mentioning on stream earlier. It's just a really powerful option. And we could see how Jamie Boyd's team into that earlier in our round 3 was just not enough. It was just missing out KOs, despite like Life Orb and the choice specs and things, it just wasn't punching through with the light screen and the parting shot being able to kind of control how much damage the opponent's doing.
Exactly, and of course we've been talking a little bit about some of our experiences we've had and some of the teams we've been enjoying, but using social media you guys can get involved with us as well and let us know maybe what teams you're cooking up at home, what teams you're looking at here and are, you know, intrigued by, and obviously who you're rooting to win the tournament as well. You can use that hashtag #PlayPokemon and reach out to us on all the social medias you see on the channel here to share your pictures of maybe some watch parties you're doing, share some pictures of some cats. I always love to see Pokemon pets in action as well, particularly the cats, and you know, any Gastrodon art, I will always accept that. Art of other Pokemon is also highly encouraged.
Oh, 100%, yeah, and let us know if you're rooting for a certain player here as well, or maybe what you used in the Grand Challenge, how you did there too, because we're always interested to see that as well, because obviously there are thousands of players who play in the Grand Challenge as well, and obviously we can't really feature much of that at all, so thanks to Federico Camporesi here, we are able to see exactly what went on in that amazing tournament over last weekend.
And this is his second GC win this season. Talk about the consistency, because this is a best-of-1 closed team sheet format. It's very, very different to what you have here in your local, regional, international scene. So it's incredible to see Federico, who's also such an established player in the competitive sphere at these events, to be able to turn the skills to this different format. The team is insane, and I'm really happy about my consistency this season. I think you deserve to be proud of that, Federico.
Yeah, 100% there. And interestingly to see the team as well, it's not something that's like, oh my gosh, this is completely different.
It's not too wild.
But you can just kind of take on those little surprises there, which makes a huge difference, because you've got such an advantage if you go in with a team that people, on the face of it, seem familiar with. Then they expect a certain thing, and then you switch that around and surprise them with something. So like that Covert Cloak on Grimstyle.
Yes.
It's a really nice pick there, because on the standard composition for this 6, you might expect that Light Clay to extend the duration of those screens, but so it should be a, say, fake out target, but suddenly Covert Cloak is there, catches them off guard, and suddenly you can still get an attack off there, which is really cool.
I think it's the same for that choice band as well on the Urshifu, and I wonder which Urshifu variant was actually being run within this team. I would assume the Rapid Strike variant, just to be able to have that water type coverage, but I think with the choice band as well, sometimes you might have calculated, okay, I can hang on after 1 Surging Strikes, but then with the choice band calculation, maybe you can't, and because it's best of 1, there's no room for adaptations.
Yeah, and with best of 3 here in this regional.
Yes.
And we've got a lot of opportunity for open team sheets where you can see if a Pokemon can protect. And suddenly if your choice band in the GC, your opponent still has to think, can they protect? And then suddenly a massively huge damaging move comes out, and then maybe it's too late to even recognize it when it happens.
Exactly, you have to make those calls on kind of your gut instinct within this type of tournament as well. But it's also sometimes a bit more of a relaxed environment. You can obviously play at home with your cat beside you. You're noticing a theme with me at this event. I mean, I definitely did enjoy playing some of my GC games with my cat alongside, sometimes encouraging me to pick Incineroar every time.
That's a very intelligent cat, honestly, because I think that's probably what you should do every single time.
It's a good choice, you know, it's #1 in the stats for a reason.
Pick a cat for your team, to then pick another cat for your team.
Yes, but I also then wasn't allowed to do too much damage to the opposing Incineroar, so there was a bit of an emotional dilemma here.
Oh no, but despite that, you were still able to get around it. And
yeah, you know, you win some, you lose some, let's put it that way.
Les Gimli, always a favorite as well.
Yeah.
Imagine how much CP that cat would have if they could actually compete.
That could be, you know, the future of competitive Pokemon.
Cat points as well.
Yes. Oh, it already works, you know. Manifesting some things for the future potentially. But of course, the action here is still going through at the Special Championships here in Utrecht. And I want to ask you, David, coming into this, what restricted pair do you think, not necessarily is going to win, but you would like to see come on and have a moment in the spotlight? Because we've seen this before with Ho-Oh, and obviously I always think of like from Joey's team in Milwaukee, where there were all of these future Pokemon that we weren't expecting to see Iron Bundle, for example. Which Pokemon restricted, or otherwise, let's go otherwise, do you really want to see have a moment?
Like a pairing.
It can be a pairing, some
together.
synergy or something.
So I've obviously talked a lot about Groudon.
Yeah.
And my kind of favoritism towards that a little bit at the moment. Despite it not doing like hugely amazingly for myself in the Grand Challenge. But like it's something that I think can pair with a lot of Pokemon really well. Just like Koraidon has, sets up the sun and can really boost up the power of those Paradox Pokemon with the photosynthesis ability. And we've seen Koraidon with lots with Lunala, for instance. I think Groudon can do that same thing. Because in the restricted format that we had back in, say, 2019, saw Groudon Lunala a little bit around there too.
It was great, yeah.
Yeah, so Lunadon it was used to be called.
Yeah, such a lovely name.
And it was a really nice pairing because Lunala could provide speed control in lots of different forms, and Groudon could really make use of that. But now we've got a format where there are a lot more Pokemon that can benefit from the sun.
That's so true.
If you don't want to go with Koraidon, which is weak to Fairy, and the most common like Fairy type user is ironically Miraidon right now, with like Dazzling Gleam.
That's true, and the Terra Fairy.
Exactly, whereas if you're running Groudon, you instantly are going to be able to survive any Draco Meteors and those electric type moves as well. So I would love to see players switch to that slightly to kind of really throw off these Miraidon teams.
You know, if you weren't already a Groudon believer before that, I think you absolutely have to be now, because I know Koraidon is kind of the hot Pokemon at the moment. Everyone's picking to set the sun for the photosynthesis abilities on those, you know, past Paradox Pokemon. I get that, and I get that it's speedier than Groudon, but Groudon is the, you know, original, powerful, sun-setter, ground-type Pokemon that could deal damage, and I do think it still does have a place within the meta. It just maybe hasn't been found quite yet, but it has potential, just like you've demonstrated.
Yeah, it definitely does. Now, I have to ask you the same, Lou.
What am I looking forward to?
Yeah,
well, I mean,
restricted Pokemon.
I do quite like Groudon myself, but I also like a little buddy called Gastrodon. And I'm going to do my little spiel about Gastrodon right now, because it's not mad, I promise. The last time we had a really big double restricted format was 2022, and, you know, at the World Championships, the world's winning team had a Gastrodon. Okay?
True.
Gastrodon has always done pretty well in double restricted formats. It can provide a lot of good you know, support and things like that. So I think it's really interesting to have that Pokemon choice coming in potentially. I know we're not seeing a lot of it right yet now, but someone somewhere will remember 2022 and put it on their team, and it will be a notable Pokemon indeed.
I like it. There's not a lot of grass-type moves going around, so I think it could be the pick here once again, Lou. I know you pitch it every time, but this time it actually could be. But we're shortly getting into our round 4 here. We have some notable matches for you to have a look at, to see what is going on right now in the arena here in Utrecht. And there you could see 4 very hype matches there, and that very top one is what we will be featuring for our round 4.
Yeah, still not seeing a Gastrodon, but I know it's out there. I can definitely highlight Giuseppe's team here. We got a Porygon too, okay, and a Terrapagos. Terrapagos is one of these Pokemon that I think a lot of trainers have been trying to use, and it's been getting a lot of top placements. We are seeing it in the top 8 and top 4, but we're not seeing it get that big win yet. And I wonder if in a double restricted format where you can counterbalance with something like the Calyrex Ice Rider, it might be able to have its moment in the spotlight. It's just a difficult Pokemon to get set up.
Yeah, it really is. You've got to have so many of those really important supporting pieces to be able to actually do that, which is why we commonly quite stick with lots of Fake Out, lots of Intimidate, lots of Speed Control as well, lots of Light Screen Reflect, Redirection. All of that Terrapagos really benefits from here. And it's often up to the opponent to try and break through all of that in some sort of way. So Ghost types that are immune to Fake Out, like Lunala obviously, and ways to just hit it for absolutely maximum damage, like Koraidon, for instance, which we might see a little bit of here.
Yes, and Robbie as well, one of our trainers to watch for this special championship. It's going to be great to be able to get them onto the broadcast and showcase a little bit what they can do. A player who was very notable in the senior division, and since coming up into Masters division has also just been at that same top level. Running a really kind of good team in the sense of you've got that Koraidon that can set up the sun for the Fluttermane and the Raging Bolt on there as well that can benefit with their photosynthesis ability. So that's really good synergy that's in there. But then again, you've got that nice offensive power that you can also get from the Lunala. So I'm really looking forward to seeing what this team can do.
Yeah, 100% here. And just having a little look at the rest of the matches here as well. We might have Nicolaj Hoy-Nielsen as well a little bit later on. Seems to be running their, like, signature Sneasler here in the restricted format. Exactly. Alongside that Miraidon to be able to make use of that Electric Seed activating, and then activating that Unburden ability that Sneasler has too to absolutely make it so blisteringly fast.
But I love this as well because we know that trainer's so well versed with Sneasler as well that regardless of the regulation, they want to keep it front and center on their team, and I really love to see that dedication to a favorite Pokemon. Let's move on to the stage, however. Both of our trainers are seated and ready. I'm really looking forward to seeing how these teams are going to shape up and diving into them a little bit more, because even though a lot of the Pokemon, maybe on Robbie's side, are conventional, I wonder if the sets and the builds are going to be as conventional as they look on paper.
Yeah, that's a good question, because you can prep so much for a certain Pokemon, like we talked about in the GC. You know, you've got 6 sprites there that show you exactly what Pokemon you're going to bring, but there's so much variability that any trainer can put on. Items, abilities, moves, everything, or even one slight little change could twist a matchup on its head.
And Giuseppe as well, a regional champion in Stuttgart from 2018, as well as lots of notable top finishes, top 8 in Bochum 2023. Then we've got top 4 Barcelona Special Championships, top 4 Lille regionals this season. So much consistency, but from this season alone, it's still missing that champion title.
They are, certainly. So really clinging onto it at the moment now. And of course, both of these trainers are going to be really wanting as much championship points as they can as we enter the final stages of our championship season here before Worlds in August as well. So any extra win at the moment is going to be really crucial for either of these trainers, even in round 4 here, as they're both still undefeated, but both still may not make it into day 2 unless they keep winning.
And with Worlds being the goal, you know, Robbie has experience of being a finalist in the senior division at the 2023 World Championships. I remember that in Yokohama. It was just such an incredible World Championships, and then was able to come off the back of that and take LAIC in that division. Now leveling up, we've got this 2025 season, or again, with lots of top finishes, but Robbie, I think, wants to get closer to those podium finishes as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of great accolades there, and also recent as well here too. Giuseppe, though, also a little bit of a veteran there. That 2018 Stuttgart Regional Champion, as you said, Lou, too, is showing that he's still got a lot of experience behind him there too, but maybe the youth outshines the experience here. We'll have to see. I hope not, to be honest, because as we're getting a little bit older too, I kind of hope that we've still got it in us too. But here is Giuseppe's team, that Calyrex, that Terrapagos, and there's a few of those interesting picks and on those moves there, Lou, especially that knockoff on that Ogerpon is really interesting.
Yeah, the knockoff on the Ogerpon, really nice move to be able to obviously deal some super effective damage to the ghost types. Predominantly Lunala, I think, is going to be the target there. But I also want to talk about this Incineroar. Lee and I were talking about the kind of transition we've seen of Incineroar running that Terra Bug for some nice defensive support from ground type attacks. But also look at this Incineroar. It's also running knockoff, so Giuseppe really wants to deal with these ghost type Pokemon. But at the same time, it's running the supportive moves of Parting Shot and Will-O-Wisp as well. No Flare Blitz on here. It's only really attacking move is indeed that knockoff.
Yeah, so it's just really out there to kind of support a lot of teams. You might want to have a lot of utility out of knockoff too, to be able to knock off a Choice Specs, for instance, or you want to knock off a Clear Amulet so that you of a opposing Calyrex Ice, so then you can start to Parting Shot and Intimidate it, for instance. So I think it's a really nice option there, which kind of, because so many Pokemon rely on their items to be able to do that sort of damage. And what's also really nice, especially if you're up against a Lunala with, say, Meteor Beam Power Herb, Ogerpon actually naturally outspeeds it, can knock off the Power Herb, whereas Incineroar doesn't outspeed it. So suddenly you can really turn a matchup on its head like that.
Oh, I like that. It gives you a few options to utilize on the field. If we jump across to Robbie's team, though, we've already mentioned the Koraidon being able to use the Orichalcum Pulse to set up that Sun that's going to really help out the Fluttermane and the Raging Bolt. But also, the Incineroar on Robbie's side is also running the same set in terms of the moves. Knock off Will-O-Wisp, Fake Out, Parting Shot. There's going to be no Flare Blitzes and fire damage coming through from these Incineroars.
Yeah, absolutely not. Not really needed, especially if you've got a Koraidon on your team, which is not a fire type, but sure seems like it a lot of the time, doesn't it?
Yes.
With 2 fire moves, that Terra Fire, it's definitely enough firepower for you there. And obviously you can see the 2 Protosynthesis Pokemon making use of that Sun as well, which is going to be uncontested in this matchup here. The Sun is probably going to be here to stay, so that really puts like Robbie in the driver's seat for this matchup.
I want to know if Trick Room's going to be the contender here, because if you take a look at Giuseppe's team, you've got the Porygon 2 and the Calyrex both running that move, and you have the Amoonguss to be able to utilize Trick Room really well too. There's no Miraidon on the opposing side, so you know there's no electric terrain you have to contend with. You can put Pokemon to sleep. But then on Robbie's side, you have the Trick Room on Lunala as well. I believe that's probably more to obviously reverse it, but whether or not Giuseppe's going to go for this Trick Room utility, he has ways to deal with the Lunala with both those knockoffs. So it could be then difficult for Robbie if Trick Room goes up to be able to reverse it and get the swing of momentum back in his favor.
Yeah, that's a really good point, Lou, and I think the Amoonguss is something that you highlighted as well, is something that's going to be really oppressive here. Rillaboom is the only resist to that Spore here, and Rillaboom can't really do anything back to Amoonguss, but we're getting straight into this round 4 here. Let's get into it. Robbie versus Giuseppe, and there's that Calyrex Ice Rider lead versus that huge Koraidon.
Really nice mix of Pokemon coming to the field here. The Calyrex Ice Rider out front and center here against this Koraidon. Now, Calyrex is going to have to watch out, because Koraidon's going to want to go for a Flare Blitz here, or even a close combat to get some damage on the board.
So Incineroar comes on with that fake out pressure here. So a really nice start, especially when there's no fake out on Giuseppe's end either, which that means you can shut down that follow me option and threaten this Calyrex Ice Rider with that Terra Fire Flare Blitz that is easy going to get that one hit KO. Now Giuseppe can obviously respond to that, protect for instance, a double protect for instance is fairly safe here in front of the fake out, and obviously that Terra is also an option there. That Terra Water for instance is going to make sure that Koraidon is not going to be able to get that one hit KO without any sort of support from that Incineroar, and Robbie maybe seeing a potential double protect there is going to switch out.
Yep, Koraidon saving its energy for later on in this match as Lunala is going to switch in with its restricted partner and take the stage. Ogerpon goes for the spiky shield here, doesn't want to take any damage and break its sturdy at this point in time. Calyrex is just going to go straight for a protect as well, so really well called there, David, knowing this is the safest play in front of the fake out, but no fake out indeed. It was going to be that Will-O-Wisp targeting down into the Calyrex.
Yeah, and a really good target there for the Will-O-Wisp, to be honest, because there is no Terra Fire on this Calyrex, it's Terra Water, so it's a really safe option, whether it Terras or not. And then if Trick Room goes up, Calyrex is not really doing a lot of damage here. Now this Lunala is in, it does not have Wide Guard though, but again, if Robbie can keep pressuring those Will-O-Wisps, it's going to be really strong. The only way for that Calyrex to avoid it is if the Ogerpon uses Follow Me to redirect it, but then Ogerpon doesn't want to take that Will-O-Wisp either, so I think we wouldn't be surprised to see Robbie consistently lock into that Will-O-Wisp to try and just neuter the damage and use that as a way of stalling out that Trick Room by just lowering the damage output that Giuseppe's Pokemon can really offer.
Yeah, Giuseppe's got to get the Calyrex out of there. You do not want to take that Will-O-Wisp, and you can bring a Pokemon like Incineroar onto the field as a fire type. It's going to be able to eat up that Will-O-Wisp to no avail. It also gets the utility to throw an Intimidate back onto its, opposing Incineroar here, and then you can try and hit it with a fake out, or even now that Lunala's protected, it's going to be more vulnerable in the next turn to something like that knockoff.
So there's that knockoff that goes into that Lunala there. So a really good protect there from Robbie's end. But what is this Incineroar going to do? It is that Will-O-Wisp, but it's not into the Calyrex either, into that Ogerpon.
This is really nice. Not only do you get to break the sturdy, but you're also going to be weakening the physical offensive pressure that Ogerpon is capable of dealing. Something like an Ivy Cudgel going down into the Incineroar would have been detrimental, but that knockoff as well, looking less threatening. So I really like the fact Giuseppe's been able to bring the Incineroar onto the field, because now you have knockoff on that Pokemon too to contend with.
So now you've got another fake out on Giuseppe's end at the moment here, but this Ogerpon is really not very threatening at all. It's going to, even if it was going to go into that Lunala, probably not going to do a whole lot of damage, especially if that Shadow Shield's still up. And because Trick Room isn't up, Ogerpon has to move first here. And so the Shadow Shield can take the hit, and then Incineroar can follow up if it needs to.
But Lunala reading into that, leaves the field, wants to keep his Shadow Shield nice and intact going forward, and now the Koraidon is back in action. So again, a Pokemon that isn't going to worry about the damage coming through from Incineroar necessarily, as Ogerpon actually just goes for a Spiky Shield here instead, wanting to play nice and defensively. Incineroar going to go for the parting shot, but going into that Spiky Shield is not going to be able to leave the field on this occasion.
Yeah, not quite yet here, but the Incineroar does go into that Koraidon instead, not falling for the bait of that Lunala, going for that knockoff instead, that lowering that damage output of that Koraidon, which is not Clear Amulet, is that Life Orb instead. So a really nice switch in here, and what that enables Giuseppe to do, switch into something else, and then can still switch into Incineroar back into the next turn to put that Koraidon on -2, really lowering that damage and potentially getting into the position now where Giuseppe could start to get up that Trick Room if they really want to.
That's a really nice way to weaken the offensive pressure that Koraidon is exerting on the field, particularly as your Calyrex has now rejoined the fray. I mean, there's one Pokemon still unrevealed on Giuseppe's side for Robbie, but I'm sure Robbie's going to be assuming it's going to be something like that Terrapagos, but we get the sneak peek that it's not.
No, it certainly isn't. It is that Amoonguss, which I think is a really nice pick here. Unless you're wanting to ring Rillaboom, it's going to be putting everything to sleep if it so wants to. But it's, yeah, so no Incineroar switching right now. It's that Amoonguss first.
Yeah, Amoonguss coming in and Calyrex leaving. Giuseppe's really playing, the game jumping in and out here with these Pokemon, as Incineroar can come back in, as you said earlier, can go for this Intimidate and just weaken the offensive pressure that Robbie can deal out. This is going to force Robbie to have to make switches on his own side of the field going forward. This close combat, as you can see, doing very minimal damage to the Amoonguss on the switch, and now the defenses are dropped on this Koraidon, and it is not having a good time.
That was a really nice switching from Giuseppe there, because that could have been a really obvious Incineroar switch in there to kind of protect your Calyrex a little bit more. But instead, the perfect switching comes in, and Will-O-Wisp is not going to affect the Incineroar. A masterfully amazing switch in there. So Giuseppe comes into the next turn really, really safe. But you do just have two supporters on the field right now. Incineroar's not offering a lot right now, but Amoonguss, though, is offering that Spore. You could fake out Koraidon, keep your Amoonguss safe, and Spore into the Incineroar slot. And that is just a really safe Spore right now, unless something comes out like that Rillaboom that could be in the back. But I don't know if Robbie wants to bring it here, but we'll have to see.
Yes, Koraidon once again leaving, and I think this is wise to reset all of those drops it's taken to its offensive and defensive stats. Rillaboom is the fourth and final Pokemon in the back here for Robbie, so it's able to join the field, set that grassy terrain on, and now apply a fake out pressure in that next turn. Amoonguss, however, not going for the baits here, not going to be going for a Spore, and instead defensively protecting, as Incineroar is able to go for the parting shot this time on Robbie's side and switch out. This actually gives a nice opportunity for a Pokemon like Koraidon to come back into the fray.
Yeah, it does, and knowing that the Amoonguss is protected, Robbie can really safely switch that in. So actually a missed opportunity there for Giuseppe to actually get off that Spore into that slot there, which would have completely gone to sleep knowing what Robbie's got in the back here. So a little bit of a missed opportunity, but still Giuseppe's looking pretty strong here. We know he's locked into that parting shot as well to kind of switch literally back out. So once again, Incineroar can switch back in again to intimidate these two physical attackers.
Poor Koraidon just cannot avoid these parting shots at this point in time. And both these trainers, I think, playing quite conservatively. You know, neither of them are really going for the offensive damage at this point, but it's more about trying to create the opportunity to strike and be able to gain that momentum on the field. And they're both in each other's heads, making these adaptations and predictions, particularly around moves like the Fake Out and the Will-O-Wisp.
So even though Calyrex, has now come in fairly safely here, Robbie's actually in a really nice position now because you threaten this Calyrex Ice Rider in or out of Terra because it's that Terra Water. So Rillaboom's actually a really nice pick. And you also have that Fake Out pressure to be able to stop this Amoonguss so that your Koraidon can still get off on attack. Now the question is, that means Giuseppe can still get away with one thing, either Trick Room or a Spore at this turn. Robbie cannot deny both at the moment, especially if a Terra is committed. So it's up to Giuseppe where they want to try and position a way to kind of get to a position where they can get both later on the game, or just go for one and then hope you can kind of run away with the game from there.
I mean, you also have the Amoonguss that could go for that Rage Powder, draw in those single target attacks, but you could also try and go for that Spore. Rillaboom going for the U-turn. So again, quite passive plays by Robbie here, switching out the Koraidon, bringing in Lunala, and then once again, going to be the adaptation from this Rillaboom where it gets out of the way of a potential Glacial Lance, and then Incineroar is able to join the fray. Both those Pokemon that would have taken a lot of damage from the Glacial Lance now are replaced with two that are going to be able to deal with it relatively well.
Yeah, so there's the Incineroar coming in. But yeah, there's no protects either. Just a straight-up Glacial Lance that's going to break the Shadow Shield on that Lunala. But what is the Amoonguss going to do? There's the first Spore of the game into that really safe slot, putting a massively restricted Pokemon to sleep. An excellent turn for Giuseppe.
Yes, Amoonguss moving forward here to be able to get that Spore connected. Lunala's Shadow Shield also broken. Critically, you do have the leftovers and the grassy terrain that's going to help with our recovery, so Giuseppe's going to have to move fast to stop Lunala from getting the Shadow Shield back up and making itself a little bit more defensively strong. But I think you have the utility here. Yes, there's the Fake Out, but both Amoonguss and Calyrex can at least deal damage onto that Lunala and keep it in check, but you also want to get a heavier hitter on the field here, and I think capitalize on the fact Lunala's asleep.
Yeah, it's a really good point here. Rage Powder, though, is pretty safe to be able to redirect away those Will-O-Wisps, and there's no fire move on this Incineroar, so it's a really safe option, to be honest, to get up that Trick Room, and Giuseppe knows it because that Lunala has to take that guaranteed turn of sleep.
Yeah, and there's the Will-O-Wisp just going down into the Amoonguss. It's going to be very happy to take that so that the Calyrex is able to reign supreme and get another Glacial Lance off here. Or at the same time, it could go for the Trick Room, is exactly what it's doing here, to be able to get that speed into Giuseppe's favor. Putting that Lunala to sleep gave him the opening to set the speed into the terrain that he wants it to be in.
100%. And now this Amoonguss is still threatening even more Spores into the next turn here. That's Incineroar is just a sitting duck for that sleep targeting. The only thing that's going to want to switch in right now is that Rillaboom. And what is Rillaboom weak to? Glacial Lance. So and there's no wide on this Lunala, so it's a really safe Spore Glacial Lance going into the next turn.
I think if the Rillaboom can get in safely, because it does have that Terra Fire, that could give it a little bit of breathing room around the Glacial Lance, but then you have to contend with the high horsepower that Calyrex has as well. You also then leave yourself vulnerable to a potential Spore. So Rillaboom has got a few decisions it needs to play when it comes back onto the field. But speaking of terrestrialization, we are going to see the sparkles on the stage here in Swiss Round 4, as it's going to be on that Calyrex Ice Rider, turning itself from a Psychic and Ice type into a Water type.
Yeah, so to be able to take on those Moongeist beams, just in case that Lunala does wake up and get the one-turn wake. So there's that Spore. It's straight into that Incineroar. Robbie not wanting to switch in anything to take that, and allows Incineroar to take on what is probably a Glacial Lance here. Yeah, we do see it fairly comfortably to be able to try and stall this out. And it's, as you can see, not doing a lot of damage right now.
You've got to keep an eye on those Trick Room turns, because as you said, it's not doing a huge amount of damage, and the one thing Calyrex really wants to do is obviously use Trick Room to be able to go at a good pace, but also start getting those chilling Nay boosts up so it can deal even more damage. Lunala being able to get the Trick Room reverse here, I think, is critical for Robbie.
Yeah, it's a really nice position here because, yeah, you definitely want that Koraidon to come in at some point, as you mentioned earlier, Lou, to kind of to really turn up the heat, literally, and like the damage potentially you can do, because right now there's not a lot going on at the moment. Even if this Lunala starts to attack, it's still not doing a whole lot of damage. It's not the Power Herb set to boost up the special attack, it's not Calm Mind, so it's not actually doing a whole lot here. Incineroar is also asleep here too, so again, even though Robbie got the wake up, he's still kind of only got one Pokemon to kind of be using into the next turn, unless of course Incineroar also gets the one turn wake here. But yeah, nothing stopping this Calyrex from going for another Trick Room at the moment, and Amoonguss keeping anything safe for the Rage Powder. With 2 Pokemon in the back, you can also, even if you take that damage, at a later point switch it out and get it back in to get all that healing up again. So Giuseppe's in a really strong position at the moment.
Yeah, Lunala actually saying, I do not want to go to sleep this turn. You may indeed get the Trick Room up, but at least I'll be awake to enjoy the first turn of it, potentially. As Incineroar wakes up, Giuseppe not happy to see this knockoff. Will come down and connect into the Calyrex. It is going to knock that Clear Amulet off, so Incineroar's Intimidates will be able to lower its attack going forward. We are going to see the high horsepower connect in. Obviously not going to be able to get the KO here, but Amoonguss here to try and get that knockoff, but not enough. Amoonguss just needed a little bit more oomph to be able to get the KO on Incineroar.
Yeah, I like that play from both players there, to be honest. So Robbie gets another one-turn wake there to be able to get off that attack into the Calyrex Ice Rider. The knockoff's a nice play too, right? Because even if the Rage Powder comes out, you can knock off the Rocky Helmet, so you're not taking much recoil with a Koraidon that might want to hit it later on. And now with the Clear Amulet gone on Calyrex, you can start to parting shot it as well. But yeah, I think Giuseppe hoping for a knockout there, covering for the Incineroar to like switch out but also stay in, but it was still able to take that double up. That's a bulky Pokemon.
Yeah, Amoonguss just going straight for the Rage Powder here, going to be drawing in all of the attacks coming down from Robbie's Pokemon. First of all, it's going to be that Moongeist Beam. Lunala is ready for action, targeting down into the Amoonguss. Does a significant chunk of damage, putting it over 50%, as Incineroar can go for that Will-O-Wisp, but to no avail, it's already burned.
Yeah, not quite this turn yet. Glacial Lance comes out again. It's been able to do up so much damage just consistently over turn after turn. And now with Incineroar gone, that's one less pivoting Peach for Robbie. That's one less ability to reduce the damage of this Calyrex Ice Rider, and reduces the ability to kind of knock off any more items too. So that's a big tool that's gone, but it does enable this Rillaboom to come in really safely. And being a grass type, it ignores Amoonguss's Rage Powder and Spore and can really hammer down onto that Calyrex Ice Rider, which is of course now that water type.
Yes, and the Calyrex, as you said, not really minding that the Clear Amulet's gone now that Incineroar has also left the battle. The critical thing, I think, is that Chilling Neigh boost as well. Rillaboom is going to be able to rejoin, but that Chilling Neigh boost is going to give this Glacial Lance even more impact. The Rillaboom does, of course, have access to Fake Out, so it is going to be able to slow down one of these Pokemon, and Lunala can maybe try and get the knockout onto the Amoonguss here.
Yeah, it's a really nice option to be able to just target into that slot fairly comfortably as well. There's not a lot that Robbie can kind of do differently here. You can just kind of safely target into the Calyrex Ice Rider and something into the Amoonguss. But as we saw Giuseppe sort of lock in there, it's also just a very safe protect and switch into that Incineroar here. The worst that's going to happen is like a Moonblast and a Wood Hammer into that slot, and you know you're going to survive that anyway. So it's a nice defensive pivot here, even if Robbie calls it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Lunala knows it can get the KO on that Amoonguss with a Moongeist Beam. So I think targeting down into that slot, and as you said, even if you switch up to a Moonblast for the Incineroar, it just still puts you into a great position, and it allows Giuseppe as well from his side to be able to use the Regenerator ability on that Amoonguss. Now, here does indeed come the Moongeist Beam, targeting into the Incineroar. You can see it does very minimal damage thanks to that Dark typing that Incineroar has, and Rillaboom going to try and follow up with a Wood Hammer, but it also goes into the Protect. So great defensive plays here by Giuseppe, really trying to maybe set up for the next stage in this match.
Yeah, it's really good here. But you can see that even though it's not doing a lot of damage here, Robbie's Lunala is like almost healing back up to Shadow Shield range again, thanks to the leftovers and that grassy terrain, showing the really nice kind of synergy that you've got with that team, with that Rillaboom here too. But yeah, going to the next turn, Incineroar has a really nice safe fake out again into that Rillaboom to just stop it from moving, and Calyrex again could just go for another attack or go for that Trick Room. But the question is, can Calyrex, now with this Chilling Neigh boost, start to kind of outpace the healing that Lunala can do?
And I want to see if Giuseppe's got this turn right. He's gone for the high horsepower into the Rillaboom, hoping that it would turn into that Terrifier. You can see his face, as it is indeed the Lunala that has gone for that Terrestrialization into Terra Fairy. I think Giuseppe was really hoping it would be on that Rillaboom, but Lunala instead going to be bringing the beauty onto the stage. Fake Out going down into the Rillaboom here as Lunala goes for the Moongeist Beam.
Yeah, there it is, that huge attack that's going straight into that Calyrex Ice Rider, doing probably just over 50% of what health it had left here. And with maybe with a one turn of Grassy Terrain can maybe still get the KO, but yeah, that high horsepower not going into that slot there. So a good call from Robbie not to kind of fall into that trap of that safe Terra there.
Yeah, I think Giuseppe, if, you know, he had gone for something like the Glacial Lance here, that could have been so devastating for the Rillaboom. I think it would have been able to get the knockout here. You would then have another Chilling Nade boost to be able to deal with that Lunala, and Lunala has got its Shadow Shield intact once again.
Yeah, it really does. So, like, it's still been able to chip away with this Calyrex Ice Rider a little bit more, but we can see Giuseppe can just make another really safe defensive pivot here at the moment. So, protecting that Calyrex Ice Rider gets a little bit more healing into the next turn thanks to that the Grassy Terrain that Robbie set itself. But as we can see, Giuseppe not happy to see that protect on Lunala now, because that's going to block the pivoting action that this Incineroar wants to do.
Yeah, it looks like Giuseppe's kind of losing a lot of momentum at the moment, and Robbie's really gaining it turn by turn. That Rillaboom able to leave and come back in later on, maybe to reset that Grassy Terrain in the future when you need that leftovers Grassy Terrain recovery once again, and does pave the way for the Koraidon to bring the sun back onto the field and start turning up the heat a little bit.
Yeah, so there's that parting shot into that Lunala, which I'm sure he's very happy to see right now, because with Koraidon on the field and an Incineroar just stuck there, it's exactly what Robbie wants to see at the moment. You can start threatening those fighting type damage right into that slot. Amoonguss obviously can want to switch into that, but it definitely doesn't want to take it. Like, it's such a powerful Pokemon, and there's no Intimidate, no parting shot on this Koraidon. It's really time now to kind of turn up the heat, because it's also threatening down that Calyrex Ice Rider slot. Trick Room's also not up, which is something that Giuseppe could have maybe gone for in the last couple of turns, but hasn't. And Robbie's capitalized on it, got in that Koraidon exactly when he needs it. And even though he's one Pokemon down, he potentially might be able to turn this around.
And that Lunala is such a threat to the Trick Room, because even if Giuseppe is able to set it up, unless Lunala's gone to sleep, it's going to be able to reverse it very easily. It has the defensive capability to hold on a turn. We're going to see Giuseppe bring that Amoonguss in. As you said, this is a Pokemon that isn't going to mind taking something like a close combat, but it's actually going to be a double switch coming out here for Giuseppe. Amoonguss joins the field, which means that the Ogerpon is going to rejoin. Now, this is a Pokemon, because it's burned, that I think Giuseppe isn't going to mind if it goes down, because then it gives you the free switch into something that comes in the back. Ooh. And going for that Flare Blitz into the Ogerpon, not the Amoonguss, I think is exactly what Giuseppe needed.
Yeah, what a call there, because that probably wasn't going to get the KO on the Calyrex Ice Rider. It might have been a close one, but either way, Robbie knows Giuseppe wants to switch out that Calyrex Ice Rider. It's so threatened by any sort of double up here. And there's the Terra Fairy Moonblast into this Amoonguss.
Yeah, it will come down, put the Amoonguss over the 50% band here, but with the Grassy Terrain, I'm sure it'll be able to push itself right back up into that second half.
Yeah, so not a bad play at all there from Robbie. Just able to most likely double up into that Calyrex Ice Rider slot with those two moves to kind of cover for any sort of switch out and for also it staying in. There was no redirection either, so a really nice safe target there. You know you are getting that KO there. So Robbie going to the next turn is still looking pretty good at the moment, but at least you do have, if you're Giuseppe, to have that Amoonguss now. You can Rage Powder away any sort of attack from that Koraidon first, but the question is, can Calyrex Ice Rider survive whatever then this Lunala wants to go for? Because I think a Terra Fairy Moonblast or a Moonlight Beam is going to be really close to be able to get that KO.
Yes, and if you're just joining in, this is still game 1 of Swiss Round 4. You could see the clock just flash up, 3 minutes left in this particular game. So our trainers are going to have to start really going on the offensive to get those knockouts in play. Both of them have only lost one Pokemon. Incineroar's going to join in here for Giuseppe's side, going to be throwing that Intimidate down across the side, really trying to negate the offensive pressure Koraidon is able to deal. This is something that Giuseppe has been doing consistently throughout this game 1, as well as making some great defensive plays, as you can see here with the Calyrex.
Yeah, so really nice play here, but it is the Flare Blitz into what was that Amoonguss, which the Incineroar obviously takes very, very comfortably. But as Robbie caught the Protect and the defensive play here, we'll have to find out as Lunala goes for its attack here. And is that Moonlight Beam, but not into that Incineroar. So good defensive pivoting again from Giuseppe.
Both these trainers really in each other's head, trying to make sure that they're, you know, in positions where they're not going to be losing Pokemon. There's only 2 minutes remain in this game. They want to be trying to preserve them as best they can with as much HP as possible so that they're going to be in the best position to try and win the game. But I have to say, Lunala right now seems to be winning that race.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think both players have to be thinking about, if this game does go to time, who is going to actually win? Because first of all, it's on which player has the most Pokemon. Well, they've both got 3.
Yeah.
Then it's kind of on total HP across all of the Pokemon all together.
Yeah.
I think that Rillaboom's pretty healthy in the back there. Lunala's got a lot of HP. Koraidon is not bad at the moment, but we know that Amoonguss is on a little bit of low HP at the back too. But having just switched out, it's going to actually have more health in the back than it did when we actually last saw it.
Yeah.
So I think it's really close as to like how much HP both of these trainers have at the moment, and so it could come down to this turn as to who gets a bit more damage off.
We can see Giuseppe leaving it to the very last second there. Cheeky critical hit to get those extra hit points down from the fake out here as Lunala does go for the Moongeist Beam. This time it's able to find its mark onto the Calyrex. Giuseppe not happy as the final minute is in action here. Calyrex is still able to hang on, but the HP is going down on Giuseppe's side. You are able to land and get the knockout onto this opposing Koraidon, however, so that was a clutch survival there for the Calyrex for Giuseppe.
Yeah, massive KO there. That Koraidon could have protected as well to kind of get around that. But yeah, a really nice play there. Could have gone for a more safer Trick Room, but Giuseppe wants that damage right now and now has the Pokemon advantage to boot as well to be able to potentially clinch out this game 1, which has actually gone to timer here.
Yes, final 30 seconds on the board. The Rillaboom's going to take some of those to set the grassy terrain up once again. But with the Pokemon deficit here, if we close out the game, then Giuseppe's going to be able to win this game 1. I think you definitely want to play defensively with that Calyrex now.
Yeah, 100% here. You want to preserve that Pokemon advantage that you've got at the moment. So, yeah, protect, and then potentially even switching that Amoonguss is fairly safe here. You know it's pretty healthy at the moment, too. But again, Incineroar may even be able to take that double up as well here. Lunala's Terra Fairy Moongeist Beam might be close, but yeah, there you go. 180 HP on Amoonguss is looking very nice.
But that's it. The timer is over, and Giuseppe is able to take game 1 here. What an amazing game 1 between these trainers. I kind of want to take a second and unpack some of the beats within that game 1. I think for me, at the beginning, it was very slow and steady. Lots of switches, some fake outs, some parting shot here and there. But then at one point, Giuseppe started to gain momentum when Trick Room was set up, and the Spore from the Amoonguss was able to put the Incineroar and the Lunala to sleep. But then the pace of the match changed.
Yeah, it certainly did, because I think once that Lunala then like completely flipped the Trick Room, I think we maybe expected Giuseppe to then want to get that Trick Room back up. But maybe Giuseppe didn't want to deal with that whole mind game of are they going to go for the Trick Room? And then if they just go for it, then it's wasted if I go for it. So I think Giuseppe maybe decided, right, I'll just use my Pokemon's own bulk to kind of survive Robbie's attacks rather than trying to get the speed advantage there. And that seemed to kind of work out, right? He was able to kind of pivot around, use the Intimidate, use the Rage Powder, and then start healing back up with that Amoonguss rather than having to rely on a timer that could just be completely shut off by Robbie's kind of Lunala, which wasn't going anywhere, really. It was so healthy.
I mean, I know Robbie didn't win that game, but Lunala, to me, was actually the superstar across the entire match, because not only was it able to deal some good damage, consistent damage with that Moongeist Beam, not only was it able to reverse the Trick Room that could have spelt victory for Giuseppe much earlier on in that game, but the fact that it had the leftovers and the synergy with the Rillaboom off the grassy terrain meant that Shadow Shield just kept being stored back up, and it made it so difficult for Giuseppe to break through. And in a way, I really like the way towards that end game. Giuseppe went, you know what, I can't defeat the Lunala, let me get a knockout on the partner Pokemon. I'm always going to focus down on that choice. So let's jump into game 2. I think there's more Pokemon action to come here. It's going to be the Incineroar and Lunala on Robbie's side. And then Giuseppe has led with the Cornerstone Ogerpon and the Calyrex Ice Rider.
Yeah, so similar sort of leads to last time, that Robbie had that Koraidon instead of that Lunala instead. So, but I like the Lunala here. It's able to get around any sort of fake outs, and you can always threaten the reversal of that Trick Room at any point on this turn. So the Incineroar getting an immediate Intimidate is really nice, and again, the fake out. So pressuring another double protect from Giuseppe's end. Again, not too much reason for Giuseppe not to do that here, because at most, Robbie could maybe switch out into that Koraidon, but then you've still got Follow Me on that Ogerpon to be able to read up things away, and then Amoonguss comes in and you can threaten Spores again. So it really depends on what these trainers have maybe got in the back at this point. I wouldn't be surprised to see 0 switch-ups, because I think both trainers, could see that they could have a really good shot at winning this, even Robbie as well. It was just the final turn that could have made a difference, but it looks like Robbie's actually going on the offense here.
Yeah, an early Terrestrialization in game 2, but I really like this. You remove your weakness to Dark-type moves, and we know that Ogerpon has the knockoff there that would be trying to deal significant damage to Lunala. Calyrex just playing it safe here, going for a cheeky protect, as Ogerpon actually goes for the Ivy Cultural Rock-type into that opposing Incineroar. No critical hit, but Incineroar now in a little bit of a dicier situation than we saw it in game 1. As the Moongeist Beam was followed up here, it finds its mark down onto the Ogerpon and does just about 2/3 of damage there.
And there's that Will-O-Wisp, but not into the Ogerpon, into that Calyrex Ice Rider instead. That kind of safe option that Robbie was going for early on in that game 1 last time as well. So yeah, a really nice play for the Giuseppe there. Ivy Control's so safe into this Incineroar because it's Terra Bug. So either way, it doesn't want to take rock moves. So a really nice option there. And now Giuseppe's baited out that Terra turn 1 as well. So that makes things a lot clearer for Giuseppe's game plan going into the rest of the turn, because he's also not committed to any of his own Terra at the moment.
And Incineroar Incineroar has to get out of there because the speed is on Giuseppe's side with that Cornerstone Ogerpon here. As Rillaboom is able to join the fray, a Pokemon that's going to be happier to take a Rock type move, as well as setting up that lovely grassy terrain to help out the Lunala if it does indeed get into a bit of a pinch. As we're going to see Terrestrialization come out on Giuseppe's side though as well. So both of them actually clicking that Terrestrialization button so much earlier in this game too, and once again picking the same Pokemon to do it with.
Yeah, the Terra Water is a really strong option here, especially if you can just get around that Rillaboom. Is the only thing that kind of really threatens it, because you can fake out the Rillaboom, but you can't fake out the Lunala a lot of the time. But there's that Ivy Cudgel into the Rillaboom that's taking that fairly comfortably, and a Glacial Lance comes out.
Oh, could this double up be intense? Rillaboom goes down. That is straight away a knockout on for Giuseppe here, and Giuseppe is able to give that Calyrex a chilling Nay boost to boot as well. So even though the Ivy Cudgel isn't super effective, the respectable damage really helped it out. And not only that, but Robbie sets the Trick Room up for Giuseppe.
What a play from Giuseppe there. I cannot understate how an incredible turn that is for him there. You have just gone for the Terra Water so you can take on Lunala's attacks better, but obviously at the cost of being weak to that Rillaboom, which is just instantly gone thanks to that incredible play there. Straight for that great Glacial Lance. And that is why Lunalas often carry Wide Guard, right? And because this Lunala doesn't carry it, it's so much easier for Giuseppe to just use this Calyrex Ice Rider to its absolute best and just fire out those attacks to get rid of any of its threats.
And now Incineroar's in a difficult spot. Yes, it can go for Fake Out into either Pokemon, but both of them can hit it for super effective damage with High Horsepower and Ivy Cudgel, respectively. You have to contend with, however, this Lunala, but Ogerpon's going first. It doesn't get the knockout, however, this time. The Intimidate really paying off and keeping the Incineroar in the game. And as I said, Lunala, you can't really deal the damage to it, so it can sit pretty on the field and reverse that Trick Room it's set up.
Yeah, so a good reversal there. It's fairly safe for Robbie to do just that. But yeah, now you've got speed advantage, I guess. But again, Giuseppe was just using the bulk of their own team to be able to last out Robbie's own. So Robbie's essentially just wasted 2 turns of Lunala, just Trick Roaming for Giuseppe and then Trick Room and then undoing his mistake again. So Giuseppe is just instead just getting off damage at this point. So he's still really much in the driver's seat and hasn't even revealed his other 2 Pokemon at this point either.
That's very true, actually. You know, Giuseppe keeping these 2 on the field. They're doing a really decent job of getting damage on the field as well as being offensively threatening. I think the key thing for this Calyrex, though, is it's got that chilling Nay boost. So if you're Giuseppe, you don't necessarily want to switch it off. You don't want to have to reset that because it was hard won in this match. But Ogerpon now able to go and get the knockout onto the Incineroar. So now there's 2 Pokemon down on Robbie's side.
Yeah, 2 absolutely down here. So no more switching anymore for Robbie either. So there's the Moongeist Beam. It's going to have to do a lot of work in this game 2 of Swiss round 4. But that is enough to get the Ogerpon here. So a KO on both sides for both trainers this turn.
Yep, Ogerpon staggers back into its Pokeball, but Giuseppe now has the utility to go for a single target Glacial Lance here. Lunala did have a Shadow Shield intact there, I believe, as well, so it was able to take that reasonably well. It does have, obviously, access to the leftovers and the grassy terrain, but it's going to need a lot of that to be able to get its HP right back up. I'm interested to see who Robbie's 4th and final Pokemon is going to be.
Yeah, I would guess it probably is that Koraidon, which you really do need to be able to take down this game. But as Amoonguss comes in, it's looking pretty good for Giuseppe at the moment. And yeah, there is that Koraidon. Trick Room is not up either here, so Robbie really has the options now of offering a lot of damage. But we know that Incineroar is in the back for Giuseppe, even though he's not revealed it yet for Robbie. It's a really safe switch in to be able to intimidate this Koraidon and start whittling away that damage. But here's a Rage Powder anyway. That's also pretty safe.
Yeah, it's a brave little mushroom here. The Flare Blitz in the sun is going to be able to get the 1-hit KO, but this is what Amoonguss needed to do to help out that Calyrex by its side. Draw in Koraidon's attack, because we know that the Lunala isn't going to be able to get a 1-hit knockout onto the Calyrex from this range, leaving the Calyrex free to go for that Glacial Lance at the end of this turn. Obviously, we're going to see the Glacial Lance come through here, going to be able to connect down onto both the opposing Pokemon. Lunala is able to hang on, however, but Koraidon goes down.
Yeah, a really nice safe play from Giuseppe there. Again, you don't need to do the Trick Room mind games at the moment because the only way Robbie... yeah, there's the Trick Room goes up again here. Yeah, the only way Robbie can kind of get around that sort of play there is to kind of double protect from Giuseppe, but then Giuseppe could just do the same thing again into the next turn. They have to attack to start getting rid of some Pokemon on Giuseppe's end, and that will then leave them open to Giuseppe's own attacking move. So Giuseppe did an excellent job at really pinning Robbie in that turn.
Yeah, and thanks to the Terrestrialization on the Lunala as well, it is going to be susceptible to a Fake Out. It's no longer a Ghost type, so Incineroar in a prime position to be able to just go for that and allow the Calyrex to come through. But also, I think with the speeds in play at the moment, it looks like Calyrex is going to be able to take this. So Robbie locking in the forfeit and Giuseppe able to take the set. It's always interesting to see a trainer win as well when only bringing one of their restricted Pokemon. That little Terrapagos was nowhere to be seen in this set.
Yeah, I'd actually kind of forgotten this was a double restricted meta actually for a minute there, because Calyrex Ice Rider was just really stole the show, didn't it? Like, completely. And you could see why, right? Especially when you're up against a team that is so weak to it, where Rillaboom goes down to it, Lunala can't really do much to it outside of that Terra, and again, Terra Water's perfect for the Koraidon too, and that's where you really miss Wide Guard, right? Because like Calyrex Ice Rider is known for those spread type damage.
You can see why it is a popular choice, and I think you made a great observation where most Lunala we see are running Wide Guard just for this very fact, to be able to deal damage, or sorry, not allow damage to come through from either of the Calyrex forms that we have. And actually, as soon as Giuseppe can steamroll through with those and get the Chilling Neigh boost up, it can be really damaging. And we saw two very different games. One was so slow and steady, went right down to the timer, and then that second game was over, you know, lickety-split.
Yeah, it was, and you it's amazing how you could see how a lot of teams are built so bulky, and you can have a lot of defensive pieces that pivot out, but as soon as you make one wrong move to kind of like switch in something that isn't quite safe enough, it just goes down like that, and suddenly everything falls apart. You've got like a tower of cards, you take one out, it's gone, and that's kind of what happened there with Robbie's team. You suddenly lost Rillaboom, that one piece that could actually threaten this Calyrex Ice Rider with Water Terror with a lot of damage. And yeah, as we saw in that game 1, Spore was so strong with that Amoonguss, which we didn't even get to see in game 2. So, like, yeah, Lunala was able to stick around, but a lot of Trick Room turns were just kind of wasted.
I mean, those Trick Room turns there in game 1 could have been the end if Lunala hadn't woken up and reversed it. Amoonguss was in a prime position, but as you can see, Lunala could reverse it, and then Robbie put up such a valiant fight with so much damage on the board coming through from this Koraidon. But at the end of the day, when the timers went down, you can see the last minute here reacted here. Calyrex was able to hang on, and that was the critical moment, because it could retaliate with that Glacial Lance and get the knockout on the Koraidon that you see here. That then meant that Giuseppe had 3 Pokemon remaining versus the 2 and was able to take game 1.
Yeah, you can see how masterfully Giuseppe played this too, and there's no surprise why, because I think at Stockholm Regionals and at EUIC, he was running a kind of really just bulky, pivoty Terrapagos team with those kind of defensive pieces like Incineroar, Amoonguss, and Ogerpon. And so he's just kind of switched out one Pokemon for a Calyrex Ice Rider to do the kind of exact same thing. So I think it was a really nice pick, or a team that Giuseppe knows. He knows his own style, and you can see like he locked in pretty quickly each turn as well. He knew exactly what to do to be able to position things to make them really safe.
Yeah, and in game 1, you know, he was taking every second he possibly could to be able to play that timer a little bit as well. So he's so well versed with the game, with so much experience, but as is Robbie. And even though they have taken this one loss, it doesn't mean they're out of the tournament. They can keep going and still make it through to tomorrow's set of matches.
Yeah, they certainly can. They can take away a lot of learning points from this as well, I think. And I think Robbie almost had it there. Obviously, in that game 1, we saw his own defensive pieces were really good too, and was able to get that position where Calyrex Ice Rider, I think, and the Incineroar were on the field, having blocked the parting shot with the Protect on Lunala. I think that was an amazing play, put him really in the driver's seat on that moment. But unfortunately, Giuseppe again was just able to pivot a little bit better and to be able to preserve something just right to the end to be able to dish out the rest of that damage that was needed.
And again, I have to stress, this was one with only one restricted Pokemon. That Terrapagos remained on the bench, and I know a lot of our Team Italy players have been using Terrapagos throughout the different regulations as well, even though it hasn't been able to get the big win necessarily yet, and all the credit and glory that I do think it deserves. I think it's one of these Pokemon that is still yet to be able to make its big break, and it has so much potential to do so. It's great to be able to see Giuseppe using it on their team, even if they're not using it in the match. And I really wondered if in other matchups, if maybe it could be in a great position to be provided the same support that Calyrex was there with the Incineroar and the Amoonguss to allow Terrapagos to set up and shine.
Yeah, I think especially as soon as you don't see a Koraidon, I think Terrapagos
it's
is...
okay.
Yeah, yeah, I think Terrapagos then has its moments, especially. But yeah, Koraidon's obviously a Pokemon that we've seen a lot of now, especially even at the tail end of Regulation G, actually, as well. Even if it was only a single restricted, Koraidon was really on the rise. And so when you can suddenly pick 2, trainers already know how good Koraidon was on its own. You might as well pick it up again to kind of start boosting up those Photosynthesis type Pokemon and threaten so much damage into, say, that Terrapagos. Having that Terra Stellar means obviously great for damage, but not great for defensiveness, because you're still taking those fighting type moves like not very well.
And I think that's the interesting thing as well. You mentioned the Photosynthesis ability synergy with the Koraidon, but on Robbie's team, the 2 Pokemon that can benefit from that were not brought to this set at all. So neither of them were able to benefit from the sun being in the sky, and maybe, you know, if they've got something like a special attack boost, they would have been able to deal even more damage out there, possibly get the knockout where it was needed.
Yeah, 100%. Like, it just depends on that exact position that you want, and like, it's a bit of a cliche to say, Pokemon's such a positional game, you know?
Ball position is a thing.
Yeah, because position is a thing, obviously. But yeah, I think this set was a really testament to just that, and why Incineroar is popular, why Amoonguss is popular. And like, you can kind of hate on these Pokemon all you like, but like, they are so good at getting those Pokemon that you want to do the damage in safely, to be able to get up the speed control that you want. And it's kind of, it's nice and refreshing to know that there's always going to be some Pokemon that you can rely on, and even Gimli knows it too.
Yes, he definitely does. Incineroar is the #1 Pokemon for a reason, and I think we got to see it in, you know, a very different way here. We weren't seeing it going for those flare blitzes and big damage in that way. We were really seeing in that supportive role. I really liked Robbie's with the Will-O-Wisp. I know they both had it, but in this match, it was Robbie's one that was really going for those Will-O-Wisps, because that applied so much pressure to the Calyrex. Even with the Terrestrialization, it was still vulnerable. So that meant, particularly in that game one, Giuseppe had to play carefully around the Incineroar and had to find a way to get rid of it, particularly when his own Calyrex lost the Clear Amulet.
Yeah, it's a really good point. It's a really nice option to have. And it was the Amoonguss that had the good matchup into the Incineroar in that scenario because of the lack of that fire move that you mentioned. And I think because Amoonguss has kind of dropped off in its usage at the moment because of all the Miraidon carrying electric terrain.
That's true.
Incineroars aren't running safety goggles anymore. So where normally regulation set G and plenty of other formats Incineroar could get around those Amoonguss, here we had a Rocky Helmet on Robbie's end instead. So yeah, couldn't get around it. Ray Trouter was able to come out consistently against Incineroar, and that made a huge difference in this matchup.
And I think as well, like we've mentioned how Giuseppe kind of said, there's no Y-Guard on the opposing side. Calyrex is going to have a good time. The exact same thing you've just said, you'll look and go, I don't see any safety goggles. And Amoonguss is going to have a good time. There's also no Miraidon. It's a happy day for my Pokemon. And I think looking at, you know, the team sheet and being able to utilize that as core information, that's actually a skill in itself. I think a lot of people think you just read through the team sheet and suddenly you're all knowing and all, you know, wise with the team. But you've got to remember that these trainers are on a timer as well, and sometimes reading through and then processing that information and making the correct decision, sometimes the clock can run away with you, and sometimes you don't even lock in your moves. You might time out.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, I think that happened in a game of mine in the Grand Challenge as well, where,
oh no,
like, yeah, we got to the point where my my Miraidon locked into Choice Specs Discharge on its own versus the opponent's Iron Treads on its own locked into Steel Roller.
Okay.
So Steel Roller only works if there is terrain up and does a massive amount of damage. But once the terrain is gone, it fails. So they were locked into Steel Roller doing nothing. My Miraidon's locked into Discharge doing nothing, and we were just kind of like firing these moves off, waiting for the timer to run out. But Discharge just loads more PP, so I was going to win this eventually because they'd start struggling. But because I wasn't clicking my moves quick enough, because I like think so slowly, like I ended up losing it. So
one of those lessons learned, I think, in the GC. We definitely learn a lot of those, and I think we can probably learn another lesson or two from our winner of that last match. So let's kick it over to the interview and find out what they've got to say.
Yeah, what a set. A really long, drawn-out positional game one, going all the way to the timer, and then, well, more quick game two. How are you feeling about winning that set?
I think it was like one of my favorite best of three I ever had, because it kind of represents the kind of player that I am, like a lot of positional play. Game one was a roller coaster where at some point I was an advantage, another point Robbie got the advantage back, and then I managed to find the timer win con, which managed to win me the game. Very glad about it.
Yeah, it's always nice to play a really great set, but then even better, of course, to play it on stream so that everyone can kind of also learn a little bit from it. And I think there's definitely some aspects that players can learn from. But let's dive a little bit deeper into that game one. So you were saying there was this one moment where the advantage kind of flipped, and I think you're talking about the turn where you went for high horsepower into Rillaboom.
Yeah, exactly. Like at that point, I mean, one thing I have to improve about is choosing the right time to make a prediction. At that point, I felt like, okay, if I click just fake out on Glacial Lance, I'm going to win this game. So I thought, it's not going to let me do that. And that's why I predicted Terra Fire on Rillaboom. And I saw in Terra, and at the point, okay, I thought, okay, I'm winning the game. But then I didn't expect the Lunala Terra at all. And yeah, it was a nice play from him, because thinking about that, I'm not even sure with that fake out Glacial Lance won the game 100% of the time. So it made sense for him to go for it. But then, so I thought I'd lost the game and tried to position myself, recover a bit of HP on my monster through the grassy terrain. And the key was surviving another Moongas from Lunala, because they gave me the win con of timer. because with the fake out Grasslands play, I had 3 months against his 2 months, and that was a win for me. Yeah.
Yeah, so really nice to identify that and play to it, and then also actually get it. And then in the second game, it felt like you were like, okay, I don't want to play like the long game again. I'll just take out Rillaboom first, and then from there it seemed easier than the first game for sure.
Yeah, like I decided to switch a bit the momentum. The first game making a very risky play turn 1. Like protect the Calyrex and go for Ivy Cudgel. Protect and attack against a fake out user is not always like an optimal choice because you just risk fake out and then avoid turn basically. But the spiky Shield of Ogerpon makes a bit of psychological pressure to the opponent, so that's why I thought, okay, I'm just gonna protect and Cudgel because play from him like Will-O-Wisp or fake out on the Kali plus anything with Lunala will make will be something that he could do. So making one Ivy Cudgel, making Incineroar in range of another one was key to get the momentum of the game,
Yeah, and then you continued to play with that advantage and took it home. And once again, you only brought 1 restricted Pokemon. So yeah, you were valuing the Amoonguss, Incineroar, and the Ogerpon Rock more than the Terapagos in this matchup. Is this something that you were prepared to do for this tournament?
So it's a bit of the way this team works, because you got 2 strong restricted, but given that they maybe lose to the same stuff like Urshifu or Wild Guard, you don't often bring them together. That's the point. Or even Koraidon, like Terapagos is not good against it. So that's why, it's the first round, this one where I brought Calyrex Ice, and is there in the team specifically for the Koraidon matchup. And it was even easier because Lunala did not have Wild Guard, so Grassland Spam was very strong into his team.
Yeah, that's very interesting, and I keep saying this, we're still learning so much about this new format, right? And a lot of players, of course, they're trying to build a team where you can bring both your restricted every time.
Yeah.
Now you're saying your team is more focused on, okay, you bring like 1 restricted, but then for the matchup where this restricted really doesn't work, you have another one that complements it in a different way. Is that kind of how it works?
Yeah, that's exactly how it works. I'll say that it's mostly Terapagos centered. So the way I chose this team, I did not build it. I asked my friend Giulio Tarlao what to use, and he gave me this team. He showed me how playing with Incineroar Among Us you can win like any matchup because they're so strong into a lot of the format. Because you can party shot, spore, reposition, and positional play is what I was looking for in a team, and Incineroar Among Us gave me that.
Yeah, and it worked really well, especially in that first game with so many turns, so many decisions to make. But as you said in the very beginning, this is a play style that I think has done really well for you also this season. You're so high up in the leaderboards. So I want to ask, of course, what are your kind of like next plans? Will you also play more tournaments after this?
I'm just gonna play Bologna Special after this. And I'm not playing NAC. I focus on work now and then be mentally ready for Worlds because that's what I all care about. Like I play like 5 times Worlds, never made day 2. So this will be the 6th time. I hope it will be the time I do that.
It will be the lucky one, hopefully. So then, of course, there's a tournament to be played here. So I'll go get you let you get ready for the next round. But before that, do you have any shout-outs? We're in the same jersey as Luca before, so I kind of know what's coming. But anyway,
shout out first of all to Giulio who gave me the team, but of course to his server, which is like a group of friends that we have. We all play together and we building something strong with this jersey.
Yeah, and it's might not be the last time that we see this jersey here on the couch or on stream. But once again, good job and good luck in the next round. And we'll kick it to a short break, and then we'll be back with more action here from Utrecht.
I am William Bassolino, WJ Box for as your username. It feels unbelievable. I worked so hard in the last 10 years. Like this January marks 10 years of career, and I really wanted to celebrate some way, and I think I found the best way to celebrate.
So many years of competing. William Bassolino is your Birmingham regional champion.
The games against Poké-Alex in top 4 were the best games I ever played. Like against an opponent so strong, make it look that I deserved it. Like I read him, and I think that moment was the moment that I realized I have to win it all. I lost the third round against a team that I just don't like to face. And going to one, I said, no, I'm too angry. But then I spoke with some friends, and I decided that all that emotion, I have to transform it into focus. And like from there, I just win it all. I think Ogerpon, Hearthflame, I didn't use her at all in Reg F and first in Reg G. But then trying her in this team, I just fell in love because of her versatility. Okay, I have a new favorite Pokemon. I always said I had 3 dreams. One was to get streamed on this stage. The second one was to win a major, so like a regional or an international challenge. And the third one is to win Worlds. I started playing in the 3rd of January 2015 with the idea I want to be the very best. And now I just set another brick towards that goal.
Trainers, welcome to our Inherent Skills series, where we dive into advanced battle strategies that can improve your game. Today, we will be exploring Pokemon with the Prankster ability. These mischievous Pokemon love to cause chaos by using their status moves with increased priority to control the battlefield. Whether it is speeding up teammates or shutting down opponents, Pranksters are some of the best support Pokemon in the game. One of the biggest advantages of Prankster is speed control. Moves like Tailwind double your team's speed for 4 turns, with the count starting from the turn it is used. Hyper offense teams favor this form of speed control as it allows the partner to attack instantly after Tailwind is set up. Whimsicott is one of the most common Tailwind setters in the game. With its natural speed, it often moves before other pranksters and can taunt or encore them before they can act. Tornadus is another prankster that thrives on rain teams. In addition to Tailwind, it can also set Rain Dance and threaten with Bleakwind Storm, a powerful spread attack that never misses in the rain. Many prankster Pokemon also get access to manual weather moves, which allows them to act as backup weather setters and keep field conditions in check. But prankster isn't just about speed, it's about damage control too. Pokemon with access to Reflect and Light Screen, such as Grimmsnarl, can use priority to reduce incoming damage. In doubles, this damage is reduced by roughly a third. This can buy valuable time for an ally to set up. It's no surprise that Grimmsnarl secured 2nd place at NAIC 2024 and top 8 at UIC 2025. Prankster isn't just about shutting down opponents. It can boost teammates too. If an opponent sets up Trick Room, a prankster can reverse the speed order by using Priority Thunderwave or Scary Face on their own ally, letting them move first on the Trick Room instead. Some strategies get even crazier. Prankster can grant priority to a teammate's powerful attacks too. Imagine a Blood Moon Ursaluna using Hyper Voice, then attempting Vacuum Wave the next turn. If Whimsicott encores it, Hyper Voice will suddenly gain priority. This only lasts for 1 turn, however, but can win games with the right timing. Of course, Prankster has its counters. Since Generation 9, Dark types are immune to opposing Prankster status moves. That's why Pokémon like Grimmsnarl, Murkrow, and Sableye are valuable. They can't be taunted or encored by an opposing Prankster. The same applies to Pokémon that terrestrialize into Dark types. Wolfglick's 2025 EUIC winning team had 2 Dark Terra Pokémon for this exact reason. Abilities like Queenly Majesty and Armatel can also block priority, making Farigiraf and Serena great counters. Psychic Terrain also does the same, protecting all grounded Pokémon from opposing priority moves. If all else fails, Quick Guard can also stop an opponent's priority move. Just remember, these counters won't work on field-wide effects like Tailwind or Sunny Day. Prankster Pokémon are some of the most disruptive and versatile tools in competitive play. Master them and you'll always be one step ahead.
Good afternoon, or good morning, or good evening, wherever you are in the world, because it is certainly a good one regardless. Lee Provost, welcome to the desk. Thank you so much for being here with me.
Oh, it's a pleasure, mate. It is a pleasure. It's great to be behind the desk with your good self once again, and what a great match that last one was.
It was really fun, wasn't it? Like, and it's such a slow positional game for game 1, and then as soon as the pieces went in game 2 for Robbie, like Giuseppe just kind of like brought it home from there.
Capitalized and just he just got that momentum swing and took it home. So yes, a really good start. We've had some really great games for us to feature so far on the broadcast. It's very exciting with the prospect of what's yet to come. But has anything kind of caught your eye so far that you thought, ooh, I like that a lot?
Well, other than yourself, obviously, Lee. What else?
What a charm.
What else have we had? Well, Jamie Boyd's team was pretty cool, honestly.
Yeah, the Chestnut.
The Chestnut was really nice. Obviously, it didn't like completely pan out for him in that match versus Aurelion. Aurelion obviously played that very, very well as well to kind of get around all those kind of surprise techs that Jamie's so good at bringing. But I think it was a really good thing to kind of ponder on, I think, because it's a Pokemon that gets Wide Guard, which is not a move that is on a lot of Pokemon, and it's able to kind of stall out a lot of those Trick Room strategies, like with that Ursaluna, thanks to that Electric Seed boost that Jamie had kind of put on it as well. And then that also happens to boost the power of Body Press that it has.
Does it get Feint as well? I want to say it does.
Actually. Not on Jamie's set, but it does get Feint.
So good, such good utility. That combination, Feint and Wide Guard, there's not many Pokemon that get that. Just thinking back to my Hitmontop days when I would utilize those things to protect and disrupt opposing teams.
When you say Hitmontop days, like, is that to disguise how many years ago that was?
Yes. It wasn't that long ago.
No? Are you sure?
2016.
Okay.
Last time.
So almost a decade ago.
When we put it in that frame of mind, yes. Yes. Seems like yesterday to me, though.
Yeah, of course it does.
Good old days. Good old days.
But Hitmontop will be back at some point, I'm sure.
Well, you never know. I've seen a few teams already in Regulation I with Hitmontop. Not at this sort of level yet, but you never know. It might make its way onto the centre stage. We've one event leading up to the World Championships. NAIC is just around the corner as well as Bologna, so plenty of opportunities for players to say, yeah, that is a good Pokemon. I am going to bring it and make the most of the magical little spinning top.
Yeah, I like it too. Yeah, it was a reason it was so good earlier, and it's a reason it's probably decent now.
Well,
with that Wide Guard.
Yeah, well, just the Wide Guard maybe.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, back. Yeah. Let's get off the Hitmontop train. Much as I would love for it to be a thing again, I can't see it happening. But you never know. No, I think you make some good points about the Chestnut in particular. It's those really niche kind of options that Pokemon have, though, that kind of allow them to work well in this format, because it's all about supporting those two big restricteds, and the text that you can kind of implement into your teams is really key. And if the Pokemon that you're missing for defensive synergy or offensive synergy is that one, like Chestnut obviously fits on the team well for Jamie, then it can really shine in these sort of situations.
Yeah, it certainly can, actually. Yeah, all those different Pokemon are really interesting. And I think there was a lot of interesting Pokemon at the South Africa regional in Johannesburg that we had a couple of weeks ago as well, which is quite interesting too. Yeah. So I think we can take a little look at the teams that kind of were used there as well in a obviously slightly smaller event as well, but it was still quite interesting to see what was really on the line for these players.
Yeah, this is obviously the top 8, the final standings, and even ready, finishing up with that Kyogre and the Rillaboom and the Zapdos. Not something that we see so often used in you know, these formats with the restricteds, but proving the choice for that #1 slot.
Yeah, it was really cool, wasn't it? I think it was like maybe Hurricane Thunder sort of stuff to really make the use of the rain, kind of making those very inaccurate moves suddenly 100% accurate. So a really nice kind of pick there. And you can see how quite good it probably was against the rest of that top cut there too. Like, Zapdos doesn't have that many weaknesses, right? It's rock and ice, and often teams don't even have either of those types of moves on the team unless you've got like a Calyrex Ice Rider or a Tyranitar for some reason.
Yeah, and then you've got the nice switch into the Iron Hands if you do see something like the Ice Rider, the Calyrex Ice Rider, of course, there, where you've got the ability to kind of operate under Trick Room as well. And of course you have the Terrestrialization that you can take advantage of with something like the Zapdos in front of those more scary oppositions.
I know we were talking about Wide Guard earlier, and there's a couple more users of it in this top 8 here. Can you spot them here?
Smeargle.
Smeargle, yeah, I see two more.
Minxiao,
yep, I see another one though.
Bastiodon.
Yeah, Bastiodon, yeah.
There we go.
Such a cool Pokemon.
Ding, I get it right.
Nice, yeah.
Bastiodon's a great Pokemon though. I think with that sturdy ability that it's got access to as well, and then that Wide Guard support that it can offer, it's almost like a non-restricted version of Zamazenta in a lot of ways, isn't it? With what it can offer.
Yeah. No, it's a good point. Yeah, obviously a lot slower, but yeah, still got that steel typing as well that it can offer too, and
body press.
Still, yeah, exactly. Very, very bulky Pokemon as well. And on a cool team here run by Mir here too in that set. And obviously this is Regulation Set G as well, so only one restricted Pokemon for each of them. They haven't all gotten not gotten the memo or anything. That was a previous format.
Yeah, this is before we made the transition over to Regulation I, of course, could only have one restricted. I love the Tinkerton there on team, and I think that alongside that Walking Wake, the Walking Wake is always something I really like to see. It's never really found a solid place in any sort of restricted format since it's been, you know, introduced in Scarlet and Violet, but I do think it offers a lot of offensive presences, and it's got really good defensive typing as well with that Water and the Dragon type there. But I don't think players have kind of quite figured out the perfect way to run it yet.
Yeah, possibly not. Obviously, we're still very much early on in the format for Regulation Set I as well. And so, but you can see how a lot of trainers have taken a lot of inspiration from Regulation Set G and into Regulation Set I. So even though it's a brand new format, I think the early successors have been those trainers who've kind of taken a really well-known or really successful team for Regulation Set G and changed one of the Pokemon on it to another restricted, basically.
Yeah, and this is what surprised me a little bit. I know we're very early into this format, but with Terrapagos in particular, I think when we first were introduced to Regulation G, Terrapagos had a real kind of influx of usage. I think, you know, regional, special championship events in Italy in particular, where it was first played and had a lot of success, and then kind of fell off a little bit, and then it's kind of like peaks and troughs when Regulation G came back around again. But the one thing that I would say with Terrapagos is that players haven't seemed to find that perfect Pokemon to fit alongside that to really make that one of the more dominant restricteds that we've got in the format. And yeah, you do see occasionally Calyrex Shadow Rider, but we haven't quite seen it perform to the levels I kind of expect it to be able to go to.
Yeah, we haven't, have we really? I think because its main one move it wants to be clicking is that spread move, and with all the Wide Guard around, it makes sense for it to not be maybe as popular of a pick when everyone kind of just wants to use Wide Guard for it. So, yeah, it's an interesting pick. So, like, we do have a little bit of results from the Philippines Master League as well. That was fairly recently too. So, a really competitive format for the people in the Philippines to be able to try and get those Worlds invites.
Yeah, and again, this was Regulation G, so before we had the double restrictors, but you can see the results here. Christian up on top with that Calyrex Shadow Rider. Combination there, really nice alongside that Chi-Yu that's going to boost the power of those Astral Barrages out into the field. Nice support lines as well. The Indeedee can also take advantage of things like Expanding Force with that Psychic Terrain and just be able to kind of alleviate some of those big Dark-type threats that are single target that might threaten that Calyrex. And then down just a little bit below, Ryan there with the Miraidon, having success with that kind of tried and tested 6, coming in 2nd place. But there's anything jumping out for you, David, on this top 8?
Mainly that it all seems very similar, to be honest. I think you've got that grass type in that 2nd slot there really nicely here. You've got that kind of supportive fire type, which is usually the Incineroar here. And you've got an Urshifu or like a Screamtail there, it seems, the kind of 2 options. But even if you don't have a more supportive option in that slot, you've got an Ogerpon instead as your either redirector or your kind of defensive fire type. So they've all kind of got those all similar pieces. And also to add that not only does that top 8 get a Worlds invite, the top 12 of that tournament got a Worlds invite. So for all of these players, it's pretty incredible feeling to be able to get to Worlds off of that.
Yeah, and I think a really good example for those at home that might be kind of new into the competitive scene. It's a good example to showcase what a lot of players are kind of commonly doing in their teams, what pieces, although there might be different Pokemon, what they're there to do and what their purpose is on the team to perform those, like build those cores and stability and allow some of those big hard hitters to perform in a way that they would like.
Yeah, I think...
Stewie and Arcanine as well, and number 7, Rodrigo, there with that. That's not something we see too often in these restricted formats. Still very strong Pokemon in its own right, but that rock and fire typing would be very useful if we see an influx of Ho-Oh in the format.
Yeah, 100%. Like, the main rock type I think we see at the moment is Ogerpon Cornerstone, which can obviously threaten that with, like, very good damage with that Ivy Cudgel.
Yes.
But yeah, what is obviously great about Arcanine is that Ho-Oh often wants to go Terra Grass. And then you're weak to fire.
Yeah.
And you can still intimidate it.
And it doesn't really mind about the burn chance on the Sacred Fire because it can't get burned.
Yeah, true. Yeah, so
it's
actually...
Like a perfect counter.
I like that. Right, I'll write that down, mate. Right.
Pen and paper. I think Lou as well, on the same team, I think that's another Pokemon that we may see a bit more usage of going forward. And you found that pen yet?
I haven't found it yet. Maybe like, somewhere in here. I'll be able to write this down because like we need some sort of good team here.
That's because I've got your pen from earlier. Still,
oh yeah, you
so
do.
Yeah, struggling, but never mind.
That's fine.
But no, very well done to all those players in the top 12 that have secured their invite to the World Championships. It's extremely exciting for them in that Master Ball League, and we're looking forward to seeing those competitors at the World Championships later this year. But of course, we are just at the tip of the iceberg here in Utrecht to get underway with all of the action. Of course, we've had 3 games so far. We're going into round 5 next, which is going to be, you know, just over that halfway point of the tournament. And this, I say the tip of the iceberg because we've got all of tomorrow to look forward to as well. And I think things are starting to shape up quite well with a lot of the teams that we're seeing at this early stage of the format. And it's so exciting because it's still got so many possibilities, so many trainers. And when I've been looking through some of the teams and players that we've got at the tournament here today, there are some really interesting, unique builds.
There has been, yeah. It's always great to see what sort of teams people are running. And we're going to have a little brief look at the next round in terms of the matches that we can potentially stream here. And there's that top 1 highlighted in red, who we will be showcasing for you in our round 5. It's Lucy Hendrick versus Amin Lena.
This is incredible for the fact that there is an Azelf on Lucy's team.
I didn't even see that.
That's the first thing that stuck out to me. So this is going to be very exciting. And we're talking about these innovations, these, you know, options that we don't see too often being utilized here and having success with. And this is going to be a great showcase of just that. But that is not the only feature match or notable match that we've got going into this next round. Of course, we've got Mikhalis going up against Mikhail. Really interesting matchup there between that commonly used Calyrex Shadow Riders Zamazenta combination and against that Lunala Miraidon, tried and tested, but a bit of a different take on it there with the Smeargle in amongst that mix. Orion as well, top 4 at EUIC 2 years ago, going up against Orion, and that is going to be an incredible match. We've got an Iron Jugulus there, supporting the Kyogre and Zacian against that Terrapagos I've just been talking about. Orion, believer in that one. playing it alongside the Shadow Rider Calyrex, and I think that combination makes a lot of sense, David.
Yeah, it does. Like, it's a really nice option because you, versus other Calyrex Shadow Rider, Terapagos is having a great time into it, and Calyrex Shadow often taking that more supportive role, actually, to kind of support it with the Encore, Disable, maybe Will-O-Wisp to kind of shut down those fighting types that deal so much damage to it. So a really nice pick there, too. And interesting to see Rayan Guerzi as well there versus up against them, which got and they're, I think, a French player who got top 8 in Utrecht last year as well. So very much on familiar turf at the moment to try and get that position again.
Did you expect to see an Azelf today?
No, not in a million years.
None of them. No Lake Guardian.
No. I think we saw one Mesprit, I think maybe.
Yes.
Like in Regulation Set G on a team somewhere. I don't know what it was doing, but we've got an Azelf, and we're going to have to deal with that.
Yeah, it's great. I love it. I love it.
Yeah. I want to know for is like explosion damage.
Oh, like old school.
Yeah, like old school, like normal gem explosion stuff. I don't know what this is going to be. It could be similar. But with that levitate ability, it can be quite an interesting one.
I'm not saying anything. We'll get into the teams, I'm sure, very soon, but I don't think you will be disappointed.
Okay, all right. I mean, it's an Azelf, right?
Yes.
It can do a lot.
It can do, and it's got that nice levitate ability as well, which gives it good options against things like the Ursaluna, depending on the Terra type. I think one of the things that I think our players will have to look out for, maybe after this event, depending on the final standings, will be Ursaluna. It's proved again coming into this event that it is one of those Pokemon that is incredibly difficult to manage once it's in that board position with the Trick Room up, and maybe not even, if it's just got a bit of soft support next to it, you know, it's so dangerous. Pokemon with Levitate, though, have a massive advantage against it because you instantly take away the threat of any ground type attack, and if you've got a preferable Terra typing like Steel in that position, then again that can really lend itself to being able to confront Ursaluna and deal with it a little bit better than just getting Facade, Headlong Rush, Earthquaked every turn.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. It's a really good point because it's so strong, isn't it? And like, oh, we need to Will-O-Wisp this physical attacker to lower its damage, and yeah,
it's like, yes, Will-O-Wisp for me.
Yes, bring it on. Which is really cool. But which is what I actually liked about Jamie Boyd's team that we had on earlier for our round 3 versus Aurelion. He has Hex.
Yeah, I do love that.
Shadow Rider. So if that Ursaluna goes for that Terra Ghost, you can hit it with a single target Hex and make use of the burn it's already got.
Yeah, it's doubling the power of that attack, especially when you combine it with the Life Orb.
Yeah,
it's a very, very potent move. I do like that a lot, especially when you've got that Discharge combination with the Miraidon. It's got such a good chance to get that status condition on the opposing side of the field. I think you've got a better chance to paralyze something on the opposite side than not to paralyze anything at all when you spread it over 2 targets.
Nice maths there, Lee.
Thanks.
It's all right. Yeah,
it's as good as it's going to get.
What are the chances? We'll have to see.
Well...
Yeah, well, so yeah,
have to see.
Getting shortly into our round 5 very shortly as well, with some very interesting teams I think we're going to see too. So I think that's something that I really love about Regulation Sets I, or rather, we've got the first regional here or level event in the EU season. So we've got so much room for creativity, and only Milwaukee regional really to kind of gain any sort of information as to what is good really at the moment. So yeah, loving the ingenuity that we're already seeing here.
Yeah, and I think, like I've been saying, I think it's going to continue on for the rest of the weekend as we get deeper into the tournament, and that's the exciting thing about it. We get to see these innovations, and hopefully not every time we see something unique like as an Azelf, it might not be the most preferable thing to bring to the matchup, so we don't always get to see it. So you kind of hope that you get that combination. You see the unique Pokemon or the unique strategy, and then you get to see it executed out in the match itself, because it not always works out like that. But we might get lucky for this one. We'll have to wait and see. But extremely exciting to be able to feature. And it's not just about the Azelf either. I think there are some other interesting picks. You've got the Cryodon there, it plays with the Chi-Yu, and Lunala is the other restricted option for Lucy on their team, which is yeah, I think a tried and tested kind of restricted pairing at this stage of the format as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with it, really. It's like just very, very strong. You've got so many options into everything. And what's great about Miraidon as well is you can just set up that electric terrain and not have to worry about Amoonguss spores, which is, like, I think an underrated point, because, like, you've got so many formats and previous regulations as well where Amoonguss, you just have to respect it on the team, whatever the format, right? But when you have a restrictor that's so powerful, but that also happens to just make all your grounded Pokemon immune to sleep, suddenly it's not a Pokemon you really need to worry about anymore.
No, not really, and I think that's why we're probably seeing a decline in usage of Amoonguss, and we'll probably continue to see that, because I think coming into these events with how high usage Miraidon is, you really need that Rillaboom on your team, and then you're playing double grass, and then if Ho-Oh's on the on the climb with usage, then it becomes a little bit of a detriment in your team building. So you have to look at other options, I think, outside of Amoonguss for that disruption, and maybe the Thunder Wave is the option there. We're seeing that more and more as a utility on things like Grimmsnarl. Whether or not we see an influx of, you know, something like Thunderous Incarnate might even come back. We've seen that have a lot of success. It's got access to that Prankster Taunt, Thunder Wave, the Eerie Impulse. That would be quite useful, I think, in a format where we've got a lot of these special attackers kind of just running rampant at the moment.
Well, I got shut down by that in the Grand Challenge last week, actually, like super hard. It was a Choice Scarf Landorus Incarnate lead next to the supportive Thunderous.
Wow, double genies.
And, double genies. And it was just, Eerie Impulsing all those Miraidons, which was really strong. So both of those targets could then either take an Electrical or a Dragon type move at that point. And then it had Thunder Wave for speed control, a Thunderbolt for consistent damage. I think it might have been Taunt as the last. No, sorry, it was Rain Dance as the last one as well.
Oh, wow.
So me running Groudon, I was bringing it in, I was going to start heat crashing both of those target slots, and then Rain Dance comes up. I'm like, oh my gosh. And then it like makes Sans's Storm super accurate, so it just double connected and just like explode through the entire team.
Yeah.
So,
and
good idea.
I think we call back to combinations that have worked in the past, and it's all something that we see our trainers kind of look at. And I think you can take a lot of inspiration from the last time we had a double restricted format, where you have a look at things that worked in that format. Can you make them and transition them into this one? And that's a really good example. And it doesn't just stop there. I think that's something that our trainers will probably continually do on the way forward into, you know, the remaining events that we've got for the rest of this season.
Yeah, but here are our trainers for the round 5 on your screen right now, getting right into this game very shortly here. Lucy on your left and Amin on your right there. Running some really interesting teams, as we kind of saw in that team preview. We've got the double Lunala, but we've got a Zelf on the left getting ready for this matchup here. So it'll be really interesting to see the teams once they're kind of shown here as to how they're feeling. But yeah, like round 5 and being undefeated so far, it's got to feel really good right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, coming into this event and just having that flawless kind of victory to this stage in the tournament, like you say, you've only got so many games before you are locking in a position in day 2, and that is huge. But each and every round, as you know, David, in these tournaments gets tougher and tougher, because, you know, you're facing an opponent that is matching your record most of the time, and it's never easy. But it's such a great opportunity, and it's such a great accomplishment for our players to be at this stage of the tournament with this record so far.
Yeah, it certainly is. You've got so much potential to kind of win more here, and like you can even still afford a loss for both of these trainers and still be able to get right up all the way to that top cut there. So we can see the notable achievements of these trainers on your screen here. And Lucy, nothing to kind of show for just right now, but maybe a newer player in the scene, but already though 4-0 in a special championship like this is like pretty incredible already.
Absolutely incredible, especially when you look at the field of opponents.
Yeah, it's stacked, isn't it?
It's so stacked. So incredible. Hopefully this is the event where we can add an accolade to Lucy's name. If you look on the other side of the field, I mean, got some very good accomplishments. Obviously, more recently, top 128 finish at EUIC. Then you've got that Dortmund Regional top 32. That's in the Dortmund Regional and the Stuttgart Regional in 2024. And then back in 2022, Milan special event top 32 finish. So some very strong finishes across the board for Amin.
Yeah, and all fairly recent as well in that, so very much used to the the Terra era that we're kind of in at the moment, and really honing their skills in that scenario there too. So yeah, wanting to try and push that top 32 position into that, maybe that top 16, start getting into that the really big amounts of championship points that you can get here this weekend.
Yeah, because they are quite noticeable. The further up the board you get, they can have a huge impact on the rest of your season. But we are going to start.
There's the explosion lead.
I did see it already, and I was like, I don't want to spoil it for you, but it is there. And it's,
oh my goodness!
Yes, with the normal gen, you called it straight up. It might not be as impactful early on in this game, especially if you see something like Lunala. It has the immunity with the Ghost typing against that normal type attack. It also has the Y-God to kind of protect against that explosion. Something that you're going to have to keep in mind if you are Amin. But the other sides of the team we can look at, Chi-Yu is Scarfed, so it's going to be faster predominantly than anything else, and really put on a lot of pressure to that Lunala if we do see it come out. It's got Snarl as well. It might be quite useful to shoot things like that. Miraidon down, slow it down a little bit and support things like the Koraidon that can bring the sun in that situation. Tried and tested, classic combination, Chi-Yu, Fluttermane, and then that Lunala that's going to support the Ursaluna. We've been on that theme all day of getting that into a Trick Room position, and that's going to be supported by the Lunala perfectly.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? You've got, even though you've got a Trick Room mode, you've kind of just got Lunala and Ursaluna, and that's kind of it, really. Everything else is so fast.
Yeah.
So, I wonder if the Ursaluna's maybe a little bit on the faster side as well to potentially make use of the Thunder Wave that the Fluttermane can offer as well. But, yeah, love that Azelf pairing there. Explosion next to your Lunala, it's just really safe. And even if Lunala goes for the Terror, you can still wide guard to protect yourself from that explosion and then still kind of, well, blow
set the Trick Room up, explode, and then get the Ursaluna in.
Yes,
and hopefully take 2 Pokemon down in the process.
Love it.
Oh, we'd love to see it. Yes, hopefully we do. But like I say, I think going to be tricky in this one, especially with the Wide Guard on the opposite side of the field, like we're going to see with Amin here. With that Lunala, Wide Guard present, the Electric Seed, the option of choice on Amin's side to take advantage of the electric train set by the Miraidon. Very standard looking Miraidon set. No Dazzling Gleam there. Terra Electric, choice specs are going to be hitting
discharge
this
time,
And another choice band Urshifu. A lot of players are opting for this option with that Ghost Terra typing as well. Interestingly, the Incineroar having the Assault Vest here, so it's going to have a little bit more of an easier time against things like that Chi-Yu and the Fluttermane and the Lunala, but does have to watch out for those physical threats from the Koraidon and that Ursaluna, of course.
Yeah, I think this is a very similar sticks to what Federico Campolesi won the Grand Challenge with as well, I believe. I think in terms, same with the items as well, apart from the light clay on the Grimstyle that we have here instead of that Covert Cloak that Federico ran. But otherwise, that, as you said, the tried and tested sticks really, that's just really, really strong at the moment. That also ended up kind of winning the Milwaukee Regional as well. Just a really, really strong core with that kind of fast mode in that Miraidon. You also got that Ursaluna mode as well.
Yeah, and the Azelf's, I think, one of those things where it is quite speedy, but it's not going to get the jump on things like the Miraidon, unfortunately, unless it's trained a little bit slower than normal. I think the Azelf is one of those Pokemon could be quite useful utilizing that explosion. Of course, you've got to be very careful around the Intimidate that's there from the Incineroar on Amin's side of the field. Of course, we've talked about the Wide Guard, and then you've got the screen support as well, which will further kind of help protect you. So maybe you don't see too much of that Azelf, but it does have that all-important on-court and knockoff combination, which could be quite useful in this match.
But we're getting straight into it now. Round 5 here at the Utrecht Special Championships, and it is the Lunala Mirror with a Fluttermane and a Miraidon here to kick things off here. And so it's the Electric Seed that's activating on Amin's end, where it's the leftovers on the other side for Lucy here. So Amin has got a lot of offense coming out here with both restrictors on the field at the same time.
Yeah, and I think that the flexibility that a Miraidon can go into either of these and do some considerable damage is quite appealing here. You've got to be careful around that Fluttermane, of course. It can potentially put a dent in your Miraidon early on, and it could also easily break that Shadow Shield on the Lunala. And the Fluttermane does have that normal Terra typing, so it can get around the weakness to that Moongeist Beam that is a threat on the Lunala from Amin's side. You can, of course, shut down that Lunala pretty easily with a Taunt, but is it worth losing potentially the Fluttermane in the process of that?
Yeah, that's the question. That's where the maths has to come in there, Lee, as to what the odds are. And these players probably have got a decent idea of it, having practiced with their teams quite a lot. But we're going to see the Lunala go for that Terra Fairy instantly right out of the gate. And I still don't know which one it is at the moment because they're still both Terra Fairies. So this might be a reveal of who could be faster, especially if we're getting a Terra on both sides as well, which we might be. So Lucy going for that Terra Fairy first. And I think, yeah, this is going to be the Terra Fairy, a piece on both sides. So, of course, this could be a potential speed tie, but at least at the moment we know that Lucy's Lunala is most likely the fastest in this scenario, which could be really key going to the rest of this game. Moonblast straight out of the gate into that Miraidon. Not quite enough for the KO there, but that special attack drop might come in real clutch here as Volt Switch goes into the Lunala, breaking that Shadow Shield, and means Miraidon pivoting out to something that's maybe a little bit safer.
Yeah, and you know, the Moonblast survival there, the special attack drop pretty huge because that damage decrease there could be the difference between this Lunala on Lucy's side of the field surviving and not surviving if a Moongeist Beam is decided to be used by Amin. But the other option here is we could see the Lunala on Amin's side go for that Trick Room now, pivot into the Ursaluna, which could come onto the field and then start really pressuring. Now that Lunala's lost that immunity to the facade, it is going to be susceptible to that. And of course, something like a headlong rush into the Fluttermane could be a big problem as well.
Yeah, I think it's a really good call there, Lee. But Moongeist Beam is not into that Miraidon slot, it is instead into that Lunala, which has safely gone for the Terra Fairy to be able to take that attack a lot better here. But yeah, there's the follow-up Moongeist Beam. No Trick Room actually this time here, which would have been really nice, but goes into the Lunala instead. That double up, hoping to KO that Lunala before it could attack. But again, the Terra Fairy keeping it safe for Lucy instead.
Yeah, that's it. And now the Ursaluna comes in, and it is in that position where the Flame Orb is activating, so it is ready to start attacking. It doesn't have to worry too much about what a double up. It has to worry about that. It hasn't got that speed control support now, and the Lunala on Amin's side is going to be a little bit more vulnerable to a double up into it. I think that's a big question if you're Lucy. What do you go for? Do you try and prevent the Trick Room on the Lunala and double into that slot? If you do it, you leave that Ursaluna open to going for an attack, but is it too risky for Amin to attack this turn without that Trick Room support in effect?
Yeah, it's a good question because you've got so many damaging options on your side, but it could be that this Fluttermane's a little bit more on the supportive end with that kind of Moonblast, Taunt, Thunderwave sort of set, but then you're obviously Focus Sash as well, so you can afford to kind of invest all those base points into a special attack and speed instead. So I think you're right for the Ursaluna to be a little bit cautious going into this next turn.
Yeah, and we do see the Taunt as an option on that Fluttermane, but not anymore. It is retreating out. It is in place of that Koraidon. It is going to activate that Orichalcum Pulse ability, bring the sun with it, and now a Wide Guard coming out from the Lunala. This might indicate what's coming out from the Ursaluna here. Might be an Earthquake, which could be quite bad, and followed up with that Moonblast from the Lunala on Lucy's side.
There it is into the Ursaluna, not even doing half actually, despite a Terra boosted attack, showing the really strong bulk on that Ursaluna. But as you said, Lee, there's that Earthquake, thanks to that Wide Guard, keeping Amin's own Lunala safe and KOing the Lunala in return, and Koraidon taking a lot of damage on the switch in.
Yeah, that is a big knockout there. Nice use of the Wide Guard as well to make sure that you can utilize that move. You were pretty, comfortable in this and knowing that, okay, well, if there is the double up into my Ursaluna here, then I'm able to take it. I just need to get the Earthquake off. It'll be enough to get the Fluttermane and that Lunala that has had its Shadow Shield broken. Unfortunately for Lucy, was able to preserve that Fluttermane that can now come back onto the field. It will still get the Photosynthesis ability activated because the sun's in effect, so it is going to be outspeeding everything and pressuring with those Moonblasts. Now probably the Ursaluna in that awkward position where Moonblast will be enough to pick up the knockout there, especially the Koraidon as well, in a position with its attacking options that can, especially that Flare Blitz, pick up the knockout onto the Lunala. Has the Lunala got enough in the tank with that Electric Seed to be able to take an attack from this Koraidon and get the Trick Room up?
Be curious if there's an Incineroar in the back for Amin here, because it'd be a really nice switching at the moment to be able to decrease the attack of that Koraidon. But yeah, we still have not seen that last, so Amin could be able to bring that in right now, and which should be able to take, as thanks to that Assault Vest, the Moonblast as well fairly comfortably. But obviously it wants to avoid hitting a close combat on the way in, so if anything you want to switch in on the Lunala slot, but then you're not then supporting it with that Trick Room. So like you said, there's a good position for Lucy right now.
Yeah, and then we do see the knockout. It is a critical hit. Does that make a difference? It doesn't matter because the Ursaluna is leaving the field.
Yeah, it certainly is. There it goes down. And there's that flare blitz that you called out, Lily, as well. Not with the Terra 5, but with the Sun. It is still not enough damage thanks to that electric seed boost that the Lunala got earlier, showing just the item choice was really crucial there. Not going down to the recoil yet, but Moonblast instead comes out now into that Flutter Mane, going over half there. So Koraidon probably really dodged a huge attack there.
Yeah, massively. You think it's really down to the wire as well with the recoil that it's just taken from that Lunala, but the Lunala ability to survive that attack in the Sun without any Intimidates dropping onto the field just shows the use of that electric seed. And talking about Incineroar before, David, we do see the interaction now of that Incineroar coming onto the field for Amin. Has got access to Fake Out for one turn. Not really going to be that effective into the Flutter Mane though.
No, not right now, actually. So Flutter Mane can offer quite a lot of utility going into the next turn here. For instance, you could Thunder Wave the Incineroar to make it obviously very slow, but also start dealing with those paralysis chants, because Incineroar likes to stick around for quite a long time. But Koraidon may want to switch out here at the moment, and obviously we saw a little peek as to what Lucy has in the back earlier on, and it is that Azelf at the moment, which you might not really want in this scenario at the moment, because Explosion can be blocked by Wide Guard and also gets rid of your own Azelf at the moment, whereas Koraidon's a really important Pokemon because it likely outspeeds both the Miraidon and the Lunala in this scenario, and it can obviously one-hit KO the Incineroar, so it wouldn't be surprised to see Koraidon go on the defensive.
Yeah, and the Protect makes sense here. You don't want to go down to just a free Fake Out into that slot. Not opted for, though, as the Moonblast comes into that Lunala. It is going to be enough to pick up that Lunala on the mean side of the field, taking that big terrestrialized restricted Pokemon out of the fray, leaving this Incineroar open to go for a knockoff, and it is going to be into Flutter Mane and getting some return, at least for Amin on this turn.
Yeah, so a really nice prediction there from Amin to get rid of that slot, knowing Koraidon most likely wants to go on the defensive there. But yeah, with Azelf coming in here, and obviously that explosion option being a really interesting one too. Like, it looks actually an interesting play to go for. I mean, like, it means that, well, Koraidon would go first, thanks to its speed, and then maybe Azelf follows up, but then does the user of Explosion lose? I think they do.
Yeah, because I think you faint first, so yeah. I think that might be the case. But we'll have to see how things play out. It's going to be right down to the wire between what our players decide to go for. Yeah. Koraidon, you would imagine, is going to outspeed that Miraidon. So you go for that, the Miraidon, you get rid of it. But then the Incineroar is open to potentially get rid of the Koraidon here. And then the Azelf, is it going to be able to one-on-one the Incineroar? I don't know. So then do you choose going after the Incineroar with your Koraidon and then hope that the Azelf has enough in the tank to be able to deal with the Miraidon?
I think we've seen Lucy lock into the Protect on Koraidon, going for the double Protect.
Oh,
and
gets it.
Gets it as well. That's absolutely turned it around for Lucy here. But the Discharge actually outspeeds the Azelf here. But let's see if the Azelf actually survives this instead. Let's see. Oh, that's a crit on the Incineroar, which gets the paralysis on it as well. But that is enough for the Azelf, which is so crucial here, because as you said, Lee, this Koraidon has to take recoil from that Life Orb, and it's only got single target attacks, meaning Amin to probably lock this up.
I think so. Well, I think unless you get a third Protect. I think that is the lifeline here. You go for the third Protect, you get it. You let the Miraidon knock out the Incineroar, and then you one-on-one versus the Miraidon, and then you can win. But it's getting that 3 consecutive Protects. I don't know if it looks like Lucy's locking in for that. It is not.
Oh, it's faster.
And the Discharge coming out. It will be enough. Amin just by an inch taking this game 1.
Oh, just an inch there, Lee. What a game. Okay, and that was just a game 1 as well. Okay, congrats to Amin there. Obviously, like, lots to think about and take away from that game there. So the Azelf in the back was interesting, especially because it wasn't able to do a whole lot in that end game there. It can only do a lot of damage if it wanted to, if the Koraidon could then Protect, but obviously then it was just slower than the Miraidon itself. So it looks like we might be dealing potentially with a speed tie between the two restricteds here. That Miraidon outsped the Koraidon, and if you're running Life Orb Koraidon, you often want to be max speed as well. So
I think that's good information going into game 2, especially for Lucy, because I think if you're Amin, you kind of expect the Koraidon to be max speed. It's good information across the board, regardless, but I think more so for Lucy to know what she's having to kind of contend with going into this game 2. Very down to the wire, though, very back and forward. So if there's adaptations to make from Lucy's side of the field, what do you think it would be?
Well, the most obvious thing for me is that if the Azelf was a Chi-Yu instead, you win, because it was the choice Scarf on that Chi-Yu, and you're able to outspeed that Miraidon consistently, get the KO with Dark Pulse, and then you close combat Incineroar and you win.
So just a simple straight-up swap, and that would you just make that adjustment knowing that everything else functioned quite well throughout that match for you?
Well, yeah, that's the question really, isn't it? Because obviously if we saw Amin go for that Trick Room early on and started going for the Trick Room strategy with that Ursaluna, then Chiyu can't even protect from those attacks, just goes down to kind of anything. Not the best choice for that. So it could be that if Lucy wants to try and deny Trick Room, go for that faster option and bring Chiyu in the back, then yeah, it could work out. But obviously Amin could switch things up too. So maybe knowing that Chiyu might be a nice bring, we might see Amin kind of switch things up and go for instance, the Grimmsnarl that really slows things down instead.
Yeah. I think the Ursaluna on Lucy's side is something to look at as well, because I think the one thing that you've got with that Ursaluna is something to switch in on those electric-type threats from the Miraidon, especially if you have an endgame situation where we see Miraidon locked into something like a Discharge. Well, Ursaluna doesn't mind that at all, does it? It can just come in, it can do its thing, Earthquake, away. And I mean, even Ursaluna in that endgame situation, if it was there at that stage of the game, it definitely wins against the Incineroar and the Miraidon in that situation.
Yeah, it certainly does. So yeah, it's a nice option, but interestingly, Lucy might have an idea of how fast their own Ursaluna is, and maybe say if it's a very fast Ursaluna, might not want to bring it into what is probably, say, a slower Ursaluna on Amin's end, knowing if Trick Room goes up, then it's kind of not in a great position. But I think with the taunt on the Fluttermane for Lucy, that makes it quite a reliable option to deny Lunala's option to Trick Room. Yeah. So I think, yeah, basically, I'd like to see the Chiyu here.
Yes, hopefully we do. We're getting into game 2. We're seeing Amin lead off with the Lunala and the Miraidon, and Lucy opting for that Lunala and Fluttermane as the electric terrain hits that field.
So same leads as game 1, basically. So both trainers kind of happy with their decision to lead, and I agree, especially on Lucy's end, the taunt on that Fluttermane is a really nice option to shut things down. And as we saw, that Moonblast can really chunk that Miraidon for a lot of damage. But because it doesn't get that KO, I wonder if we might see Lucy go for a slightly different option.
Yeah, we're going to see those Terastallizations locked in. I feel like you have to get around that Moongeist beam threat that's there, and the immediate threat from the Miraidon just pivoting out to break that Shadow Shield. That's what its job's there to do. I mean, if you've got something like the Ursaluna in the back of this situation, it'd be a great switch in, of course, for that Moongeist beam and the Volt Switch, but I don't know if we're going to see that because the turn is unfolding and we are starting off with a Terastallization once again on the Lunala. It looks like it is from Lucy's side of the field this time, as the Lunala shines bright with that Terra Hat. And in return, Amin saying, I match you.
Yep, so we're getting the exact same turn 1 play out as well. And again, the same order too. So Lucy, Lunala, again, going for that Terra first before Amin's end. But do we see any switch-ups here? It's that Volt Switch coming out straight away into that Fluttermane, winning the speed tie, interestingly enough. So it's able to knock it down to that Focus Sash and switch out actually before the Moonblast can actually come out this time. Whereas Lucy's Fluttermane won the speed tie in that game 1. So now we've got a confirmation here. That is max speed Miraidon.
Yeah, and that is huge, especially getting the critical hit doesn't really matter too much there, taking the place. Incineroar now coming in. The Intimidate's not so useful against these special attackers on Lucy's side of the field, and now the Moonblast is going to be fired into that Lunala. No special attack drop, followed up with a Moonblast into it, and the Shadow Shield now broken here, but no, not into that slot, into the Incineroar. Some useful damage. Special attack drop on that Pokemon, not so useful as the Moonblast following up from the Lunala on Amin's side, and it will be into the Fluttermane, double up there, taking that Pokemon down and removing the option of that Taunt and Disruption from that Ghost Fairy type.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that at the end there, the league, because that's exactly what Amin's kind of setting themselves up for at the moment, because now you deny the thing that could stop Trick Room, and you've also brought in Incineroar at exactly the same time to start offering a Fake Out. And Lunala's committed the Terra into Fairy and can be a target for that Fake Out now, and so can't say go for Trick Room to try and reverse it in the same turn. But we've got a Zelfir coming in instead here, so if Amin does want to try Faking Out, they've got to either deny Lunala's option to reverse it, or deny Azelf's option to go for an explosion.
Now, that is the question. I mean, if you are Amin here, if you have that Ursaluna in the back, this is a perfect time, Fake Out and go for that Trick Room. But can you... Well, I mean, which Pokemon do you Fake Out into, really? Because I think you have to go for the Fake Out into the Zelfir to prevent that explosion, because it hasn't been intimidated. It has got the normal gem.
Yeah.
And if you don't wide guard and you're committing to the Trick Room, I think you need to prevent that explosion, because without the wide guard, it could look like Lucy could take a swift lead here.
Yeah, it's true. So Azelf is going on to protect there, knowing the threat that this Azelf provides into the next turn. But no fake out comes out. Instead, it's just that Moonblast from the Lunala. Getting into that Incineroar, doing about a third of its damage, getting slightly lower here. So we'll have to see if that U-turn actually came out into that Azelf instead, which would have maybe even gotten the one-hit KO there, honestly. Azelf does not have the greatest defense.
There it is.
Trick Room goes up pretty much for free there.
Yeah, and you can see that the U-turn, the idea there was to position something, and it would be that fourth and final Pokemon that Amin's got in the back. Maybe that Ursaluna. Trick Room up now, the Azelf not in the best position, because combination of that U-turn is going to be hitting for super effective damage, followed up with something from that Lunala here will probably be enough to get rid of that explosion threat. But again, if you're doing that, you're leaving that Lunala on Lucy's side of the field kind of open to go for whatever it wants, and it can reverse the Trick Room this turn, and maybe allow the Azelf to go down and open the door without the Trick Room on the field for that Koraidon to come in and maybe start clawing back a little bit of momentum.
Yeah, I think you made the right call there. I think if Lucy wants to try and take this game, she's really got to try and reverse that Trick Room, because she's pretty consistently been outspeeding with her own Lunala against the other Lunala. So and the Koraidon's obviously so quick too, but Rhydon's also in the back. But yeah, anyway, Yuta comes out into that Lunala to break that Shadow Shield, so that a lot more damage can come out into the next turn, potentially go down even to a Facade, given that this Lunala isn't even got the Electric Seed boost either. So with Trick Room up, Ursaluna might be coming in here, but what's quite interesting is that if Amin thinks that Lucy's gone for Trick Room, then Miraidon should be coming in here. But what has Amin's Lunala gone? Has Amin's Lunala gone for the Trick Room, also predicting that Trick Room? Instead, neither of them have moved yet. We don't know. Please tell us, Amin, what is going to happen in this turn. Is the Ursaluna coming in? So let's see if some Trick Room shenanigans in my games came out. No.
Oh, Moongeist Beam.
Okay, it does come out into that switching in Koraidon, doing over half damage as well. Huge.
No Trick Room to reverse it though, just a Moonblast, and it will be into the Lunala, not doing anywhere near enough damage, taking it just above 50%.
So close there. Oh my goodness. So maybe both of them kind of got themselves psyched out, and just neither of them then clicked the Trick Room in the end either. So Ursaluna is able to come in with those Trick Room turns just as everyone intended. So now Ursaluna's in such a strong position at the moment here. So you've got obviously the wide guard to protect from any kind of spread damage, but knowing Koraidon could just go down to a Moongeist Beam like that is really critical. So we're likely to see maybe a Protect on Koraidon and Lunala kind of start to try and change things around.
Yeah, I think if you can try, if you are Lunala on Lucy's side, I mean, protect Koraidon, try and reverse that Trick Room here. It will put you in a much stronger position the next turn. I don't think you can afford to do anything other than that, really, because, like you say, the threat from Ursaluna onto both these targets, with even the single target, if you expect a wide guard to come out, is enough probably to pick up the knockout.
So there's that protect from that Koraidon, keeping it a little bit safe from these Trick Room sweepers. But there's the Facade into the Lunala, but with that Shadow Shield right back up next to those leftovers, it's able to take that just about. There's the Moongeist Beam, predicting that protect as they did in the game one, but the double up is not enough. Lunala's Moonblast instead is going to come out into that Lunala, but it's still not enough for the KO.
No, not quite enough. And then again, we don't see that Trick Room. I wonder if you just are hesitant to click it because you're expecting maybe Amin to read into that, like you were saying, and maybe Trick Room on your Trick Room, and that would just prolong the twisted dimensions, something that you don't want to do. But by not doing it, you're leaving your Koraidon in a position now where it is just so vulnerable, and you can't switch it out to the Azelf, because we know the Azelf, not the best defensively, is not going to be able to really combat against the attacks from this Ursaluna or the Lunala, whichever decides from Amin's side of the field to go into that top slot.
Yeah, I think it's a really tricky position now. So wide guard does come out. Lucy kind of trying to kind of predict exactly what Amin's going to go for at this point, because safe plays are not going to cut it right now. But Amin does not give in, going straight for that Facade into the guaranteeing that KO, freeing up the ability to start earthquaking.
Yeah, and that wide guard disappearing is huge. Still with that Trick Room in effect now. The Moongeist Beam chosen again into that Koraidon, nice and safe, just in case that Azelf comes in. You pick up super effective damage, but it will be more than enough anyway to remove the Koraidon from the field, leaving Lucy with just that lowly Azelf versus this Lunala and there's Luna.
Yes.
He got enough to be able to just go out with a bang, literally protect, see the Trick Room end, and explode.
Yeah, I know, that would be great, wouldn't it? Yeah, just kind of, yeah, you know things are probably over at this point. I think Trick Room's got a few more turns to go. You've got a lot of detecting turns to go. And if you don't want to blow yourself up, you need to be going for knockoff, which is not going to do a whole lot into Incineroar. And that Miraidon is on full health still, having switched out earlier.
Do you see the detect? So there is one, and there's Luna just opting for that single target attack. So it will be more than enough to take down this Azel, followed up with the Moongas Beam from the Lunala. Again, with the super effective damage, I feel like that will be enough as well. We are going to see just a bit of burn tick, but it feels like a battle too far now for Lucy to come back, as the Twisted Dimensions do go back to normal. So the explosion is on the cards, and we are going to see Lucy lock in with that explosion. So we will literally see Lucy go out with a bang.
Love it. Yeah, I mean, it could also wide guard here as well, just to kind of preserve the 4-0, which they do as well, which is a bit of a shame.
Okay,
but
well,
at least mad respect to Lucy right now. There it is. Explosion Azel. We do not see that every day. Look at that fireball there, absolutely explode. And there's the applause from the crowd as well. Absolutely amazing, absolutely incredible pick, and still going 4-1 into round 6 is nothing to shake his deck out there. And yeah, I mean, Lena takes it going into round 5 with that 5-0. Massive congratulations to them.
Amazing job by Amin, and yes, all respect to Lucy for that explosion and that final turn, just to get it in there. I love to see it, and yeah, best of luck to them going forward in this tournament. Like you say, that record with 1 loss is nothing to worry about. You can still progress into day 2, but it's all about Amin here and how well they piloted their way through that really tricky matchup. And I love the way that they got the Trick Room up in that second game and got the Ursaluna into position. It's the theme of this weekend with the Ursalunas getting into position, and you're looking good to close matches up.
Okay, thanks. Good to know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll write that one down too.
Get that pen out.
Okay, we got Arcanine Ursaluna. Get it into that position.
Don't jot down Arcanine.
You told me earlier. We
said it was good against
everything.
Ho-Oh.
You were having me on this whole time.
Hitmontop.
Hitmontop. Well, you could be having me on there now.
We're going to have a whole team built by the end of this.
You better do. I hope you do. Anyway.
You're a teamer.
Well, anyway, congrats to Amin, obviously. Really well played. Just basically a great showcase of why this team is so strong, really. Yeah. I mean, it's almost the exact same 6 that won Milwaukee as well. I think that had an Assault Vest Miraidon instead of a Choice Specs, but otherwise pretty much everything else is like the same. Yeah. Pretty much so.
Tried and tested. I mean, at that event, I mean, Andrew and the other players that piloted that 6 in particular did such a good job, and Amin doing exactly the same in this match against some really tricky Pokemon on the opposite side of the field, especially when you come up against things that are maybe a little bit less conventional than usual. It does kind of give you that sideball, and you've got to really keep yourself composed and not overextend your strategies when in certain tricky situations. Could have got a bit dicey there in that first game with the discharge being locked into. If we did see a protect, a third one from the Koraidon, it might have been different. It would have come down to a speed tie regardless, but yes, having the max speed Miraidon, I think that's pretty huge, because just winning those speed ties is so crucial, as we saw against things like Fluttermane that has got the sash, and opposing Koraidons as well that tend to run that max speed. Just being able to get the jump on them, or at least giving yourself the best chance to get the jump on them, makes such a difference.
Yeah, again with the maths there, Lee. Yeah, it's a good point. The math.
Mathematician.
Math, yeah. Yeah, because, exactly. Yeah, there's so much Miraidon going around. Like, at this point, you're probably going to face Miraidon, like, 50% of your games, maybe.
Are you getting on them? You're getting on them with the math now, are we?
Yeah, I am actually. Yeah, you sounded smart earlier, so I want to try and sound smart now. Yeah, so 50%, and then you give yourself another 50% chance, at least, assuming they're maybe max speed too, that you'll still outspeed. And because Miraidon is just kind of this one-hit KO bot, you just click a button and probably something goes. It might as well be against another Miraidon, or against all of those other similar speed tier Pokemon like Chempao, like Fluttermane, like Koraidon, and like other Miraidon, all the same speed. Suddenly, if you're getting the jump on them a little bit, even if it's some of the time, that's a massive advantage.
Yeah, definitely, and it can be the difference between winning and losing. We talk about fine margins at these high-stakes events, and where the skill level is such to such a ceiling, with our players. That's these fine margins, these micro details in a game that can be the difference between taking a game, progressing on, making day 2, or winning an entire event, you know, sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, absolutely congrats to Amin there. I think Lucy got really close, though, in that game 1. It was
I know, yeah.
Yeah, and also in that game 2, really. Obviously, we saw Trick Room go up in that game 2. And the turn that the Azelf protected as well. And like there was no fake out into that slot either, so if it had it been an explosion or maybe even like an encore, which this Azelf had, to kind of lock in that Lunala to the Moonblast that had used the turn before, that would have also denied the Trick Room.
Yeah.
So either way, I think if we'd seen a slight change there, that might have turned it around a little bit, and then we would have seen Zelf literally pop off.
And there were definitely the opportunities there for Lucy to reverse the Trick Room.
Yes.
It's easy to sit here and say, just reverse it this next turn, but you've got so many things, I think, when you're in that situation going through your head. Is my opponent going to predict that I predict the Trick Room, and they're going to Trick Room too, and then I'm essentially just wasting time, giving the Ursaluna a lot of room to do things that I don't want to allow it to do. It's very tricky, but that was definitely, in hindsight, an option where you could have said there was a couple of turns there where you could have reversed the Trick Room, put the Cryodan into a really commanding position to start getting the game back in your favor a little bit.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think
it didn't quite happen.
It was a bit of a speed battle, wasn't it? So like, who could have got the jump, and also a lot of mirrors of speed too, like knowing that Lucy had the faster Lunala was obviously really critical in some aspects as well, but when you've got such a bulky Pokemon, does it matter as much? Maybe not. So yeah, a really good set though.
Really good set, and you know, with these sort of different, you know, innovations, especially as Elf, you know, if you've got your own ideas of what you think could work in this sort of format, then a great place to test them out is obviously locals.
Yes.
Great segue into that, of course. But yeah, you know, it is a place where it gives you the ability to practice, meet other people in the community, which is the best thing about it. You make some great friends that have common interests to you. You can learn from them as well, and I think that's what one of the greatest things about this community is. Everyone's quite open to sharing their experiences and their ability to get better at this game.
Yeah, you certainly can. There's so much opportunity for that as well. So yeah, take a have a look at this video to kind of see what you can do and what you can gain from a local near you.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
One of my locals I went to recently.
Yes.
I learned what Hisuian Bravery did.
What's it do?
It goes
Tell me, educate us all.
It goes next to an Indeedee.
Yes.
And goes for Terra Psychic, so it's not flying anymore, so it's actually benefiting from the terrain.
It's on the ground, yes.
And it goes for Expanding Force.
Ooh.
And then anything that resists it doesn't because of your tinted lens.
Oh, yeah, of course, yes.
Everything drops.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Hisuian Bravery. What a great Pokemon. It's a beautiful Pokemon. I love it. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, well, there's one for everyone to try at your locals next time they come around. But do use the QR code on your screen to find out where your locals are around you, where you live, that you can get involved with, because it's the first step on starting your journey in competitive Pokemon. It doesn't necessarily need to be the video game. We have Pokemon GO. We have Pokemon TCG as well. So whatever your forte in the Pokemon competitive scene is, you can get what you want from it. And I would always advise the video game's always the best, isn't it?
Yes, certainly is.
Cool.
And you can also earn championship points at these events as well. So if you're also on your road to Worlds, or you're trying to kind of get to that certain bar that's kind of your goal as well, this is the perfect place to kind of gain those extra little points as well.
Yeah, that's it. And I think you can just get, like you say, keep those championship points topped up to the position where you can secure those Worlds invites, because that's what really everyone's kind of aiming for, getting to the World Championships. There's only a select number of positions per region at Worlds every year, and you've got to take advantage of every event that you've got available to you to get those championship points to make sure you are in the top upper echelon of those players.
Yeah, 100%, yeah. A really good time to have. And I imagine a lot of our players here this weekend have, like, practiced that exactly at that locals and kind of gotten used to practicing in that open team sheet best of 3 sort of format that you can't really get a lot of experience kind of elsewhere.
Yeah.
So a really nice option.
Yeah, you can also check out arcaninelabs.gg, and that will give you all the information you need about registering for events like this, and also how to obtain spectator patches if you just want to come along to an event for a day and experience what it's like in person before taking the deep dive into the competitive action, of course. But yes, check out arcanine.gg/events/Pokemon.
Yes, exactly, for those multitude of events that we have across the season too. So, yeah, I mean, we don't have many of those left this season either as well. We've got, obviously, Utrecht here in our EU regional calendar. We've also got Bologna as well, another couple of weeks, another special championship for us, which would be really exciting too. And then, of course, NAIC after that. The really big one right before Worlds.
That's going to be very exciting. I'm really looking forward to that, and I always enjoy the international championships. I mean, these events are amazing in their own right, because, I mean, we've got over 600 masters playing here today. It's a phenomenal amount of trainers coming in from all regions, but the internationals, they're the big ones of the season, and that's what we're running up to. Of course, that's the big event for North America, and for a lot of our players will be the place where they'll be able to maybe even just get those last few points required to secure those World Championship invites.
Yeah, and especially when it ends with an international, that's a lot of championship points. It can really shake up that leaderboard of whatever region that you're in or trying to kind of fight to get into as well. So, like, yeah, there's a lot on the line right now, a lot on the line for our trainers here this weekend too, of course.
Yes, of course, we've got all the action coming up. We are getting into it, but we're going to take a quick break now. So it gives you the opportunity to get yourself a beverage, settle down for the rest of the event as we get into the second half of the show, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
私の名前は木村翔平です。東京出身です。
Pollen Puff will take out the Chien-Pao, and all Michael Kelsch has remaining in this matchup is a sleeping Dragapult. Now Dragapult is in a very nasty situation as Shohei still has 3 Pokemon remaining. Michael throws in the towel, and Shohei Kimura will be your 2023 Pokemon World Champion.
まだ実感が湧いていないです。1戦目はもうその想定していた選手と違うものが出てきてしまってかなり厳しい状態になっていたんですけど、パオジアンのつらら落としに助けられて1戦目を取ることができて、2戦目は想定していた対戦内容だったので、その想定していた通りにことが進んで、勝利を収めることができて嬉しかったです。相手のパーティーのリキキリンとウーラオスをどのように倒すかが鍵となっていて、それらに対抗するためにテラスタイプを変更したモロバレルが、鍵になると考え、臨みました。なんだろう、勝利することも大事ですが、その対戦相手がいることによって、得られる、友情だったりコミュニケーションが僕の中では一番、このゲームの大切なことだと思っています。次の大会も、参加して、もう一度2度目の、ワールドチャンピオンを目指して頑張ります。
Welcome to the 2023 North America International Championship.
This is my 4th time at NAIC, and I'm totally blown away by all of the new stuff that's going on here, like that setup where it's like you're in Mesagoza and you're like looking at all of the Scarlet and Violet Pokemon, and it's just really cool and really impressive, and I haven't even gotten to look at everything yet.
Everyone's so welcoming. I enjoy the community, and all the battles have been so fun so far.
It's always an absolutely great time. The vibes are absolutely electrifying.
Just jump right in. These events are so much fun. I've been playing this game for 10 years, going to these tournaments since 2011, and it's just been such a blast.
It's just such a great event, such a great community, and yeah, if you win, you win. Yeah, great. But if you lose, you're still here with so many people. It's just amazing.
He's thrown the true one.
A game of inches. Go!
Here comes the ballot. Go! Wadaj taking this fifth game and is your North America International Champion.
Wow! Wadaj! He is able to secure victory and become the first player in Pokemon GO history to win a regional and an international championship.
Throw the energies into play, final burn, take the knockout, and even though Drake cannot attack this turn with the way his energy are set up, all he has to do is pass the turn, and Drake becomes the North American International Champion. What is it? Another Super Rod.
Oh my gosh,
Just
Bodhi.
the scratch pass. Bodhi has to announce his attack, and he becomes the international champion.
Could we see a winner right here? Cyrus has the artillery, rapid strike search for the Tower Waters, attaches the water energy, and 100 blows. Cyrus Davis is your North American International Champion with rapid strike, Inteleon VMAX, Urshifu VMAX.
This is going to be massive.
The outrage.
Dragonite outrages
It's into the
Flutter Mane again.
Shadow Ball into the Flutter Mane is enough to knock it out. And Takumi's Flutter Mane is down, meaning Dragonite is the final Pokemon that Takumi has.
What a choice on the item
And that's
there.
gonna do it! Major congratulations to Avery, your 2023 North America International Champion! And the Gyarados left at this next turn. He is one step away, one Moonblast away from securing the knockout under the Roaring Moon and becoming your 2023 North America International Champion.
There's the Iron Hand, pretty much at 50% HP. Will the Ice Spinner follow up and knock it out? Sword of Ruin, ruining Iron Hand's day. Alex has wrapped this up. Flare Blitz into the Dragon Ball, takes it down. Alex is the VGC 2023 North America International Champion in the Masters Division.
I haven't won a tournament since 2016, so I feel amazing. It means the world to me to be back.
When I was on stage and I won, I was just like really hyped up because it was like a super close game, and I didn't think I was going to win. So when I did, I just kind of popped off.
This victory means a lot to me personally, and because it allows me to get the travel award for the World Championships, which is very exciting.
Winning feels very exciting. I felt so happy.
It feels really great, and I'm really happy that I finally got my trophy set.
It means a lot, as this is my last year in seniors, so it feels really good to finally get it on that last opportunity.
Winning this event is life-changing. It means everything to me. It means I've left a mark on the history of this game, and it means that my long time playing has all led up to something.
The Pokémon Regional Championships in Stockholm brought together Europe's top talent and a few rising stars for a weekend of high-stakes battles and cool-headed plays. With Lunala's surprise win in Vancouver just weeks prior, the meta was now broken wide open. As trainers prepped for Stockholm, the big question was, would new ideas shine or would old favorites fight back? Day 1 saw a broad mix of restricteds, with Calyrex, Shadow and Ice Rider both putting in strong showings, but Lunala once again proved it was no one-hit wonder. By day 2, Shadow Rider boasted the highest conversion rate, while Zamazenta saw a significant drop in usage, only for its ancient adversary Eternatus to emerge from the past and cast its 1,000-year-old Shadow, claiming its spot in the top 12. At the top of the table were familiar names and rising stars alike. Jamie Boyd went undefeated with a bold Koraidon build. Eric Rios brought Lunala back with a creative twist, blending calm mind and defensive terror choices to great effect. and Oscar Gilly impressed with clutch calls and calm execution, a breakout performance from a rising talent. But the spotlight belonged to one trainer and the only other undefeated Day 1 competitor, Michael Kelsch. Returning to defend his Stockholm title, Kelsch brought Ice Rider and ice in his veins. He carved through the top cut with surgical precision until it came down to a deja vu finals. Ice Rider versus Lunala once again. This time, Kelsch flipped the script. With a glacially cool game plan, he shut down Lunala's second shot at gold and claimed his own, becoming a 2-time back-to-back Stockholm regional champion. So, do you want to follow in his steps and ride on your own wave to victory? Then don't just dream of glory, rein in your team and gallop over to Pokemon.com/compete to see if you've got what it takes.
I am joined by two of our amazing event staff here, Alessandra and Angel, who are going to talk us through about some of the awesome things that you can do at this event beside the main competitive action here at the Fan Zone. So as you guys can see around us, we've got a lot of screens going on with a lot of different Pokemon games. Alessandra, talk us through what you can do here.
Okay, so basically this is the Fan Zone, and here you can do everything that you want for free. We have amazing games, not only the new ones like Pokemon Scarlet or Pokémon tournaments, we also have older consoles. You can see an N64 there and 2 GameCubes, so that's pretty nice. And
do you have a favorite? Which one you like to play?
Ooh, I love the Metronome Battle, actually. You know, the Metronome is that move in the game that lets you like randomly choose between each existing move in the game, and that's so nice because we have such unexpected turnouts of the games. I love seeing those games, those tournaments.
What about you, Angel? Do you have a favorite of these games?
I would definitely have to pick Metronome myself too. As someone who plays actually quite competitively, the chaotic energy of Metronome is something that every player would love.
Definitely, and I think you can kind of go in without too much pressure. In fact, I think it's actually playing over here. Should we go check it out a little bit? See what's going on? Okay, so we've got a Clefairy, very well-known Metronome. Oh, look at the Dragon Terra on the Clefairy here. Do you get a little bit distracted sometimes wanting to watch the games and, you know, keeping an eye?
Yeah, I actually do start commentating myself just to keep the spirits up. But some outcomes are very unexpected. You know, then unexpected Terra Poison, and then you're like, oh, what do we do with her?
And how many times do they have these tournaments per day?
Oh, we have 2. At this event, we have 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon, and tomorrow the same thing. So yes, we do have free tournaments happening all day here in the Fan Zone. So that's a nice thing that you want to do if you're not competing in the main event or if you don't want to go to the side events.
And just a little reminder that our events are free, so you're not paying anything to join us.
That's an extra bonus, right? I mean, I could honestly stand here all day and watch Clefairy going for these moves that I never normally see it do. But Angel, aren't there some other events going on as well? Like there's Pokken and...
We have the Who's That Pokemon area, where basically it's Who's That Pokemon, but on a regional event.
I would like to always say that Pokemon is Gastrodon, as it is one of my favorites. Do you have a favorite Pokemon, Angel?
Oh, definitely Litten.
That's a good choice. Team Cat as well. What about you, Alessandra?
My favorite Pokemon is Togetic.
That's also a very adorable choice. I really like the theme here. But this is so great. Who's that Pokemon? Let's see. I think it's Meowth. Yeah. I think we were all in agreement. This one's Meowth. Imagine if Ditto comes up. That would definitely surprise a few people. Okay, so this is like the video game side of things. But on the kind of Fan Zone, there are some other more creative things we can do as well. Should we head over that way? And Alessandra, do you want to talk us through what's going on over here?
Sure. So basically, in the Fan Zone, we have this arts and crafts area, which is pretty much divided into the coloring tables and the origami area. Well, in the origami area, you can find the tutorials to do some official Pokemon origami that you can find also in the Pokemon.com website. So you can find it at home too. And here we are. We have a bunch of origami paper. We do offer like Pikachu's origami. My favorite one actually is Vulpix. We also have Metapod, which is quite the challenge because almost nobody can actually make a Metapod origami. This is one attempt. This is a nice attempt.
Okay, so you heard it here first.
Yeah.
Metapod challenge. If you're here in the venue, maybe come and see if you can turn your hand at Metapod. But this is a great way to kind of maybe de-stress as well from the competitive tournament and just come and try a little bit of arts and craft. Let's head over to the last area, Angel. So this is the kind of drawing area, right?
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So we have our coloring and drawing competition where we're basically picking a winner amongst all divisions to see who draw the best, not just who compete the best in the regional event.
So that's competitive.
Yeah. If you have a look here, these are all the coloring and also drawings that our participants has drawn today.
Wow, oh my goodness. I mean, this is incredible. And what I actually love is all the different age divisions that are here as well, taking part and drawing. They're so vibrant. I like this shiny Lapras down here. You know, the green instead of the purple. Do you have a favorite?
A favorite shiny, you mean? Oh, I love a Kyogre. A very pink, flashy Kyogre.
That's a very good shout. Well, thank you both so much for talking me through this fan zone. Just before we kind of go, I just want to ask you guys as event staff, which is your favorite thing about being event staff in the fan zone? What do you enjoy most about this role?
It's about seeing how more casual players can also enjoy a more competitive event. I think it's a really good chance for people to gather and meet each other and have fun.
Oh, I think that's lovely, and it's a really nice way to enjoy Pokemon. What about you, Alessandra? What's your favorite thing about working in this area?
I really love this area because it's not only about the tournament. This is a Pokemon event. This is something that everybody can enjoy, despite age, despite knowledge in Pokemon. Here, everybody can have fun in a very calm and relaxing way. So, yeah, it's for everybody.
Brilliant. Well, thank you again so much for taking the time to talk to me and our amazing viewers at home. I'm going to go crack on with that Metapod, I think, a little bit, and we'll get back to some more competitive Pokemon action.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championship History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2017 North American International Championships. This was the final event before Worlds, so it was the last chance for trainers to earn an invite. We turn our focus to round 3 of day 1. Giovanni Costa is a West Coast VGC trainer that had one simple phrase, "Believe in Eevee." For the entire 2017 season, Gio played a team revolving around Eevee and its exclusive Z move, Extreme Evo Boost. But at the start of Game 3, Gio's Eevee plans fell through as Tobias gets a perfectly timed poison.
Will knock out the Eevee.
And it would only get worse for Gio, because after Whimsicott and Incineroar were knocked out, he was now in a 4-to-1 Pokemon disadvantage. A situation so dire, even 3-time world champion Ray Rizzo didn't believe in a comeback.
Yeah, so that is going to be game having 4 against 1.
With the whole world counting him out and facing impossible odds, Gio had to place his faith into one Pokemon, Dragonite, his favorite Pokemon of all time. Dragonite was added to his Eevee team just in time for NAIC, and now it was time for Gio to show the world that anything is possible as long as you believe.
So Smeargle maybe fake out Spore.
But after being put to sleep by Tobias' Smeargle,
Put it to sleep. And Tobias now completely free to just relax, play out the last few minutes of this game.
and taking a huge amount of damage from Nihilego, things were looking dire for Gio.
Not a one-hit knockout, though.
Then the unthinkable happened.
Dragonite wakes up and goes for an Earthquake, targeting down this Nihilego and this Hariyama. It gets the knockout on Nihilego. It gets the knockout on Hariyama after the burn damage. What just happened?
Wow.
Dragonite miraculously woke up and knocked out 2 of Tobias' Pokemon with a powerful Earthquake.
The Life Orb Hidden Power Ice from the Nihilego, waking up using Earthquake.
Tobias was down to his last Pokemon, Smeargle, who still couldn't knock out Gio's bulky Dragonite. The tides had turned, and Tobias could see the writing on the wall.
Wow.
I don't think Smeargle's able to pick up that victory. So, wow, what a comeback there.
Oh my man. Okay, Gio defying all the odds. He believed in Dragonite.
And with that, Giovanni Costa's Dragonite delivers one of the greatest comebacks in VGC history. GO proved that truly skilled trainers can win with their favorite Pokemon. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in competitive Pokemon history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
And here we are live with the action from the Utrecht Special Championships. I'm Marcus Hamann and joined by Laboja Akshas Chromi. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. It's been a beautiful event so far, not only from the competitive action, but the atmosphere has been incredible. Speaking to Angel and Alessandra earlier, it was great to be able to see how they're enjoying their tournament experience, but also how other people are here not just playing the competitive Pokemon, but enjoying Pokemon in all different ways.
Yeah, and enjoying Pokemon altogether. That is what these events are about, of course. And I have a little quiz for you.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, which Pokemon is the most difficult to make an origami for?
Metapod?
Oh, maybe that's the answer. I don't know, but that's something I want to check out as well.
I can imagine Ditto is also kind of hard, you know, because if there's a Ditto one, it's kind of squishy. How do you get those sharp angles of the origami? But apparently Metapod is the hardest one out there, but the Pikachus are the most adorable. There was a whole little array of them earlier, so maybe we should test our skills and bring some to tomorrow's broadcast. We could do a caster challenge.
Yeah, maybe I'll stick to like Cortana, something like that. I don't know.
Oh, that one might be too easy. That's like level 1, gym leader level 1.
Yeah, well, maybe that's the appropriate level for myself.
Maybe. We'll see. But it's a lot of fun to be able to do these different things and, you know, sit at a table across from someone who maybe plays a different competitive game for you or comes from a different part of the globe. And it's really nice to be able to talk about Pokemon with them.
Yeah, absolutely. Or like click some buttons in a metronome battle and see how lucky you get and which moves you get to choose.
That's always a lot of fun because not only is it obviously completely random, but sometimes Clefairy or whichever the metronome user is will be using something that they don't normally have access to as well. So you can see some wild animations.
Yeah, and I want to know if our viewers at home have access to the answers to our questions that we are coming up in a little quiz for you. Are you ready for that?
I am so ready. Let's go. Competition time for us.
Okay, competition time. So how is this going to work? We'll have a couple of questions for you, and you have the option to vote in the Twitch chat, and we will start with the first one. Who's that Pokemon? True classic, Lou, right?
That is very true. It's round form. Makes it easy to pick up. Some people have used them to hurl at each other in a snowball fight. So I'm thinking ice type.
Yeah, that's possible. Round form. It's not a Jigglypuff, is it?
No. Some people have been able to hurl at each other. What's Darumaka, the Alolan form?
Oh.
That's like a little round ball, icy ball. But I think it's quite big.
Vanillite?
So could be Vanillite, but...
Or like you would have like multiple snowballs, I guess.
And it'd be a snow cone as well. I am terrible at these. I'm very nervous.
Yeah, let's see if our Twitch chat is a little bit better.
See if Twitch chat can find out. No looking it up online or anything. Use those Pokemon trainer instincts that you have. I'm trying to think what else could be. Maybe it's not an ice-type Pokemon, and the snowball fight is like a red herring.
Yeah, but it should be round, right?
Yeah, I was thinking of...
It's not a sphere, is it?
Oh, no, but you can't throw a sphere. Oh, no.
I don't know. I mean, it's round, right?
Yeah, I guess it could be in another ice type. I'm trying to think, could it be, is it Solosis? Psychic type ball? Oh, we've got some... Thank you for the options. Thank you,
That might make things a little bit easier.
It's got to be Sandshrew.
Voltorb, Happiny, or Sandshrew.
So none of the options we previously discussed.
Yeah, well, we were just like, you know, like... trying...
Formulating ideas.
Yeah, we were just still brainstorming, right?
Yeah, helping chat have a conversation about our hot takes for the answer. I think taking a look at them, Sandshrew is the one for me, because it can literally ball up like a little snowball.
Right.
If you're throwing a Geodude, that's not throwing snowballs, that's throwing rocks. That's not very nice in a snowball fight. Voltorb, I think, would be angry at you for doing it. That would literally be shocking. And Happiny, like, you can't throw, it's just a baby.
Yeah, you don't want to, like, break anything, right?
Exactly. So I'm going Sandshrew.
You know what? I want to see the Voltorb.
Oh, okay.
Snowball fight. Like maybe, I don't know, you never know. Like there could be like an ice-type Voltorb discovered in the future. You never know.
Maybe, if he's still
like
outside.
Terra Ice Voltorb.
Terra Ice.
Okay, I'll lock it in. Terra Ice Voltorb is my answer.
We need that condition underneath. I mean, he looks ready for a snowball fight. Look at him.
Absolutely,
he means
yes.
business, does that Voltorb.
Yeah, for sure. As you at home had the chance to vote.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at the results.
Yeah, I think the results are ready. So let's see if we were indeed correct.
It's Geodude. Wow. Well. Oh, is it? No.
I want to know what Snowball fights.
Yeah, I want to see that.
Pokédex has picked up on here to write that in.
Maybe you at home, if you're like looking this up, you can like someone can like draw us a little sketch.
Yeah.
Make a little artwork and use the hashtag #PlayPokemon to share that with us. I want to know more.
Yeah, I want to know more about that. Geodude, he's quite a chunky Pokemon as well, right? I would have thought you'd need 2 people to be able to throw him.
Yep, well, I got it wrong.
Yeah, so did I.
But 6% of you at home are smarter than all of us.
Yeah, they're going to put their lab coats on and join the professors. And I think it's time to kick into the next question. See if we can redeem ourselves a little bit.
I think we need to. I think we honestly need to. So, who's that Pokemon again? This Pokemon uses its hard tail to make its nest by boring holes into bedrock deep underground. The nest can reach lengths of over 6 miles. That is a very long, big nest.
So, at one of the internationals, I had a question like this, where it said something about a nest. So I was thinking birds, and it was not a bird. So I'm going to cancel birds from the equation.
Because you're boring holes into bedrock deep underground, right?
Like an ant.
Maybe. Or like a mole? Like a drill burr, maybe?
Could be a drill burr. It's got a hard tail. Orthworm? Orthworm have a tail?
Yeah. Ooh, that could definitely also...
That could work.
Or a nest.
I was originally thinking of like Dugtrio, digging underground, but then it doesn't have a hard tail.
Or Durant?
Could be. Durant's a good one because, like I said, it's an ant.
Yeah.
It goes underneath, and ant hills and nests can have a lot of
and it could be
passages.
It could have lengths over 6 miles.
Yeah, I believe that. I wonder what the options are going to be.
Well, I don't want to even get it right. I want to get one option.
That's the thing. Yeah, all the things we've discussed, it's going to be birds now. Watch it happen.
Yeah, maybe.
But I wonder what it could be. I think you're right. Something burrowing underground, a ground type or a rock type or a steel type because of a hard tail. That's a really good shout. Yeah. Oh, big Pokemon.
Oh, we got 2 in there.
Do you know what? I'm going to just lock in Orthworm now because I said it earlier and I don't want to talk myself out of it.
The Dunsparce. Like, I don't know how the Dunsparce operate usually. Like, Rhyperior though? That could definitely, but would you call it a nest? It can definitely like drill, right?
I just feel like Rhyperior wouldn't go that far down into the ground. It would be more like in the walls of a cave.
It's strong enough. It doesn't need to hide, right?
Exactly. And Excadrill does go down, but again, they're probably nearer the surface, ready to, attack unsuspecting trainers in the cave.
Yeah, I think just based on the fact that we were so wrong in the previous one, I don't even want to rule out the fact that it could be the Dunsparce, even though it's a normal type. But I think I would go with Excadrill for this one.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine the Dunsparce also digging down and getting lost.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just having a good time and ends up digging a lot of holes underground.
Okay, but you're going with Orthworm?
Orthworm, yeah, I'm going with
I'll
Orthworm.
go Excadrill. Yeah, let's see what the chat...
Let's see what's going to happen. So far, we are 0-0 between us.
Yeah.
And 6% of you were correct on the last one. So can we get more of you correct on this second one? That's going to be the interesting thing.
Oh, that's going to be the challenge. Well, let's have a look at the results.
Let's have a little look. Results coming through.
Ooh, Dunsparce.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you, my 19%, my favorite number also, actually, just as a fun fact, who also shared Orthworm with me there. You went Excadrill, right?
Yeah, as well as the other 2%. Excadrill gang, drill up. I don't know.
Or Rhyperior, though.
Yeah,
that was the lowest. But the Dunsparce, a lot of you got it correct. Congratulations, chat.
Well, whoever made those questions made sure to, the typing is not only. Right, isn't the only thing that tells the story sometimes.
Exactly, but at least it definitely wasn't a bird.
It definitely was not a bird. Yeah, and you know what they say?
What do they say?
The early the Dunsparce catches the Orthworm.
That is what they now do say, officially.
They should say that.
You'll find it somewhere. So far, not doing so good.
Can we keep going until we at least get one right between the two of us?
I think we do need some redemption, There are plenty of Pokemon out there that Marcus and I know very well.
Yes.
If you want to...
Just not these.
Yeah, please send us a nice one for us.
Okay, let's do another one.
Okay.
Who's that Pokemon?
It scatters poisonous spores and throws powerful punches while its foe is hampered by inhaled spores. This could be so many Pokemon.
Poison, spore, punches. So this seems like it's like a poison fighting type, maybe?
Yeah, or grass type with the spores.
Or grass type, yep.
I thought of Eldegoss a little bit because it's always...
But it throws powerful punches.
Isn't Eldegoss in Pokemon Unite? So I like to think that it can take a punch or two.
It doesn't like punch.
No.
Well, it doesn't
It swishes.
punch powerfully, right?
True. Powerful punches.
Yeah, I feel like that...
What Pokemon has tiny little fists? Whimsicott?
Like a Toxicroak would work, but if it wasn't for the spores, like that part doesn't work that well, right?
I'm trying to think now. Amoonguss has little fists.
Yeah.
You know?
But powerful punches?
Okay, let's think poison types then.
Or you're putting something to sleep, maybe. Like a Breloom.
Oh, Breloom.
Oh, and it's there.
Okay.
Maybe now's the time for me to finally get something right, but it could also be, of course, the big distractor. Yeah.
Could be the Venonat.
Go into Twitch chat and vote there for whichever Pokemon you think fits that description best. Spores, poisonous, punches. I'm feeling good about my chances with Breloom, though. What are you looking in?
Brute Bonnet doesn't mean sucker punch, doesn't it?
It could. That's true. That's true.
But I think Breloom. I've got to go with Breloom.
Well,
I think.
Yeah. Okay.
I think, you know, there are people I know who would really be upset if I didn't pick Breloom.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, it's used to be like one of my main staples in competitive play as well.
Yeah.
It's like you could just put things to sleep, then throw a nasty focus punch.
Do some good damage out there.
Is it the correct one for this one?
That's the thing. What do you think, chat? Make sure you are getting your votes in and locking down your choice of these 4 Pokemon. I think there's definitely a trend with the Amoonguss, Brute Bonnet, Breloom. Venonat kind of hasn't fit the dress code too much. It looks like it hasn't got the green and red going on, but
it's not
it's adorable.
Mushroom.
No, that's true. But then that could be the element of surprise. You know, we underestimate it, and then
still a fun guy, you know.
Definitely a fun guy. Between you and Lee and Charlie in previous broadcast, I am going to have abs of giggles by the end of this. But he is definitely cool. And let's find out if Venonat is indeed the winner of this round, or is it going to be Breloom? Have Marcus and I actually got one right?
Please. Yes.
Yay, we got one.
Let's go.
Nice.
Okay, cool. Well, 1% of you.
Venonat believers.
It was a shot to the moon?
Like or a off-field choice, you know.
Yeah.
It was the rogue answer, but you know, the Dunsparce won the previous one, so I completely understand the logic of maybe thinking it's one of the other ones.
But well, we went 1 and 3.
Yeah, 1 and 3. That's not too bad. We would have lost the best of 3, but at least we would have won 1 game.
Well, if it was a best of 3, it wouldn't even have come to the final one. But anyway, all
no logic
aside,
here.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah, definitely.
And always good to see that there's many things out there in the world of Pokemon that we don't know.
Yes, that's very true.
Fortunately, there are some things that we do know, so then maybe let's shift our attention back to the action here in Utrecht for this Special Championships, as the next round has been paired, and we're currently in the process of setting up the next round. Only a couple of players are left undefeated, and of course, having had a good performance, being at 5-0, this next round means that we'll have the first couple of players who will make it into the next stage of the tournament guaranteed, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. They'll be able to lock in that potential X and 2 record going through to the next day. That puts them in really good standing for the rest of the competition. Obviously, there might be some trainers that will be able to go all undefeated to the end of the day and really kind of carve out their attempt to try and get that #1 spot at the end of the weekend. But our trainers have had, a little bit of a lunch break. They're feeling a little bit more relaxed and rejuvenated. And as you said, turning their focus right back to the main competition at hand. They want to keep going undefeated. They want to try and become the Utrecht Special Champion at the end of this weekend.
Yeah, and looking at the standings, there are still a couple of players who you would be seeing and you would be like, oh wow, it makes sense that this player is undefeated. So we might see some of them in the upcoming rounds. But for example, we have Michael Kelsch, best German player at the moment.
Yes, very consistent.
Definitely. 2 regional championships and second place and top 4 at Worlds. Still undefeated. Bring a team with some twists, I want to say.
Okay, he does always tend to bring one little rogue choice sometimes. There's always an interesting talking point, like the Dragapult he came runner-up at Worlds with. That was great to see.
Absolutely. Aurelien Sula, someone else who's become runner-up at a couple of events. They're also 5-0, so we got to see them earlier this morning, and they've kept on winning after defeating Jamie Boyd here on stream. Undefeated, 5-0. And yeah, also Giuseppe, who we featured previously, also undefeated. Now playing against Armin, who we just saw in the previous round.
All the broadcasts kind of coming together, aligning these storylines a little bit, which is always great to see. And I think that's one of the beautiful things. You know, at the tournament, there are so many matches going on.
Yeah.
But we only get to showcase one little snippet of each one. But it's nice to be able to see these storylines and the tales we're telling of these trainers maybe coming to the forefront coming into day 2. So they're names that you need to keep an eye on.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, all of these players have put in so much thought into their team. Down to, okay, which moves do they learn? Which ability will you have? Which Terra type will you have? And so on and so on. So all the ideas that go into it, it's something that we sometimes like, not have as present, but we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg, of course. And so I always like to have a look at some of the notable matches because it gives us a chance to have a little glimpse at some of the other stories that are being written here at this tournament, as we will get to see which kind of teams are going up against each other, even in some of the rounds that we are not featuring here live for the broadcast.
Exactly. We can take a look at how the next round is going to shape up by taking a look at these notable matches. We were just talking about Michael Kelch, and it looks like this is the selected match against Farhad Johori here. Amazing teams coming through. As you said, there was a little bit of an interesting development on Michel's side. Which Pokemon was it you were highlighting there, Marcus?
Oh, it's actually a move, and we will see that later on when we are going into the match specifically. But yeah, this overview, as I was saying, like you can look down there, you can see Nikolai using the Zamazenta and Miraidon. Really interesting combination that I don't think we've featured it yet, but going up against Aurelien, Sulas, Ho-Oh, and Miraidon, that's going to be a good match for sure.
And the Sneasler as well on Nikolai's side, a Pokemon that he's very well versed with and always wants to have on his team, so it's great to see that still making waves here.
For sure. Then we also have Mikal, 5-0, undefeated against Jochen Renemerkes, also undefeated. And Calyrex and Terrapagos, this was a big talking point online. Players being like, oh yeah, this is going to be like the next best thing.
Special attacking duo.
It hasn't performed that well. I mean, it got top 8 at Milwaukee, but he seems to be knowing how to use it best. A player known for really their slow and methodical playstyle, so it makes a lot of sense. They finished top 4 at EUIC a couple of years ago, and coming in through here with this Calyrex and Terrapagos combination.
I'm still waiting to see Terrapagos really get to the forefront, make its first big finish. I know a lot of trainers are trying their best to get it there. Taking a look at Paul and Korn as well. Paul's running that Volcarona, a Pokemon that's been really good for that supportive capability as well as being able to just be so disruptive on the field. But also I want to talk about the Entei on Cohen's side. Entei's not a Pokemon I've seen in a while.
Yeah, definitely those fire types are Pokemon that are so important in this regulation. And a lot of trainers, of course, they're just going with, well, I need a fire type on my team. Well, is there one that is used quite a bit? Is there Incineroar in the format? And yes, it is. And here we have our 2 players on the stage getting ready. And yeah, they have made the same decision. They are both running Incineroar, but then we've also seen that Volcarona is a really strong fire-type support Pokemon, especially on those Miraidon and Calyrex Ice Rider team. And yeah, maybe Entei is another one that, under the right conditions, if the metagame is right for it, it can do really well, as we're seeing here. Still undefeated at 5-0.
Yeah, we've seen, you know, Sacred Fire users do well in the past with Entei. We've seen Ho-Oh rising up in our restricted pairings as well. So sometimes having those fire type moves that can deal the additional effect of something like a burn in Sacred Fire's case can be really, really lovely. But let's focus down on our trainers on the stage. You can see on your screen now Michael Kelch, a trainer that we've already mentioned has won a regional before Stockholm in 2024, as well as being a world finalist in Yokohama, Japan in 2023. And then the following year was able to follow that up with a world's top 4 finish. I mean, talk about consistency.
Yeah, absolutely. And doing all of that in just 2 years. So that is pretty incredible. One of the rising stars of the scene, and still looking, of course, to add more acolytes to their name. And then on the other hand, Farhad, a player that has done quite well at previous tournaments as well. Maybe not quite as high in the finishes as Mikael, but still, definitely not someone to be underestimated coming in here, for example, with a top 16 finish at the Utrecht Special Championships in the previous year.
And not only that, but in this season in 2025 has been able to get some top finishes as well, top 64 and top 32 at 2 different regionals as well. So already carving out a lot of these accolades. But again, we all know what these trainers want. They want to be able to go even further and try and win again. Michel's been able to actually redeem that title, being able to be Stockholm Regional Champion in 2024 and then winning back the title, defending it the next year as well. So from his perspective, he knows what it takes to be able to go all the way, to be able to have that ferocity to become a regional champion. And in this case, he wants to become a special championship champion as well.
Yeah, and he was so confident going into this tournament. Like, I was talking to him a couple of days ago, and he was saying, like, oh, wow, like, yeah, this tournament, like, I'm gonna finish top 8 or better. Like, I got the team, I got the play down at the moment. Like, I'm gonna do so well. And, like, if you know Michael, like, he's not being, like, overconfident here or anything like that. Like, he can back it up for sure.
Oh, for sure.
Usually he's not, he wouldn't like say something like that just to say it. So if he says something like that, like, he means it. So he thinks that he's like really ready. And of course anything can happen. I mean, it's Pokemon at the end of the day, right? But he feels really comfortable with this team in particular. And here we see it. And yeah, let's have a look at this Calyrex Ice Rider. That is the star of the show that I was hinting at a little bit earlier, as it's carrying the leftovers item and is using Leech Seed as its 4th move.
Yeah, these are not things we traditionally see. We are seeing a trend to Calyrex running that Terra Water, but it's often running the Clear Amulet to be able to protect against Intimidates and things like that. Glacial Lance, Trick Room, Protect, very staple moves on there. But Marcus, talk us through the Leech Seed.
Yeah, Leech Seed is together with Leftovers can really turn Calyrex into such a defensive Pokemon. It has some of the best defensive stats like in the game, and it's also, of course, a very strong attacker. But if you can, for example, set up the screens and also use Intimidate a couple of times, it's really, really tough to actually knock out Calyrex. So you can create situations, for example, against Zamazenta, against Jianpao, maybe against, like, I don't know, Zacian, when you Terra to Water, where you couldn't actually hit them for a lot of damage, but with Leech Seed, you can actually just stall them out. And yeah, that's something that it might not be your main strategy, but it's a fallback option.
And I guess with Chilling Neigh boost from Glacial Lance, you can get the offensive capabilities as well. It kind of reminds me of Celesteela from back in the day. But let's dive across to the opponent's team here. We've also got a Calyrex on here, which, very interestingly enough, is also running the Leech Seed. I had to just double check.
Yeah.
There's a few variations there. It's still the more traditional Clear Amulet, but also the Terra Water. But that Leech Seed is there, so this is something that's picking up. Maybe something's been whispering around in the metagame talks before coming in here. So I'm really looking forward to seeing these two stack up against each other. Absolutely.
Then some differences between the teams is both of them, they have ground-type Pokemon that are strong attackers. Forhad going with Ursaluna, while Michael is using Landorus. So slight differences there, but they might be very important in this matchup in particular, because yeah, Miraidon, of course, with those electric type attacks, those are hard to stop. So you want to use your ground type in that matchup usually. And another key difference is the item. Forhad using Assault Vest, making Miraidon a little bit more flexible, a little bit more bulky, but not as strong as the choice specs that Michael is using. And Forhad's also dropped the Dazzling Gleam and gone for a Snarl here on that Miraidon. That's a really nice way to kind of do some damage to the opposing special attackers. Maybe something you're trying to catch like a Lunala with that super effective Dark type move. But you also have to be careful of, you know, potential Wide Guard users out there in the format as well. But the key thing I think for Miraidon is deal lots of damage. You want that Terra Electric on there as well to deal even more with an Electro Drift or a Volt Switch to be able to pivot out here. So it does give Forhad a lot of utility options with that Miraidon. And, you know, the fact it's running the Assault Vest, the fact that a lot of Miraidon often run choice specs means we're used to it not protecting anyway. But let's dive out into the match. It's going to be Miraidon and the Grimmsnarl coming for Forhad here, and then Michael is running the Miraidon and the Incineroar. Yeah, absolutely makes sense for Grimmsnarl to join the field and just set up a couple of screens before, yeah, the battle really starts. One thing that will be important is to keep an eye out for the Miraidons, how they interact in terms of speed, in terms of damage, because yeah, if Michael is faster here with Miraidon, this could be a very powerful Volt Switch. It could also be a Draco Meteor, and yeah, the Miraidon Mirror is something that like players are being used to by now, but it's always a little bit difficult to maneuver around because yeah, Draco Meteor, like both of them, they're like threatening each other, but then there is a Terra Fairy potential on Michael's side, and usually it leads to a lot of Terras being spent on Miraidon early on.
Yeah, you have to apply that pressure to be able to force your opponent to utilize their Terra or something like that. And it looks like Forhad's gone straight away for that, dropping the Dragon type, weakness to opposing Dragon types, and instead just being a solo electric type Pokemon. The Incineroar is going to go for the fake out into that slot, though. So Miraidon on Forhad's side is not going to be able to move, but this does enable the Grimmsnarl to set up that light screen. It is carrying the Light Craze, so this will be for 8 turns on the field as the Volt Switch comes in. A nice little pivot here for Michael, getting some damage on that Grimmsnarl as well.
Yeah, really nicely done here by Michael, while Forhad will get the screen up, which of course is nice. Michael dealing a ton of damage and also getting the chance now to reposition a little bit. Now the problem that might occur is the fact that it's not that easy to switch into a Miraidon's attack, and especially now that it has already shown that it terrestrialized into electric, like any incoming Electro Drift will hurt quite a bit. So with Michael not having as many protecting options, with Incineroar being Assault Vest and also, of course, Miraidon being a choice specs, it makes yourself a little bit predictable. Like, you could just switch in Miraidon and protect, for example, but that's something that Farhad might be able to read and punish potentially with a Spirit Break into that slot. So yeah, that opens up the question. Maybe Michael wants to go on the offensive with Calyrex, but then of course, if a powerful electric type attack goes into Calyrex, then that could hurt a lot. So let's see which decision he made, and yeah, going after the Calyrex right away.
Yep, using that electric terrain to get the boost as well. Goes into the Calyrex, but it's not enough to be able to get a one-hit KO, but does do a sizable amount of damage. The Incineroar just going to pivot out, using that U-turn, repositioning a little bit here for Michael, being able to then bring in the Intimidate, and I think more critically, the Fake Out a little bit later on. That might enable the Calyrex to be able to get some damage on the board, but now Miraidon, the double restricted here for Michael, is out on the field.
Yeah, now the question is, what did Grimmsnarl go for? It should be Spirit Break, but where is it targeting? Looks like it's into the Calyrex, but will that be enough? No, not quite. Wow, yeah, Farhad really wanting that KO here, but Calyrex makes it to the turn, and that's a big Glacial Lance.
Yeah, we'll connect on both Pokemon, get the knockout on Grimmsnarl. That's going to be one Chilling Neigh boost, and Miraidon is going to be sizably damaged as well.
Yeah, big opportunity there. Farhad going for a read. It paid off, but the damage wasn't quite there. And yeah, it's the Intimidate from Incineroar that reduced Grimmsnarl's attack by just enough that barely Calyrex could hang on here in the double up. And yeah, that's good information for both players, of course, going into the next turn, but definitely a good turn or good outcome here for Michael.
And it was good to see the damage coming through from the Miraidon. It is Terror Electric, but we're so used to seeing Choice Specs variants as well, dealing a huge amount of damage. It's nice to be able to see how Farhad's been able to compensate from that by running the Assault Vest. You still have the Terror Electric and the Terrain, and, you know, same type attack bonus, everything all together to still deal a sizable amount of damage. Incineroar can now come in to replace that Grimmsnarl, so Intimidate will be able to go across onto the opposing Calyrex, and now Fake Out is threatened. Yeah,
Fake Out is threatening Miraidon for sure, and because it is Assault Vest over on Farhad's team, Draco Meteor is still available, and looking at what Michael has in the back, yeah, you don't want to switch in this Choice Band Urshifu, so Incineroar seems like the logical decision, but there could be some sort of like Fake Out in one slot and maybe Electro Drift even to kind of call out a switch into Miraidon, or maybe call out a Terrestrialization into Fairy, since that also is available for Michael. And this is, again, like quite tricky, and this is something that is quite unique to this Miraidon mirror match. Yeah, it's sometimes you have to make a decision which Pokemon are you okay to lose, and it seems like Michael is fine giving up Urshifu or Incineroar potentially.
Sometimes those trade-offs can be momentous towards the end of a match. The Intimidate comes through, again, only really going to be working against the opposing Incineroar, as it looks like Michelle's actually making a double switch here, brings both the Restricteds and puts them in the back, and that Urshifu will now join the field. This could be risky if it is the target of one of those electric-type attacks, but the Fake Out is going to go down into what was the Miraidon. Volt Switch coming through from Miraidon. Now, who has it targeted?
Oh, going into Incineroar, making a read there that Calyrex would protect, and while it didn't protect, it switched into Urshifu, and that is fine for Michael, but he definitely would have preferred it if there was maybe like a Draco Meteor into that Incineroar instead. So now Farhad can bring in Calyrex, while yeah, Incineroar on Michael's side and Urshifu, those together, of course, a very, very strong combination in a position that is very tough to punish, because yeah, you cannot go for a Protect, which is the move you usually would want to go for against Fake Out, but yeah, really threatening Fake Out plus an attack from Urshifu, like whether it's Surging Strikes, U-turn, Close Combat, all very valid options for Michael.
And it is rocking that Choice Band. It's been able to get in unscathed, unintimidated. This Urshifu is ready to cause some damage on the field. Miraidon is going to switch in here. This could potentially be, you know, its last moment in this turn here. The Incineroar's going to go for the Flare Blitz, though. It's going to be able to get the knockout, so no matter what the Urshifu has gone for, it will be redirected down into this opposing Incineroar. Now, something like the Surging Strikes, easily going to be able to get a knockout, and I think Close Combat will be able to as well.
Oh, wow, yeah, really interesting here with the speed stats. We didn't see a Trick Room, did we?
No, it looks like the Incineroar was just faster, or Urshifu's just super slow and bulky, maybe.
Yeah, Incineroar being faster than Urshifu, not something you see every day, but here it definitely works out. Knockout on Miraidon, and then with U-turn, yeah, you can bring in Calyrex, and Farhad is losing the positioning battle, and also kind of, yeah, losing the resources. Only Incineroar and Calyrex left, And yeah, you would need to like set up Trick Room for sure in order to come back in this game. But as long as there is a Calyrex, I think there is a way, is how the saying goes.
That is very true. Sometimes the restricted Pokemon can be all it takes to swing the momentum in a match, but there are still 4 Pokemon remaining on Michael's side, so unless these Glacial Lancers are able to get some big critical hits and you're able to hang on through the damage that Miraidon's capable of dealing, then it's going to be a little bit difficult. But Incineroar will, of course, rejoin the field now. It's the last remaining Pokemon, so it has to come into that slot. It can intimidate the Incineroar, it can apply Fake Out Pressure, and that could maybe be what the Calyrex needs to be able to set up that Trick Room.
Yeah, and then under Trick Room, I mean, Calyrex on Michael's side is already kind of damaged. Incineroar is kind of damaged. So yeah, if you can land those hits on those Pokemon, knock them out and get some Grimnay boosts, then yeah, maybe there is a chance still. But yeah, for sure, Michael in a very strong position, especially that Urshifu looking really, really good. And
remind me, Michael hasn't used the Terrestrialization yet, right?
They have not.
So that's still something to be able to utilize. Maybe something on the Miraidon, so you could go for the Fairy type. You don't have your Dragon weakness to something like Ice, maybe. So there are defensive options on Michael's side, but I do think Forehead's in a position where if you go for that Fake Out and Trick Room, you can enable that to get up. It's just whether you're able to then get the knockouts before you're KO'd in return.
Yeah, and this is always like a little bit of a tricky position because yeah, you don't want to give your opponent a boost, and Fake Out is online for Forehead, so this could be some sort of like Fake Out and Trick Room play, but it could also be just a very offensive play. And yeah, Michael though feeling safe enough to switch in Urshifu. I mean, with the natural typing advantage into both Pokemon of Forehead, yeah, it should be easy enough for Michael to close out this game.
Yeah, that's true. Urshifu's not going to worry too much about the potential Glacial Lance coming through, particularly when there aren't the boosts on it at the moment. There's the Terrestrialization on the Miraidon, though, as the Fake Out was going down into the partner slot there. So the Miraidon is able to move, able to go for this Electro Drift, and it will connect down onto the opposing Incineroar. With the Choice Specs is still not able to get the knockout, however. Incineroar is just able to hang on, going to give a little bit of recoil with that Rocky Helmet, as Calyrex does indeed not go for the offensive option, but instead sets up that Trick Room, and now is in a position where it wants to try and get some KOs on the board.
Yeah, and I think this is comes back to that light screen that I believe was set up in the very first turn.
Oh yes, 8 turns of that.
Yeah, that definitely helping the Incineroar here, but now while, yeah, Trick Room is up, I feel like with Miraidon, now that it's terrestrialized into Fairy, and with Urshifu, yeah, this is a little bit tough now because, well, there's no high horsepower or anything like that would hit Urshifu. You can try and go for some Leech Seeds, but that's not really going to help you. So yeah, I think you just hope to get some critical hits and you just go for like Glacial Lance and knock off. But yeah, even with critical hits, I don't think you get either KO here at this point, actually.
Let's have a look how much damage goes on the board. Not a KO apiece, as you said here, but Incineroar can at least use the Will-O-Wisp to reduce some of the offensive pressure on Urshifu, but there doesn't seem to be a way to try and counter this Miraidon at the moment unless you just kind of keep parting shot into it turn after turn. Going to see the U-turn come through, of course not going to be dealing a huge amount of damage, but Michael's in a position where you can bring that Incineroar back in, throw an Intimidate down, and that's just going to negate a lot of the pressure that the Calyrex wants to be exerting.
Yeah, absolutely. And then if this is a Volt Switch coming out from Michael as well, he's setting up for a Fake Out and Urshifu attack the next turn. So yeah, if this is... but he's...
Oh, it's the Clear Amulet one.
Right? So
yeah.
Going for the knockout here onto Incineroar. And yeah, up 4-1. This should be Michael's game.
Yes, we're able to see the Miraidon move nice and speedily here as well in this final turn here, just being able to clean up that nice knockout. And now, as you said, it's just going to be a Fake Out and a KO, I think, towards the end on this Calyrex. It's just too much of a mountain for it to climb right now.
Yeah, I mean, you could try, you can like switch into your own Calyrex at this point, potentially. Also, I guess you could switch into Urshifu. Yeah, Michael taking his time here to identify the most optimal line. But as long as you can stall out Trick Room, I think you should be good. And yeah, I like the Fake Out and switch to Calyrex. Look at how low all of Michael's Pokemon is, just like very, very nicely ensuring that the damage is spread like kind of evenly across the team, but without losing one of his key pieces. And yeah, that definitely was the difference here in this game. Whereas Forehead, well, Calyrex is still healthy, but it doesn't actually help too much because, yeah, it's just the lone horse at this point.
That's true. It does protect from the Fake Out. It doesn't want to have to take any unnecessary damage. And at least with this one, because it does have that Clear Amulet, the Intimidate didn't do any damage to it. So it can still be, if it's able to connect, do a huge amount of damage in return. But Michelle's got the 2 Pokemon out there that, you know, can resist these attacks very well. But as you mentioned, they're at quite low HP. A critical hit could maybe swing a little bit of momentum here.
Yeah, I guess now you could like switch and protect the Calyrex, and then you could like fake out again, even if something goes down, and then Calyrex at that point would have recovered enough so that you could actually like Leech Seed 1v1 Calyrex against Calyrex. And also you would have stalled out Trick Room by that time, so then Miraidon can come in and just Electro Drift for a game as well. So yeah, plenty of options for Michael, who is, yeah, once again just ensuring that there's no, I don't know, surprise. I'm sure Michael has seen enough situations with his own Calyrex where it was able to take on a couple of opposing Pokemon that he just, yeah, doesn't want to take any chances here in this one.
Yeah, Glacial Lance going to come through. We'll get the knockout on the opposing Calyrex, but as you can see, the Urshifu in a prime position. And now, even with the KO, Incineroar can come back in, threaten that fake out, burn through another turn of Trick Room. I mean, we did see how beautifully the Grimmsnarl was able to use that light screen and using the light crate to preserve the turns on it and extend them. There's no way to do that with Trick Room, unfortunately, for Calyrex. So as soon as this Trick Room's over, then the speed's going to be right back in Michelle's favor.
Yeah, but Belay is like a little bit closer than maybe we were thinking a couple of turns ago, because, well, yeah, you can go for like a fake out this turn. Urshifu is burnt, so probably won't be able to get the KO, but I guess you could U-turn and then bring in Miraidon, and then, yeah, that would seal up the game no matter what. Yeah, Forhat has got to think about what to do. I feel like the 4 Pokemon that Michael brought, they look to be really strong in this matchup. You have both the Urshifu and the Incineroar, 2 Pokemon that are really tough to remove, as well as Calyrex. So this is 3 Pokemon with resistances to Ice-type attacks. And Forhat only, of course, has Glacial Lance here as the offensive move on Calyrex Ice. So I wonder if it's even worth to bring Calyrex into this matchup at all.
That's true. If it's not able to kind of do the due diligence that it wants to be able to do on the field, then you might need to be able to drop it and bring something else. Maybe something like the Ursaluna could come into the fray and just start applying a lot of pressure there. The Twisted Dimensions will return to normal. Trick Room is now over, and Calyrex didn't protect in that last turn as well, so took a little bit of damage from both of them. But now it really looks like Michelle's in a core position to be able to clean up this match. An Electro Drift, a Flare Blitz should be able to clean it up.
Absolutely. And one thing that I think is worth pointing out is the fact that both of them, like, Forhat has the same 4 Pokemon that Michael brought to this game. So Forhat could have brought them, as we're now seeing, Electro Drift, and this should just be enough for game 1. But Forhat decided to bring Grimmsnarl instead. And while setting up Light Screen was nice, it didn't actually contribute that much to the battle. Like, most of Michael's damage was on the physical side. Only Miraidon as a special attacker. And I think Forhat lacked damage. Urshifu and Ursaluna, the 2 really, really strong and powerful attackers, they didn't come to this battle. The Calyrex, we already talked about it, how Michael's team, just with the typing, naturally has a good matchup into Calyrex's Ice-type attacks. And then Miraidon just never really got into position. I think, like, yeah, Miraidon was the main damage dealer that game. But with the Terra Electric Electro Drift, yeah, sure, like, it did a little bit of damage. But because it is Assault Vest, it is not powerful enough to get those KOs. So, yeah, I feel like Forhat might want to actually make some changes here in the Pokemon selection, because, yeah, I feel like because it's a mirror match, you cannot rely on Pokemon that, like, cannot out-trade damage-wise. And Michael, on the other hand, with Choice Specs on Miraidon, with Choice Band Urshifu, 2 Pokemon that, yeah, just threatened more damage than his opponent. Yeah, that is what led Michael to win this first game, and is something that Forhat will have to react to in the second game.
I think that's a really valid point, because Michelle was just really well positioned to be able to prevent Forhat from utilizing the Pokemon in the way that he wanted. He often had to play quite defensively, make a couple of switches here and there, and as we saw at the end, Calyrex was kind of on its own. And even though it is a big damage dealer and it can hit nice and hard, it just wasn't able to have the support that enabled it to be able to just go through those Trick Room turns successfully. I think if Forhat does want to bring the Calyrex again, you need to be bringing a more core of a Trick Room mode. The Grimmsnarl wasn't really doing too much damage, but if you can set Trick Room up and utilize Ursaluna and Calyrex together, then you're almost forcing your opponent to have to target down 1, and you can try and find a way to deal with the opposing Calyrex. But that's also a difficult thing. Michelle's so well versed with a Pokemon like Calyrex that he's going to be able to put it in a position where it can threaten the Ursaluna.
Yeah, I'm gonna make a prediction here. I think Forhat will bring the same 4 Pokemon that Michelle brought in the previous game.
Okay.
Because, like, he's looking at this and he's like, well, Ursaluna is not really doing that much against the Calyrex and Incineroar and potential Grimmsnarl and Urshifu Water. But yeah, Grimmsnarl didn't really do so well either. So I think the Pokemon that he needed was Urshifu. And yeah, just by process of elimination, you could come to the same 4 Pokemon that Michael brought in his first game, and it worked so well for him. So I wonder, is Michael going to repeat the same structure, the same setup? Or will Michael maybe take it one step further and consider other choices, like bringing Landorus or bringing Grimmsnarl himself?
I was going to ask about Landorus because, you know, being able to hit hard with sheer force using that earth power into Pokemon like Miraidon, particularly as that Terra Electric form, you're able to hit the Incineroar for reasonable damage and, you know, you have some decent coverage elsewhere. The only issue, of course, is Calyrex. The Landorus does not want to take any of those Ice-type moves, but it has the utility to go for a Terrestrialization, or, as Michelle's able to do, you can find other ways to shut down the Landorus, shut down the Calyrex and let Landorus have a better time. But let's jump into this second game of Swiss Round 6. Calyrex, Miraidon, both the restricteds out front and center for Forehand, and then on Michelle's side, it's going to be Miraidon setting up that beautiful electric terrain with the Incineroar.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense for Michael to go with this lead. It's like, yeah, very, very safe into anything that Forehand can do. And with Fake Out having, yeah, the Fake Out advantage this turn allows you to go for a powerful start. One thing you have to watch out for is, of course, in this kind of mirror matchup is the dynamic of who has Fake Out pressure.
Yes.
Right now, Michael has Fake Out available, so it's Forehead's task to kind of mitigate this turn and not taking too much damage, maybe even setting himself up for a situation where then he's the one in the driver's seat. But this turn, yeah, Forehead going on the defensive, protecting, I like that choice.
Yes, able to protect the Calyrex, but not the Miraidon, and that's the target that Incineroar has found here. Going to be preventing Miraidon on Forehead side from going for any damage here, and in return, actually, the Calyrex on Forehead side prevents the opposing Miraidon from going for any damage here as well, thanks to its Protect.
Absolutely, and now that Michael has made a decision, Miraidon is locked into Volt Switch. Now Forehead knows, okay, my Miraidon, I made like a little bit of a risky play turn 1, because this could have been a Draco Meteor as well, but now Miraidon is safe, and now Calyrex is the one that has to think about, okay, maybe there's going to be a Volt Switch targeted into this slot. So yeah, is there Ursaluna maybe waiting in the back? That's now a little bit risky for Michael, because yeah, Forehead could go for Draco Meteor and switch in Ursaluna if that's available to just delete Miraidon essentially from play. And yeah, this is how this kind of matchup goes. And now it's Forehead who has like the mental pressure on Michael in this position.
Yeah, the mind games certainly have begun nice and early in this game too. Calyrex is going to leave the field, however, and Forehead is bringing in the Incineroar, so it's not going to be a secret Ursaluna in the back. But Incineroar throwing down that Intimidate, as you said at the beginning of this match, who has the Fake Out pressure is a very critical thing. Now the Fake Out comes through on Forehead side. The Volt Switch this time will connect. So much damage. Oh, a critical hit could have completely removed it from the field here. But instead, Michelle's going to use this opportunity to pivot out into either the Calyrex or the Urshifu here.
And let's not forget that Forehead knew that this was coming. So if they wanted, they also could have just targeted that slot with an electric type attack, because you knew that this was either going to go for a faster Volt Switch or switch out right away. And it's a Draco Meteor into Calyrex right away. That's also going to do a ton of damage. But yeah, Calyrex was the one Pokemon on Michael's team that could take that relatively well, maybe besides Grimmsnarl.
The Incineroar is able to take that knockoff relatively well as well, but that Rocky Helmet not only is going to be thrown to the side, but will at least deal a little bit of damage to the returning Incineroar in turn. Calyrex using that leftovers to get a little bit of recoil. Maybe we could see even some kind of setup with the Leech Seed going forward. I'd love to see that synergy.
Yeah, and I would argue that the momentum has shifted again. Now it's Michael who has a little more pressure, because Forehead's Miraidon is at -2 special attack, so only doing half damage. While it might be able to Terra Electric and Electro Drift KO Calyrex from this range. It might be close, but it might just be enough. Yeah, of course, you have to anticipate a potential Protect, but oh, let's see if that is the play that Forehead might go for, and this could get him like right back into this game if that works out.
Yeah, and Forehead has the utility to go for that Fake Out as well, so you could try and Fake Out the opposing Pokemon, slow one of them down, and then just target down into that Calyrex. But the Terra Electric is on the field now. We are going to see the Electro Drift come through. Is this going down into that Calyrex?
It is indeed. How much damage is it going to do?
Is it going to be able to get the knockout? It connects into Calyrex, takes it down, 9 HP remaining. Calyrex hangs on.
But Incineroar could still move first, so let's first have a look at this U-turn coming out from Michael, and he has to anticipate that there might be a follow-up coming out from his opponent's Incineroar to knock out Calyrex, and that would be a huge play for Forehead. But Miraidon joins the field, and what does Incineroar do?
There was no Fake Out, so we know it's going on the offense, but it's Parting Shot instead. No damage coming through. Instead, it's going to reduce the special attack and the attack of this Miraidon, which weakens it slightly, but that would have been a beautiful opportunity to get a knockout on one of the restricteds.
Yeah, no, there could be a Glacial Lance, there could be Leech Seed. Michael's Calyrex made it through the turn just barely, but with leftovers and with a potential Leech Seed, this might be able to heal a lot. So, nice play by Forehead. I think, yeah, he was also considering, is it going to be enough or not? Took the risk here, it didn't pay off, and now with Leech Seed, leftovers, yeah, I think Michael in a great spot once more.
Yeah, particularly as the Calyrex was able to hang on, it can now use some of that regeneration to put itself into a little bit of a safer spot. But I think you have to contend with the fact that this Miraidon is still going to be able to deal substantial damage while that terrain and Terra is in place. So I wouldn't be surprised if Forehead finds a way to get Miraidon out of there.
Yeah, now it seems so obvious to just protect the Calyrex, right? So at the same time, though, it's kind of obvious to switch out Miraidon right away. So once more, this might be an opportunity for Forehead to kind of read what Michael does, and if he's anticipating no protect from Calyrex, then you gotta strike now. You gotta go for an Electro Drift, knock that Pokemon out. But if you predict it to protect, then you need to switch out Miraidon. And it seems like it's still in there, so this could be once again an opportunity for Forehead.
Yeah, there's no protect coming on Michael's Calyrex here. The Volt Switch will allow a pivot from that Miraidon, however, so now the Incineroar can come back in. Clear Amulet on the opposing side means it's only really going to be Fake Out utilized, but my eye is on this Miraidon and what it has chosen to do, because it's in a position where it can KO that Calyrex.
Draco Meteor into the Incineroar. That's not what you wanted to see. Making a prediction there, but Glacial Lance follow up.
This is going to be doing a huge amount of damage, taking it down into the orange on both sides here. But Miraidon now, I think, at -4, thanks to those 2 Draco Meteors. Again, Glacial Lance is really not doing enough to get knockouts, but putting sizable chunks of damage on the board from both sides.
And now Michael has kind of this position that we were talking about before, where this Calyrex just does not go down. It keeps recovering HP with leftovers, with Leech Seed. And another opportunity there that Forehead didn't take. This is 2 turns now where he could have gone for the knockout on Calyrex. And Michael, understanding the position and the pressure that Calyrex was applying with a potential protect, twice going for an offensive move and really getting into Forehead's head at this point.
Yeah, the Fake Out's got to be tempting into that opposing Miraidon, but instead it's going down into the Calyrex, maybe thinking this Miraidon's forced to have to switch out, so you want to be able to try and stop the Calyrex from moving. And it does look like it's trying to get out of here finally using this Volt Switch. It will connect into the Incineroar, be able to get the knockout, so at least that's 1 Pokemon down, and you can reset your drops and the Leech Seed and everything as well. But it has been a tough journey for the Miraidon so far.
Yeah, for sure. This play makes a lot of sense, like repositioning, as you said. But let's not forget that Michael's Miraidon is faster. So while Forehead was able to save Miraidon, Incineroar is kind of low, Calyrex is kind of low, and Miraidon, also took some damage already, but will be outsped by Miraidon. So the question is really, if Miraidon joins the battle, like, what is Forehead going to do about it?
Yeah, and the Intimidate wasn't enough to stop the knockout either, so Incineroar goes down on Forehead side, meaning a Chilling Neigh boost is going to be given to the Calyrex on Michael's side. I mean, it's sitting actually quite pretty on the field, considering it's down at 9 HP remaining. It's now regenerating a lot of it. If it wants to set up another Leech Seed into its counterpart over there, it can, and particularly when Forehead maybe loses another Pokemon if you're down to the last 2, then you can't switch out and reset that either.
Yeah, and full HP Miraidon will join the battle. No Terrestrialization used so far on Michael's side, so can still go for Terra Fairy. Looking at this Miraidon over on the other side, and potential, I don't know, Terra Fairy, Dazzling Gleam, and Leech Seed. That's a play. And just being able to outspeed Miraidon in this spot is so huge for Michael. Yeah, you can also Glacial Lance and just Dazzling Gleam. Might be enough for the knockout on Calyrex over on Forehead's side, and you don't risk a potential miss.
Yeah, I mean, you said right at the beginning of this set that the speed interactions of these Miraidons would be critical, and if Michael does have that edge... Ursaluna is there!
Had Ursaluna all along!
Oh, it's been hiding in the back, and this is not when it wants to come through. I mean, yes, if it was able to take a electric-type attack, but Miraidon is primed to get that spread-type attack damage. It's got his Terra Fairy, the Dazzling Gleam's going to be boosted. This will get the knockout on the opposing Miraidon and deal subsizable chunk to the Ursaluna.
Yeah, well, that's so interesting that Forehead didn't go for the Ursaluna switch, and then on the second turn, I think it was, of the battle against the Volt Switch. But yeah, Michael's Miraidon outspeeds. Dazzling Gleam gets the KO on Miraidon, and I think we already know that this is going to be a Glacial Lance follow-up. Yep, that should just knock out Ursaluna, and Michael in a commanding position.
Yeah, it's already boosted. It's single target. Poor Ursaluna. It was great to see you, even if it was fleeting. Yeah. Was able to join the field, but just to no avail. And now I almost see a little bit of a flashback to Game 1, where it is the Calyrex on Forehead side against the might of Michael's side. But with the prime positioning that the Calyrex on Michelle's side is at the moment, with all these boosts and the speed advantage that Miraidon has, I think it's going to be incredibly difficult for the opposing Calyrex to come through this.
Yeah, and Michelle didn't even need to reveal his fourth and final Pokemon in this instance, as, yeah, we've talked about it before on other occasions, but this combination of Ice-type attacks from Calyrex and the Trick Room option, and then having a fast Electric-type Pokemon, so strong.
I mean, he said he was feeling confident. He said that he was likely to win. He believes he can go all the way, and he's already showing that that confidence was not misplaced.
Absolutely, yeah. In the top 8, I think that's what his goal was going into this, and he's looking there. He's confident. Qualified for day 2 already, but that's of course not where he wants to stop, as still 2 more rounds to increase and, yeah, improve your position going into the second day. But what? That was so well played by Michael.
So calm, cool, and collected the whole way through. And I love that we actually got to see the Leech Seed in game 2 as well, because it shows that it wasn't just there for, I don't know, a talking point, for example. It actually had a valid place in that match. Interesting that it was also against a mirror one that we didn't get to see, but Michel really was so well versed with this team, knew exactly how to synergize it and kind of pin in his opponent to perfection.
Yeah, and knowing exactly which Pokemon to bring, I think that was the key in the first game for sure. And also, I'm not sure, like the Ursaluna, I thought the idea was clever, but maybe this was one of those situations where Forehand was like too much in their own head, where they were like, okay, my opponent has to respect the, like, I could have Ursaluna here.
Yeah, the mind game a little bit.
Just based on how the first game went, like I would have predicted something else to come out. So yeah, that was a nice kind of idea to bring Ursaluna, but then I feel like if you bring it, then you have to switch it in there in turn 2 to kind of block that Volt Switch and maybe get a decisive advantage just off of that.
That's true, and then also if you switch it in, it doesn't take damage, but the Flame Orb activates straight away. It's immediately an offensive threat that, you know, Michel has to contend with. He can't ignore it. It'll steamroll through the team, but instead it was the Incineroar that came in and the match played a slightly different way. But still, incredible plays from Forehand. You know, it's only taken the 1 loss so far in the tournament. There's still a few more rounds of today to go, and in case you're just tuning in now, we can have a little bit of a recap of how game 1 went here. There was just a lot of offensive pressure coming through on Michel's side. There's Choice Band Urshifu as well, even though it only went for U-turns, and the Incineroar and the Calyrexes were able to clean up the rest of the match. At the end, game 1, it came down to the Calyrex and Forehand side against all the Pokemon on Michel's side, and it put up a valiant effort, but Michel was able to take out the knockout.
Yeah, just playing through this end game like really, really nicely, making sure that this Calyrex didn't get all the boosts. And then in the second game, Forehand, I think, used their kind of pressure turns nicely, but this one turn where, yeah, Volt Switch came into Incineroar as Calyrex was switching out, yeah, that could have been an Ursaluna switch, and I think that was a golden chance for Forehand. And then on consecutive turns, back-to-back, that Calyrex just barely making it through the turn, where like the first time we weren't quite sure how much damage is that -2 Terra Electro Drift gonna do. Yeah, I said it was gonna be close, but I thought maybe it could do it. But then, you know, maybe Michael also has trained the Calyrex to be a little bit more defensive on the special spectrum.
That's true, and we actually did see the Calyrex get away with a few things there. I think there was the targeting that went down into the Incineroar, that as opposed to being able to get the follow-up, and then I think it was the Incineroar switched in and took the Draco Meteor, but if that had gone into the Calyrex, maybe would have got the KO. So I think maybe, like you said, a few mind games, Forehand maybe in his own head about some of these decisions and choices, but that's Pokemon at the end of the day, and you just kind of have to shake it off going into the next round and look at your next opponent and your next team sheet and make adjustments.
Absolutely, and I mean, both of those players, we've talked about Michael at 6-0, advancing today to guaranteed, but Forehand on the other side, 5-1, I mean, that's still respectable, and you just lost the mirror match, kind of, right? So
yeah,
you didn't lose because your team has like a glaring weakness that you didn't consider, but you lost against like one of the best players in the world using almost the exact same team as you are, so you should still feel good about your chances to make it today too.
You'll have learned so much about your team as well and the way that it utilizes in those mirror matches, and I think the Miraidons in particular were very interesting. Michel's did have that speed advantage, so was able to always kind of have the edge, but on the opposing side as well, the Terra Electric I thought was very interesting. It's just not something we see a lot on Miraidon. I think at the beginning, when Miraidon was first unleashed, we did see a lot of trainers just being like full out offense, all the electric just damage that I can deal, but now trainers are opting for that more kind of Dazzling Gleam orientated option. But it's not the only Miraidon we've seen today that has deviated from that more Dazzling Gleam core. We've seen one, I believe, with Ghost Terra type earlier as well today, and yes, we didn't get to see on the broadcast, but the fact that trainers are maybe trying to use Miraidon in a different way, I think is interesting.
Yeah, it's quite like Miraidon is one of those Pokemon where as of now, we're understanding better and better that this will be one of the core Pokemon that this format will probably center around. Yeah. You will play a couple of mirror matches in this regard, that your opponent will probably also have a Miraidon, right? And then the question is, do you want to be like, do you want to go for max speed to try and like win the Miraidon speed tie? But then it's maybe not as good against like most other restricted Pokemon that aren't as fast, right? And or do you want to go a little bit more on the defensive side? And I think, yeah, that's going to be a very important question. With the previous Regulation G, by the time Worlds came around, initially we thought, oh, Miraidon should be like always like max speed as fast as possible. But then by the time Worlds came around, we understood a little bit better. And Luca, who won it all, of course, understood that, okay, actually, you can like use a modest nature and maybe a little bit slower than the regular Miraidon, and that worked so well in that format. And now we're at a point where players are like, okay, I don't even care about speed at all. I'm gonna go like full into HP, and I want to make it as bulky as possible. And yeah, that balance together with the Terra type, those are some questions that have started to come up again. Assault Vest, Snarl, a lot of new kind of ideas to play around, and yeah, it's quite exciting here in this new regulation.
Definitely, and I think that's how one of the things I like about metas, where you have like your staple Pokemon and things start to kind of solidify a little bit, and then people are like, well, how can I break this open? How can I make the anti-meta team? And sometimes it's not even about creating a full counter team, but about changing things slightly to gain an advantage over the mirror. And I think we saw this a lot when kind of the Rinja Sun team was popular as well. And that's where, again, trainers were trying to make their own tweaks or their own changes, power creeps, speed creeps, for example, and that's often what can determine a set.
Yeah, and Arubega Miraidon, of course, in the previous regulation falls right into that category, like a team that is just so dominant and so good that you have to make those micro decisions. Yeah, let's see if this Calyrex, Ice Rider, and Miraidon combination has the same potential to kind of elevate and solidify itself as one of those like historical teams almost in this format.
Exactly, and we're going to let our trainers get rested for their next couple of rounds up ahead. So we're going to kick it to a short break, and we'll be back with you very soon.
At least a couple of times a day, every day leading up to a tournament. Don't not excessively, because you still have to maintain that work-life balance. But if you want to do good at these tournaments, you can't do good if you're not practicing.
I frankly don't practice very much. I more do things to ground myself mentally. I do my practice before the tournaments, and then just between. It's just to regulate my mood.
I think it depends. Right up before the tournament is definitely where I get the most practice in. I will slack kind of in between, but I try to practice pretty consistently.
I practice every day just to learn the decks and how all the matchups go, and just to see how the meta goes. This is fun, and I like to play Pokemon, and it helps me focus and all them, and I have good testing partners, so it just actually helps me. So yeah, I practice every day.
In between tournaments, literally every day, and I literally do viewer battles on stream, so we practice like that too. Usually I like to practice against the matchups that are good into my team, so counter teams, so that I can see if I can strategize a way to play around that and kind of outsmart my opponent. I think those are my main ways of practicing, and then of course just reps. Just getting as many battles in as I can.
I started playing competitive Pokemon in 2009, so this is my 15th year. I was at Philadelphia Regionals back then. Luckily, I got into the lottery, got to play. Unfortunately, I went out in round 4. I got handed to Mudkip, one of my favorites, but I'm really a Johto guy, so Totodile's my favorite. I mean, I guess I kind of have a motto, gentle, patient, kind, because I think I sometimes forget to be all 3 of those things, so it's just sort of a reminder for myself. Yeah, lots of people. I think it's amazing that Wolf Glick can play as consistently well as he does at every tournament that he attends. I'm excited to see how he does. Pokemon, for me, gives me this opportunity to engage with people. So I love how I can see so many facets of a person from playing the game. It's also a competitive outlet. I mean, there are parts of me that really love going to battle with people and competing with them and challenging myself, and it gives me such a great way to continue to find ways to improve and explore. So it's kind of multifaceted, both towards others and towards myself. I stay out of the convention center stuff because I'm pescatarian. So I don't eat most of the meat and chicken tenders and stuff like that. My favorite convention center meal that I've had, or regional meal that I've had, was in Knoxville. There was a falafel place. I went and got a falafel salad at lunch, and it was lovely. And I felt so energized the rest of the day. My girlfriend, we make cookies a lot. We make lots of different varieties of cookies. And she calls me a cookie vacuum because we have to small batch all of the cookies, because if not, I just eat too many of them too quickly. I can't help myself. So I would say warm cookies are definitely my favorites. Charlotte, because I'm from North Carolina. I also I have a lot of fond memories of Athens, which most people watching this won't even know has ever hosted a Pokemon tournament. That's Athens, Georgia, just to be clear. but it was really quaint, a little college town, and just a pleasant experience. I've been listening to a lot of electronic music, especially because I'm a PhD student, so I have to work and listen to music while I do it and keep myself from getting too bored doing the data analysis. But usually I listen to alternative and folk and that kind of stuff. Maybe. Why are you asking?
Hi there, I'm Anna Prosser. We're just outside the competition floor of the Pokemon North America International Championship, and I'm here with Gumi in the Play Lab. Gumi, what is the Play Lab?
It's a nice, easy 3-step streamlined process where players can learn of all ages, all experiences, how to play the Pokemon trading card game.
What are those 3 steps?
So we've got Pokécatch, we've got Attach and Attack, and 30-card demo decks, which they all get to take home.
That's exciting. You're holding something as well. What's that?
So this is a little research folder. It's got little baby steps throughout the whole process. They can benchmark with little stickers or keep it all as a souvenir.
So if somebody is just coming to the competition for the first time and they're trying to get involved, this is the place to start?
Oh, absolutely. I highly recommend it. And I love about this is that we have family members of all around, all generations. So I love seeing grandparents play with their grandchildren.
Well, that's so exciting. If somebody is I don't know if I'm going to be good at this, or I don't even know whether I belong here, what encouragement would you give them?
I would say take a first step. You never know what, trying something new can do, and bringing on new experiences can open new doors for further opportunities and grow your community.
I love that. And who knows where it could take you next, all the way maybe to the top here at the Pokemon North America International Championship.
Also mein Name ist Florian Temme, In-Game Tag ist Turbos.
Regionals, Earth Power into that Gouty Vibe. That's going to be enough for the KO. Florian Temme wins the Dortmund Regional Championships.
Meine Rolle in der Community ist eher so Practice-Partner, Teambuilding-Partner und generell auch ein Turnierspieler. Auch generell auch für da, die gerade Hilfe brauchen. Insgesamt lief das Event besser, als ich es vorher dachte. Ich bin reingegangen und habe mir erstmal gedacht, okay, erstmal ein bisschen Practice holen, ein paar Sets spielen und soweit es geht, entweder als Top Card, Day 2, soweit es geht, reinzukommen. Dann Day 2 mit 8-1 geendet und danach Day 2 mit Cut in 11-3 bekommen, bis halt jetzt endlich auch zum G-Regional-Sieg. Ich war recht entspannt, weil ich sehe das so, als wäre es so meine Abschlussprüfung zum Beispiel bei der Informatik gewesen, und dadurch habe ich meine Ruhe bekommen und dadurch konntest du auch dich konzentrieren und auch besser performen. Was mich da besser gemacht habe, ist meine Erfahrung overall im Game, da ich jetzt schon VGC schon seit um die 10 Jahre schon spiele, und dass ich unter anderem gerade für meine Matchups bestimmte Moves habe und auch EVs, um diese auch dann auch zu fixen. Plus natürlich auch die Erfahrung gerade mit dem Team. Am Anfang der Season war erstmal ein Ziel, in irgendeinem Regional, egal welches, Day 2 zu erreichen. Wenn man Day 2 hat, dann natürlich weiter hochkämpfen zu Top 8 und dann Semifinals und letztendlich eins zu gewinnen. Weiteres Ziel ist jetzt natürlich zum Beispiel in den Worlds Day 2 zu kommen oder positiv bei den Worlds rauszugehen.
We're here at the Utrecht Special Championships here, just finishing up on round 6 now, only a few tables left, but we've gotten the chance to interview some of the players who are doing particularly well at the moment in those top tables. We've got Oliver Gowson here, who's 5-1, is that right?
5-1, excellent.
So how are you feeling at the moment now where you're kind of on the cusp of getting Day 2?
I think I've got 2 games left. I'm confident that I can do it, but this is not, for me, this isn't just my winning in for Day 2. If I win this next game, I will also make my Worlds invite. So everything is on the line for these next 2 games, and I have to do my best to do it.
And who have you brought along with you to help you try and get that milestone?
My team is relatively standard this time. I've got my Calyrex Shadow and my Zamazenta, but there's a little bit of spice, and my signature rock type. I've added Tyranitar to my team this time.
No way, Tyranitar, that's awesome, because we see so much sun with Crydon, right, and Kyogre occasionally, so why Tyranitar?
It's exactly that. It's the weather control, it's breaking all the focus sashes, the Terra Shells, the Shadow Shield, while also being just a great Calyrex Shadow Rider answer with the powerful knockoffs and the taunts, and the amount of KOs I've already got with Sand, the damage from Sandstorm itself today is just incredible.
That's amazing, really refreshing to see as well. Some brand new kind of text coming through to really help you. how do you feel about this format compared to other formats, like the Regulation Set I with the double restricteds?
I think I've been quite enjoying it so far. I think it's quite a nice blend of using these niche mons and these more common mons, because the power level seems very high, but because you've now got 2 legendaries, things like Zamazenta and Lunala, you can make use of these really strong supportive options as well. So the defensive and offensive play is the same, but I know a lot of people who have been complaining about the speed ties, but I think as a whole, in most matchups, it's a lot more enjoyable. It's one of my favorite regulations this season so far.
Well, we obviously saw you in Stockholm on stream as well, running Eternatus Regieleki stuff. Will we see that again at some point, do you think?
We'll see what the World Championships has in store. I think I'm kind of trying to have a blend at the moment between meta and off-meta and just trying to find a good balance. But if it calls for it, maybe, who knows, Eternatus will come out of the box and back into the builder.
Nice, love it to see it. So, need to ask you about this weekend, what you think is going to happen. So, what do you see winning this event?
I've been predicting for quite a while that I think while people are hyping up the Ho-Ohs and Lunala, who have just suddenly made a great appearances back in this regulation, I think Kyogre is really one to look out for, especially Kyogreization. I think if I had to make a pick for that to win, or for a team to win, it would be that.
Okay, love it. We'll heard it here first, so we'll have to see if that pans out. Although you're an accomplished player, obviously, as well. So any shout-outs you'd like to give for anybody who's helped you kind of get to 5-1 so far, and of course, obviously, the entire season to get so many points?
Of course. I think I have to shout out my building group of Oscar, Tom, both Jack Clark and Jack Marshall, Chris and Matt Maynard. They have helped me so much. And of course my family as well, who are always supporting me from home.
Fantastic, Oliver. Thanks so much for chatting with us here. We'll get right back into the action here. We've got a lot of Pokemon to play. Let's get into it.
One thing I would tell a new player before they do their first tournament is to watch previous tournaments. You have access to high-level players competing with one another, and you get to see a whole lot of cool ideas to build your team around. Like, for example, the team that I'm running today was based off of Lawrence's team that I used at EUIC.
A piece of advice I would give is definitely to sit down and talk to the person across the table from you. They're not always going to talk back, but more often than not, someone sitting across from you is just as nervous potentially as you. And every time I strike up a conversation, it eases a lot of nerves and it helps you play a little bit better because you're less in your head and you're more so having a good time playing Pokemon.
So something I would tell a new player for their first tournament is definitely reach out to the community. There's so many awesome people in this community. I definitely wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the awesome community. So I definitely say to talk to some friends, make some friends, you know, kind of enjoy yourself, learn from them. A lot of people in the community love to help. So that would be my top advice.
What I would tell a new player at their first regional is just try your best to have fun, stay as positive as you possibly can. Even if you lose your first match, first 2 matches, feel like you want to drop, there's side events, but you practice for this, just do your best to have fun.
One thing I would tell a new player who's coming to their first tournament is to bring a team that they're comfortable with. Knowing your Pokemon, how all the matchups play out, goes a long way.
The first thing I would tell someone who is, getting ready for their first tournament is to not be so nervous. I get it's a big event, you don't know how many people are going to be playing. You're going to meet new people, a million deck options out there, but just lock into whatever deck you're practicing with. Bring some extra sleeves in case you break a sleeve, whatnot, and maybe a water, some snacks. Other than that, just have some fun.
Hello, Pokemon trainers. We're getting into round 7 of the Utrecht Special Championships very shortly. And I've got the pleasure to be sitting next to Marcus Harmon here. Wow, a stellar player here. And star of Road to Worlds, of course, as well. But at the moment, we're at a Special Championship, so we're not quite there
true.
yet.
Yeah, definitely. And I'm here joined by David Partington, of course, regional champion of his own. And yeah, it's nice to be here with you.
You too,
we're here in Utrecht. The weather is great. Well, we don't get to see that much because we're playing some Pokemon here. Well, we're not playing, but we're watching some Pokemon. But yeah,
It is,
like
we can look out our windows here.
Like autumn-y vibe, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure it will get to summer at some point. But either way, it's still quite nice anyway here in Utrecht. And we've seen a lot of great Pokemon action as well throughout this entire day. And we're not even in day 2 or top cut yet either. And so it's been great to have a bit of a chat with some of the other players that have been going on, not just on stream, but also with Oliver, who I was chatting to earlier there. He seems to be doing really well. And is also known for using quite interesting teams or some interesting text. Tyranitar was a great Pokemon to kind of hear from, especially that something brings a little bit of a different weather to what we've usually seen across the entire day today.
Absolutely. Well, talking about weather, you and we got to spend a little bit of time in the beautiful city of Utrecht.
We did.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you, what do you think about our little display here on the desk? Is that what the city is kind of like?
It was.
Viewers at home?
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, it was kind of exactly what it was. Yeah, there was this boat, and we got it, and we sailed along, and there was these tiny little houses that I don't think anyone would be able to fit inside. And then we got to this windmill, which was amazing. And yeah,
I wonder if this spins. I hope I'm not breaking anything.
Oh, it does. Amazing. Oh, look at that. Very swish. And then there was the Dynamax Gastrodon along the way as well. That makes sense too. Thanks for that, Lou. Yeah, it was a lovely day, wasn't it?
Yeah. That's awesome. Like,
highlight for you?
Just walking around the streets and meeting some fellow Pokemon players, actually, who were also checking out the city a little bit. I think it's a little bit of a routine for some of our players to, well, if you're here, right, might as well have a little walk in the city, and it's a nice one for sure.
Yeah, it definitely is, isn't it? And I think that's part of the big parts of going to a regional or a special championship as well. It's you get to not only speak to the people who you share such an amazing interest with, but you also get to explore a new place as well.
Yeah, and well, we are also exploring kind of a new setting altogether in this new Regulation I, and of course, I'm really interested to learn also about, okay, what do the statistics say? Like, I'm a little bit of a numbers guy, right? And I want to know, okay, what percentage level are some of our restricted Pokemon here? So let's have a look at the top 4 restricted pairs going into this tournament in day 1. And yeah, we see Lunala and Miraidon claiming that #1 spot. I think that was a little bit expected after winning Milwaukee, right?
Yeah, winning Milwaukee and winning the Grand Challenge as well. So best of 1, best of 3, doesn't matter. This pairing are a solid choice for you. So yeah, anyone not really sure of what they were going to want to bring, that was a safe bet, right? So it makes a lot of sense. But really close behind, though, that Calyrex Ice Rider Miraidon.
Yeah, that is something that we saw in this previous round, of course, in the mirror match. And it's a little bit of a similar idea. You also have Miraidon as the fast Pokemon with Volt Switch, and then you have a bulky Trick Room Pokemon. But in this composition, the Calyrex Ice Rider actually takes on a little bit more proactive role. It's a little bit more there to also deal damage, while the Lunala, of course, mainly there for support with Trick Room, Wide Guard. No, the Calyrex wants to go for some damage, but then Leech Seed seems to be the new innovation here in the meta that we saw come out by both players in this previous round.
Why the Leech Seed, though, Marcus? Because, from the face of it, you've got such a powerful attacking Pokemon in Calyrex Ice. Why not have a damaging move there?
Well, let's have a look at some of these other duos down there. There are Pokemon like Zamazenta and Lunala, both of them carrying Wide Guard, both of them known for their staying power, staying on the field for a very, very long time. And with Leech Seed, Calyrex can actually turn itself into a little bit of a stall Pokemon, and you can just sit there with leftovers, potentially heal up some damage, Leech Seed as well, and yeah, that can work really nicely. And then of course, Calyrex that we see paired up with Zamazenta, Lunala, we see commonly paired up with Koraidon, some more pairs, but if we add all of that up, now math isn't my best, but it adds up to roughly, let's say roughly 40%. So that means there's still 60% of the field who are not using one of these 4 restricted Pokemon, and I think that's also something that we expected. But knowing that these are the top 4, any other restricted pairs has a maximum of 8% of usage, if my math is correct here. So that means that there is a lot more restricted pairs that we need to like fill up these other 60%, just showing how diverse the metagame is at the moment.
Yeah, that's a really good point, isn't it? Like, so if you go into a matchup, chances are you won't see one of those pairings, right? Because it's less than 50%.
Exactly.
Yes, okay, I'm on your level, Marcus. I like it. And there we have the individual stats too for each of the restricted. So not in their pairings necessarily, but really cool to see actually Ho-Oh on this sort of graphic. Well, compared to Regulation G, it was like non-existent.
Yeah, Ho-Oh, if you go through these restricted Pokemons one by one, well, except Miraidon and Kyogre, I would argue that Ho-Oh has a decent matchup against all other 5 on this graphic. And because you have the option to pair it with some Pokemon and with another restricted Pokemon even that could have a good matchup into Miraidon, yeah, I think the dual restricted kind of setting is the perfect place for Ho-Oh to thrive.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense, doesn't it? And it also supports the other restricted, say with Tailwind, for instance, and spreading around those burns with Sacred Fire as well. So it makes a lot of sense that players are trying to opt for that Ho-Oh option there. And if your classic example of trying to deal with a Fire type is a Ground type move, like say an Ursaluna, Ho-Oh's Flying type gets completely around that. So a really nice pick.
Yeah, but it also seems like in the other Pokemon also some things are shifting as Lunala actually takes the #1 spot in terms of the Psychic and Ghost type Pokemon right over Calyrex Shadow Rider. This is not something that, yeah, I would have believed if someone told me that this is how things would shape out based on like the very early days of Regulation G. Do you remember everyone was just talking about Calyrex Shadow Rider, how it's going to be like the most overpowered thing ever? But yeah, as time went on, players have really identified ways to deal with Calyrex, and even now Lunala having a higher usage.
Yeah, and I think maybe part of that is its ability Shadow Shield, right? Because you can respond to Calyrex Ice Rider by having lots of Dark and Ghost moves, which obviously are going to threaten a one-hit KO most of the time. Whereas that Shadow Shield, even with that Psychic and Ghost type, you're probably going to be able to survive those hits, and that's not even factoring the Terra type as well, or the ability to restore that Shadow Shield with any healing, like Leftovers or Grassy Terrain. So it makes sense for a Pokemon for so many players to bring along here, and as like that second restricted to kind of go alongside your main one in a way, to kind of, again, support the team, kind of like Ho-Oh does with either Tailwind or Trick Room or Wide Guard, which again then helps with the other restricted. So it's no surprise at all that we see those there.
Yeah, and healing up to activate your ability with full HP, that is something that also Terrapagos, of course, could do. Yeah, that was a Pokemon that was significantly absent from that graphic, right?
Couldn't be more absent, really, could it? So, like, absolutely not there, unfortunately. But I'm sure some players out there certainly have it. But we're going to take a look at our non-restricted Pokemon now to see where we are in day one. What are people using at the moment? And there's quite a few there, all clustered around the like plus 20%-ish sort of range there.
Yeah, and I think one of the big stars, big rising stars, is Ursaluna, that we have seen climb up the ranks, winning Milwaukee Regionals, also getting top 4 twice at that tournament. But it is the 5th most used non-restricted Pokemon in day 1 at the Utrecht Special Championships. I think I got all of that right. And yeah, it's just showing how even like the small changes, like, okay, well, having another restricted Pokemon available to you, but that can make a whole difference also in the area of non-restricted Pokemon.
Yeah, it definitely can. Like, there's plenty of options there for so many trainers to kind of choose what you want to bring along. And when you've got a 2 restricted format, you're usually going to be bringing both of them to every match. So it's only picking about 2 of those to bring alongside your restricteds too. So they've really got to be strong options, and it makes sense that a lot of them are going to be the same because you've only got room for 4 of them over your entire team.
Yeah, so if you want to use support Pokemon, you gotta like use the best support Pokemon kind of. And if you want to use them as an attacker, then they have to be like the strongest attackers kind of. So that's why we're seeing Pokemon like Ursaluna, like Urshifu, like Chi-Yu, as those really have the most kind of damage output. And then like most of the other Pokemon on this graphic here, they have some way to really support the team. But it's always so interesting to seeing how do players innovate within these most used Pokemon. Like, of course, every now and then we see like some Pokemon that we really didn't expect, like maybe a Rhydon shows up out and over and then does something. But then also the question is, okay, how do you innovate within those Pokemon? Is Incineroar going to be like safety goggles, or can you afford to use something like a Rocky Helmet, or maybe even an Assault Vest? We saw Terra Bug U-turn on stream earlier today, so players are figuring out like small details that can really give them some advantages in some of the common matchups that they will end up playing.
Yeah, and it makes a lot of sense too, because when you're building your restricted Pokemon in your team, you've got those non-restricteds in mind, particularly when you're coming off the back of Regulation Set G, where you had 5 of those in the first place to kind of deal with. So you're going to calc against those Urshifus, those Rillaboons, those Incineroars, those Amoonguses, and yeah, as soon as you can kind of switch something up a little bit, that's going to make a whole world of difference, like we saw with the winning team in Milwaukee as well. We had choice banned on that Urshifu, for instance, too, which is not something that was that common coming out of Regulation Set G. And so suddenly having 50% boost on top of everything, you're going to catch so many people off guard.
Yeah, but now we're seeing, I think, Choice Band probably the most common item now at this point for Urshifu, just because, you need to do a lot of damage. Like, if you want to use a non-restricted Pokemon kind of as an offensive threat, like very often you will use it instead of one of your restricted Pokemon, or you will use it in a way that it is being supported by some of the restricted Pokemon. So it really needs to make the turns that it gets count, and slapping on a Choice Band, of course, makes it even more powerful and allows you to do even more damage. So some might think like, okay, but why didn't people do that in the previous formats as well? Well, because the power level was a little bit lower, some players would use Amoonguss on every team, and that is, of course, one of those Pokemon that makes it quite difficult to use a Pokemon like Choice Band Urshifu. And also Rillaboom was a little bit more prevalent. So there it was more important to have the opportunity to protect, to switch moves. But now it seems like, yeah, actually Choice Band might be the better item in this format.
Yeah, it might be. Well, indeed. So, and you've got lots of options to run plenty of other moves that you don't need to run Protect on as well. So you can afford to have that U-turn if you want to have super effective damage into Terra Grass Kyogre, for instance.
Yeah.
So you've got plenty of options for that as well. I mean, like, there's so many Pokemon that one can consider for this sort of matchup. But Marcus, if you were to compete at, say, the next championship as well, what restricted duo would you want to be using, considering what we've seen today?
Yeah, what we've seen so far, of course, is only a glimpse of what the metagame is like out here in Utrecht. But so far, I was most impressed by Miraidon and Calyrex Ice. And yeah, we saw it's like second place in the most used restricted duos. But yeah, just like seeing the previous round, like Michael, how he was using that, I thought that was pretty strong. And then also some of the other players I also know that are running this duo. So yeah, that's definitely something that I want to look into a little bit more. Over in Milwaukee, we saw Miraidon use Choice Scarf quite a bit on that archetype, and I'm not super convinced, I have to say, if that is the best option, or if maybe Choice Specs or Assault Vest are maybe a little bit more consistent. And especially as the metagame continues to progress, it looks like Calyrex Shadow Rider is on the decline quite a bit. So it's not that important right now to have a good matchup into it. But of course, yeah, that can change at some point. And yeah, being a fellow fan of Calyrex, or of using Calyrex Shadow Rider, I want to try and wait for that sweet moment maybe, and then I'll come out with my Calyrex Shadow Rider team and hopefully beat everyone for like a day or two, and then people are prepared again. And then the cycle continues.
And then you'll sulk off again, and everyone will be like, Marcus told me this was going to be good. And then off you go.
That's the beautiful thing about the metagame as well, right?
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, well, we've got our standings ready for this round at the moment to see where everyone is at, who's undefeated, who's still got a few more wins to go as well, and who, of course, we will eventually be featuring for our round 7 match. So you can see on your screen there, right at the top, as we featured early on in the day, Giuseppe Musico 6-0, Aurelion Sula 6-0, and plenty more there as well.
Yeah, both of those players we featured before. So yeah, if you haven't seen those matches yet, definitely after the broadcast is done for the day, go back and have a look at those. But then, yeah, some more players, all of those at 6-0, have already made it to day 2 guaranteed. But of course, that doesn't mean that they should stop playing for wins, because of course every win matters. And a player like Samuel Pereira, for example, using Ting Lu as a Pokemon we've seen before in one of those notable matches by Carlos Sebal. So it looks like maybe this is like the Spanish special team, Calyrex, Zamazenta, and Ting Lu out of all Pokemon. Not something that was on my bingo card.
No, not at all. But like, when you think about what was been common at the moment, you want a ground type from Miraidon, and you want a dark type for Lunala. Crocodile? How about like a legendary Tinglu? Yeah,
that's a really nice pick actually, and yeah, definitely should be able to do quite well into those teams. I bet it can even take like, well, it can take one Facade for sure from Ursaluna, which usually comes on those teams. And then you have an Amoonguss, you can like maybe Pollen Puff. Like, I see where this could be going. So yeah, cool team coming out here by some of the Spanish players at the event.
Yeah, 100%. Like, sometimes, I know we were talking about those non-restricted, like, you want to bring one of them, say, to a specific matchup to kind of patch up that weakness to a specific duo. So Tinklu seems like the perfect one for that specific duo. And obviously that's going to help cover any Calyrex Shadow Miraidon teams as well.
Yeah. And then another player that I have my eyes on here is Hengwei Zhang from China, actually making it out here to this tournament, probably needing a couple more championship points, and they're doing so well so far, undefeated at 6-0, and are using Miraidon and Ho-Oh. Looks like those are the same 6 Pokemon, probably, that Joel S. was using over in Milwaukee.
Yeah, it looks like it, actually. I think there might have been 9 treads on
did they
this
have,
team.
I was going to say, yeah, they didn't have Urshifu, did they? Yeah, it was Iron Treads over that.
Iron Treads, but otherwise very similar there too. And yeah, that Iron Bundle is one of my cast predictions as well. I think it's got a really good position at the moment in the meta, where you benefit from those electric terrain, which is just up like almost at all your games, even if you're not running Miraidon.
Yep.
And then Freeze Dry is really strong as well into so much, like that Urshifu, like all the Dragon types going around.
Koraidon teams.
Koraidon teams, yeah, it's just really strong. And then in the mirror versus other Miraidon, you can lead it next to your own Miraidon, Icy Wind, make their Miraidon slower, then your Miraidon's guaranteed outspeed.
Yeah, so even though we're here at a special championships, and of course a lot of local players are also using this as an opportunity to kind of feel out what it is like to play in an international big event. Of course, we also have some international superstars here from our circuit joining in the battle here in Utrecht.
Yeah, we do. Why not as well? There's plenty of championship points and booster boxes on the line to be won here. So, and that race is getting more and more intense for that world's invite, right? It is the top 75 in the EU region, for instance, and if you are 76th, you are not getting that invite. So it really is all or nothing.
Yeah, but then let's have a look at what some of our players will have to battle through in this round in order to accumulate those championship points. Let's see our notable matches for this round. And yeah, some of the players that we have mentioned before we are talking about this Eternatus team coming at us from Sander. Samuel will go up against Aurelia. And this, Tinglu, maybe not the Pokemon for this matchup, but I mean, at the same time, there is a Miraidon. Yeah, maybe Tinglu can do something in that.
Yeah, exactly. Especially if it's got a rock move as well for Ho-Oh. I wonder if it's just like Assault Vest Stone Edge potentially. We'll have to find out. But yeah, an interesting like Nick Homer there with the Kyogre set. Maybe he's taking something away from a lot of the Regulation Set G teams popularized by Stefan Mott, using that Serena, that kind of Kyogre hyper offense sort of mode there. But with a Miraidon as well, why not slap that Pokemon on, to be honest? But yeah, really cool option to kind of block priority with that grass type Serena as opposed to something like a Farigiraf, which is a little bit slower.
Yeah, and then some German representation coming in here by Marius and Michael. Yeah, both of them using completely different teams. But yeah, Michael we just saw on stream before. Still undefeated, will play against Cohen and Entei.
Oh yeah, there's an Entei, another Sacred Fire user too. Such a good move. It can like turn a Pokemon's usage into like just absolutely incredible, thanks to that 50% burn chance that it can get as well. So you can imagine it'd be quite useful into that Calyrex Ice Rider for Michael. So good luck to both those players as to how whoever wins that one. But of course, we are going to be featuring that top match there. Gustavo MV Pereira versus Sander Tigelman instead as well.
Yep.
Yeah, Eternatus and Ho-Oh. I mean, like, what do you even think comes out of that, to be honest? I mean, like, you feel like Ho-Oh has the tailwind and more the supportive role, and then suddenly there's an Eternatus.
Yeah, so unlike the other 3 matches that we have right here, Gustavo and Sander, they're actually 5-1. Everyone else here is still undefeated 6-0. So for Sander and Gustavo, winning this match would also mean that they are guaranteed to advance into tomorrow. And yeah, quite the unique composition there. I mean, Sander definitely trying to play things a little bit defensively, I would assume, with Ho-Oh Eternatus. Yeah, that's not really a duo we've seen that much in this format, but for some of you, I remember there was an Eternatus Ho-Oh team like flying around on the ladder. It must have been in 2022.
Okay.
And yeah, people were using, this was, yeah, like a while ago, but people were using, I think, Dynamax Metagross. And you would go for like Max Steel Spike, Max Quake, and like boost up either the Ho-Oh or the Eternatus, and then just like stall things out with like a really bulky, like Cosmic Powered on the Eternatus as well.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, I doubt that is the strategy that we're seeing here in 2025.
Well, there are 2 Pokemon that get the ability Pressure, so maybe it's just lead both, protect.
Put the pressure on.
Yeah, literally put the pressure on, and like, stall out all the PP.
Yeah, and I want to find out, and I'm sure you at home want to find out as well, as our players are getting ready on the big stage to jump into this next battle. As we said, both of them at 5-1, so winning this one, of course, every win matters, but making it today too would be a great feat.
Yeah, it would be incredible, wouldn't it? It's something very much to take home as well, especially being on stream too. There's obviously a lot of players that we know who are very much used to it, but these players maybe not so much as well. Given some of their accomplishments, they seem a little bit newer to the scene as well, but obviously starting out very strong at the same time here as well. But both seem to be enjoying it either way as well. Those chairs, by the way, are super comfy.
Oh yeah, you've sat there in the rehearsal session, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they recline really far too. So if you did want a nap in the middle of your set, you really could, but I wouldn't recommend it.
Yeah, it's been a while since I was up there, so yeah, give us a little bit more info. What does it feel like sitting there on the big stage?
Oh, Marcus, God, I can't even tell you how incredible it is.
You got to be there. You got to be yourself, right?
You had to be there. You got to feel it. Yeah,
I see how it is.
But yeah, these players are doing such a good job to come so far here already in day one, and we're still with that contention of day two, and also that contention for top cut too, because there's plenty of Pokemon that they need to still kind of go up against every single matchup, and I do wonder what their kind of history has been throughout the rest of this tournament, whether they've gone up against the matchups that they hoped for, maybe the ones they didn't, because I'm trying to think what's Ho-Oh's Eternatus weakness? Like, surely there's one, unless this is like the perfect duo that everyone's been sleeping on. Yeah. No one's found it yet, and it's gonna go undefeated from here. Who knows?
I mean, who knows? But yeah, I think there's this one. What's it called? Electric Dragon type Pokemon. Yeah, I think Miraidon is actually quite strong into Ho-Oh and Eternatus, and yeah, there is a Miraidon over on Gustavo's team, so I think that could be a key Pokemon, definitely.
Yeah, and makes sense to have that Rillaboom, or no, not Rillaboom rather, but the Ogerpon maybe alongside to kind of follow me away any attacks and use that big special defense once it goes for that Terror to maybe take on some Draco Meteors. But let's have a little bit of a deep dive into those teams in a little bit more detail here. So there is the Ho-Oh Eternatus team alongside the Urshifu Dark, actually. Along the Iron Hands, a second fighting type, and yeah, the not so used Ogerpon form either.
Yeah, no pressure on Ho-Oh, so it is Regenerator, like we would be expecting. Clear Amulet as well, and Life Orb on Eternatus, so actually quite offensive. And I think both of them, they have a lot of great coverage, a lot of powerful moves that not a lot of other restricted Pokemon really have, like Poison-type coverage, also a Brave Bird giving Flying-type coverage. So yeah, that's a quite interesting duo. And the supporting cast looks like a little bit of a throwback to a couple of formats ago, actually. Like Regulation D, I think it was, where we first had Ogerpon being added. Like a lot of teams looked like this, having Fluttermane, Iron Hands, and Urshifu. This was before Incineroar was available once more. But yeah, Urshifu Dark, a Pokemon that could make some, I don't know, what waves? Yeah, like it could punch some things, I guess. It could like punch some blows, I don't know. But yeah, definitely as there is a Lunala over on Gustavo's side, yeah, Urshifu, of course, a prime Pokemon to take on Lunala. However, if we will have a closer look at Gustavo's team, we will see that Lunala is actually Terra Fairy with Moonblast. So that is one of those kind of counter measures that he has. Terrestrializing Lunala into Fairy could be something to do. But then there is Sludge Bomb and Eternatus, so some nice offensive synergy also shining through for Sanders' team. Is there anything else that's catching your eye here over on Gustavo's side?
That the Urshifu is not choice banned, as we mentioned.
Yeah. It's unusual Mystic Water set. What's going on there?
Very interesting, yes. Mystic Water. Lots to dive into there, especially with those Water-type moves going on as well. And with that Terra Water, makes that damage all the more big. But yeah, it makes sense, especially if you've got like a Calm Mind Pokemon on this, like this Lunala. You want to kind of be cycling those Firewater Grass Core to kind of help out that setup. Just like with those Terrapagos teams as well, where you've got Fake Out, Protect, Switch, Protect, Fake Out, Boost, etc. And Urshifu with Protect there can really help that sort of pivot action to keep going to get what you want in at the right time.
Yeah, and I mean it's the classic trio of VGC, right? It's Incineroar, Rillaboom, Urshifu. Like viewers at home at this point might understand how this works, but having the addition, like having the option to also have this Miraidon, which I guess on the surface, doesn't synergize so well, because you could like override your own terrain, right? You could like maybe, yeah, put yourself in like weird spots, but the pivoting power of Volt Switch definitely makes up for that, and so you can be quite flexible with that specifically. And then having Lunala, I guess, Lunala with Calm Mind leftovers, that's a little bit of a matchup check, because like certain matchups can just be like played by just going all in on Lunala. However, I don't think that this is one of those matchups.
Yeah, possibly not. Let's get into it. At the Utrecht Special Championships round 7 here. Gustavo Pereira versus Sander Tigelman, both with their chances on the line here, as they definitely need those wins to be able to get into top cuts. Miraidon and that Incineroar versus Ho-Oh and that Ogerpon Wellspring.
Yeah, and if there was ever a position where you kind of want to go for a double protect, it's like this one. You're staring down a potential fake out from Incineroar, you're staring down Choice Specs Miraidon. So I think it makes a lot of sense for Sander to take things a little bit slow here. And while Gustavo would have the option to maybe bring in Rillaboom for another fake out, yeah, you don't really have, like, you don't really want to do that with Miraidon on the field, right?
So there's the double protect, as you very smartly predicted there, Marcus, from any sort of thing that you want to not be locked into. So yeah, Volt Switch, now there is that information here. Unless Gustavo has not gone for like a self knockoff potentially to like keep the options open. No, not quite. No.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like, it's game 1, turn 1.
I'm trying to make things, come on.
Give the players a break here.
Come on. They would have been cool. Ah, oh, come on.
Oh, maybe next game, but like, okay, Ho-Oh still has to figure out how to deal with the threat of Miraidon, and it looks like Sander is considering a Terra Grass. Now, that would make a lot of sense, especially considering that, yeah, the only real switch-in would be Iron Hands, and I don't think that that is the Pokemon that you really, like, want to use in this matchup, like, particularly. So, yeah, going for the Grass Terra, of course, now means that Gustavo has a little bit more information and a little bit more resources available, as Terra could still be using Gustavo's side, but nicely targeting Volt Switch over an Ogerpon and almost knocking it out in one hit.
Wow. Okay, that's a really well-trained Ogerpon. I'd be interested to know if that was, say, a timid or a modest Miraidon, as well as to how close that knockout might have been. But here comes the Lunala.
It's not going to be a Will-O-Wisp in that slot, right?
Surely not. But an Ivy Cudgel first into that Incineroar. It's going to be intimidated, so not taking that much damage, but still over 50% is really big to be able to threaten a KO going into the following turn. And Tailwind comes up to get that speed control onto Sander's side. It is that knockoff, though, instead. No Will-O-Wisp, but yeah, would have been pretty incredible there.
I mean, you could have said, like, oh, you know what? Like, either you're going for Terra or you're switching in your Iron Hands. And then I was like, well, what's the way to punish that? And yeah, Will-O-Wisp could have been just that. So definitely an option, but I think, yeah, knocking off Clear Amulet makes a lot of sense for Gustavo, as now Incineroar will have a lot more value in the upcoming turns, as you could probably switch it out this turn. I mean, you want to stall out the Tailwind turns anyway. And yeah, what better way to do it by like cycling in Intimidate, going for a couple of fake outs. As, yeah, Lunala on Gustavo's side is not the Trick Room set, so that's not an option here to counter the Tailwind.
Yeah, we know that is that Calm mindset instead on this side, and helped out by a lot of the healing that goes on around with that leftovers, with that Grassy Surge as well, making things really, really bulky and just making things stick around as much as possible. You know, going on the defensive there makes sense in front of what is a Tailwind team, arguably, and a perfect switch into that Ivy Cudgel, unless it's covered for by the Sacred Fire into, though, the Lunala. Phew! A sigh of relief for Gustavo there.
Yeah, Gustavo kind of switching things up now, setting grassy terrain, now playing on a little bit of a different pace. I think like the next couple of turns, he will just try to, yeah, stall out a little bit, stall out the Tailwind turns, maybe get up a Calm Mind, if that is possible, and then to try and scout out which Pokemon does Sander have in the back. Because, yeah, this Ho-Oh and Ogerpon, Ho-Oh hasn't been intimidated yet, but could be intimidated this next turn. There's a fake out threat, and yeah, Ogerpon and Ho-Oh, they're not gonna chew through this Lunala. That's not gonna happen. So Sander will have to find options to maybe bring out Eternatus, maybe bring out Urshifu, and that's exactly what they're doing this turn.
I like that. The Ogerpon switching out there, being able to preserve it with those water moves and that redirection as well for a potentially spicy endgame. But yeah, Eternatus coming in here. It loves coming in against any of the Firewater Grass course, being that Dragon type. And Fake Out, though, thanks from Gustavo's excellent targeting there, it can really suppress that Ho-Oh's option, really wasting those Tailwind turns that Sander's set up.
Yeah, and that is a nice opportunity there just to set up a Calm Mind, because, yeah, you know that we haven't actually seen any physical attackers yet, but you can kind of expect Eternatus is waiting in the back. And if you plan on terrestrializing to Fairy later on in the battle, with Calm Mind, you kind of are setting yourself up for a situation where even if you terrestrialize, you can take on Eternatus maybe a couple turns down. So like really nice foresight there by Gustavo, playing the long game here with Calm Mind.
Yeah, I like that insight there, actually, because, yeah, you definitely want to be starting to take on those Eternatus attacks a lot better there. And I think we've also had a sneak peek that Sandra has that Urshifu in the back here, too, but we know that the Terra has so far been preserved on Gustavo's end, so he still has that option to get around it, especially if nothing else is going to damage it going forward.
Yeah, and switching in Incineroar makes sense. You want to intimidate Ho-Oh, and you also are fine probably losing Incineroar this turn. It's kind of did its job, like you bought a turn with Fake Out earlier, now you get another round of Intimidate down, and yeah, that's totally fine, because Lunala is now where all the kind of pressure is from Gustavo's side. It will be able to take this Brave Bird like a champ, heal up with Leftovers and Grassy Terrain, and go for Moonrise Beam for a decent amount of damage into Eternatus, I would assume.
There it is. Oh no, actually into the Ho-Oh. That still does a lot of damage there, thanks to that Calm Mind boost that it's got up there. But yeah, I think with that damage from Brave Bird, it looks like with Leftovers as well, it might, maybe just not enough to get to Shadow Shields. Ooh, not quite.
Yeah, I think Ho-Oh was being forced to switch out anyway. I guess Gustavo kind of, didn't want another Tailwind to go up. And now definitely the Ho-Oh would be in range of an attack from Miraidon though. So yeah, putting the damage or like prioritizing damage on Ho-Oh here, makes some sense here for Gustavo. But yeah, now Sander has to think about, okay, how fast do you think this Miraidon is going to be? Because whether Eternatus outspeeds it or not could be crucial for this battle. Tailwind is no longer up. And while, Sander could try and go for like a Protect Tailwind play, Ho-Oh very likely to be knocked out this turn. So does Miraidon go for Draco Meteor? Does Miraidon go for like a Volt Switch maybe? All of these things are things that Sander has to consider, because they could lose a restricted Pokemon this turn with no gain in return.
So there's the Protect from this Eternatus and none from the Ho-Oh. So Sander really hoping that maybe there's a Draco Meteor into that Eternatus slot instead. But there's a Dazzling Gleam instead, and thanks to not being any Fire type anymore, Ho-Oh does not take that and absolutely gets KO'd here.
Yeah, that's a huge KO for Gustavo actually. And with this knockout now, there's no more speed control for Sander. And well, Eternatus matches up kind of okay-ish into these Pokemon, especially now that we know Dazzling Gleam is the move of choice over for Gustavo. I guess you have to bring in Urshifu, and that Pokemon definitely will take a ton of damage from Dazzling Gleam. And but if you're confident that you're like both Eternatus and Urshifu are outspeeding Lunala, you could go for a play like, let's say, Wicked Blow or Sucker Punch and Sludge Bomb into the Lunala. But yeah, even though they are kind of covering each other nicely offensively, I feel like there's two threats there with Miraidon and Lunala that are kind of difficult to deal with. And considering terrestrialization, I don't even know if you can like two-hit KO either of them at this point.
Yeah, and considering that Shadow Shield as well, like Eternatus would have to attack first. So say if Lunala goes for that Terra Fairy, Sludge Bomb goes into the Lunala, super effective, yes, but then still halved because of that Shadow Shield being there. And then Urshifu follows up with a really kind of pitiful attack that is not very effective at all. So yeah, I think Sander at this point really needs to kind of call where this Terror is going into and kind of take it from there, because it's against the wall.
And it is Miraidon, not Lunala, as we were talking about earlier in the game, but Gustavo saying, yeah, you know what? It's so obvious to terrestrialize here, my quad weakness to darkness, to Fairy, and instead going for the terrestrialization on Miraidon. And I think actually Sander was targeting into that. Dazzling Gleam now boosted by terrestrialization as well. Should do a decent chunk to Eternatus, but then the important question is, where are these other moves landing here this turn?
Yeah, Dynamite Cannon, it does go into that Miraidon slot, so really great targeting from Gustavo there. As Urshifu just as we saw, just go for Protect. And the double up too, Eternatus did just Protect, so it's a really safe target there. And that is enough for the knockout.
Dominant play by Gustavo, identifying where the pressure was in the situation and understanding that Urshifu was very likely not going for an attack. And perfect use of terrestrialization by Gustavo. And now, with Dazzling Gleam, Ogerpon is low. This game is practically over.
Yeah, exactly. You know that as soon as that Ogerpon does not protect, it's going down to that Dazzling Gleam. And that with that Focus Sash on Urshifu, it's not going to be able to touch that like that Miraidon either. So yeah, this is pretty much a wrap on this game here. But it's looking into game 2 now, and Sander definitely has those options and those tools to be able to take this.
Yeah, Terra Fairy, one of the big problems for Urshifu Dark, and one of the reasons why we don't get to see it that often. As it just confirms that even, with this guaranteed critical hit, not quite enough to KO Lunala through Shadow Shield. And with 2 restricted Pokemon over on Gustavo's side with Terra Fairy, you gotta wonder if Urshifu is even the right pick in this situation.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, like, unless you try and force the Terra out on another Pokemon so that they don't Terra themselves, then it's still a really hard ask, isn't it? And Urshifu itself is also Terra Dark, so it's not going to reduce its weakness to that Dazzling Gleam each time either. So, yeah, it's a good point. Like, but then how else do you then deal with that Lunala if, say, you haven't bought Urshifu and yet it stays Psychic Ghost type?
Yeah, looking at the fact that Fluttermane does not have Shadow Ball either, so you could, of course, Taunt, but you would need a Terra Normal in order to, do something against Moonguy's beams repeatedly from Lunala. So I also don't think that is the way to go. So maybe after all, Urshifu is the right pick for Sander in this situation. But you need to maybe use it in a way that it's pressuring the Lunala to Terra earlier, so that Eternatus has a better kind of grip on the situation by threatening Sludge Bomb into Lunala once it has Terrestrialized, and by threatening Dynamax Cannon into Miraidon. But then you also need to provide Tailwind speed control from Ho-Oh. So there's a lot of things that have to fall in place for Sander. But this is the position that he kind of needs to play towards. So Ho-Oh, Eternatus, and Urshifu, 2 out of those in Tailwind. That's probably the game plan that I would try and go for.
And what was interesting is that we didn't actually see the Urshifu brought at all. So you could argue that Ogerpon didn't do a whole lot in that game. Obviously, yes, it Ivy cut with the Incineroar, but you've got other options of that. You've got Urshifu in that close combat. And I think we could see a potential for the Iron Hands as well, to make use of the electric terrain that gets set up from the Miraidon, so you can start going for those more physical attacks to get around the Calm Mind boost that Lunala has. And a low kick with that Quark Drive boost has a really good chance of getting like even a one-hit KO on Miraidon.
Yeah, that move is just so powerful. Especially, of course, against all those heavy hitters, right? Maybe Iron Hands, maybe the fake out support that it provides, if you can kind of set up a Tailwind that way. But it depends also a little bit on how fast is Iron Hands, right? How fast is being trained? Would it outpace Lunala in Tailwind, for example? Would it outspeed Pokemon like Urshifu if Gustavo decided to bring that? And then Gustavo also, of course, has the chance to adapt by bringing Whimsicott, by trying and match Tailwind, by using Encore potentially against Ho-Oh if it tries to protect or use Tailwind, just to mess up the positioning of Sander that way. And I feel like based on how this first game went, it seemed like Gustavo definitely knew kind of how to approach this matchup. And it's a big task to come back here for Sander.
Yeah, it is, but we've identified some tools for you, Sander, so if you listen, do kind of take our words of advice, or at least definitely Marcus's anyway, because they're well-founded words, my friend. And so, Gustavo maybe needs to anticipate maybe some of these changes that could be made as well. So do they stick with the same game plan, for instance? Like, where do they take this? Are they happy with that Rillaboom choice, for instance, and that Incineroar? Is there any call for the Urshifu or maybe the Whimsicott to come here as well, especially with that Encore being able to, say, lock into a Fake Out, lock into a Protect, which so many of these Pokemon have?
Yeah, Whimsicott is definitely the Pokemon that I'm looking at, and I'm wondering, because it's another Fairy type, right?
Yeah.
Of course, also would do really, really well against Urshifu. So if you can kind of set up a situation where Urshifu is forced kind of on the field, and then you can just like abuse the fact that even without terrestrializing Lunala, you still have other ways of dealing with Urshifu, then you could buy some turns that way. And it feels like Sander's team doesn't really have like the supporting cast to fall back on, like the backbone. It's a lot about offensive synergy, and if you can kind of like throw Sander's team off a little bit and throw off the momentum a little bit, then it's hard to get back into the beat for Sander's team. So yeah, Whimsicott would be a Pokemon that could do that with Encore or with matching Tailwind.
Yeah, 100%. There's a lot of options here for both of these trainers. I think there's maybe not one Pokemon that's obvious to not bring, but there's a few that you definitely probably do want to bring that then means something has to consistently stay behind.
Yeah, I actually liked Rillaboom, even though it matches up so terribly against Eternatus and Ho-Oh, just for the grassy terrain, because this helped Lunala to really reactivate Shadow Shield. And while it didn't really matter there, in the end, we got to show like the difference of Shadow Shield. Like it could take Wicked Blow from Urshifu, right? Like, that's a 4-time super effective move. And yeah, that's also, of course, one of the reasons, as we were saying earlier, why Lunala is being used more often than Calyrex Shadow Rider in this format.
Yeah, exactly. It's just such a strong option, so why not bring it into this matchup where it's like providing so much of that support and that fake out as well, alongside Incineroar. You've got a couple of fake outs there, so gives you the ability to say pressure fake out on turn 1, and then your opponent double protects, but instead you maybe then immediately switch out your fake out Pokemon into the next fake out Pokemon, and then you then threaten it on the game 2, or the turn 2 rather. So that could be something, a really cool kind of turn 1 we can see as well, instead of the, you know, the basic fake helpless into double protect, and then we go from there. Anyway, game 2, let's go. Round 7, Utrecht Special Championships, day 1. It is that Incineroar and Miraidon once again, but it's the Fluttermane and the Eternatus this time. A little bit of a switch up on Sander's end.
Yeah, definitely. Maybe, yeah, thinking the same thing that we were talking about. Okay, I gotta change something, and this something is Fluttermane. Fluttermane, of course, immune to fake out. It has access to Moonblast or Icy Wind. Could threaten Miraidon that way. But yeah, Gustavo could just go for a fake out into Eternatus and, let's say, Volt Switch into Fluttermane. I don't really see like an immediate response to that, since typically Miraidon should be able to take a Moonblast. However, then the following turn, things become quite interesting, because yeah, if this is just, let's say, a double protect and then Gustavo goes for like some attacks, next turn Fluttermane with Icy Wind could help its partner Eternatus to outspeed Miraidon and potentially get the KO with either Sludge Bomb or Dynamax, depending on whether you call the Terra or not. And I think Gustavo is seeing through that, actually swapping out Miraidon right away.
And there's the Whimsicott here as well. What a play. So we're threatening that Encore into the next turn and be able to lock either of these Pokemon into Protect. Neither of which are either that Terra Dark either to be able to be immune to that Prankster either. So fake out just in case. But yeah, a really nice switch in there.
Yeah, and I think this is definitely something that Gustavo had planned based on the team preview and based on how the previous game went, seeing how safe the double protect seemed for Sander, but it wasn't actually safe. Whimsicott comes in for the punish because now Encore is threatening to lock either of Sander's Pokemon into Protect, and you can't even tell which one it's going to be. So you probably have to try and either make a read, where is it going to go, but this could be detrimental. If you call it wrong, then all of a sudden you're doing nothing this turn.
Yeah, and Eternatus seems like the more of the threat here, because it can offer that one-hit KO of that Sludge Bomb. So the Encore does seem to go into that slot. So Sander did make the call real nice there and does get something out of this turn instead.
Yeah, and taunting the Whimsicott, that's great as well. No Tailwind for Gustavo for now, but Parting Shot into Fluttermane means that Gustavo gets to reposition a little bit. No damage done still, but yeah, I think first turn, definitely a little win for Gustavo. The second turn, much better for Sander.
Yeah, 100% there, and that taunt was a really well-placed one too, because you could argue that a KO'd Whimsicott is not quite as good as a Whimsicott stuck on the field taunted as well. It doesn't have a lot of that damage potential, and all it can do at the moment is Moonblast into two really specially defensive Pokemon here, so it's just the Miraidon that this Sander needs to worry about right now.
Yeah, and while you don't have the great damage output from Ho-Oh against Miraidon, you could go for Terra Grass, soak up any electric type attack, and then maybe set a Tailwind, or just go for like a Sacred Fire, fish for a burn somewhere. And yeah, I think I like the position for Sander for now.
But it's going to be that Intimidate that comes in, but not a Leftovers Ho-Oh, it's that Clear Amulet, so it's still going to maintain its damage offensive pressure here. But yeah, there's that Terra that you mentioned there, Marcus. Going into the Ho-Oh, turning it into that Grass type, putting a little flower on its head here for spring that has sprung here in the Northern Hemisphere. As the Ho-Oh does that beautiful cry, and the Icy Wind comes out instead. More speed control, but not in the form of Tailwind this time, and supporting the Ho-Oh to deal that damage instead. So Miraidon is going to drop its speed and get potentially slower than the Ho-Oh going into the future turns, but not quite that slow, because the Volt Switch still comes out faster than this Ho-Oh, showing a little bit of the training of both of these Pokemon.
Yeah, Miraidon still being faster here means that Gustavo has to kind of show their hand now. I doubt Ho-Oh was targeting into Miraidon because we couldn't know yet how the speed was going to interact. And yeah, bringing in Whimsicott means that this big Brave Bird, yeah, going into Incineroar, it's not a lot of damage, and Ho-Oh can switch out to regenerate. The position of Gustavo, though, this looks a little bit passive. I mean, you have Incineroar, Whimsicott, like neither of those are really known to do a ton of damage. So I think Sander has the chance to swap out Ho-Oh and potentially reposition this turn.
Yeah, it's a really nice option to have that regenerator. We're so used to having a Mungus be able to do that, but having a restricted legendary that can do that, that's pretty incredible as well. And yeah, not much that you can lose here by doing that, but looks like Santa's sticking with it at the moment, and Tailwind comes up from this Whimsicott immediately, getting around that taunt that Fluttermane can go out to.
If this is a knockoff into Ho-Oh, that might be pretty bad. Depending on how much it's doing. With Taunt, you kind of stop Whimsicott from encoring, but no, it's just a parting shot. Okay. Yeah, I like the play that Sander was making. So, like, trying to set up Tailwind, it would open yourself up for an encore from Whimsicott the next turn. But by going for Taunt, that means that Ho-Oh could actually go for an offensive move next turn. However, with this parting shot now, Gustavo can bring in one of their restricted Pokemon and threaten a ton of damage.
Yeah, definitely, and here it comes that Lunala right now. And we saw it do a lot of damage earlier, especially with that Calmine boost into, indeed, that Ho-Oh as well. But it's still, we know it's going to be trained quite bulky here because we know it didn't outspeed the Miraidon after a -1, like, drop from that speed. So we know there's at least a lot of defensive training here and it might even still survive that attack. Question is, does it survive a double up from the Whimsicott as well? Now that Tailwind is up, we'll have to see. But it's a decent opportunity to start setting up that Calm Mind, assuming this Fluttermane doesn't outspeed it because of that boost energy that it has. It may even still outspeed that Lunala, taunt it, and force it to start attacking with moves it doesn't want to be using.
Yeah, I think at this point Gustavo might want to just go for some attacks. But yeah, Incineroar can just come in. Didn't knock off Ho-Oh's item yet, so it's still protected by that clear amulet. But yeah, once again, I feel like it's one of those turns where not a lot of damage will be dealt. But if Gustavo can find a knockout on Ho-Oh this turn, that could be really important.
Yeah, and that Rocky Helmet and Recall might put it in range of that. This might be what Gustavo is looking for here. Let's see if that Moongeist Beam targets there. Not quite, no. Into that Fluttermane. So great call again by Sander to kind of call exactly where Gustavo is targeting here. And really getting away with it, honestly.
Yeah, now it might finally be time to switch out Ho-Oh because, yeah, buddy, it's if you're still keeping it in there, then yeah, you would probably lose it. I mean, I guess you could protect as well while we get to see that Fluttermane at -5 attack.
Yeah.
poor little Fluttermane wasn't trying to yeah, hit anything with physical attacks anyway. But yeah, Moonblast would knock out Incineroar from this range. So if you can kind of try and get your first knockout and then maybe set up a Tailwind later on, that would be great. But yeah, Sander's staying in with
keen,
Ho-Oh once more.
Yeah, he certainly is. So, like, obviously wanting to kind of utilize Ho-Oh to the maximum at the moment and preserve the health and everything in the back, which may be kind of trained to survive some of these attacks. There's Moonblast into that switching in Whimsicott, so preserving that Incineroar was a good play there, and Sacred Fire breaking the Shadow Shield here too. Let's see if it gets that burn. Yes. So that's going to undo the healing of any of those leftovers for now, and there's no Grassy Surge this turn either, so no more healing for this Lunala.
Yeah, good to get the burn, and Fluttermane takes Moongeist Beam just barely, and that means that, yeah, going into this next turn, Gustavo kind of, yeah, has to make a choice. What do you want to do? Do you want to kind of try and prevent your opponent from getting speed control the following turn, or do you want to try and go for your own speed control? So you could, like, for example, you could try and encore Ho-Oh, for example. But then Whimsicott might be knocked out, so yeah, maybe it's not the best idea. So I would expect Gustavo to maybe like swap out Whimsicott into Incineroar potentially, just so you can keep Whimsicott around for later, because I feel like the position that you want to play towards is having Whimsicott and Miraidon potentially, or you could try and set up a couple of Calm Minds on Lunala. But so far, the threat of Taunt that Sander still hasn't clicked into Lunala, that is, I think, what kept Gustavo from going for those setup moves.
Yeah, it's a good point. Just having that move is just enough pressure to like not click those moves or even still have the effect of Taunt in that first place. So there's another Protect from Fluttermane to kind of stall things out a little bit more. But yeah, there's the Light Screen instead, which is going to be really nice versus that Eternatus that we know is lurking in the back. And yet another attack from this Ho-Oh, just so brazen and getting off so much damage, and Gustavo's letting him get away with it. Let's see if the Sinnoh does finally take this Ho-Oh down. No, it doesn't!
Oh, wow, that Ho-Oh is a brave bird. You gotta say it. Just on the field for so many turns at such low HP, and every turn we're like, well, it has regenerated. Like, what are you doing, Sander? Switch it out, switch out the bird. But no, it's still there, and Sander has proven why. And now we have the situation that I was talking about before. Whimsicott is knocked out, and there's not going to be any speed control for Gustavo's side. So while Sander's Pokemon are quite low, Fluttermane is still around, it doesn't do any damage. It's a -2 special attack, I think. But it can go for Icy Wind potentially. And yeah, if we had like a fake out option potentially, I guess we don't have Iron Hands. Yeah, I think we saw already that's Urshifu, the last Pokemon. But you could go for Icy Wind Protect, but then you still gotta play the mind game of which Pokemon is gonna go for Terra Fairy next turn. So yeah, even though Sander definitely did a lot of work here, Miraidon joins the battlefield at the exact right time, I think, for Gustavo.
Yeah, like Dazzling Gleam looks pretty strong here to kind of lock into. Yeah. And we know that the Miraidon is still going to outspeed that Ho-Oh even after an Icy Wind drop here. So I think this is a nice play, going for that Icy Wind, so you're not at least losing 2 Pokemon at the same time. Gives you a little bit more flexibility to maybe switch out Ho-Oh into the next turn.
Yeah, and now you gotta wonder, where is Urshifu going to attack? So how's it going to go? Fluttermine will get knocked out, and then Lunala might even go for a Calm Mind. I mean, why not? It's a free opportunity to set up further. And I guess you could also, nice play by Gustavo. I mean, you could also go into Eternatus, but you're not really threatening too much damage against Lunala. So I feel like, yeah, maybe you gotta go into Urshifu just to threaten the damage, and then you have to call which Pokemon is gonna Terra Fairy, and then you wanna maybe even, yeah, you wanna Wicked Blow the other slot, but it might not actually get the knockout onto Miraidon either. So maybe Terra Fairy on Lunala and just a Dazzling Gleam with Miraidon, that might be kind of safe then for Gustavo. So maybe that line doesn't work at all.
Potentially not. Yeah, Eternatus is coming in here, and yeah, unfortunately Eternatus is not that fast of a Pokemon, but at least this Miraidon is at that -1 now, thanks to that earlier Icy Wind that Fluttermane was so kind enough to kind of drop before it dropped. But there is the potential for another switch out still, and that Incineroar could come in, reset that drop on the Miraidon. Miraidon then has absolutely free reign to start dealing out the damage it definitely wants to be doing. But then Ho-Oh could get up a Tailwind at this point as well, so you need to either kind of maybe potentially KO the Ho-Oh to deny Tailwind, but then like risk yourself then taking on that attack from that Eternatus.
Yeah, and I think the tale of the brave bird might finally come to an end, as Dazzling Gleam just seems pretty obvious, and Eternatus is going to protect no Terrestrialization from Gustavo, delaying it for another turn, just going for the regular Dazzling Gleam, but yeah, Ho-Oh will finally go down.
Yeah, finally going down, but yeah, maybe a free KO there. I think Sander may be hoping Miraidon went on the defensive there, swapped out. You kind of keep Eternatus around and you can get a Tailwind up, but Gustavo does not allow it. And knowing that at least on that trade, you get another Calm Mind on Lunala, and you've gotten rid of the physical attacker that can actually hit it for damage. Because now you're getting to the point where Eternatus is just not going to be able to do much to Lunala, and do you even need your Miraidon?
Yeah, I mean, Sander could have gone for Dynamax Cannon straight into Miraidon, but in the previous game, Gustavo had shown that he was willing to terrestrialize Miraidon over Lunala. So yeah, Sander didn't want to take that risk after taking so many risks with Ho-Oh. But now, this is the time to strike. You have 2 Pokemon on the field that outspeed both your opponents. You have a Pokemon that can hit through Protect in Urshifu. And yeah, you absolutely need to call out your opponent's moves perfectly. But if you do that, then maybe there's still a chance. If you can like Dynamax Cannon Miraidon or Wicked Blow Lunala, yeah, maybe there's a way for Gustavo. However, Gustavo could just switch in. I think Gustavo could switch in Incineroar, Terra Fairy Lunala, and then even if you kind of get a KO, Miraidon would join the battle again, and yeah, would have the speed advantage because yeah, right now the only reason why Sander's Pokemon are faster is because of that Icy Wind speed drop from earlier.
Exactly, yeah, and suddenly be able to outspeed both after just getting rid of that drop, it will be really huge. So there's the Incineroar coming in, doing it what does best and intimidating, but maybe not quite enough to keep itself on the field a little bit longer. And yeah, there's that Terra Fairy, as you predicted, Marcus, coming out onto that Lunala to be able to take those attacks a lot better. And even with that Sludge Bomb into that slot, for instance, there's, I think, 2 Calm Mind boosts on that, so it's going to be able to take those attacks so well.
But thanks to the burn from earlier, this Lunala does not have Shadow Shield active. Nice play there, actually protecting just to ensure that, yeah, even if it is going to be a Wicked Blow, it doesn't take that much damage. And yeah, Gustavo is fine losing Incineroar into this position. Of course, maybe he was hoping for this double-up play into Lunala, but yeah, that's not what's happening. Instead, yeah, Wicked Blow will probably just, yeah, scratch that Lunala a little bit. actually,
it's quite actually called Urshifu. Yeah, fair enough, Urshifu.
Yep.
Yeah, you're pretty strong. So
fair enough.
Yeah, fair enough indeed. But yeah, now that Miraidon does indeed come straight back in, I wonder how Electric Terrain turns are doing at this point. But as long as it's up this turn and Eternatus basically takes another hit, it should be able to likely go down in a couple of hits.
So in a 1v1 situation, Lunala is always going to win against Urshifu. However, in order for Miraidon to take out Eternatus, you would need to lock into Draco Meteor, and that would open a play from Sander, which would be Protect Eternatus, Wicked Blow, or Close Combat Miraidon, and then next turn Sucker Punch it for the KO potentially. So that is the line that players have to debate right now. Is it more likely for Eternatus to go for Protect, or will it go for the offense? Because yeah, Urshifu can trade 1v1 against Miraidon. Let's see if Gustavo calls that, because the alternative would be to double into Urshifu, potentially with Draco Meteor. And another move. Draco Meteor comes out.
There's the Draco. Okay, so that is into the Protect. Is it going to go as choreographed as you say here, Marcus? Here, Urshifu's going to come out. Close combat. It needs to be enough, though, into some Miraidon. It's not even close, thanks to the Intimidate from that Incineroar earlier on. And it's likely not in Sucker Punch range either. And the Moonblast going into that slot as well is a really nice call.
Yeah, it was intimidated. Yeah, you had to go for a Wicked Blow there.
Yeah, so not quite enough, unfortunately. Yeah. But like, Sucker Punch critical hit is still on the table.
Yeah, usually, of course, close combat a little bit stronger than a regular critical hit from Wicked Blow. But of course, in this scenario, if Urshifu is intimidated, Wicked Blow with a critical hit, ignoring the -1, would have done more damage indeed. And now Sucker Punch, yeah, might not be enough to get the knockout, but that is absolutely needed. Now also Sander realizing, oh yeah, right, it was intimidated. I should have gone for Wicked Blow. You could like kind of read that on their face, but now he knows, okay, I gotta go for the Sucker Punch critical hit, and this is their chance.
Here it is. It's not quite enough there, but Miraidon still needs to hit that Draco, and it does. Into that Eternatus, going completely down there, and Sander knows it's over. This Lunala can follow up with any attack right now, and Gustavo with an amazingly choreographed team and dance. Moongeist Beam, the Lunala, the star, takes down this Urshifu and advances Gustavo into the next round with yet another win. Absolutely. Congratulations, Gustavo. He's done it.
Well played by Gustavo, identifying that Terra Fairy was the big threat, using it in the perfect time in Game 1, and then also in Game 2, using it just the threat to kind of make his opponent make some mistakes, then finally using it at the perfect time, and then, yeah, also, of course, due to, I think you gotta call it like a slight misplay there by Sander, forgetting about the Intimidate or about the impact on the calculations. But yeah, it's a game with such small margins, and that of course can happen if you're used to landing critical hits with Urshifu anyway. But this time it actually would have mattered quite a bit because of that Intimidate drop. And with how much damage Sucker Punch did, maybe the combination of Wicked Blow and Sucker Punch could have knocked out Miraidon. And then we're looking at a situation where, yeah, it's still a little unclear if Eternatus can take on Lunala, but I feel like it might have. Because, yeah, with a burn earlier, Sludge Bomb, super effective against the Terra Fairy. Yeah, maybe we would have gone to Game 3.
Yeah, it would have been a really close one, wouldn't it? Like, there's not a lot it could have done versus the Sludge Bomb. Sludge Bomb could have got poisoned as well, so you can't even, like, stall out those either. So, yeah, like, I think we could have maybe got a slightly closer one, and it really shows how Eternatus was such a great Pokemon.
Did you say could have gotten a poison or could not have?
It could have.
Oh, because the Lunala was burned.
Oh, yeah, true, you're right. Yeah, so there was no like chance for that either way. But still, like, if it survives the Moongeist Beam, as you say, like, then, yeah.
Yeah, but it was a really tricky matchup, I think, for both players, and we're seeing this also. Like, there were a lot of bird situations that I have never seen in my life. We've got a Ho-Oh, we had the Ogerpon Wellspring that we hadn't seen in a minute, and then also Calm Mind Lunala. We had Rillaboom and Miraidon on the same team, so yeah, just these teams going up against each other in quite a few really unusual situations. Of course, also pretty mentally demanding on our players here in this spot.
Yeah, and like calling out those little things that we've never really seen. That Eternatus in this meta right now is just a really nice pick. You've got the Dragon move to threaten those Miraidons, and if it goes for that Terra Fairy, which they're almost all using, you've got the Sludge Bomb for it. And yeah, there's not a lot of other like options in terms of hitting Fairy types for super effective damage at the moment that people are using. So having a poison offensive move is also really nice, and also into all of those Lunala. So you can see why Sander's team has made it this far into all of these common Pokemon that have these kind of predictable Terra types or those base types that just get a hit from it for really good damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sander has one more chance, of course, to advance into day 2. One more round that we're playing today, and Sander, well, has to win in order to make it to day 2. But Gustavo now at a 6-1 record locked things up. So yeah, Gustavo will return to play tomorrow, but has one more round to kind of extend their lead over some of the other players in the field. Because of course, in order to win the tournament, you got to make it out of day 2, and every win in day 1 helps your run in day 2 as well.
Yeah, exactly. Everything carries over, so every single little win matters here, whether you're undefeated or not at the moment. And that can make all the difference, especially if you get into that top cut, whether you make it a little bit higher or you get it into that asymmetrical bracket instead as well. So much on the line for both of these trainers, and honestly, I'd be happy to see either of them up there. Like, they were really, really strong, and like these more interesting restricted pairings, you can see how they're kind of pulling through against what is common at the moment. So kudos to both of them, honestly. They played a really good set.
That was a lot of fun. Makes me want to try out like some of those unorthodox combinations on a team, like the Urshifu Dark, the Eternatus, and the whole, they have the color synergy, but they also kind of have like the offensive synergy there. In a weird way, it's not your typical kind of like fire, water, grass, right? Like you're going for like a really different core with those Pokemon there.
You are, and I think you're often used to seeing that at least one of the restricteds having some sort of reliable spread type option as well. Yeah. Like Dazzling Gleam or Discharge on Miraidon, Glacial Lance, Astral Barrage. But yeah, having 2 restricteds that only have single target moves could be something of a question as to how viable that is.
Yeah, maybe that was part of what make it feel a little bit weird, because then also Urshifu, of course, is another one of those Pokemon that just like it locks in one target and then that's going to do a ton of damage there, but only in one slot. Whereas, over on the other side, we just saw how powerful Dazzling Gleam could be in those endgame scenarios, and that really helped Gustavo in that matchup.
Yeah, and maybe if we'd seen Sander actually switch out that Ho-Oh at some point, we might have, it seems like a slightly different game. Say, being able to take that Dazzling Gleam at the end, for instance, or some like little chip move, instead of instead of being in a position where you've got so much health that the Miraidon needs to commit something that's a little bit more powerful, like that Draco Meteor, to actually get that KO instead with that Terra Grass.
Absolutely, and Gustavo's team, again, really quite interesting, kind of like mixing 2 things that I didn't think would synergize well. The kind of Lunala Calm Mind setup with Instant, Rillaboom, like this is something we've seen in the previous format as well. But then pairing that up with like a Miraidon fast mode with the Miraidon and Whimsicott that are typically seen on those Arubega Miraidon teams from the past format. It's a quite interesting mix, but it seems to work out if, Gustavo is now at 6-1.
Yeah, exactly. It makes a really good call. And the light screen as well means you've still got a flavor of Grimmsnarl on your team as well, without necessarily the Reflect. But with an Urshifu going around, you don't need that as much. And if you've got Intimidate on your team in the form of that Incineroar as well, then that kind of patches that side of things too. So, like, you can see why it's a really good effect. You've got that combination of the Tailwind and everything that you want on it. Yeah, so as you say, it's kind of this, you kind of like picked one Pokemon from each team and kind of put it all together into this mishmash team that seems to just work really well.
Absolutely, and having a look here at how the tournament is progressing. Actually, we're quite far into the round already, and some of our players have made it to this 7-0 record. I just had a look at some of our pairings, and actually it seemed like, it seems like we want to hear more from our winner from the previous round. While he cannot join this illustrious club of 7-0s, he will join us in day 2. Gustavo, take it away.
So much, Marcus and David. I have the pleasure to be joined on the couch to get a bit of insight from our round 7 winner, Gustavo Pereira. Gustavo, congratulations first of all. You've progressed into day 2. Firstly, how are you feeling about the progression into day 2? So you'll be here playing tomorrow.
So my goal this season was to get a day 2, and I got it at my first event in Lille. But after that, I did like 4 events and didn't get a single day 2. So getting one at 6-1, I'm very pleased with that.
Yeah, of course. And you've got one more round to go today. Of course, because the records carry over, it's still important to not let concentration slip at this stage, which I'm sure you're not, because after that last set, it was just phenomenal to see you kind of pilot your way through the obstacles that were in front of you. I think, how are you feeling when you saw the team matchup, especially the Ho-Oh and the Eternatus? Not something you commonly see, especially this deep into a tournament.
The combination of Urshifu and Eternatus meant that my Lunala was never saved.
Yeah.
So I need to bait him first game. That was my goal to, I will Terra my Lunala. And my goal was to deal a bit of damage and to finish with that Miraidon. But I was scared, like, I saw the team sheet. I was like, how do I beat the Eternatus? Like, sure, I have like Draco Meteor, but he can redirect hit, he can Terra, so yeah. I think it's, not sure. I was not sure how to approach the matchup until I think like the middle of game 1.
Yeah,
I suppose.
And I think the positioning of how you played the Miraidon in particular was really key in that, to kind of pressure it at all times when possible with that Draco Meteor, that you could kind of potentially remove it from the field, because I think the Ho-Oh had to go for that terrestrialization. Lunala is something I would like to talk to you about, because we've seen the success of it over in the US recently. But and more players here have had success with it again today. But you've opted for the Calm Mind variant. It's a really interesting take on a popular Pokemon at the moment. And how have you found that coming into the event today?
I was not through the people, the person who found that. It was in our preparation group with other French people. And we were running another team, but almost everything we built was being beaten by the Miraidon plus Lunala team that won in Milwaukee. So we said like, okay, we needed a good team that destroys Miraidon plus Lunala. So we just said like, oh, Calm Mind Lunala is great in this matchup, and Rillaboom. And yeah, because in the meta, Terra Fairy plus some setup is very good. So if you can exert a pressure with Miraidon specs, they both need to respect the Miraidon and the Lunala, and sometimes you can't do both.
Yeah, it's a really good combination to kind of split attention from your opponent, and they have to almost coin flip, choose a side to go for, and whatever they go for, the other side's going to punish them. So it's almost like a real like pincer movement with those two Pokemon. I like the way you describe it there. Something I talked to Lou about at the start of the show today was Whimsicott. We've not really seen too much of that being utilized from players. We've seen a little bit of a rise in things like Tornadus. But how have you found, because Luca Cherubelli kicked off the show for us today on the broadcast, utilizing the Whimsicott to really good effect. How have you found Whimsicott for yourself?
Whimsicott was like a last-minute decision. Like yesterday, 10 p.m., we're like, do we play Tornadus? Do we play Whimsicott? Because we usually bring our first month, so no Urshifu, no Whimsicott. Depends on the matchups, of course. Yeah. But was like, okay, Terrain is great, and Red Screen is great. I don't want to miss, so maybe Whimsicott. But we also thought about Tornadus for Coraidon, but having light screen is very important because you can just like set up yourself and destroy. And Encore is very good because if you're fake out, double fake out plus Encore, I feel like it's very threatening. No.
Yeah, well, it's definitely paying dividends today for you. Gustavo, before we let you go, because you've got one more round, like we've said, before we end up day one, we want to give you some time to kind of recoup your thoughts after that last match. Have you got any shout-outs for anyone here at the venue or at home?
Yes.
Before we let you go?
All the French people who helped me prepare and build the team. So Adon Chafouri, Théotime Masso, Audrey David, I'm missing someone, Jonas Birada, and everyone who I'm not thinking about. Thanks for the prep, thanks for the team. Yeah, I think that's it.
That's awesome. Thank you so much, Gustavo.
Thanks to you.
Congratulations once again, progressing into day 2. We're looking forward to seeing hopefully more of you tomorrow, and good luck in your last round. We're going to take a short break now before we come back and wrap up with our round 8 of day 1.
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokémon Championships History, a series where we showcase important moments throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Jake Muller, and I'd love to take you back to the World Championships in 2015, the year Mega Kangaskhan claimed her biggest victory. But first, we need to go back one more year to 2014. Pokémon X and Pokémon Y introduced Mega Evolutions to competitive Pokémon, and Mega Kangaskhan dominated the metagame throughout the entire season. However, when the 2014 World Championships rolled around, Mega Kangaskhan fell to the wayside, failing to make a single appearance in top 8. Although Mega Kangaskhan surged back into the metagame as we moved into the 2015 season, its place at the top became crowded thanks to the introduction of even more Mega Evolutions from Pokémon Omega Ruby and Pokémon Alpha Sapphire. As the World Championships loomed, the community wondered whether Mega Kangaskhan would once again be pushed out of the metagame by a high presence of Pokémon that could counter it. Anticipating this, many players from Europe and North America opted not to include Mega Kangaskhan on their teams, fearing history would repeat itself. Japan, however, had something else in mind. Just 2 months prior at the Japan National Championships, Shoma Honami claimed first place with an early version of a team structure that would come to be known as Chalk, which featured Cresselia, Heatran, Amoonguss, Landorus Therian, and Mega Kangaskhan. This team composition boasted an unmatched combination of power and flexibility, leading Shoma and many other Japanese players to ride the Mega Kangaskhan wave all the way to Boston. As the 2015 World Championships progressed, it became clear that Chalk was the team to beat, even though the competition was full of teams with outside Mega Evolution picks, like Mega Mawile,
does connect with the Garchomp and does pick up the knockout.
Mega Charizard X,
they go for the Flare Blitz here on the Thundurus,
Mega Salamence,
the Hyper Voice,
and Mega Charizard Y.
They go for the Flamethrower here.
6 of the top 8 players used teams that followed the Chalk guidelines, including Shoma Honami himself. While the extraordinary success of this team composition at the biggest event of the season was astounding, even more interesting was the variation seen within Chalk just inside this top 8. While all 6 teams had both Mega Kangaskhan and Landorus Therian, many players opted for some alternate options for the remaining Pokemon. Heatran was substituted for a different Fire-type Pokemon on 2 occasions, with one player using Entei and one choosing Volcarona. The 6th Pokemon on the team ranged from Thundurus to Aegislash to Tyranitar to Scrafty. Sylveon made an appearance in place of Cresselia in one instance, and one player even gave up Amoonguss to run both Aegislash and Thundurus. The 2 teams in top 8 at the World Championships that did not make use of Mega Kangaskhan were both defeated in the quarterfinals, meaning that Mega Kangaskhan was guaranteed to have her day in the sun.
Players shake hands, knowing that the game is over. Rotom Wash falls, and the crowd reacts, ladies and gentlemen. Yosuke advancing, we've seen him. This is the 2nd time on stream, playing incredibly well.
After taking down Naoto Mizobushi in top 4, Shoma Honami would be met in the finals by fellow Japanese player Hideyuki Taida, whose Volcarona set him apart from the rest of the field.
Oh my God, he's done. We get a medic in the field.
The championship match was a back-and-forth affair. Shoma won Game 1 thanks to consistent damage output from his Landorus Therian and clever use of disruptive attacks like Thunder Wave and Swagger.
And here we go. Will it be able to hit through Confusion is the question. No, it hits itself. Huge. Shoma very excited.
But Hideyuki turned the tides and even the score at 1 game all after his Pokemon broke through Confusion on crucial turns.
A lot on the line for these 2 trainers. Almost $20,000 in prizing here as it hits through with a big Shadow Sneak, and I think that will pick up the feint here on the Thundurus. It is definitely at this point looking like Hideyuki's taking it to a Game 3.
In the deciding game, Shoma made expert use of Heatran's defensive utility and offensive power, proving that the original Chalk Fire-type Pokemon was still number 1.
Should do a ton here. Oh my gosh, picking up the feint on Hideyuki's Pokemon, as well as catching the burn, activating the weakness policy there, but the burn is absolutely huge, and it's only a matter of protects before this one is over.
Fittingly, Mega Kangaskhan re-entered the field right before Hideyuki conceded defeat. Shoma's decision to stay true to his run to the Japan Nationals title with the original components of the Chalk team composition paid off as he became the 2015 Pokémon World Champion.
Shoma Honami is your 2015 Pokémon Video Game World Champion.
Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in VGC history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
It's not only the Masters division that we have going on here at the Utrecht Special Championships, we also have our junior and senior divisions as well. And I'm joined by Annabelle, Alex, and Tony, who are competitors in those respective events. So, Annabelle, I'm going to start with you. So you're in the junior division. How has your tournament gone so far? Because I heard that you actually top cut.
It was very good, and I've been top 8. I played a lot of games, also against Tony, my brother. And it was a lot of fun to see how he was playing and almost won against me.
So a little bit of sibling rivalry going on there. Fantastic. And Alex, you're in the senior division. You also made top cut, but you're playing tomorrow. Are you feeling confident for that?
Yes, feeling pretty good. Won my first 2 games today, then lost 2, but then came back and ended with 4-2. And I'm feeling ready for tomorrow.
Fantastic. We like to hear that confidence coming through. Also, Alex, you and Annabelle and Tony all very recently went to the South Africa Special in Johannesburg, and you guys did very well, winning the senior and junior division. Obviously, traveling together as a family is a really wonderful part of Pokemon. What's your favorite part about it?
Just enjoying these memories together with my family.
Yeah? It's nice you can all do it together as well. And Annabelle, in South Africa, what was your highlight?
The safari tour.
So you did some sightseeing as a family as well?
But also the tournament was also very fun. And Tony also played against me. And yes, it was a lot of fun to play against him and see how he's doing in his first tournament.
Obviously, as a family, all playing together as well. Do you guys train together, prepare together? Do you run similar teams? Or Alex, what about you?
Well, we prepare together, but we play completely different teams. She's more of like a trick room player, and I just play whatever is good right now. And he just plays whatever he's wanting to play, just his favorites, so he's just having fun for now.
Good, a mix of different styles, and having fun is the most important thing anyway. I know, Annabelle, you used to be a big Dondozo player, but in the current regulation, you're not using Dondozo. What Pokemon are you using at the moment?
I'm using a lot of Calyrex Ice. I think it's really good for Trick Room and with Ndidi as well. But I still like Dondozo a lot.
It's still going to be your favorite at the end of the day. Would you say it's your favorite Pokemon ever?
Yes, with Ditto, though.
Well, then you can have 2 Dondozos, right?
Yes.
That makes it even better. What about you, Alex? What's your favorite Pokemon?
Greninja, obviously.
Greninja, but you can't use that competitively really right now.
Still the best, still the best.
Maybe one day. It's like me with Gastrodon, right?
Yeah, hopefully.
Yeah, always hoping Gastrodon will be there. Well, best of luck tomorrow in top 8. It would be great to see how you perform then. And good luck to all of you in your future events as well. Obviously, the World Championships coming up. It's going to be great to follow your journeys. And thank you for taking the time to speak with me. So I'll let you guys get back to watching the competitive action, and we'll let you guys get back to watching it too.
Thank you.
I'm going to go a bit outside the box and not talk about gameplay whatsoever. 3 things that you would not believe the number of people get wrong. Sleep enough, eat enough, drink enough. Have a nutritious breakfast, get 8 hours if you can for sleep-wise, and just keep topping up your food throughout the day, you know? You get to around 7 or 8 and you haven't been eating, it's a long old day. You get very hungry very quickly. So, yep, eat enough, sleep enough, drink enough. And
Well, welcome back, trainers. We are getting to round 8 of day 1 here at the Utrecht Special Championships. And if you're just tuning in, I mean, you've missed an absolute colossal bunch of matches. You'll have to go back after this finishes today and recap all of them. But my name is Lee Provost. I'm again joined by Lou Octos-Chromy. Great to have you beside me as we are about to get into our last match of today, of day 1, and everything on the line for our players, of course, going into this last round, because it is the crunch time, whether or not you're going to make day 2 or not.
That's true. It's time to close out, you know, day 1, and for a lot of these trainers, close out their time in the competition if they're not able to make it through to tomorrow with that good record. But then again, for some of the trainers, it's almost only the beginning. You've got over the day 1 climb, and then there's another mountain to climb tomorrow with the final Swiss rounds.
Yeah, it's almost like that never-ending battle that you're going to have to go through, where you think, wow, I've managed to qualify for day 2, but then the real work begins tomorrow, and it's really exciting. We've had phenomenal games from a lot of our players that we've been able to feature on the broadcast today. Of course, a lot of those won't have been featured. They'll be progressing into day 2 of the tournament, and that's what makes it even more exciting for tomorrow, because you think, oh, what haven't we seen that is doing well in this event as we get closer to that top 8 and get closer to crowning our champion.
Well, that's the thing as well, is not only the Masters divisions, but we'll be crowning our senior division champion as well tomorrow. They're playing their top 8 in the Sunday part of the tournament. Our juniors have already finished up. We already have 1 champion, but there's still 2 more to go, and we'll be able to bring you on the broadcast the Masters division, as you've said, and the competition is just getting more and more intense with every single round.
Yeah, and we've said it from the beginning today, although this is a new regulation for us in Europe, our first one in Regulation I, there's still a lot on the line, even though we're getting closer to the end of the season as we head into the World Championships, NAIC as well. Our players really need to get those last remaining points from these big events while they're still here. And you know, if you're getting through to day 2, you're halfway there, then you've just got a little bit extra to go to clinch and seal things up, to hopefully lock up those World's invitations.
Exactly, but it's not the only competition that we've got going on here.
It is
There's another slight side segue into a caster competition that we've got going on. Because earlier I got a lovely opportunity to speak to some of our event staff, and they were talking about the fan zone. And obviously everyone here is a fan of Pokemon, us commentators included. And one of the activities you could do there was to make Pokemon origami. So myself and the other casters have all got one of the origami cards from the fan zone, all with a different Pokemon, and we have to create the origami of that Pokemon by the end of today. And then at some point in the broadcast, maybe at the end of today or maybe tomorrow, we'll be able to showcase them to you so that you guys can hopefully vote on them and decide a winner, and we'll find out who indeed out of the casters is the best origami master.
Yes, please vote for me, regardless of how it looks.
Lee's looks really good, I'm not going to lie. Lee's got a shiny Pokemon. That's the only insight I'm going to give.
Lou's just being really nice, because actually, for those of you who don't know, Lou's actually a bit of an artist, and not a bit. She's really good and talented. And I was watching the progress of yours, and it was coming together, and I was like,
I think the shading...
wow, it actually looks like it looks exactly how it was meant to be, and mine looks...
Maybe from one angle. Like, the shading does not balance out the terrible paper folding skills that went on. But then again, you know, David and Marcus are making theirs right now.
Who knows? They might have the origami skills.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to supersede you. I think you are a guaranteed banker #1. I would vote for you.
Yeah, but they can look at ours and assess the competition and then look at where they need the edge, you know?
They've not got time to outdo what you've done.
Well, it depends on our next match, how long that best of 3 is going to go.
Maybe.
So
I mean,
stranger things have happened. So make sure to stay tuned for that. You know? I'm looking forward to it for sure. I want to see what we will come up with.
Yeah, it'll be very fun. So yes, stick around to the end, because we might be able to do it today, might be tomorrow, but we do need you to vote for a winner when we do get those revealed. And
it's going to be a hot competition. It's going to be great, but not as much as our competitive video game side of things as well, because the competition has been heating up there. We've been talking a lot about Koraidon over the course of today as well, being able to bring the sun, but the thing that I'm not seeing, compared to when I think about Milwaukee, the one thing I saw in Milwaukee was Miraidon coming on with the electric terrain and utilizing a lot of those future Paradox Pokemon to activate their Quark Drive ability.
Yeah.
And we kind of said with Koraidon, well, it does the same thing for the past Pokemon with Protosynthesis. It's a really hard name to say at the end of the day. I thought I always got away with it, but you know what I mean. And I'm actually not seeing as much synergy as I thought I would be. There's Koraidon, but I'm not seeing Koraidon with a Fluttermane, for example, or with a Raging Bolt.
Yeah, and I think when we have seen those combinations, they haven't really been that cohesive and not really having the impact I think that we would expect them to. We've seen very little Raging Bolt as well, which is one of those other Pokemon that you think really shines with the sun and the Koraidon. I know you're kind of having the same conflicting types, and there might be the reason there where you've got so much fairy terrestrialization in the format now, it makes it harder to bring some of those. But at the same time, there are other options that some of those, the older Paradox Pokemon, what are we calling them? Prehistoric?
The Pokemon of the ancient past?
It's late, yeah, the ancient past.
It's distant future and ancient past.
There we go.
Because I remember at the EUIC Grand Finals, we tried to make a joke about this between Wolfie and Dill, and I got told off for basically saying that Wolf was old. That was not what I was implying. Have you seen us behind the desk? We are the true fossil Pokemon here.
Yeah, the fossils.
But Wolf definitely, you know, he was using Koraidon. It is the Pokemon of the ancient past.
It is, yeah. And I think you make a good point, though. It's not really had the impact, Koraidon, in its own right as well. I think it's been the Miraidon show for pretty much most of the day, and again, the Lunala has been one of those Pokemon that's just really shone through. We've had a sprinkling of Calyrex Ice Rider, I would say, throughout, but nothing else has really left an impact for Mark or myself, I don't think, coming into the end of the tournament today. And obviously things can change going in tomorrow, but I do feel like the Koraidon, it's just not hit the heights yet. But like I say, we're only halfway through the tournament.
Lunala, Calyrex Ice Rider, Miraidon, those are the ones that have stood out for me so far for day one of this Special Championships. But a Pokemon I really want to see, and I hope we get a choice to see it at some point, is going to be Zamazenta. And actually, the choice belongs with you guys, because it's a community choice to round out day one. So when we can take a look at the pairings and what our full matches are going to be, let's see if there is maybe a Zamazenta we could pick between. Oh, Heapolite's got one. Oh, and Tom
Winter. So there we go.
It could indeed be a Zamazenta mirror, but I have to say, I would be stuck for choice. I'd have to kind of, you know, close my eyes and pick at random here. They're so good. Mateo versus Dill.
Yeah, there's a Zamazenta there, so we could maybe get that featured with Mateo. And Dill playing the Sinistcha and the Iron Valiant. I love that combination alongside the Ice Rider Calyrex and the Miraidon. Really nice combinations alongside everything else. Not so commonly seen together. Marco going up against Ibrahim as well on the top of the bracket, but the choice, like Lou's mentioned, is yours. Maybe we could see Adrian versus Tanishi, because we've got that Koraidon, we've got the Lunala combination, we've got the common kind of pairing of Chi-Yu Fluttermane pairs up nicely with that Koraidon, and then going up against something that we don't really see too often is the Groudon and Zacian.
Oh, I love that team.
Then there's the Jumpluff as well, which can really, really have a huge impact when it's paired next to that Groudon. And Groudon, one of those Pokemon I really want to work in this format, but I just feel like it struggles a little bit. The Precipice Blades, we all know, the accuracy
is dicey.
Yeah, with that. And it's just its speed is a bit awkward as well. I think it makes it difficult to kind of get it into favorable positions consistently.
I think as well, though, you know, the Jumpluff and the Sun really reminds me of a trainer like Joseph Ugarte, for example. And if anyone could do it over the pond, that's someone who I think would be able to pick up Groudon. But I really think Adrian's obviously having some great success here, being able to use that Jumpluff and the Walking Wake. Walking Wake, another one of these Pokemon that has photosynthesis, will be able to get a boost in the sun. Is a really nice tech on there. But so many awesome teams. The decision is yours. I would love to see a Zamazenta. That's my personal choice if I could pick, so I've got my options here. But yeah, make sure you make your selections there.
We've got a 50% chance.
Oh, there's,
the audience.
It's looking pretty good, but all these matches are pretty intense. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this is going to go.
Yeah, I mean, like we always say with these community choices, I mean, for one, the choice that we always get in the end is always always the best one.
Yeah.
See, everyone at home always picks the most phenomenal match out of the lot, but we can't really lose with the selection that we've got either. They're all going to be interesting in their own rights and a really great way to kind of round off to see who progresses into day 2 of the tournament here.
Yes, and I like looking at the Treasures of Ruin Pokemon that are coming through as well. A lot of Chi-Yu on my screen right now, some Chi-Pao as well. You know, we spoke at the beginning of the day about how these Pokemon with their respective abilities can lower, you know, defense or special defense, and that can be so detrimental when you have a big, powerful offensive attacker next to you on the field in this restricted format. The power creep already goes up a notch. Well, it absolutely falls over when you have one of these abilities there as well.
Yeah, and I do like, I mean, it's a shame that we're not seeing more Chi-Yu in this format, just because it's really effective into the Lunala, and you kind of force it into terrestrializing a lot of the time. And if you pair it next to, you know, Adrian's team, I think they had the Zacian and the Chi-Yu, which is, I think, a nice combination, because you've got the steel typing offense to go after the Lunala. If it does terrestrialize, and if it doesn't, then you got the dark typing. So I think that combination, it's kind of like the pincer-pin that you can work on that Pokemon and try and shut it down a little bit that way. But yeah, I think it's the Ruin Legendary Pokemon are just phenomenal and they're all right, and why we've seen them be so impactful in most regulations that they've been allowed. It is getting late in the day, isn't it? I'm mincing my words as well now.
It is definitely a long day, and I kind of have to feel for our trainers, the fact they've had to battle it out throughout the whole day. It's got to be a lot of intense focus to be able to go through what could be even, you know, game 3, best of 3s every time, and having that endurance and resilience to really power through the competition is testament to the skill of our players.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think as well, when you think about that, the mental fatigue that you get throughout a tournament like this, when you're coming up against maybe a number of mirror matches or similar teams to yours, if you're coming up against like the same restricted pairing, that can be really tough as well, because they are energy saps in themselves to think, how am I going to outdo what I'm trying to do anyway? And you've got it from both sides of the field. We saw Michel earlier have that kind of similar situation. He was able to kind of position himself so well in that game and really lock out his opponent, but it doesn't always work like that, you know?
Well, I believe the results are ready, so why don't we go find out what our final match of day 1 here at the Utrecht Special Championships is going to be. And you guys have gone for the top one up here, Ibrahim versus Marco. So no Zamazenta, that has been noted, chat. I'll think of that for tomorrow. But what I have to say is I love the look of this matchup here. It's very, very interesting, and it reminds me actually of one that Marcus and I were able to cast earlier, where it's almost a mirror, except for that ground-type Pokemon, where the variation is, once again, Ursaluna and Landorus. I think it was Michael's game, where it was very similar, 5 of the same Pokemon, but the Landorus and Ursaluna were the 2 different things on the team.
Yeah, I like it a lot, and I think, you know, there's enough variance here to make it an interesting matchup and talk points, because I think you've got that Landorus Incarnate there that pressures the Miraidon on the opposite side of the field, it pressures the Incineroar. Can do a decent job against the Grimmsnarl as well if it's got the Sludge Bomb like you would expect it to have. And it all comes down to really the Grimmsnarls as well, how they've been trained, what options, what moves both have got on either side of the field to support their restricteds. And again, as well, we're seeing quite commonly different item choices on the Miraidons, and that can make a lot of difference. If you've got the Assault Vest, you're not going to have as much offense, but if you've got that choice specs like we commonly see, then you've got all the offense to kind of take advantage of. And maybe against a slower team like Marcos, you can kind of capitalize with that faster offense early on, and then you've still got ways to reverse the Trick Room with things like the Ice Rider Calyrex. There's a lot of different variances that you can look at between this team, which make it a really interesting matchup in particular. So great choice. We get the memo for Zamazenta. Poor Zamazenta.
Yeah, maybe tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. But at the end of the day, it's another Incineroar mirror match, which a lot of people might say happens all the time. But I'm a massive cat fan, so I'm very, very happy to see Incineroar. And
always happy.
It's a Pokemon that actually I found very interesting to talk about at this particular tournament, because we are starting to see Terra Bug Incineroar running around everywhere, but also the move pool has been really interesting. A lot of trainers opting to drop that Flare Blitz, maybe running something like a Will-O-Wisp. We're also seeing a change from Parting Shot to U-Turn on some choices. And again, nothing's really emerging that's been dominant. It's been so varied, and I think that shows that trainers are maybe trying to utilize Incineroar in many different ways in the current regulation.
Yeah, because I still think there's a huge importance on Intimidate in this format. It's predominantly a lot of the attackers are the successful ones are special attackers, but I think Incineroar provides a lot of support in different ways to still kind of keep in check a lot of those big physical threats. And the reason we're probably seeing a bit more of a turn towards U-turn is just because of things like the Assault Vest that players are opting for in a lot of situations where you've got that defensive capabilities. You can switch it in a bit freer. You're not going to get knocked out from an Electro Drift in really awkward situations and get those attacks off to, you know, hopefully get you over the line.
Well, we've had a little overview of the teams here, but let's have a bit of a closer look at our players. Ibrahim, again, one of these trainers we've been able to showcase at previous broadcasts as well, has a lot of accolades here from the 2025 season alone, not only at, you know, regionals at Lille and Dortmund, but at international championships at EUIC and the Grand Challenge as well. You know, a very different format. Best of one, closed team sheet, was able to get top 16. That's got to give you confidence coming into this tournament that maybe your team has got some interesting quirks on it.
Yeah, and if you look at the dates, they're all recent results as well. So the consistency throughout the season is just incredible from Ibrahim. And, you know, continuing on into this event to get to this stage of the tournament with over 600 players here today and to be able to be on the cusp of another day two is incredible to see. Hopefully they're able to get it over the line. Of course, they've got a really tough opponent in front of them, but you can see from that Dortmund regional top 8 finish just went from strength to strength. Obviously the top 32 in Lille, top 128 at UIC, and then the Grand Challenge top 16 finish. That's a real accomplishment in itself because it's a different format, no open team sheets there, so you've got to kind of apply your skills in a different manner in that sort of environment. So very well versed in across the board from Ibrahim.
And again, seeing a finish like top 8 shows that Ibrahim knows exactly what it takes to go into those top cuts, to be able to make it to these final stages of a tournament. So maybe Utrecht is going to be the one where you can break through that top 8 to top 4 and beyond.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think that's what you always, I think, if you're trying to better past performances, you've always got to look back at those better ones that you've got, like that top 8, and say, okay, I want to get into top 4 this tournament. This is where I want to strive to get to, and hopefully then that will be enough to lock up that Worlds invite for later in the year, and then it'll give you that confidence boost that you need to be like, yeah, I can do this, I can go, I can swing with the best.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to beat the best to be the best, and that's ultimately what these trainers are trying to do at these late stages of the competition. But let's take a look at the opponent. I think, you know, Marco also is a trainer we've been able to feature in the 2025 season, and as a player we're well versed with. And I think Marco versus Ibrahim's a great way to close out this tournament. Taking a closer look here again, you know, in 2024, only the previous year, some great positions here. Barcelona Special Championships was actually the finalist, so again, knows what it takes to go all the way in competitions. Lille and NAIC last season as well also got top 64 finishes, so a lot of good mentality going forward into these tournaments to be able to get to these end finishes. Yeah, unlike Ibrahim, the results are spread out a little bit further here, and that World's 100 top 28 finish in 2023 is really nicely followed up by a finalist finish the following year, another top 64 in Lille, and then top 64 in NAIC last season is an incredible finish when you think of the sheer number of trainers that went to that event. So yeah, familiar with this stage of a tournament and got the accolades kind of back up here. Going to be a tough opponent for Ibrahim going into this next match, and then really interesting team as well. We've talked about, we've seen these kind of 6 already on the broadcast today, and we know what it's all about. It's trying to get Ursaluna, when it's preferable, into that trick room situation, protected with the screens, utilize Lunala when you can, and kind of divide attention with that Miraidon where appropriate. But it might not be as straightforward here, because you've got those difficult options like the Landorus and Carnet that, you know, can cause a lot of problems for your side of the field, and you can't leave it alone too much, because if it gets off those key earth powers, catches things on switch-ins, or the sludge bombs can be quite detrimental, especially if you lock in with a Terra Fairy Trustalization, or the Grimmsnarl really doesn't want to face down against those. So the Landorus is definitely going to have a big target on its back for Marco to deal with if it is broad. But like we saw in a similar kind of matchup earlier on the broadcast, maybe the ground types aren't opted for in game 1, but that's true. They've got a place, and I think there used to be a kind of joke that ran around trainers where it was like you needed some kind of ground resist, right, on your team. If you were team building without a ground resist, what were you doing? And I think that's where, you know, terrestrialization has really come into the forefront as well, to be able to help in those defensive spots. But Landorus, particularly with its sheer force ability, has just been so devastating. It can hit on that special attacking side, so you don't have to worry about the intimidates running around, and being able to use what sheer force does is if your move has the chance to do an additional effect, it basically will boost the damage of that, but remove the potential for that effect. So it just makes it even more powerful out there on the field. Yeah, and that trade-off for no secondary effects, I think every trainer would take most of the time, because that can be the difference, that little power creep to picking up a knockout on a target and maybe missing it without it, you know. And it's really tough for both trainers here, because this is, like we've already mentioned, a really important part of the tournament where whoever comes away without the victory will be out, essentially. They won't be progressing on. Whoever does win will be moving into day 2 of the tournament. So everything on the line for our players coming into this one. And yeah, I think you can see Ibrahim looks pretty relaxed here, smiling, happy, but you know, I think inside both players are probably feeling the pressure a little bit, and you know, it's whoever's going to be able to deal with that the best. And it's not the best situation either, with a mirror match almost. Well, I also feel like I'm looking back in time in the broadcast. We got some very interesting Pokemon choices on here on Marco's side that we'll talk about in a moment. Let's focus on Ibrahim's side. And again, actually, it is a complete throwback in so many ways. This Calyrex is running Leech Seed. This was something that Marcus and I were talking about that Michael was running. And it kind of was seen as something unique, but this is the 3rd Leech Seed Calyrex Ice Rider I have personally seen today. So seeing this move where it's got Leech Seed and leftovers to give it a lot more bulk and longevity on the field, I think is a transition that a lot of trainers have picked up on before this tournament. Yeah, I really like it, because it plays into that Calyrex Ice Rider
defensive capabilities that it's got, especially when you kind of pair that with the Trustalization. You can really start to disrupt your opponent's side by dropping those Leech Seeds, kind of timing them well, and just chipping away and restoring your health, or even if you switch out the Calyrex, the Leech Seed's still intact until the opposing Pokemon switches out, so you can use it to heal other partnering Pokemon you've got on your team. And yeah, I'm not surprised to see the Calyrex with the Leech Seed doing so well. You know, I think alongside that screen support that you've got with the Grimmsnarl, works really nicely. I like the Taunt on the Landorus as well. I think that gives a really nice option to prevent Trick Room or set up on the opposing side of the field on a Pokemon that can kind of get away with just that Sludge Bomb and the Earth Power as its main attacking options, because outside of that, you don't really need too much else. And the Taunt's probably more valuable here, especially to stop things like Wide Guard that could be a bit more detrimental, especially with your Glacial Lance if you're relying on that quite heavily. Stop that Wide Guard from opposing Lunala with the Taunt, stop the Trick Room if you need to, and then Glacial Lance away to your heart's content.
Well, there's the fist bump from our trainers as well. Their focus, team sheets have been swapped, so they'll be getting into team preview and making their selections any second now. If we take a look at Marco's team, however, one interesting thing here is this Lunala. It's running that Wide Guard, and that's something that's going to be detrimental to the Glacial Lances coming through from the Calyrex. You want to make sure that you're able to deal some good damage with those, particularly the Dazzling Gleam on the Miraidon as well. You were talking about the Landorus and the Sludge Bomb, and Lunala on Marco's side is that Terra Fairy. So if it does want to go into that, get an additional boost to its Moonblast, remove any, you know, weaknesses it has to the knockoff on the opposing Incineroar, for example, it has to be careful if Landorus is brought, because that Sludge Bomb is going to be able to hit hard, particularly if the Landorus terrestrializes. Yeah, and I think the one thing that Marco's got in their favor, or you've got on Ibrahim's side, the Landorus Incarnate, but the ground type here is that Ursaluna. If that can be set up in a Trick Room environment, we know how threatening that can be, and there's a lot of targets on Ibrahim's side of the field. The Incineroar, the Miraidon, the Calyrex isn't going to enjoy taking facades or headlong rushes. The Landorus, again, the Grimmsnarl and the Urshifu, if they're all caught in Trick Room, even with a Reflect Up, the Ursaluna is going to start to have a bit of a field day, you know, and there isn't really many ways to kind of mitigate that damage so much outside of, yeah, Reflect and then cycling Intimidate. But how many Intimidates can you cycle? And if you get caught doing that on the wrong side of the field, then that can be the end of Incineroar, and you know, you can go from there. But we're seeing a trend as well. So many of these Urshifus are choice banded. I love it. That again. We did see, interestingly enough, that Michelle's was a very slow Urshifu, so I wonder if it's the same for Ibrahim in this match. I honestly just want to see an Urshifu with the choice band start steamrolling through a team. Maybe this will be it. This is your community choice for Swiss Round A. Incineroar apiece for our trainers, but Lunala out there for Marco, with the Landorus actually coming out on the field for Ibrahim. Yeah, we've got Ibrahim with a little bit less of an advantage here because it can't go for the fake out into the opposing Lunala because of its ghost typing, so it is going to be free to get an attack off here. It does have to be careful around the options on Ibrahim's side of the field, but you do have Marco with the Incineroar. Active fake out can slow down at least the Landorus for one turn and allow your Lunala a little bit of room. You've got to bear in mind as well that Marco hasn't set up that Electric Seed yet, so it is going to be vulnerable to that knockoff, but we might just see a switch up here. The thing is, can Ibrahim maybe predict this? But it is the Ursaluna, not the Miraidon. Ursaluna comes in, it's going to like taking that fake out, doesn't have to take any additional damage, so the burn will come up on the Ursaluna at the end of the turn, so it'll be primed. But the Taunt is potentially going to stop a Trick Room coming through, but Lunala's not falling for it. It goes straight for a Moongeist Beam, will connect down into the opposing Landorus and do about 50%, so another Moongeist Beam is going to be able to finish it off. This is a great position for Ursaluna, even outside the Trick Room. Yeah, even outside, yeah, like you say, a great position for it, but I think a really great play overall for Marco, because you get through that turn, you've still got your Shadow Shield intact, you're pressuring a knockout onto that Landorus this next turn. Yes, you've been taunted, but don't really mind too much because you can now switch that Ursaluna out into Miraidon and then go for that Moongeist Beam into the Landorus. I think it's important to try and get that Electric Seed activated before the Incineroar on Ibrahim's side gets the opportunity to go for the knockoff, because it will do a lot more damage here, and a double up into that slot could be detrimental. We are just seeing a U-turn out though, Lou. Yep, U-turn breaking the Shadow Shield, making Lunala a little bit more vulnerable to a potential follow-up attack, but from Landorus, the Sludge Bomb and the Earth Power, it's going to be able to take those attacks with the HP that it has remaining. The adaptation for Ibrahim, though, is to bring in this Calyrex. So it's going to be able to apply some pressure. You know, the Wide Guard cannot come through by the taunted Lunala, so you can maybe start getting some damage on the board with your Calyrex. The Lunala able to take that really well, but here retaliates with the Moongeist Beam, so this should be able to get the knockout onto the opposing Landorus, and there we go. The KO has been dealt.
Yeah, taking a big lead here, and the Landorus dropping without really much return for Abraham, and now this Ursaluna kind of left to be able to go for this facade. It was into the Incineroar slot, not intimidated into that Calyrex and doing massive damage now. Really not what something Abraham wants to deal with. Able to get that Incineroar in this next turn, drop an Intimidate. It's going to be important, and have that active fake out to slow that Ursaluna down. The one thing you're going to have to watch out for, though, with this Ursaluna, if you do bring in the Incineroar, is the fake out could be avoided by something like a Ghost Terastallization, and that would make more sense as well if you were expecting a Glacial Lance. Not seeing that this turn around, we're going to see that Miraidon come in, and in turn, it is going to activate Marco's Electric Seed for them, so they don't need to weave in their own Miraidon in this situation.
That can be frustrating for the Calyrex. Obviously, your Glacial Lances aren't going to be doing as much damage, but you have got Miraidon there on the special attacking side of things to try and clean up that opposing Lunala. So I think Ibrahim doesn't mind setting that Electric Seed off at this point. Worst case is you could force out the Lunala, and then it can't use that Electric Seed in the future anyway.
Yeah, that is so true, and we are seeing the Calyrex going to be safe for a little bit later on. We're going to see the Incineroar make its way back onto the field, drop that Intimidate once again, and it'll be interesting to see if the Wide Guard has been selected by this Lunala, or chooses something else. Maybe Trick Room is an option to try and get that set up for the Lunala, so it is, the Ursaluna, so it is... Oh, it's taunted, of course. There is not going to be the option of Trick Room here, or the Wide Guard. So this Miraidon is free now, Lou, to go for those Dazzling Gleams.
I mean, it would be great if it could go for a Trick Room for the Ursaluna here, but Ursaluna instead just going straight for a Protect, just not wanting to take any unnecessary damage from a Dazzling Gleam, which is exactly what Miraidon has locked in with those Choice Specs and the Terra Fairy, trying so hard to get the knockout onto this opposing Lunala. The fact that it cannot go for Wide Guard is insult to injury, but Lunala able to hang on, can retaliate with a Moonblast into the opposing Miraidon, but thanks to the Terastallization, it does such little damage.
Yeah, it's huge survival there from the Lunala, and now that taunt wears off, and this is huge because now you're in the position, like I was saying the last turn, getting a little bit ahead of myself there. You've got access to that Trick Room now, but more importantly, the Wide Guard. We know the Miraidon on Abraham's side is locked into that Dazzling Gleam. The Incineroar can't go for the fake out into the Lunala, and the Ursaluna can Terastallize here. It can go for that Ghost Terastallization pretty freely here, fire off an Earthquake, and even if something like the Calyrex switches in, it's low enough health where it will get knocked out. So there is a pin situation here where this Lunala, with that taunt worn off, can really support this Ursaluna to close this game up.
And Wide Guard's one of those priority moves, so it is going to be able to go before anything that Ibrahim is able to put on the side that could threaten that Lunala. The Calyrex is going to come back into the field with its two abilities intact to be able to try and apply pressure to these Pokemon. Lunala, of course, goes for that Wide Guard with the Dazzling Gleam potentially on the field. Why would you not? You want to make sure that damage does not come through, as Incineroar does just go for the U-turn. Now, this is a beautiful play in the sense that you can pivot your Incineroar off, you can bring it back to intimidate the Ursaluna later on, and you get the knockout, meaning there is now no more Wide Guard. Your Calyrex, if it's able to hang on this turn, which is unlikely as Ursaluna still has to move, you'd be able to go for the Glacial Launchers, but also critically you have the Miraidon. Now, I wonder what this Ursaluna has gone for. If it's gone for something like Earthquake, this is going to be able to hit both of them.
It's just a facade though, and it is into the Calyrex and picking up a knockout there, but a really nice... I like the play from Abraham in a really awkward position, going not for that fake out, going for the U-turn, making sure, yes, I'm going to get rid of the Lunala while I've got the opportunity to. I get the Miraidon off the field as well. So, like you've mentioned, Lou, you've got that active fake out once again to slow things down on the opposite side of the field, make it difficult, and then change your move option with the Miraidon to something a little bit more favorable. You could lock in with maybe a Draco Meteor here. It's risky at this end game though, because with so few Pokemon on your side, you've got no ability to switch out now. Those special attack drops, if you lock into it, are going to be really detrimental. So maybe something like the Dazzling Gleam is just the best choice here, because you can get that constant damage. It's boosted by your Terra type onto the field, but you're going to have to firstly contend with a fake out from this Incineroar.
Depends how the Incineroars have been trained as well. Ibrahim's looked to be the faster there. Its Intimidate did go off before Marco's, but Ursaluna just sitting this one out going, I'm not playing these fake out games. If you want to target down into the Incineroar, fine, but you're not going to be hitting me. But it is Ibrahim that's able to go first. That slows the Incineroar in its tracks. Yes, it takes a little bit of Rocky Helmet damage, but Miraidon can follow up with this Dazzling Gleam. Looks like there wasn't a fake out coming through from Marco's side, maybe trying to go on the offensive here. But speaking of damage, it's going to come through from the Miraidon. Incineroar now in a precarious spot and going into the next turn.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, looking at the Pokemon numbers on both sides of the field, Marco's still not revealed their fourth and final Pokemon. You've got to imagine it is that Miraidon. If it does come in as well, it's going to have access to maybe Electro Drift. Going for that in front of something like that Miraidon that is now a Fairy type, it's going to put Marco in a much more favorable position here. But we still have a few turns to go as this Dazzling Gleam is fired out from Ibrahim's Miraidon.
Is it enough, though? Incineroar goes down, Ursaluna hangs on. So if the Incineroar moves before the Ursaluna and is able to get the damage, then you're going to be revealing that fourth and final Pokemon. But if Incineroar cannot get the job done, I think Ursaluna is going to be able to clean up. The Flare Blitz, however, is enough to do it. So now we are going to find that fourth and final Pokemon on Marco's side.
Yeah, and will it be that Miraidon, and will it have enough in the tank to take down 2 Pokemon? The Incineroar doing a great job there, just removing the Ursaluna before it can become a threat. So the pivot out to be able to get that Incineroar off the field, back on, activate Fake Out again, and then reposition the Miraidon was really well done. But the thing is, you've got a full health Miraidon sitting in front of you that you've got to deal with. And this one on Marco's side has got that Assault Vest. It hasn't got access to the choice spec, so it hasn't got the offensive output, hasn't got enough in the tank to be able to maybe Terastallize and then remove the opposing Miraidon, because I think that's what you've got to try and do as soon as possible.
This is where the late game Terastallization is so key. Marco drops that Dragon typing, making it weak to the Dazzling Gleam that we know Ibrahim is locked into. So this does give the Miraidon on Marco's side a little bit more longevity on the field. It has that Assault Vest, it has the typing now. Miraidon's Dazzling Gleam is going to come through. It is single target, but I don't think it's going to be enough without a critical hit, putting it in the danger zone at all. A Miraidon can go for this Electro Drift. You can even deal with the Incineroar at this point, clean up later, but instead it's going to go straight down into its counterpart of the Miraidon and get the knockout.
Big knockout there onto the opposing Miraidon, leaving the Incineroar as the only Pokemon to deal with this threat on Marco's side of the field. It's going to probably go for that knockoff here, and it is the Flare Blitz opted for, and it's super effective damage, and it's enough! And a crit, a huge crit!
Incineroar does it again. You can see why it is the #1 used Pokemon, because it pulls things out of its back pocket just like that. A sigh of relief for Ibrahim, taking this game 1.
I love that option there, because the knockoff, you think, yes, get rid of that Assault Vest, but no, go for that Flare Blitz, because if it does Terastallize, it's electric. We're going to hit it for neutral damage, and I don't know if the critical hit made too much difference there. Probably did. Obviously, we'd need to look into it, but it could have been a big turning point there. But coming right down to the wire, when Marco looked so close to locking it up, Ibrahim comes back out of nowhere with the Incineroar and says, no, this is mine.
You almost have to ask the question, if the Electro Drift had gone down into the Incineroar in that turn, you know you can hang on after another Dazzling Gleam, so barring a critical hit, maybe you could get the damage on it. Because I think the Miraidon went first on the other side. I'm confused.
Ibrahim's went first with the Dazzling Gleam. It didn't do, it just did it less than 50%.
So you'd be able to get
take
one.
The next one.
Yeah.
And there was, when that turn was playing out, exactly the same thought process as you there. I was thinking, would it be better to target the Incineroar? Because if you lose your Assault Vest and you miss the knockout on the Miraidon for whatever reason, then it can get a bit dicey. So if you remove the Incineroar first, you take it with that way. I mean, it's all ifs, buts, and maybes, right? And it's all easy to say in hindsight, but there are always the options, the other options that you could consider and look back and say, would that have been the better choice there? Maybe it would have in that certain situation, and maybe the critical hit did matter, but we're yet to see. The thing is, the Miraidon had taken damage, but you would imagine because it is Assault Vest, it's still pretty defensively built, so it may have been a deciding factor there.
I mean, that was a very interesting way to close out game 1, and certainly gives us an exciting match as we jump into game 2. Ibrahim is running the same team that, we saw Michelle run earlier, and I think, they're both players from Germany, they're good friends, possibly they've team built this together as well, so this could very well be the 6 Pokemon that are going to be the talking topic of this weekend. But I have to say, the Lunala on the opposing side with the White Guard was really, putting a lot of pressure on, so having the taunt on that Landorus was a key right at the beginning of the game. Even though Landorus didn't do too much, the taunt just shut down that Lunala, allowing Ibrahim to gain momentum, and it looks like we're going to see a very similar lead coming out here from Ibrahim with the Landorus once again, but now Grimmsnarl's on the field.
Yeah, and I like the adaptation with Grimmsnarl. I think the screen support could really lend itself to supporting that Lunala a little bit better in this matchup. Again, you have to kind of be a little bit careful if you're Marco. Getting that Electric Seed activated as soon as possible is going to be the thing to do. And we are seeing the Grimmsnarl leave the field. Whether or not this is Miraidon, I don't know. It looks like it is that Ursaluna again, and it's risky switching in Pokemon that have these reliance on these items because of that move there, the knockoff from the Incineroar.
Yeah, the Electric Seed is gone. It's not going to be able to be activated later, but no taunt this time. Just the double up, gets the knockout with another critical hit. Who needs to be able to shut down those status moves of Lunala's back in its Pokeball?
Yeah, and I think that's a critical hit that definitely didn't matter. What a great turn here from Ibrahim, just saying, no, I'm going to shut down that Miraidon. It's too risky for you to bring shut down that Lunala. It's too risky for you to bring that Miraidon onto the field as long as this Landorus is present, because if it catches you with an Earth Power, that's going to be it, and you don't want to lose a restricted too easy like that. Now, we are seeing the Miraidon come in, maybe a turn a little too late, and Abraham sitting in a really commanding position.
Thing is, the Ursaluna's in a great spot too. It is burned, so it's got its gut stability activated. There's not really a lot that either Incineroar or the Landorus can do to it. It's been able to get in unintimidated as well. So I think for Ibrahim, you've now got to pivot your Pokemon in and out to be able to be in a better position to deal with Ursaluna, because it can certainly deal with you, particularly if you're that Incineroar.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and the Miraidon puts a lot of pressure on to that Landorus as well, because the Draco Meteor is one of those things that are probably going to be outspeeding the Landorus, and the Draco Meteor coming out, but it looks like it has missed the Landorus.
Landorus in the sky, dodging out of the way as knockoff comes through. So now that Assault Vest has been knocked off, it's going to be even more exposed to any special attacks coming forward, like that Earth Power to get the KO.
That is a huge unfortunate event there for Marco, losing 2 restricted Pokemon in succession. Yes, the Ursaluna able to come back and pick up a knockout onto the Incineroar, but without your restricteds in play, it's looking very difficult to get this match back to an even.
Yeah, I mean, Grimmsnarl's not known as being an offensive Pokemon, and that's the other Pokemon left on Marco's side. I mean, it can do a few things. One thing that Grimmsnarl can do is go for these Thunder Waves, but not into either of these opposing Pokemon, so scratch that. It can set up a Reflect or a Light Screen. I mean, Light Screen against both these special attackers, but then with the amount of damage that they can deal, it's going to be hard, and Ibrahim has the option to just try and target down against this Ursaluna. So let's take a breath, focus back in, and see how the adaptations are going to be made.
We are going to see a Terastallization in response to what has just happened from the Miraidon on Ibrahim's side. It is going to be into the Miraidon, and it is going to be that Fairy Terror type we saw from Game 1. Locking in with the Light Screen, the Grimmsnarl going to try and be able to bolster those defenses to take some of these big, powerful special attacks as this Dazzling Gleam hits both targets, doing huge damage to that Grimmsnarl.
The Light Screen definitely useful, particularly with the follow-up of the Earth Power, enabling Ursaluna to stay in the game. It does go for Facades. This can only target one Pokemon, chooses the Miraidon, and will remove it from the field. So nice to get a KO on the restricted, but Ibrahim's got another Pokemon in the back, and if it's going to be something like the Calyrex coming forward as well, that's going to be detrimental, because the Ursaluna is on a timer. I think it can take 2 more turns of burn, and then it will KO itself. And the Grimmsnarl, I mean, I really don't know what it's doing now. It's only attacking move as that Spirit Break, and it's going to have to do a lot of those. You
have got access to the Thunder Wave that you can now attack onto the Calyrex with to ensure that your Ursaluna outspeeds it, but it's so low health at this stage, and then you've got to deal with the Landorus, and we do see the forfeit locked in. Ibrahim is going to take this match set and go into day 2 of this Utrecht Special Championship event.
Wow, indeed. I mean, you see how much this means to Ibrahim. There were a lot of emotional moments and beats throughout that entire set. I think, for me, it really started at the end of Game 1. Being able to come back from the jaws of defeat with that Incineroar, getting that critical hit, whether it mattered or not, just did mean that suddenly, in the blink of an eye, you'd managed to win Game 1. You were going into Game 2 with the advantage. And then straight away out of the blocks, that Landorus not messing around. And I love the way Ibrahim said, Lunala, you were a problem. I had to use my taunt last time to shut you down. And actually, it still stayed on the field for quite a while. It was still difficult to deal with. So this time we're not messing around. Let's just get you back in your Pokeball, and then it just kept going from there.
Yeah, I like that, because I think what Ibrahim identified in particular in that Game 2 from Game 1 was the fact that Lunala wasn't pressed on getting that Electric Seed activated, and then Ibrahim identifying that and saying, well, okay, well, if I get a knockoff into this slot right now, I don't really need to fake out here, because your Grimmsnarl's pressured. Yes, it can get screens up, but that's fine. If I get rid of your Electric Seed, you've not got that defensive capabilities that are going to be be a bit more detrimental to me in an endgame where my Calyrex can then come in and use that Glacial Lance or whatever against you in a more preferable way. And I'm not going to go for the taunt. I'm just going to go for the attack. And we did see the critical hit there, but I don't think it mattered. The Shadow Shield had been broken, and the Earth powers are so strong, like you've mentioned. The sheer force ability with the Life Orb on top of that is enough to do the damage. And once you'd lost the Lunala, you kind of lose access to your speed control or your main source of kind of support for that Ursaluna, which was a real shame because then you're relying on the Miraidon to come in, and that just wasn't effective at all. Everything was left then to that Ursaluna, and you saw how impactful that was. It was just Marco wasn't able to get it into that perfect position where you can really start to utilize that Pokemon, and that's down in a testament to how well Abraham played.
Well, you can see there at the end, the Incineroar putting in that work, getting the 2 knockouts. And I have to say, Ursaluna on the opposing side was still able to do a lot of damage from Marco's side to Ibrahim's, but just the lack of the Trick Room that this Lunala was unable to set up in either game just meant that Ursaluna was constantly on the back foot. You can see the reactions from Marco here. This game was not playing out the way he wanted.
Yeah, and this Draco Meteor miss, I mean, that was
huge.
That was massive. That was really unfortunate because then it opened the door for the Landorus to get that Earth Power off. And I think if you do remove the Landorus in that situation, it makes things a little bit easier. There is a bit more where you can say, okay, well, I've still got the Grimmsnarl in the back. I'll reset my special attack drop here. I get the Grimmsnarl in. I'll set the screens up. I'll set an end game position where my Miraidon has the opportunity, has the chance to potentially swing this so we can tie it up and take it to a game 3. Unfortunately, with those lower accuracy moves, sometimes that is the case. That happens. And Abraham was just able to capitalize from that point on and close it up and progress on to day 2.
Yeah, I think the Draco Meteor, if it had been able to connect onto that Landorus and remove it from play, Ibrahim would have been forced to bring the Miraidon in a little bit earlier. And if Trick Room hasn't gone up, then Miraidon's in a position to maybe try and deal with that Lunala. But if Lunala can set that Trick Room up, then suddenly the speeds are completely reversed and it's all in Marco's favor. So that was a very devastating miss in that situation because, you know, you kind of wanted to make sure Lunala was around to maybe set Trick Room up later on.
Yeah, and I mean, if you can get that Ursaluna into the position where it has got that speed control support, makes it so difficult to deal with. It was just not something that Marco was able to capitalize on in those situations. This is a little bit of a series of unfortunate events, which is sometimes just what happens. But I mean, I really love this Miraidon Calyrex Ice Rider iteration that Abraham's running. You know, we saw Michelle running it earlier, and I just think there's a lot to this team that just screams that it's a very difficult one to kind of break down with a lot of the different options there. We haven't really seen too much of that Leech Seed have an impact yet, which is interesting.
And we haven't seen Urshifu pop off with its Choice Band.
Not at all.
I just want to see it surging strikes with that Choice Band and just get through our team. I really want to see the offensive pressure it can deal because I'm so used to seeing it with a Focus Sash or a Mystic Water. I want to see it with a Choice Band and see what it can do.
Especially because of that speed tiering of it as well. It would be interesting to see maybe, is it going to be one of those Pokemon more utilized in the Trick Room environment rather than out of it? Because I think when you look at the speed control options, yes, you've got the Thunder Wave, so you can probably use the Thunder Wave as one form of speed control, and then the other way, the Urshifu can still function pretty well under Trick Room conditions. And yeah, like you say, if that's left unchecked with that Choice Band, the Surging Strikes, it is going to be running through a lot of teams, and it has that nice Ghost Terra typing as well to get around threats like the Ursaluna with that Facade, so you can dodge that, and go for those Surging Strikes in return and pick up knockouts here, there, and everywhere. But haven't really seen it be too impactful so far on the broadcast today.
And I think as well, we've been speaking about the Miraidon and how some trainers are maybe trying to test something out different with it, with the Assault Vest and going back to the Terra Electric for more offensive pressure on those Electro-Drifts, for example. Actually seeing the core Miraidon with the Terra Fairy Dazzling Gleam still being so dominant, I think shows that, yes, let's work Miraidon a little bit more, but you can't underestimate the best of the best.
No, you can't, and I think that the choice specs is the right choice. But what do I know? Let's hear from the expert himself. Abraham is ready on the couch for an interview to give us the lowdown from that last round and win from round 8.
Thanks, Lee and Lou. Yeah, of course I'm here with Ibrahim, who put on an astounding show in that match there, like to win very convincingly in that 2-game set. Welcome to the couch. How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling well. I'm feeling sorry for my opponent. For the RNG, always a little tough to face it, especially in a win and in. But I'm feeling well. Nice to be here.
Good, excellent. Yeah, and I see you've met up with Fuecoco here as well. I think they've been missing you.
Yeah, right. Like it's a little gift, a little signal for some people who love Fuecoco, some friends of mine. So I'd like to send them the message, cuddling with Fuecoco. They can't be here. He can, right?
Yeah, Fuecoco's sharing the love with those flowers as well.
Yeah, right,
so,
right.
Why not? So yeah, tell me a little bit about that game plan then, because I'm guessing Marco's team is something you've practiced against quite a lot as well. So why did you choose to bring this team? I know it's similar to Michael Kelsch as well.
Yeah, it's similar. It's even the same six. Like, Michael and I are really, like, even best friends at this point. And yeah, so the matchup, the team I was prepared, had a really, really tough time prepping against, because the whole Tang group from the US made such a fantastic job building that team. So one really niche tag we put on our Landorus is Taunt. So taunting the Landorus, taunting the Lunala in that matchup is really important to deny the Trick Room, deny the White Guard, getting this damage with Dazzling Gleam. So it seems, or like the Lunala team plays like a hard Trick Room team, and if you can deny that Trick Room, it's really, really well. Yeah.
Yeah, simple as that, just kind of taunt it. But it makes sense, doesn't it, where you've kind of swapped out for another ground type, but still have that utility.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's really, that's a really nice tech, actually. That's really cool. And what about the Leech Seed on Calyrex Ice Rider? We've not seen a lot of that recently. Has that been quite pivotal for you today?
Actually, it has not. It's a lot of pressure to for my opponent, like, attack the Calyrex. You have to double it to do significant damage, but what if it protects? If you ignore it, it Leech Seeds. Pokemon that love to stand in front Calyrex are like Lunala, Zamazenta, White Guard Pokemon. You force them to switch at some point. So if you get one Leech Seed off, it goes a really long way, especially in the HP bar, I can tell you that. I started the match with like 10 HP, Calyrex finished with 100. Like, Leech Seed can be really pivotal, but it's not. It's the whole team that really fits this Leech Seed Calyrex.
Love it, yeah, that's really cool. So just thinking about like your kind of VGC career recently as well, like how have the previous regulations been compared to this one? Have you been competing in the Grand Challenges, for instance?
Oh yeah, so I had a really like explosive start to the season, then a really tough winter, and came back strong EOIC. So lost my win in for top 32 EOIC, but made it up with some really good results in the Global Challenge, so, and the Grand Challenge as well. Finished 32nd, top 32nd and top 16 respectively, giving me that CP bump I need to put my name out there, like be up there in the CP standings. CP doesn't matter, it's not everything you need, but like it's the results over the season which only should give you a little bit of confidence that you need to win a set like this on stream against such an accomplished player and like great player like Marco.
Yeah, he's done very well, hasn't he? So yeah, you've done an amazing job to kind of do that. Obviously, there was a lot of luck that went your way, but I feel like you were making still the good plays to kind of get around that, and I feel like it still could have easily gone your way if that luck didn't happen as well.
Yeah, like I had the resources that game 2, the Draco miss into, but I'm only in this position because I read the switch out and double the Lunala, going for this confident play, forcing my opponent to click Draco into Landorus. It's like more than just RNG, it's like pressuring your opponent to do plays he doesn't want to, right? You never want to click Draco with Miraidon. You want to press Dazzle Gleam, Snarl, or like electric moves. So yeah, I'm really proud of that game 2, turn 1. Since I struggled with pressure a lot, going for that read.
Yeah, that was cool.
It felt good, like, honestly. Yeah.
Especially when you get a quad super effective move into that Lunala.
Right. He can Terra there, he can switch in Miraidon, he can like do a lot of stuff, but in this specific game it worked out, and yeah. So happy for that. I'm happy for me, basically. Yeah.
Amazing. Any shout outs you'd like to give Brahim?
Oh yeah, to all my friends from Braunschweig, like standing here in the crowd, looking at me as well. Lena, my family, everybody who's watching, who knows me, who loves me. Thank you for all the messages I've received throughout the whole day, supporting me from back home. It's always really, really cool to travel, And one big shout out to Fuecoco, who always sits with me on the couch here.
Well, Fuecoco will very much look forward to having you back on the couch.
Yeah,
hopefully tomorrow.
Hopefully we'll see each other again.
Excellent. Okay, Ibrahim, thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for your insight into your games and matches. It's really interesting to hear.
No, thank you very much.
No worries at all. So we're going to close out the show very shortly, so we'll be right back very soon.
You know, no matter the situation, it's high competition. Everyone's trying to have a good time as well. So if you can be nice to your opponent and just, you know, be courteous of their state of mind and, you know, things in the game, that's going to lead to a lot of maybe friendships and success in the games.
So an unwritten rule with Pokemon Go is that you always have to say good luck, have fun to your opponent before your battles.
An unwritten rule in Pokemon for me is if someone's having trouble setting up for a round, just help them out in any way you can.
Don't be rude. If you've ever played card games, video games, anything, you know what it's like to play against somebody who is not very gracious when playing the game. It definitely makes the match worse.
A good unwritten rule is like saying good luck to a player and giving them a good fist pump.
I think the biggest unwritten rule in Pokemon is if your opponent is on low health, you have to throw the nuke charge move and not the small charge move. So if you return like a Carbink as a Sableye, that's goated.
Hello and welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressed. If you're doing a battle, you have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch. And they cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
All right, there you go. That's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch its head. Watch its head. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, you're good to go.
Well, hello there. We're back to wrap up day one. What a day it's been as well. My name is League Provost. Lou Chromie, David Partington, and Marcus Mann. It's great to be here with you all and to have experienced an absolutely phenomenal day of Pokemon VG here. Before we get into anything, I just want to go around each and every one of you, get a highlight of what you've really memorized from today. Marcus, do you want to kick us off?
Yeah, well, it didn't have that big of an impact. I really like to see Leech Seed Calyrex. Like, that was something that I'm still thinking about. Is like, yeah, is it worth it? Like, committing a move slot to that? Like, how often does it actually come up? But the more I'm thinking about it, the more I kind of like the idea. And yeah, I'm always about getting some new inspiration, and with this new format, yeah, maybe that's something to try out for myself.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I love that Leech Seed. David, what was yours, my friend?
I think it was the match that we casted earlier, Marcus, where the unique pairing of Eternatus and Ho-Oh was kind of eye-opening a little bit, especially Eternatus's two main attacking moves, that Poison and that Dragon, were really critical to be hitting like Miraidon super effectively, whether it Terras or not, because it so commonly runs Terra Fairy, and also being able to hit those Terra Fairy Lunalas, which are just everywhere as well. So that was really interesting to kind of think about, and maybe something I'll kind of take forward and I want to compete myself at some point.
Well, there, if you come across David in the future at any events, you know what he might be running, so prepare ahead of time. Lou, what about yourself?
Honestly, there have been so many great memories from today. Not only have the matches been incredible, but I've also enjoyed the kind of aspect of the community here, being able to talk to our junior and seniors, being able to do our origami that will be showcased tomorrow. We'll be able to have the showdown once you guys have finished yours. But I think competitive, I've really enjoyed seeing a lot of the supportive Pokemon come to the forefront. You know, being able to see Grimmsnarl and Amoonguss and Incineroar already trying to do their thing out there on the field has been really nice to see.
Yeah, and well, thank you so much, all of you lovely people, for sharing that with me. If you've got your own big highlights from home viewing of the events today, hashtag play Pokemon, let us know, and we'll look forward to it. What about mine? I don't know, all I've got going through my mind right now is Ursaluna, so I'll say Ursaluna. We've seen a lot of it today, and it's
all day was great.
The whole day, yeah. I think there's been a lot of moments. I'm a little bit with Marcus on the Leech Seed. I really like that as a tech. I think that's a really smart play on a very defensive Pokemon that's capable of big offense as well, and that's something that I really like. So yeah, that would probably be mine. But of course, this is only day one. A lot of our players have had an amazing run and have progressed into day two. We can have a look at some of these players now. We've only got 16 that have been confirmed to go through. Of course, there is a lot more, but we won't be able to confirm that here right now. But we can take a look at some of the players that will be making their way into day two tomorrow of this tournament. Anyone sticking out to you, Marcus, that you would like to just to mention, give a shout out to, or talk about their team in particular?
Yeah, well, a lot of very strong players and a lot of names that we've seen before. Some of these players, yeah, we got to feature on the stream, some we haven't. One player that I think flies a little bit under the radar sometimes is Louis Markel from Germany, a very, very strong player who's gotten a couple of very, very impressive results in online tournaments in the previous regulation. And the fact that, yeah, he was able to make it here in today too, like he's definitely someone that I'll have my eyes out on. And then also going down the list, well, we have Aurelien, we have Giuseppe, we have Michael, we have Luca, a couple of the players that we kind of expect to be there. But still, of course, it's not an easy feat to make day two at any tournament.
No, not at all. And then a special mention to our fellow caster, Jamie Boyd, making it into day two, which is nice to see. And also Urian Rainmaker as well, coming in their home region and performing so well, making it into day two. I know you mentioned it on broadcast today that they made it into top 4 at EUIC a couple of years ago, so a very strong player in their own right, and nice to see them continuing that success into this event here. And if you're wondering about start times for day two, it will be starting 9 a.m. CEST tomorrow, which is midnight a.m. PTD. As you can see on the screen below us.
Put it in your diary.
Nicely, put it in. Get your alarm set. Get your cup of tea made or your beverage of choice made just before, 50 minutes before, so it's nicely cooled, ready to go.
Nice little snacks.
Exactly, yes. What snack of choice would you choose, Lou?
Always got to have popcorn, right? When you're watching the action at a Pokemon tournament?
Yeah, okay, true. Or a big sandwich, which you can make in Scarlet and Violet at the moment. Kind of really inspiring there.
I like it. I like it.
I'm kind of looking around what we have here behind us. I don't even know, but it looks kind of tasty. I don't know. Maybe
I like little apples, mini apples.
There you go, in case you get hungry.
Thank you.
Healthy snacks. Okay.
A little bit hard there.
Well, as we get closer to wrapping the show up, we need to see where we've been, where we are, and where we're going. So we can take a look at that EU calendar and see all the events that we've had this year. And there has been a lot, and all the adventures that we've had along the way to get to this point. Of course, we've still got a lot of really important events to come. Utrecht, we are in right now, would you believe it? Bologna coming up is going to be our last EU major event of the season before we head into New Orleans. So excited for NAIC, and then Anaheim, the World Championships. Very exciting, where we'll be able to crown maybe a new world champion, maybe returning world champion. You never know what's going to happen. We talked about at the top of the show, Luca could go and claim the title again, but it could be someone new, and it's just exciting to be able to kind of have that thought process that we will have a new champion come the summer. Right, well, also we need to talk about the Twitch schedule. So Twitch this week coming up, we have some exciting Pokemon action for you to keep your eye on and for your viewing pleasure. Tuesday we have Pokemon Sun and Moon series, one of my favorites. Wednesday, we've got NAIC Unite, the GO rerun. And then on Thursday, from 2 till 5, we have a bit more Sun and Moon. And then, do you want to take us through what we've got next weekend, Lou?
Yeah, so coming up next weekend, the Pokemon action is just going to keep going as well, you know, time upon time in the run-up to NAIC and the run-up to Worlds. But across the pond, the Portland Regional Championships will also be taking place. So I think it's very important to get that in your diary as well, because we have our own metagame, but across the pond, they also have their own metagame. So it's always interesting to see what they're going to be cooking up ahead of the North American International Championships.
Yes, and also make sure to check out for that event and this event, the broadcast channels. So that's Pokemon.com/broadcast. I'll give you the option of all the ways that you can view all of these different Pokemon-themed things from events like VG, TCG, Pokemon GO, and the anime and everything else in between. Follow the channels as well at Play Pokemon for the YouTube channel and /Pokemon over at Twitch to keep up with all the action from here this weekend, of course, at other EU events that we've got coming up this season, and everything from the US as well. You can get in touch with us on X at Play Pokemon, #Play Pokemon. Make sure you use that if you're trying to send us anything, who you're following, who you're supporting, what Pokemon you've seen, or anything that you've enjoyed throughout this weekend. Play Pokemon over at YouTube, /Pokemon at Facebook, and /Pokemon at Instagram, as well with that #Play Pokemon, #Play Pokemon. Don't forget.
#Play Pokemon.
There we go. Thank you, Marcus.
I think.
And happy birthday to your mother-in-law.
Thank you.
And happy birthday to Jake once again. So that's it, everyone. Marcus, any final thoughts?
Yeah, I actually do have some final thoughts. Lou, are you ready for a snowball fight?
I am not ready for a snowball fight because you're going to throw rocks at me. No! I'm still not over that, actually, from the quiz earlier. We learned that apparently Geodudes are thrown in a snowball fight. Who would have known? To me, that's breaking the rules. Yeah. But okay, Pokedex, you set the game field. We will play the game.
Well, that was my final bit, so I'm done for the day. Thank you.
Oh, I mean, also, one other final thought is you guys have to get on your origami.
Yes.
Because not only do we have the competitive Pokemon action tomorrow from our video game players, but the casters are going to find out who the origami master will be. So Lee and I have already made our pieces. They are set, battle box locked. You guys have yet to make your creations. And then tomorrow, you guys at home get to look at them all and be the judge of who is the origami master. I'm
just going to say, David, Marcus, you've got to really step up your game here, because I've seen what Lou produced, and I feel like it's from a professional origamiist.
Glitter is optional. I'm just saying, if they can find glitter overnight, I would recommend adding a little razzle-dazzle.
And I will accept sympathy votes, but on that, we will say goodbye from us all here. Thank you so much for tuning in to the action. Do stick around. Make sure you tune in at 9 a.m. tomorrow when we kick off day 2 here at the Utrecht Special Championships.